In a time long past within the realm of ninjas, a young man named Mu embarked on an extraordinary journey, one that would lead him to confront the looming threat of the infinite. Tsukuyomi. Little did he know, he was about to witness a millennium of history within the ninja world, living leisurely amidst the legends. Chapter 1. The Cultivation Safety Net System. In the ancient era of the ninja world, amidst the damp and eerie wet-bone forest, Mu stood at its entrance, his heart racing with excitement. After over 2 years of relentless searching throughout the ninja realm, he had finally stumbled upon this fabled location. At the age of 22, Mu, the former ruler of the Land of Destiny, was not merely a native. He was a traveler from another world. Approximately 3 years prior, he had arrived in this realm, ascending to the throne of the Land of Destiny. Initially, he believed he had landed in a small nation reminiscent of Japan's ancient times, a notion that filled him with exhilaration and sleepless nights filled with dreams of grandeur. With the knowledge amassed from a world of information explosion, he imagined it would be effortless to stir up a tempest in this ancient land, especially as a sovereign. With his capabilities, he could easily manufacture iron armor, if not aircraft and tanks, effortlessly overpowering the civilization, which was only slightly more advanced than that of primitive tribes. However, Mu soon realized the gravity of his misconception. This was not the ancient Japan he had envisioned, it was the ancient era depicted in the anime Naruto. He made this startling discovery while examining a world map, where he stumbled upon a nation called the Land of Ancestors. Initially, he dismissed the name as merely familiar, not giving it much thought. But that night, he was jolted awake by a sudden realization. This Land of Ancestors was indeed the land where Kaguya Otsutsuki descended in the Naruto series. Panic surged through him, prompting him to send scouts to ascertain whether a fair-skinned maiden had descended from the heavens. The reports were mixed. While no celestial maiden had appeared, a tree had inexplicably fallen in a desolate area near the borders of the Land of Ancestors. This tree grew uncontrollably, reaching hundreds of meters in height and seemingly on the verge of bearing fruit. Upon receiving this news, despair washed over Mu. He could not fathom the absurdity of Kaguya Otsutsuki, a being of ancient lineage, having human emotions or desires. Kaguya appeared as a youthful maiden, yet she was thousands of years old, a true embodiment of an ancient entity. The thought of casually persuading her to embrace him as the progenitor of the Sage of Six Paths was ludicrous. In time, as the divine tree bore fruit, Kaguya would likely descend to harvest it, triggering the Infinite Tsukuyomi. If he did not devise a strategy to evade her, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the natives, transformed into white Zetsu, suspended from the divine tree. The mere thought of such an outcome sent shivers down his spine. Those fortunate enough might be reincarnated as powerful figures like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha after a millennium. Conversely, the unfortunate could find themselves as mere fodder on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, or worse, used as disposable tools by Obito Uchiha. Having traversed worlds, he was determined not to become a mere organ donor. Resolutely, he decided to escape the ninja realm and seek refuge in the 3 great sanctuaries. He had confirmed with his subordinates that legends of these sanctuaries existed, including the likes of the Rat God Cave, Yuan Monkey Mountain, and Dog God Land. These lesser-known sanctuaries, absent from the original Naruto lore, were said to be inhospitable to humans, making them unsuitable for his purposes. He believed that many of them had been eradicated by Kaguya Otsutsuki, and venturing to such places would only lead to a slow demise. The 3 great sanctuaries Lonely Cave, Mayaboka Mountain, and Wet Bone Forest were known to endure even into the era of Boruto, making them far safer havens. Thus, disregarding the protests of his ministers, he resolutely abdicated his throne, passing the position to his foolish subordinate, and set forth on a solitary quest to locate the 3 great sanctuaries. Over the course of 2 years, he had nearly turned the ninja realm upside down, encountering numerous lesser sanctuaries along the way. But now, at long last, he stood before the entrance of the Wet Bone Forest. Gazing into the damp, shadowy expanse of the forest, Mu felt an exhilarating mix of anticipation and trepidation. His intent was not merely to absorb the legacies of the sanctuary, but to establish a long-term residence within its confines. As he pondered how to approach the Sage of Slugs, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Congratulations on entering a realm rich in spiritual energy. The cultivation safety net system is now officially activated. Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, and a wave of joy surged within him. His long-awaited golden opportunity had finally arrived. After 3 years of anticipation, he had finally obtained a system dedicated to cultivation. Was he not destined for invincibility? He immersed himself in understanding the workings of the cultivation safety net system. As its name suggests, this system allowed one to preemptively draw upon their lifespan during cultivation, enabling them to focus on their practice without the looming fear of mortality. In simpler terms, a typical cultivator would perish if they reached a certain age without breaking through their current realm. However, this system permitted the user to advance their lifespan in times of need. For example, if one were at the chi refinement stage, the system could provide them with the lifespan of the foundation establishment stage, to be repaid upon reaching that realm. Upon grasping this function, Mu couldn't help but chuckle. While other protagonists fought against insurmountable odds, he was merely striving to survive. The comparison of lifespans between the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages and between the foundation establishment and golden core stages highlighted that this system was designed to prevent him from merely existing indefinitely. Moreover, the system boasted a beginner's guidance feature for cultivation. Once activated, a knowledgeable voice would provide insights into the fundamentals of cultivation and the subsequent paths to follow, a veritable mentor guiding him through the intricacies of the craft. This system was remarkably generous. Rather than simply providing a cultivation manual, it ensured that he would have expert guidance to avoid missteps. All he needed to do was find a secluded spot to enhance his abilities endlessly. Once his skills reached their zenith, he could confront Kagaya Otsutsuki with unyielding confidence. As Mu reveled in these thoughts, a massive slug suddenly slithered into view from nearby. The creature approached him, assessing him briefly before speaking. "Are you the fortunate one who has come to the Wetbone Forest? My true form wishes to meet you. Please follow me." Chapter 2. The Slug Sage. "Then please lead the way, esteemed slug." Mu replied with a nod, following closely behind as they ventured deeper into the Wetbone Forest. The air in the Wetbone Forest was oppressively humid, and it wasn't long before beads of sweat began to trickle down Mu's forehead. The slug, noticing his discomfort, paid it little mind. If one could not overcome such trivial obstacles, they were hardly worthy of forging a pact with the Wetbone Forest. Compared to the other two sacred lands, the trials of the Wetbone Forest were relatively simple, merely a formality. A barrier was set up at the entrance to assess one's qualifications, preventing those lacking the requisite abilities from entering. Thus, any who managed to cross the threshold had already met the forest's requirements, rendering unnecessary additional tests. As Mu trailed behind the immense slug, he observed it intently. Previously, while searching for the 3 great sacred lands, he had not deliberately sought any of them, merely hoping to find refuge wherever possible. The plan was to enter one sanctuary and bide his time, postponing further considerations. However, upon actually discovering the Wetbone Forest, he realized certain flaws in his strategy. He had overlooked the inherent exclusivity of these 3 sacred lands. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that none of the sacred lands were particularly welcoming to outsiders seeking long-term residence. The Dragon Cave, with its terrifying snake lair, was notorious. Only powerful ninjas could enter, and someone as ordinary as he would likely be devoured by a great serpent upon entry. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was fortunate he hadn't stumbled into the Dragon Cave, for he would have met his end almost immediately. My Boku Mountain appeared idyllic in the original text. Yet upon closer inspection, it was even more insular than the Dragon Cave. At least the Dragon Cave offered some opportunities for outsiders. If one could establish a foothold in that brutal environment, they might be accepted. In contrast, entry to my Boku Mountain required an invitation. Figures like Jiraiya and Naruto were chosen by the mountain itself. No one had ever simply walked in to become a contractee. Those who formed pacts were either destined children or their guides, or perhaps their fathers or sons. To survive in my Boku Mountain required influence and connections. What standing did he have? As a former ruler of the Land of Life, he would be a mere footnote there. Thus, even if he were to find my Boku Mountain, he would likely be expelled or relegated to the Toad Oil Pool without guidance. In this era, before chakra had even been conceived, to experience the so-called Sage Mode and become a test subject for my Boku Sage Mode would not be a bad outcome. However, he yearned not only for cultivation in a sacred land, but also a long-term abode, in a place like my Boku Mountain, which valued lineage and status. How could an outsider like him be permitted to dwell there indefinitely? Contemplating this, he glanced again at the enormous slug ahead, realizing that the wet-bone forest might be even more exclusionary than my Boku Mountain. My Boku Mountain merely rejected creatures other than toads. If he painted himself green and claimed to have undergone a genetic mutation to become a toad, he might just be accepted. Yet this slug sage seemed to disdain even its own kin, for it was the sole slug in the entire wet-bone forest, with no other creatures in sight to indicate any openness. If he sought temporary refuge, the slug might tolerate it. However, if he intended to stay long-term, it would surely refuse. Moreover, this territory rightfully belonged to the slug. Seeking sanctuary here already placed him in its debt. Should he further complicate matters by wishing to reside indefinitely, it would be quite unreasonable to cause a rift. Nevertheless, he wished to gauge the slug sage's thoughts. So addressing the massive slug that resembled a young calf, he inquired, "This wet-bone forest truly appears to be an exquisite sanctuary for cultivating sage arts. Yet since my arrival, I have encountered scant wildlife. Might I ask if other creatures are unable to enter?" The slug, moving forward, answered without pause. "The vast majority are hindered by the barrier at the entrance, while a few who accidentally wandered in have since departed." Feigning indifference, Sumu remarked, "Those unfortunate beings have no fortune. If I were to arrive in such a rich environment of spiritual energy, I would not leave easily." The slug dismissed his comment. "In truth, they did not depart of their own volition. My true form found them bothersome and expelled them. Previously, many creatures resided here, but they incessantly clamored for the establishment of a sacred land and sought to form factions, which annoyed my true form greatly. Thus, I banished those power-hungry individuals. And after setting the barrier at the entrance, the wet-bone forest returned to tranquility." As Sumu listened, his frown deepened. Indeed, as he suspected, this slug sage harbored a strong aversion to outsiders. If he did not devise a means to remain here long-term, he would inevitably be expelled. To Sumu, the current ninja world felt akin to a den of demons. He would not dare return to it, even with tenfold courage. Once the Infinite Tsukuyomi was unleashed, the entire ninja world would fall under Kaguya Otsutsuki's dominion, and with his frail physique, he would be unable to hide from her watchful gaze. At that moment, she would surely recognize that he had never been caught in the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and he would face immediate annihilation. Who could he turn to for justice then? Resolute, he decided he must endure in the wet-bone forest until the birth of the Sage of Six Paths brothers, persuading them to confront Kaguya Otsutsuki. Only in this way could he secure his survival in the ninja world. Before long, Sumu finally beheld the true master of the wet-bone forest, the slug sage. Towering at approximately 80 to 90 meters, the colossal slug bore a white body adorned with several blue stripes. Despite its rotund form, it evoked no feelings of affection in Sumu. The slug sage was not as enormous as he had envisioned. Its current size was merely slightly larger than the bodies summoned by Tsunade and Sakura. He had imagined it would be at least as large as the Ten Tails or the true thousand-handed Buddha. In reality, it was significantly smaller than he had anticipated. However, upon reflection, this was understandable. After all, there were still over 1,000 years until the events of Shippuden, and it was only natural for the slug sage to grow. He observed the slug sage reclining on a massive stone platform, curiously gazing down at him. Its two antennae, thicker than his waist, swayed from side to side, resembling antennas receiving signals, as though they were assessing Sumu. Chapter 3. Become my partner. After a period of scrutiny, the slug sage had gained some understanding of Sumu. Undoubtedly, this human possessed the potential for cultivating sage arts, while his aptitude was not exceptionally high. It was sufficient to warrant the wet-bone forest's teachings. Individuals with the ability to harness sage arts were exceedingly rare in the world of Naruto, especially in this era when chakra had yet to be discovered. All practitioners of sage arts relied on their own experiences to gradually explore their paths. Thus, when someone with the potential for sage cultivation was identified, they would eagerly impart their knowledge. This was not merely altruism, it also served their interests. Should the newcomer's methods inspire them, mutual learning would be beneficial. Furthermore, the absence of any traces of conflicting cultivation systems within Sumu indicated that, once he embarked on the path of cultivation, he was likely to become a steadfast ally of the wet-bone forest. Although the slug sage had already acknowledged the other party in his heart, he did not hasten to broach the subject of sage techniques. Instead, he lowered his head and inquired of Sumu, "Are you the destined one who has found the wet-bone forest? What brings you here?" His question was clearly a subtle cue for Su-mu to propose a contract. Despite the absence of chakra during this period, the summoning contract still existed. It was originally devised by Onmyoji to communicate with summoned beasts. Later, as the Onmyoji perished and ninjas rose to prominence, it became regarded as a unique skill of ninjas. In truth, the art of summoning predates the ninja profession. Thus, in the slug sage's view, this human had toiled extensively to find the wet bone forest, likely seeking to acquire a powerful summoned beast. As for the pursuit of sage techniques, that could be deliberated upon later. After all, sage techniques were the secret arts of the great sacred lands, and she could not possibly impart them upon a stranger at their first meeting. After speaking, she held the scroll of the summoning contract in her mouth, ready to unveil at the moment he expressed his desire to sign. Indeed, she was that decisive. A straightforward slug who preferred to expedite the contract process without the need for superfluous pleasantries. She detested disturbances to her tranquility, and her priority was to ensure the other party departed promptly. As for Su-mu, upon being questioned, he took a deep breath. He realized that while the slug sage's tone was kind, it was also extremely distant. If he did not make an effort, there was a high probability he would be dismissed. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and, with determination, shouted at the slug sage, "Slug sage, please be my companion and become my Tao partner." His voice echoed throughout the wet bone forest, reverberating through the unique terrain and resonating in the slug sage's ears. With a thud, the summoning contract scroll fell to the ground, and the slug sage stared at Su-mu with wide eyes, bewildered. What had this human just said? Was her age causing her hearing to falter? Did she even possess ears as a slug? Alas, this was hardly the moment to ponder such trivialities. The real concern was whether she had misheard. Had this human just professed love to her? What had transpired in the world outside during her centuries of seclusion, rendering humans so audacious? Fearing she had misunderstood, she asked again, "What did you just say?" Having summoned the courage to face the situation, Su-mu replied seriously, "You heard correctly. I desire to be with you. I ask that you become my Tao partner." The slug sage gazed intently at Su-mu. Due to her lack of discernible facial features, he could not ascertain her expression. After a considerable pause, she exhaled a long sigh and smiled at Su-mu. "You are quite the amusing human. If I were human, I might indeed find you intriguing. However, I currently have no intention of seeking a partner. If you have no other matters, you may take your leave." Upon hearing this, Su-mu did not panic. He had anticipated such a reaction. After all, she was an ancient being who had lived for an unfathomable length of time. If she could be so easily swayed by his confession, it would be a disservice to her longevity. He hastily continued to persuade her, "Slug sage, do not be so quick to refuse. This matter holds immense benefits for you. Should you dismiss it lightly, you may find yourself regretting it in the future." The slug sage was not angered by Su-mu's impertinence. Instead, she found him somewhat intriguing and replied in a teasing tone, "Is that so? Then pray tell. How would I come to regret it?" Seeing that she had taken the bait, Su-mu felt a surge of joy. It was not fear of her inquiry that troubled him, but rather the absence of her interest. Thus, he continued, "To be candid, through our recent interaction, I have discerned certain minor flaws in your cultivation. If you are willing to listen, I shall elaborate. If you do not believe me, I shall take my leave without wasting your time." The slug sage's expression remained unchanged, yet her heart was tumultuous. She had indeed been experiencing some issues with her cultivation, but she had never confided in anyone. How had he perceived it so readily? Observing him closely, she confirmed he appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any traces of cultivation. Not a single mark of monks, priestesses, onmyoji, or warriors could be found on him. He was simply an ordinary human with perhaps a slight aptitude for cultivation. Unable to grasp his true nature, yet acutely aware of her own issues, she finally said, albeit skeptically, "Then tell me, what problems do you perceive within me?" Su-mu thought to himself, "How would I know your issues when I have yet to extract them from your own lips?" Thus, he feigned profundity, saying, "Slug sage, why the secrecy? An opportunity to advance is right before you. Do you wish to conceal it from me?" The slug sage hesitated, but ultimately, she steeled herself and resolved to be forthright. "Since you have spoken so plainly, I shall cease to play coy. Recently, I have felt increasingly frail. The immense power within me is becoming uncontrollable. My body, once nourished endlessly by spiritual energy, has begun to exhibit signs of aging and sluggishness. Based on my estimations, I have at most 100 years left to live. Do you possess a solution for the problems I currently face? Upon hearing this, Sumu nearly stumbled in shock. What was this? The slug sage was on the verge of death? This was a being who had lived through the era of Baruto, with a lifespan exceeding that of tortoises. And now she claimed she would perish before the Sage of Six Paths was even born? What nonsense was this? Chapter 4. Time passes, and she becomes lame. Though astonished, Sumu quickly regained his composure, maintaining an expressionless facade while his mind raced with strategies. Could it be that the true slug sage had already perished during this period, and that the subsequent slugs merely bore her name as impostors? This was utterly audacious. No wonder this character never appeared in the original story. Had she already died? But that could not be. Tsunade and Sakura had ventured into the wet-bone forest. Surely they would know if the slug sage had passed. If she were still alive, it meant she had discovered a means to extend her life during this time. If that were the case, there was nothing to fear. He could continue his ruse without worry. He reached up, intending to stroke his beard, but his hand met only air, resigning to smooth his collar instead. He said, "Based on my observations, the reason for your condition lies in the imbalance of yin and yang within you. A harmonious balance of these forces is essential for a smoother path in cultivation. However, your yang energy is evidently weaker than your yin energy, likely due to prolonged exposure to this damp and cold environment that has led to an excess of yin and a deficiency of yang." The slug sage tilted her head and inquired, "Then, pray tell, how can this be remedied? To restore balance, you require a male cultivator of equal strength to provide you with yang energy, while simultaneously drawing out the excess yin energy within you. Only then can you achieve equilibrium, allowing you to advance further on your path." The slug sage nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, but suddenly her cheeks flushed as if a thought had struck her. She recalled having seen a similar method of cultivation referred to as dual cultivation in ancient human texts. Sumu continued, "I came here in search of you precisely to assist in your cultivation. Through sincere collaboration, we can undoubtedly rectify your physical ailments and even elevate your cultivation to new heights." The words of Sumu were riddled with flaws. However, for reasons unknown, the slug immortal held steadfast belief in them, which puzzled Sumu himself. Was this fellow truly so easily deceived? At that moment, the slug immortal gazed intently into Sumu's eyes, her tone gravely serious as she inquired, "What, then, is the specific method of cultivation?" Sumu felt a shiver run down his spine under her penetrating gaze. How was he to know the precise path of cultivation? In this day and age, must one possess extensive theoretical knowledge to be a deceiver? It was a dire predicament. The next phase would demand hardcore knowledge. Should he inadvertently fabricate something incorrect and expose a flaw, the consequences could be dire. At best, a beating and being thrown out of wet-bone forest. At worst, being devoured and reduced to a mere puddle of pus. He regretted his earlier deception. Had he simply confessed his desire to reside here temporarily, he would have been escorted away without any threat to his life. Now, having spun this web of lies, if discovered, he would certainly face dire repercussions. Just as he prepared to continue fabricating tales, the system interface in his mind suddenly shifted. Surprised, Sumu hastily checked the situation, discovering that the novice cultivation guidance page had unexpectedly activated, revealing lines of text before his eyes. He stared in astonishment, reading each word with growing awe. This system was indeed formidable. The text that materialized before him addressed the slug immortal's cultivation issues. It turned out that this novice guidance feature was not only applicable to himself, but could also assist others. He soon realized why his earlier flawed statements were met with such unwavering belief. His inadvertent mention of yin and yang had unwittingly struck a chord. The slug immortal, indeed, faced imminent peril due to an imbalance of yin and yang within her, and restoring equilibrium could grant her an additional millennium of life, without question. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that her prolonged lifespan was linked to the chakra propagated by Tsutsuki Kagaya? It was quite plausible. The three holy lands seemed to have witnessed a surge in longevity only after encountering chakra. It appeared that the secret to their longevity stemmed from chakra, allowing them to balance the yin and yang energies within, thus extending their lifespans. With this newfound understanding, Sumu felt a surge of confidence. He had previously been unfazed while deceiving, and now, armed with the system's guidance, he felt invincible. He lifted his head, meeting the slug immortal's gaze directly, and calmly stated, "Your cultivation has strayed onto a misguided path. Until now, you have been haphazardly absorbing spiritual energy, with inefficiency in refining it, allowing it to recklessly alter your body rather than meticulously assimilating it. This has led to Sumu eloquently elaborated on the slug immortal's cultivation shortcomings. Initially, she had harbored doubts regarding his words, but as he pointed out her flaws, she became utterly convinced. To her, Sumu now appeared as a master of cultivation among humans, genuinely seeking to assist her. She lamented her previous dismissive attitude towards him. In her heart, a twinge of anxiety arose. Would this esteemed elder hold her negligence against her? What had the elder said earlier? Something about wanting to become companions on the path of enlightenment. As this thought crossed her mind, the antennae atop her head quivered with excitement. This esteemed being had come to seek her as a partner. Yet, how could such a relationship be established so bluntly? How should she respond? Would a direct acceptance seem frivolous, while silence might provoke disdain? At that moment, Sumu noticed her unusual demeanor. Her previously featureless face now flushed a vibrant hue. It was evident to anyone, barring the colorblind, that something was amiss. He steeled himself and asked, "Fair slug immortal, what troubles you?" The slug immortal, jolted from her reverie, regained her composure and earnestly asked, "I have yet to inquire your esteemed name." "I am Sumu. You may simply call me by my name," he replied. "Lord Sumu, I am at your service. Additionally, my name is Living Slug. Slug immortal is a misnomer. Slug refers to my species, while Living Slug is my true name. If that proves cumbersome, you may call me Little Slug. There is no need for titles such as immortal or fairy, as they create unnecessary distance." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet Sumu's gaze. The sight of this large slug blushing sent a shiver down Sumu's spine. He felt as if he were a young man being pampered by a wealthy, elderly woman, overwhelmed by the riches yet feeling utterly despondent. Yet what could he do? He had chosen this path, and he had to endure it. Chapter 5. Cultivation. Deep within Wetbone Forest, Sumu constructed a wooden house, recognizing the necessity of a stable dwelling for his prolonged stay. Even if the weather remained eternally fair, he could not simply sleep by the roadside. During the construction, Living Slug dispatched a clone to assist him. Once the abode was secure, he began addressing the hidden ailments plaguing her body. In truth, her issues were not insurmountable. Sumu transcribed a cultivation technique specifically designed for Living Slug from the system. This technique, known as the Spirit Dream Butterfly Transformation Method, was reputed to be a top-tier cultivation method for beasts in the realm of cultivation and was deemed most suitable for Living Slug's physique. Upon receiving the technique, Living Slug was overjoyed. After completing her immediate tasks, she began her seclusion to delve into the intricacies of this method. After a thorough reading, she realized that her previous endeavors hardly constituted true cultivation. They were merely a means to absorb spiritual energy for growth, entirely unrelated to genuine practice. To draw an imperfect analogy, she had been utilizing her unique physique to incessantly absorb spiritual energy, akin to a plant growing while voraciously consuming energy. Ultimately, like a balloon, there would come a time when her body could no longer withstand the immense energy, leading to her demise. She, a sentient beast endowed with wisdom, had inadvertently transformed herself into a millennia-old medicinal herb. Filled with shame, she also felt profound gratitude towards Sumu. Although they were now nominally partners on the path, she was sincerely thankful for his assistance. Had he not provided her with the technique, she might have blindly practiced herself to death. To honor his kindness, she resolved to enter seclusion and strive to eradicate her bodily ailments, not wishing to squander his earnest efforts. Unbeknownst to Living Slug, Sumu was wholly absorbed in his own cultivation, oblivious to her inner thoughts. He utilized the novice cultivation guidance feature to derive a technique suitable for himself, the yin-yang balance method. This was a technique meticulously crafted for him by the system. According to the system's description, while it may not be the most powerful, it was indeed the most fitting for Sumu. He understood this well, given his aptitude. A technique meant for an immortal emperor would elude his grasp. The techniques of those immortal powers were indeed profound, yet far too esoteric for a novice like him. It was akin to gaming in his past life. New players often faced hidden pitfalls, and as they leveled up, those pitfalls would cause seasoned players considerable headaches. Thus, they would restart with a fresh character to eliminate all risks from the outset. Yet such a risk-free character could prove tiresome for a novice to play. Some seasoned players deliberately abstained from certain talent points, confident that they can navigate the early stages of the game without investing in talents that prove useless in the later phases. However, novices lack their level of expertise. Without these late-game talent points, they struggle to even survive the early levels. Currently, Sumu embodies this novice archetype. He understands that the technique titled Yin-Yang Balance Method is not particularly potent in the later stages, yet he must adhere to its practice, even if he intends to transition to another technique later on. At this moment, he sits in his modest abode, sighing, and with a wry smile reflects, indeed, perfection is a myth in this world. Seizing the present is far more significant than dreaming of the future. Subsequently, he dismisses his errant thoughts and diligently studies this technique. As the name suggests, this method serves to balance the two energies of yin and yang within the body. The yin refers to mental energy or consciousness, a force born from the human soul. Every sentient being possesses this mental power, yet the vast majority never learn to wield it effectively. Conversely, yang represents physical energy, which even ordinary individuals can harness. For instance, muscular strength is a facet of this physical energy, albeit ordinary people lack the formidable prowess of dedicated practitioners. The yin-yang balance method aims to achieve perfect equilibrium between these two forces, thus enabling exquisite mastery over both mind and body. Do not underestimate this concept. At times, absolute control over one's own power can prove far more beneficial than merely doubling it. A prime example is the notorious Otsutsuki Kaguya, who epitomizes a lack of self-control over her abilities, relying on the consumption of divine tree fruits and absorbing the divine tree into her being. The power she wields does not truly belong to her. Consequently, despite her clear superiority over Naruto Uzumaki in terms of power, she struggles to defeat him in combat. Had Naruto possessed more potent offensive capabilities, he might have vanquished Kaguya, the brainless giant. Kaguya's predicament is not unique. Even Uchiha Madara, who later becomes a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, exhibits similar signs. I recall my anxiety while watching the anime, worrying that Madara, after unleashing the Infinite Tsukuyomi, would easily subdue Naruto and Sasuke. In hindsight, such concerns were unwarranted, for Naruto and Sasuke could perfectly control their powers, whereas Madara's strength began to appear superficial. Even without the intervention of Kaguya's Black Zetsu, had a confrontation ensued, it would not have been long before he succumbed to his inability to manage his own power. Thus, mastering one's own strength holds far greater significance than merely elevating one's level, and this yin-yang balance method can assist Sumu in achieving such mastery. 3 months swiftly passed. While the living slug remained in seclusion, Sumu could no longer contain himself. Cultivating was indeed a tedious affair, spent merely in meditation, allowing spiritual energy to circulate along a fixed path. This energy raced through his body like a race car, growing faster with each circuit. Yet he felt stifled despite the exhilaration. Fortunately, these months of seclusion yielded some results. Through rigorous training and the abundance of spiritual energy surrounding him, his level had now reached the second stage of chi refinement. Feeling the power within him, which he could control at will, Sumu trembled with excitement. Realizing he had become a cultivator with extraordinary abilities, just one step away from becoming a celestial emperor. With such lofty ambitions, he found himself with no outlet for his exuberance and sought an open space outdoors to unleash his pent-up energy. Do not misunderstand. His form of release was entirely conventional. He intended to strike a tree with his fists, a perfectly respectable outlet. Facing a robust tree, Sumu launched a punch without hesitation. Thud! Ouch! To his astonishment, a sizable patch of bark was stripped away, revealing bloodstains, while Sumu cradled his throbbing right hand, grimacing in pain. The outcome was not as he had envisioned. Chapter 6. Cultivators are not strong at the same level. Nursing his injured hand, Sumu returned home to cleanse it, subsequently wrapping it in bandages. Gazing at his now bandaged hand, he felt a wave of despair. Wasn't it said that cultivators are invincible and can sweep away all opposition? How could he not even break a tree with a single punch? Was his cultivation technique a sham? At this moment, one might wonder why he did not seek the assistance of the slug's clones for healing. The answer is simple. The living slug currently lacks any medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu is a product of the chakra system, and since Kaguya Otsutsuki has yet to unleash the Infinite Tsukuyomi, where would he acquire chakra from? Left with no choice, Sumu stared blankly at his hand. First and foremost, the system's technique is not a fabrication. He undeniably sensed changes within his body. and the spiritual energy coursing through him is genuine. Thus, the conclusion is evident. He, as a novice cultivator, is simply too weak to break a tree with a punch. Reflecting on it, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage do not seem particularly formidable. Influenced by the plethora of cultivation novels from his past life, Su Mu had harbored blind confidence in cultivators, believing that simply becoming one would grant him the power to dominate the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Even a Qi refinement stage cultivator, within the vast realms, is considered among the elite, capable of contending with figures like Kagaya Otsutsuki or Madara Uchiha. However, upon closer examination, it appears that Qi refinement cultivators are significantly weaker than he had imagined. In cultivation novels, the entire worldview revolves around cultivators, making it difficult to gauge the true strength of Qi refinement cultivators without a comparative perspective. Upon reflection, it seems that Qi refinement cultivators, based solely on combat prowess, would struggle against ninjas. At least Su Mu, at his current level of Qi refinement stage 2, would find it challenging to defeat even a low-ranking ninja. Moreover, this pattern extends beyond the Qi refinement stage. Other levels of cultivators appear similarly suppressed by counterparts from different systems. For instance, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, in their prime, possessed power capable of planetary destruction. Tossed into the world of cultivation, they would undoubtedly be classified as Golden Core stage experts. Even the most talented cultivators, without the system's enhancements, would require centuries to reach the Golden Core stage. In contrast, how long did it take Hashirama and Madara to attain their peak strength? Starting their cultivation from infancy, they achieved their zenith in merely 30 to 40 years. If those so-called cultivation geniuses were to train for 30 to 40 years, would they not be utterly outmatched? At this juncture, someone might argue that cultivators possess a myriad of techniques, suggesting that in combat, they would surpass other practitioners of equal level. If you believe this, Su Mu would regretfully inform you that you are mistaken. At the same level, cultivators are not necessarily superior to ninjas. In fact, few can claim victory over them. Possessing numerous techniques does not equate to strength. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, armed with an array of techniques, would not dare to claim victory against Gaara, who merely plays with sand. Those with blind confidence in cultivators should seriously consider whether the lower-tier cultivators in these novels truly differ significantly from superhumans in other systems. Objectively speaking, they do not. Their combat ability is merely a combination of ordinary physical prowess and the ability to utilize spiritual energy, alongside some mastery of spells. In practical combat, they may not fare better than those specializing in a singular path of extraordinary abilities. So, are cultivators utterly devoid of merit? Do they lack any advantages? Certainly not. Their primary advantage lies in their longevity and high potential for lifespan. Do not be deceived by my decade of training. I may not rival a true ninja, but let us cultivate together for a millennium and then compare our prowess. At that point, I could very well dance upon your grave and even relieve myself without consequence. Moreover, the limits of your strength are evident. The utmost a typical ninja can achieve is the level of Kage. Even the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura can merely reach the Super Kage stage, with the peak being the initial phase of the Golden Core realm. In contrast, the strength of a cultivator knows no bounds. Their potential is entirely dictated by the author's imagination. The concept of shattering the void and eliminating the original creator is not beyond comprehension. With this in mind, Su Mu stabilized his resolve, a surge of tenacious ambition erupting from within him. As long as he could maintain his composure and perseverance, he was destined to emerge as the victor in this world. Resolute in his decision, he intended to continue his meditative practice. However, a small living slug clone suddenly leaped in through the window. Upon seeing Su Mu, the slug sighed with relief, but tension returned upon noticing the bandages on his right hand, prompting it to inquire, "Are you injured?" Su Mu clarified, "It's merely a minor injury sustained during practice, nothing serious." The slug nodded and earnestly conveyed, "My main body has instructed me to inform you that you must avoid the ninja world for the time being. Something seems to have occurred there, and it appears quite perilous." At this, Su Mu's pupils constricted. Could it be that Kagaya Otsutsuki has made her move? No, I must seek the slug and confirm the situation personally. Soon, he stood before the slug, which had awakened from its meditative state. Looking down at Su Mu with a serious expression, "You've arrived? Did you receive the message from my clone?" Su Mu nodded, then asked gravely, What exactly has transpired in the ninja world, and how did you discern the anomalies there? The slug pondered for a moment whether to disclose the full truth, fearing Su-Mu's curiosity might lead him back to the ninja world. Ultimately, it decided to reveal everything, trusting in Su-Mu's prudence to avoid irrational actions. Thus, Su-Mu learned the details from the slug. Not long ago, it had witnessed a blinding light suddenly illuminate the sky through its clone left in the ninja world. Before the clone could ascertain what was happening, the summoning technique was simultaneously dispelled, returning all clones to the wet bone forest. After several attempts to use reverse summoning to contact those who had previously made contracts with the wet bone forest, it became evident that they had utterly lost contact, like stones sinking into the abyss. After trying to reach 4 or 5 individuals without success, it abandoned its efforts, realizing something significant must have transpired in the ninja world. Hence its warning to Su-Mu to remain vigilant and refrain from returning, especially now. The slug harbored a nagging sense of foreboding, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. While the slug was unaware of the full scope of events, Su-Mu was acutely aware of what was taking place. That blinding light was undoubtedly the manifestation of Infinite Tsukuyomi. It seemed Kaguya Otsutsuki had indeed made her move, plunging the ninja world into its most terrifying epoch. Before long, she would ruthlessly sweep away all factions within the ninja realm, annihilating even the smaller sacred lands and deities. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, hoping the wet-bone forest would remain hidden from her. Chapter 7. Kaguya's current state. What if my arrival from another world has inadvertently caused a butterfly effect, leading Kaguya to discover the wet-bone forest? The more he contemplated, the more fear gripped him. He cautioned the slug, I suspect a significant event may occur soon. Can the barrier of the wet-bone forest truly ensure we remain undetected? The slug recognized Su-Mu's apprehension and reassured him, rest assured, I have reinforced the barrier of the wet-bone forest. As long as we do not reveal ourselves to the ninja realm, they will not be able to discover our presence. Su-Mu felt slightly reassured by this and worried that his existence might endanger the slug. If such a calamity were to befall, he would regret it deeply. Thus, amidst this anxious state, 5 years passed. Throughout this time, Su-Mu lived in a constant state of trepidation, yet his cultivation advanced rapidly, soon reaching the 8th layer of chi refinement. Indeed, the greater the pressure, the swifter the growth. For 5 years, he trained relentlessly, achieving remarkable progress. Observing the tree he had cleaved in two with a mere flick of his hand, Su-Mu nodded in satisfaction. This was beginning to resemble true mastery. Based on his estimations, he believed his strength had now reached the level of a special J-nin, and he anticipated that breaking through to the 9th layer of chi refinement would grant him genuine J-nin prowess. However, these were merely estimations. Actual circumstances would be determined through practical engagement, and he could only speculate at this point. Yet, after the excitement, a sense of despondency washed over him. After 5 years of training, this was all he had achieved. When would he possess the strength to dominate the ninja world? Most concerning was his anxiety regarding the ninja realm. According to his calculations, Kaguya should presently be wreaking havoc. However, the original Naruto narrative does not provide precise timelines for this segment, leaving him exceedingly curious about the current state of affairs. Had the Sage of Six Paths been born? Were all ninjas ensnared in the Infinite Tsukuyomi? If so, were there still survivors? After all, humanity in the ninja world had not been eradicated. There must be some locations harboring survivors. These questions plagued his mind, rendering him unable to focus on cultivation as he yearned to clarify these uncertainties. Ultimately, he resolved to discreetly return to the ninja realm to ascertain the timeline, though he did not intend to venture there in person, as that would be exceedingly perilous and counterproductive. Previously, he had considered developing the shadow clone technique independently, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Spiritual energy and chakra were not interchangeable. Even the system's guidance could not enable him to execute the technique. Moreover, the cloning techniques within the system required at least foundational cultivation to utilize, which he could not access at present. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out the slug. It had also acquired cultivation techniques and surely possessed a deeper understanding of the immortal path, possibly offering him assistance. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since he last saw the slug. He wondered how it was faring now. Before long, he arrived at the platform where the slug often rested, only to be met with a shocking sight. The slug was nowhere to be found, replaced by a massive cocoon. This white, oval-shaped cocoon stood upright, secured to the ground by countless white threads. Just as Sumu prepared to call out, he heard the familiar, gentle voice of the slug from within the cocoon. "Is that you, Sumu?" "Yes, it is I. Why have you transformed like this?" Sumu queried, bewildered. The last time they met, everything seemed fine. Now, it appeared as though she had enveloped herself in this cocoon. "The white silk is not flattering on everyone. You should hurry and shed it." Unaware of Sumu's inner musings, the slug smiled and replied, "My cultivation has reached a critical juncture. I merely need to quietly await my transformation to break through my previous boundaries. But what brings you here?" Sumu detected a hint of reproach in the slug's tone, causing him to smile wryly. Both he and the slug were fervent cultivators, often too engrossed in their practices to meet frequently. However, this was not the moment for trivialities. He promptly stated, "I came to inquire if you possess any techniques for creating spiritual clones. If so, I would like to learn." The slug instantly grasped Sumu's intent and cautioned, "Given the current uncertain external circumstances, it would be unwise to venture out recklessly. It would be more prudent to wait a while longer before investigating." In truth, she had not been oblivious to the world outside. As her strength grew, she had discreetly sent clones out to gather information. However, the circumstances outside exceeded her imagination. Numerous sacred sites were obliterated by a being who proclaimed herself the goddess of the rabbit, and all humanity within the ninja realm had fallen under her control. Upon learning these revelations, she was left utterly astounded. The power of her adversary was far beyond her expectations. Currently, her cultivation level was at the peak of the chi refinement stage. Should her impending transformation succeed, she would ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, her actual combat prowess was substantially higher than her cultivation level, as her formidable foundation endowed her with remarkable strength, placing her battle capability at the initial stages of the Golden Core level, approximately equivalent to the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha during the end of the Valley of the End. Nevertheless, with her current strength, it was impossible for her to casually annihilate other sacred sites as the goddess of the rabbit had done, which filled her with anxiety about Sumu's actions potentially attracting the goddess's attention. Sumu, perceptive as ever, sensed the trepidation in her tone and inquired curiously, "Have you secretly ventured out to investigate?" The living slug, unreserved, recounted all she knew about the outside world, ultimately cautioning that goddess of the rabbit possesses immense power. Revealing ourselves at this juncture could very well draw her gaze. Sumu, however, paid little heed to her warnings, instead honing in on a specific piece of intelligence she provided. "Did you say the goddess of the rabbit is heavily pregnant while annihilating other sacred sites?" The slug was momentarily taken aback. Why was Sumu fixating on such an odd detail? Were they truly discussing the size of her belly at this moment? Regardless, she answered honestly, "Indeed. I dispatched a clone to approach her dwelling while she was away, and through the memory of a nearby mouse, I discovered that she is indeed with child." Sumu, elated, queried, "Are you aware of how many months she has been pregnant?" The slug replied, "According to the mouse's memory, it has been 3 years. Is there an issue?" As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly peculiar, and she began to suspect that Sumu might have developed some unusual proclivity. How vexing! Although she had not engaged with the goddess in any manner, this individual was ostensibly her partner. To develop an interest in another female cultivator, especially one who was already expecting, was infuriating. Alas, she was in the midst of a critical transformation period. Once she emerged from it, she would ensure that this mischievous individual received a proper lesson. Chapter 8. Transformed? Upon receiving word of Kaguya, Sumu began to plot. The initiation of the Infinite Tsukuyomi occurred 5 years prior, and it was evident that she had become pregnant before unleashing it. Thus, her pregnancy must have begun 2 years prior to her visible condition. Truly, she was an extraterrestrial. Her gestation period was vastly different from that of ordinary humans. Who knows how many years it would take for the Sage of Six Paths children to be born. As for the identity of the child's father, Sumu had speculated. Most likely, it was Otsutsuki Ishiki, or perhaps a side effect of consuming the god tree's fruit. The least likely scenario involved the majestic emperor of the land of ancestors riding forth like the wind. He could not fathom that Kaguya could bear a child with an ordinary human. Even humans and gorillas are separated by reproductive barriers, let alone with an alien like Kaguya. Calculating it this way, the likelihood of the god tree's fruit causing the pregnancy seemed greater, for the Sage of Six Paths offspring could indeed produce descendants with ordinary humans. proving they were not pure-blooded Otsutsuki, thus eliminating the possibility of Otsutsuki Ishiki. But I digress. Presently, the best news for Sumu was that the brothers of the Sage of Six Paths might soon be born. Once they arrived, he would have a fighting chance against Kagaya Otsutsuki. With this in mind, he raised his gaze and asked the slug, "How many clones do you have left in the ninja realm? Can you frequently relay news about Kagaya Otsutsuki?" The slug, encased in her chrysalis, felt a sinking sensation in her heart as she keenly detected a flaw in his words. Since arriving in the Wetbone Forest, Sumu had not ventured outside even once. Even the information about the goddess of the rabbit had come from her own revelations. Yet, she had only referred to the being as the goddess of the rabbit, never mentioning Kagaya Otsutsuki by name. How could Sumu so casually utter her name? Had he known Kagaya previously? Then, recalling Kagaya's status as a pregnant woman, her pupils constricted instantly. Could this individual, who persistently sought to become her partner, actually be the child's biological father? Was he a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and child? Shaking her head at the thought, she considered her heightened sensitivity to the morality of individuals since practicing authentic cultivation methods. Although Sumu harbored many thoughts, he did not exude any malevolent aura. Most importantly, after years of observation, she was now convinced that when Sumu entered the Wetbone Forest, he was undoubtedly an ordinary mortal. An ordinary mortal could never produce offspring with the goddess of the rabbit. Even if he were subjected to the most extreme physical trauma, it would be impossible. However, he certainly knew something. As she was in a crucial cultivation phase, it was inappropriate to pry further, so she evasively replied, "It is not feasible at the moment. Before I entered my chrysalis, I recalled all my clones in the ninja realm, and I cannot utilize any clones until my transformation is complete." Sumu quickly asked, "How long will your transformation take?" "If all goes well, about 1 to 2 years. If not, 7 to 8 years. Sumu sighed inwardly upon hearing this, nodded, and took his leave to avoid further disturbing her cultivation. 5 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Sumu's cultivation made remarkable strides. Originally at the 8th layer of chi refinement, he consumed numerous rare treasures from the Wetbone Forest, propelling his cultivation to the 12th layer. Previously, he had many misconceptions about the chi refinement stage, believing all cultivators adhered to a unified standard. However, he realized that this notion was entirely erroneous. The standard for chi refinement entirely depended on the cultivation technique practiced. For instance, Sumu's current yin-yang balance technique had a chi refinement cap at 12 layers. Any further advancement would lead him to the foundation establishment stage. Some cultivation techniques even allowed for up to 13 layers, while others only permitted 9. The number of layers in the chi refinement stage did not necessarily correlate with strength. Having more layers did not imply greater power, nor did fewer layers indicate weakness. Ultimately, it served merely as a foundational stage for future development, and no one was overly concerned with gaining or losing a layer of cultivation. Thus, the notion of having thousands of layers in the chi refinement stage, as depicted in some novels, is not impossible. If your cultivation technique allows for billions of layers, no one would bat an eye. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Sumu sat in his modest wooden cabin, utterly elated. Just as he was about to compose a poem to express the tumultuous emotions within, a blinding burst of white light suddenly flooded into his cabin through the window. What on earth? The Infinite Tsukuyomi? Sumu was so startled that his complexion turned pale. He hurriedly closed his eyes and dropped to the ground, arms wrapped around his head. Damn it, the butterfly effect has indeed arrived. That troublesome Kagaya Otsutsuki is coming for us. What will become of me and the slug? However, a peculiar thought struck him. Even if Kagaya Otsutsuki were to invade, it would be impossible for her to unleash the Infinite Tsukuyomi within the Wetbone Forest, right? At that moment, the white light began to dissipate, and Sumu cautiously rose, scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Ultimately, he confirmed one thing. The light was not from Kagaya Otsutsuki's entrance, but rather from the slug breaking free from her confinement. He was drenched in cold sweat, having thought that the formidable Kagaya Otsutsuki had breached the forest, only to realize it was merely that slug. That said, when Sumu blinked in his cabin, he recalled that during his spiritual scan of the slug's chrysalis, he had not detected the slug itself, but rather another creature of a different form. Intrigued, he rose and flew toward that direction, arriving shortly at the position of the slug's chrysalis. At this moment, the enormous white chrysalis had shattered into countless pieces. scattered across the ground. As Sumu parted the remnants of the worm cocoon and stepped inside, he was abruptly startled by a striking figure before him. A woman clad in a flowing white robe adorned with black buttons smiled warmly at him. She possessed an extraordinary mane of blue and white hair. Her complexion pale, yet not sickly. The attire she wore bore resemblance to the traditional garb of the Tsutsuki clan, albeit with notable differences in detail. Most astonishing, however, was her figure, an exquisite silhouette that seemed to rival even Tsunade's famed curves, leaving Hinata and Sakura, with their modest frames, in the dust. Was there truly such a person in the world of Naruto? As he pondered this, the lively slug tilted her head and chuckled. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he stammered. You are the slug? The slug nodded, and Sumu nearly collapsed in shock. Could this enchanting beauty really be the same creature he had once known as a mere slug? It was well known that in the land of the rising sun, everything had a tendency to be anthropomorphized, from ships to monsters. Even the beasts in Ultraman had been transformed into charming figures. He had never anticipated that one day, this slug would undergo such a dramatic transformation, and yet, it seemed almost excessive. While Tsunade might be considered a mentor to her, this sudden elevation of the aesthetic standards in the Naruto universe posed a challenge for rising talents like Tsunade and Hinata. Chapter 9. The last survivor of humanity. The slug was quite pleased with Sumu's reaction. She flicked her silky hair and smiled. What do you think? Am I beautiful? Sumu, regaining his composure, pushed his chin back into place and feigned indifference. It's passable. Her laughter filled the air as she playfully covered her mouth, amused by his attempt to maintain a facade while clearly struggling with his own saliva. However, her expression soon darkened as she fixed her gaze upon him. Instinctively, Sumu shivered and cautiously inquired, What's the matter, slug? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Can you tell me what is happening with Tsutsuki Kagaya? Sumu's heart raced, though he maintained a calm exterior. Tsutsuki Kagaya? What of the goddess of the moon? I have not left the wet-bone forest in ages and know nothing of her affairs. The slug smiled knowingly, realizing he was feigning ignorance. Deciding not to force the matter, she swiftly moved closer, her speed so remarkable that it appeared as if she had teleported. Sumu instinctively recoiled, but to his surprise, her flowing hair animated and ensnared his limbs, binding him tightly. In terror, he shouted, Slug, Lady Slug, it's a misunderstanding. Please don't harm me. Ask me anything, and I shall answer. Just don't resort to violence. Fear gripped him as he suspected she had uncovered his previous deceit, though he had misled her. He had genuinely aided her in overcoming her cultivation issues. Why had she suddenly turned against him? The slug brought him closer, gently caressing his chin as she smiled. Do you recall when you mentioned that my issues stemmed from an imbalance of yin and yang, leading to my declining lifespan? Sumu quickly forced a smile. I merely spoke in jest at that time. I provided you with the correct cultivation methods afterward. Let bygones be bygones. She chuckled. Oh no. That simply won't do. Although I have adopted the right methods, the underlying issues remain, and I require your assistance to eradicate them completely. As her laughter grew more pronounced, Sumu swallowed hard and stammered. How? How can I assist you, my lady? Why, as you suggested, we must harmonize the yin and yang. After all, we have already formed a bond, so it is only fitting. She continued without waiting for his response, wrapping her hair around him and whisking him away to her cozy abode. Moments later, joyous sounds emanated from within the cabin, echoing throughout the wet-bone forest. 3 years later, the long-closed door of the cabin was forcefully kicked open. A disheveled and hollow-eyed Sumu staggered out, collapsing to the ground after just a few steps. He had grown so thin that he could barely walk straight, his once bright eyes now dimmed, his demeanor despondent as he lay there questioning his existence. The slug emerged shortly after, her cheeks flushed and revitalized by the fresh air. Stretching, she noticed Sumu on the ground and felt a pang of concern, rushing to help him. However, as she approached, he instinctively recoiled, scrambling forward in terror, exclaiming, Don't come any closer. Speak from a distance of at least 5 meters, or I swear I shall perish before you. The slug, exasperated, stood still, hands on her hips as she laughed. You are truly sensitive. Such days are far from over. Do you really think it necessary to react so? Absolutely necessary. Sumu nearly broke down. With the way you torment me, I doubt even the lifespan of a divine being would suffice. The saying goes that at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf, and at 40, as fierce as a tiger. Now, every time Sumu laid eyes on this ancient enchantress, His heart raced with dread. The slug was no longer merely a transformed slug. She was a bloodsucker in disguise, nearly draining him to the point of desiccation. Although anxiety gripped him at her presence, he steeled himself to inquire. You mentioned sending a clone to gather intelligence in the ninja realm. What were the findings? The slug offered a gentle smile. Are you worried about Tsutsuki Kagaya? I'm worried about you, my dear. Please, let us have a serious conversation without interruptions. I have explained countless times that I have never even encountered Kagaya. I have only heard her name in stories. Sumu felt utterly defeated. Every time she employed this excuse to extract his dwindling value, he realized she never truly listened. It became clear that she merely sought any pretext to maintain her hold over him. With a serious expression, the slug said, based on my investigations, Tsutsuki Kagaya has recently given birth to twin boys. To care for them and manage her household, she has created a batch of humanoid beings from the white creatures you refer to as white Zetsu. Sumu gasped. Are you saying Kagaya used those white Zetsu to create humanoid beings instead of lifting the Infinite Tsukuyomi? The slug, fully aware of Sumu's thoughts, sighed and comforted him. I understand this is distressing, but you must face reality. The entirety of humanity in the ninja realm has been obliterated. They have all perished and transformed into those white beings you speak of. In her eyes, Sumu's current state of mind must be exceedingly bleak. After all, he has become the last true human in the ninja world. This sense of isolation must be profoundly agonizing. Yet, what are Sumu's genuine thoughts at this moment? A voice reverberates in his heart. I am the primordial ancestor of creation. Who dares to topple my alchemical furnace? We're the petty rebels. They can only dare to traverse the night, their souls scattered in fear. Chapter 10. As long as one possesses beauty, even a murderous fiend shall have admirers. Theoretically, Sumu has indeed become the final human in the ninja realm, but from another perspective, he is also the progenitor of future ninja beings. In the future, all the myriad souls of the ninja world will address him as old ancestor. He is akin to the goddess Enwa, who, if he endures to the end, shall attain a status of unparalleled supremacy. Is the ninja world not a domain that reveres bloodlines? Can your meager lineage rival my purity? I am a true-blooded ninja, while you are all mere mongrels. As for the native ninjas who perished before, to be frank, although Sumu felt anger, he did not dwell on it much. He has resided in this world for nearly 20 years, yet has only spent a year truly interacting with its inhabitants. The rest of the time devoted to cultivation in the wetbone forest. Therefore, he harbors little emotional connection to its people. Initially, he did form bonds with a few loyal subjects, but 2 decades have since diluted those sentiments. Now, his foremost desire is to train diligently, striving to attain foundational strength by the time the 6 Paths siblings come of age, so he can execute his grand illusion. Indeed, his plan involves deceiving these 2 rebellious children into battling their mother, not merely sealing her, but utterly vanquishing her. Such a volatile factor should be eliminated as soon as possible, and the power of the ninja world alone is no match for Kagaya Otsutsuki. As his father wisely stated, one must employ magic to combat magic. Thus, in dealing with Kagaya, the celestial being, he must use her 2 recently born children against her. As long as the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother eliminate Kagaya, he can feign innocence for decades, eventually outliving the 2 brothers, allowing him to live freely and unburdened. After cultivating for several millennia and attaining nascent soul strength, he would regard even Kagaya's home planet with disdain. While he envisioned this splendid future, he suddenly sensed someone embracing him from behind. This sensation was all too familiar. Startled, he attempted to leap away but was ensnared by the other party's grip. The living leech rested its chin on Sumu's shoulder, smiling. Husband, have you rested enough? Shall we return and continue your training? Sumu, alarmed, struggled to extricate himself, exclaiming in fear, No, I must seize the time to cultivate. I cannot waste it on romantic entanglements. Release me. I need to train to enhance my strength to defeat Kagaya and save the ninja world. However, the living leech wore a mischievous smile and replied, Saving the ninja world is not an urgent matter. Come inside and let us discuss. After several days of torment, during which Sumu resorted to threats of self-harm, the living leech finally relented. He then sought a tranquil place to enter seclusion, striving to break through to foundational strength and commence his grand scheme. Time swiftly passed, and after 16 arduous years, Sumu finally achieved foundational strength. In truth, He had attained this breakthrough during his 12th year of cultivation, with the subsequent 4 years dedicated to refining his techniques and enhancing his physical prowess. Upon reaching foundational strength, he immediately sensed the transformative changes that accompanied this elevation. Many techniques previously beyond his grasp were now at his command. The reserves of spiritual energy and the potency of his techniques had multiplied exponentially. The leap from the Qi refinement stage to the foundational stage was indeed a qualitative transformation. To illustrate, the Qi refinement stage is akin to a ninja who can only wield a singular attribute, and even then, one of the most mundane caliber, with chakra levels that barely qualify them as cannon fodder. In contrast, achieving foundational strength equates to possessing all 7 chakra attributes, akin to being a human-shaped ninja technique bombardier, with a tailed beast within serving as a battery. Feeling the power coursing through him, he calculated that it was nearly time to act. He stealthily approached the exit of the wet-bone forest barrier, quietly opening a small gap and stepping outside. As he emerged, he was greeted by the blinding rays of sunlight. Raising his hand to the sky, he reveled in the warmth, momentarily lost in reverie. In the blink of an eye, nearly 40 years had passed since his arrival in the ninja world. Aside from the first 3 years, he had spent the subsequent decades in the wet-bone forest. Indeed, humans cannot exist without sunlight. Just as he was lost in these reflections, a voice suddenly echoed from the still open barrier behind him. "Be cautious." With a smile, Sumu turned and nodded at the gap, swiftly using his spiritual energy to seal it before hastily departing, feeling as though he had seen a ghost. To be honest, he would rather confront Kagaya Otsutsuki than encounter that living leech again. Though Kagaya is ruthless, there remains a possibility she might view him as an insignificant insect and spare his life. However, that insatiable old hag treats him like a mere beast, using him relentlessly without regard for endurance. The wet-bone forest has many entrances within the ninja world. Sumu emerged from the southeastern entrance, located on a small island near what would later be known as the Land of Water, a name that has yet to be coined. To ensure his safety, he did not fly ostentatiously, but rather fashioned a wooden raft from several felled trees to glide towards the ninja continent. According to the living leech, Kagaya had created some new humans using white zetsu, hence he refrained from employing transformation techniques to become a small animal. Instead, he transformed into an ordinary-looking human and made his way towards Kagaya City. As the name suggests, Kagaya City is a settlement established by Kagaya Otsutsuki, and it is said that she has resided in her temple for a long time without stepping outside. Standing in the streets of Kagaya City and observing the bustling crowd, a wave of melancholy washed over Sumu. He had not felt much before, having never seen it with his own eyes, but now, witnessing this group of souls who were first slain and then resurrected, how could he possibly feel at ease? From his observations, these individuals were killed by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Their bodies transformed into white zetsu, while their souls became wandering, unanchored spirits. Subsequently, Kagaya erased the memories of these aimless souls, utilizing white zetsu to fabricate new bodies for them, allowing them to be resurrected. The population of this city barely numbers around 10 to 20,000, far fewer than during his reign as a ruler, indicating that Kagaya has eradicated 99 of the ninja world. Moreover, even those resurrected individuals are, in essence, already dead. Contemplating this, his resolve to eliminate Kagaya solidified. Such blood-soaked beings have no right to exist in this world. He would not show mercy simply because she presents herself as a naive and innocent figure, like other transmigrators of yore. Should he embrace this deranged, heartless murderer into his harem? Does she deserve such a fate? Chapter 11. Frog Maru. On the surface, Kagaya City is a city, yet it lacks even walls. Aside from the towering Kagaya Palace at its heart, the remainder consists solely of rudimentary wooden and thatched huts, resembling a vast rural settlement. This state of affairs is understandable, considering this is Kagaya's domain, and since she has extinguished the lives of all the inhabitants of the ninja world, there is no threat to the villagers, rendering city walls unnecessary. Moreover, those few surviving factions possess extraordinary powers. The hidden sanctuaries of summoning beasts have been thoroughly terrified and would never provoke Kagaya's wrath. Kagaya, indifferent to the mundane affairs of Kagaya City, allowed the commoners to thrive in their own wild manner, leading to the peculiar scene of that day, the resplendent Kagaya Palace surrounded by clusters of thatched cottages. As Sumu strolled along the main thoroughfare, He admired the scenery around him while villagers, wielding hoes, made their way to the fields. Children frolicked by the roadside, their playful banter causing Sumu to furrow his brow. It appeared that these individuals had fully transitioned from the white absolute's physique to that of ordinary humans, even capable of procreation, which was quite an eye-opener for him. More significantly, their physical prowess surpassed that of the average denizens of the ninja world, and within them lay a subtle power. If he was not mistaken, this power was what they referred to as chakra, significantly weaker than spiritual energy, yet entirely derived from their own refinement, making it difficult to extend their lifespans. And overindulgence could even shorten it. Unless, of course, one was like the living slug, which absorbed excessive spiritual energy but failed to convert it into personal power. In that case, a blend with chakra could still be beneficial. Though chakra was vastly outclassed by spiritual energy, it possessed the advantage of being relatively gentle, making it more accessible to the masses than the path of cultivation. Clearly, Sumu needed to delve deeper into the study of chakra, as understanding oneself and the enemy is the key to invincibility. At that moment, a commotion arose not far ahead. The surrounding farmers paused their work to greet two young men in white robes approaching. The youths returned the greetings with friendly smiles, appearing quite approachable. Sumu scrutinized the two young men as they drew closer. Clad in immaculate white robes, they bore small, horn-like protrusions on their foreheads. Their pupils were pure white, blending seamlessly with the scara, making it difficult to discern their sight, leading one to assume they were blind. One, with brown hair and distinct facial features, appeared rather aged, while the other, with strikingly white hair, followed closely behind. Sumu quickly recognized them as his targets. The elder was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths, and the younger was his brother, Hamura Otsutsuki. As the two approached, Sumu chose not to greet them, but rather stealthily blended into the crowd, employing a technique to vanish from sight. His movements were exceedingly discreet, and although the brothers were powerful, their lack of formal training meant they remained oblivious to the sudden disappearance of one villager among many. Not far from there, in the Kagaya Palace, Kagaya Otsutsuki sensed a slight disturbance but chose not to pursue this little mouse. Decades ago, she had already conducted several purges of the ninja world. Although a few remnants remained, they posed no significant threat, thus she dismissed the intruder in Kagaya City with indifference. Sumu departed from Kagaya City, following the river that flowed through the town upstream. He intended to replicate the method of the great sage Toad to lure out the brothers, as deceiving them under Kagaya's watchful gaze would likely lead to his demise. However, after a short while, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy, one that intriguingly combined chakra, creating a unique power. He furrowed his brow and followed the source of this energy, soon spotting a basketball-sized orange toad. Truth be told, Sumu could not discern the difference between a toad and a frog, simply assuming that since this creature was not green, it must be a toad. Yet, this toad was no ordinary being. It was seen straining to lift a boulder thousands of times its size, inching its way towards the riverbank, seemingly intent on blocking the water with the immense stone. Observing the toad brought Sumu some relief. With this capable addition to his team, great feats could be accomplished. Nevertheless, he decided to play a trick on this seemingly supernatural toad, clearing his throat and bellowing, "How dare you, vile creature, commit such heinous acts in this place? You must surrender at once, so that I may take you back to Lord Kagaya for judgment." The sudden shout startled the toad, nearly causing it to drop the boulder as it leaped back, warily eyeing Sumu. It had paid little attention to the preceding dialogue, but the mention of Lord Kagaya had struck fear into its heart. At that moment, Sumu donned a black and white Taoist robe, with a yin-yang fish emblem adorning his back, and wielded a whisk, appearing to be an ordinary person devoid of any extraordinary powers. However, the toad did not let its guard down. The youth's attire and extraordinary aura indicated he was far from ordinary. At that juncture, Sumu subtly released a wave of spiritual energy. The toad, adept at sensing natural energy, quickly recognized Sumu's essence and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was also from the sacred land, which had nearly caused it to flee back to Mount Mayaboku in fright. Raising its head, the toad squinted its fish-like eyes at Sumu and remarked, "You too must be of the sacred land, huh? That shout of yours nearly gave me a heart attack." Sumu chuckled and replied, "I observed you lurking here, which did not seem like the behavior of a good person, so I tested you with my words, and indeed I uncovered your ulterior motives. Pray tell, What mischief are you up to here? The toad, reluctant to engage with this annoying individual, was on a mission to save the ninja world and could not divulge its plans to this unknown entity. Moreover, the way this person had referred to it as young friend was rather presumptuous. After all, it was now the new sage of toads from Mount Mayaboku, and despite its young age, it held considerable seniority within the sacred land. In contrast, the person before it was merely human. How absurd. The toad's eyes widened in terror as it scrutinized Sumu, fearing it had not observed closely enough, and even shut its eyes to utilize its sensing abilities. Ultimately, it confirmed its suspicion. This was indeed a genuine human and not one of the artificial beings known to Kaguya. Trembling, it inquired, "Who might you be? Are there survivors left in the ninja world?" Sumu smiled and introduced himself. "I am Sumu. You may refer to me as Sumu-senpai or by my Taoist title, the Celestial Destiny Sage." The toad's expression darkened. Did this fellow believe himself to be a rare breed, arrogantly boasting before it? Asking the sage of toads to address him as senpai? What a farcical title. Ignoring the toad's thoughts, Sumu continued, "I currently reside in the Wetbone Forest. I trust you have heard of the slug sage? I have become her companion. Hence your calling me senpai is not without merit, as I indeed rank a generation above you." The toad's eyes widened in disbelief. This human was actually the companion of the slug sage? Was this some sort of joke? The slug sage was of the same generation as the recently departed old toad sage, having lived for centuries and could depart at any moment. That the slug sage would choose such a young pretty boy as a companion, did that not make him a mere sponge? What audacity to act superior. At this thought, any lingering trepidation vanished. How could a mere sponge dare to flaunt superiority before it? Had it not been for the slug sage's reputation, it might have already cast the fellow into the river with a flick of its tongue. Upon reflection, he turned around, waved his hand, and said, "I am the newly appointed toad sage of Myamu Mountain. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you for now. Please, do as you wish." With that, he leaped back to the boulder, reaching out to lift it once more, only to be met with a sudden, overwhelming force that pressed the stone back down. He gazed in horror at Sumu, who was caressing the boulder with a single hand, and then his expression turned serious as he asked, "What are you doing? Do you truly intend to capture me to present me before Kaguya-hime?" Sumu chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, "Not at all. If I am not mistaken, dear friend, your true objective lies with Kaguya-hime's two sons, does it not?" Toad Maru snorted disdainfully, "And if that is the case, your Wetbone Forest also practices natural energy. Do I need to remind you how depleted the natural energy in the ninja world has become? If we do not find a way to deal with Kaguya-hime, the sacred land will inevitably perish due to the exhaustion of natural energy." Sumu stroked his chin, attempting to feign a wise demeanor, only to realize he had forgotten to grow a beard before leaving his abode. Hastily, he conjured a foot-long, thick, black beard and began to stroke it while chuckling. "I am not here to hinder you, but rather, with your current appearance. It seems somewhat challenging to persuade those two young men." Toad Maru, visibly annoyed, thought it shameless that this fellow had grown such a long beard merely for the sake of pretense. Truly, he was worthy of being a mere toy for a centuries-old hag, their shamelessness a match made in heaven. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Then what do you propose?" Chapter 12. The Art of Deception begins with U-E and U Village. 2 days later, on a serene morning, brothers Otsutsuki U-E and Otsutsuki U Village strolled upstream along the river. Recently, villagers had reported that the river water was dwindling, showing signs of depletion, and they were puzzled by the cause. With nothing else to occupy their time, and considering themselves strong protectors of their village, the brothers immediately offered their assistance upon hearing of the villagers' plight. Thus, they made their way upstream to investigate the source of the river's troubles. The brothers appeared quite at ease, engaging in conversation as if the river's depletion was of no concern to them. Lately, Mother has been increasingly anxious. As if something is troubling her, U Village remarked. "Brother, do you know why Mother has changed?" Yui shook his head and replied, "I do not know. The last time we asked, Mother did not share anything with us. Now, even if we wish to alleviate her worries, we are at a loss." With simultaneous sighs, they gazed at Otsutsuki Kaguya's furrowed brows, feeling a sense of distress, yet they were left in the dark, which only added to their anxiety. Just then, U Village pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Brother, look." Yui looked up and was astonished to see a massive boulder at the river's end. The two brothers exchanged glances, their lips curving into faint smiles. It seemed the river's depletion was due to this boulder obstructing its flow, making their task significantly easier. They hurried to the boulder to assess the situation, confirming their suspicions. The boulder blocked the river, forcing the water to change its course and flow in another direction, conveniently bypassing Kagaya's city. Having identified the source of the problem, they felt a sense of relief. However, they still harbored some doubts, as the surrounding terrain appeared devoid of towering mountains, and it was perplexing how such a large boulder could appear in this elevated area. Yet, they quickly dismissed these thoughts. The origin of the boulder was inconsequential. Smashing it was their priority. As Yui extended his right hand to shatter the boulder, a calm voice resonated beside them. At last, my young friends have arrived. I have been waiting for you. Yui withdrew his hand cautiously, turning to face the source of the voice, while Yu Village activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the young man speaking. Not far away, seated on a flat stone, was a young man clad in a black robe. The black and white attire bearing a resemblance to their own, instilling a sense of familiarity. Having grown up surrounded by servants clad in gray coarse fabric, the sight of Su Mu's robe evoked a sense of comfort in them, for attire often signifies status, and his garb indicated he was no ordinary commoner. Furthermore, the robe bore an intricately carved Inyan Taiji symbol, reminiscent of their family's Magatama emblem, a black and white fusion, yet more profound and enigmatic upon closer inspection. Most strikingly, Su Mu was not seated upon the stone, but floated a good 20 centimeters above it. Despite the familiarity he exuded, the brothers remained vigilant. The ability to levitate indicated formidable strength. Given their own lack of awareness of his presence until he spoke, they felt immense pressure, having never encountered such an experience in their sheltered lives. As they observed Su Mu, he scrutinized them in return. Previously, during their hasty encounter beneath Kagaya's watchful gaze, he had not employed his spiritual sense to examine them closely. Now, upon inspection, he found their power to be roughly at the foundational stage, comparable to elite ninjas in the context of the Naruto universe. This level of ability would render them mere fodder on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, indicating they had a long journey ahead. At that moment, the elder brother, Otsutsuki Yui, stepped forward and stood in front of Yu Village, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you obstructed the river?" Despite their limited worldly experience, the brothers were not fools. They quickly grasped that the boulder before them was the handiwork of this enigmatic individual. Confronted with Yu Yi's inquiry, Su Mu attempted to stroke his beard, only to realize he had shaved it off recently. Blast it! I had grown tired of the long beard and decided to remove it. He lowered his hand, maintaining a composed smile as he addressed the brothers. I have come specifically for the two of you. As he ascended gently, settling down in a meditative posture with his feet firmly planted on the ground, he met the brothers' wary gazes. Hearing this declaration, Yui and Yu Village became even more alert. However, they retained a measure of confidence in their abilities and did not panic, instead coldly asking, "What do you want with us?" Su Mu fixed his gaze upon them, causing an uneasy sensation to creep over the brothers. Why was this peculiar individual staring at them with such intensity? After a prolonged silence, he cleared his throat and said, "My apologies. Your faces evoke a sense of nostalgia within me. It truly brings back memories." Otsutsuki Yui inquired, puzzled. "Nostalgia? This is our first meeting. We have never encountered you before. What is there to reminisce about?" The brothers increasingly found this person to be odd, even questioning whether he might be mentally unwell. Su Mu paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of the two brothers, his tone tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "What I long for is not you, but your father, the sovereign of the land of ancestors." Thunderous reverberations echoed in the hearts of the siblings, akin to a bolt from the blue. Since childhood, they had harbored a singular question: why did others have fathers while they remained fatherless? While many orphans in Huiyi City were unaware of their paternal lineage, they were certain that everyone had a father and believed they were no exception. Despite repeated inquiries to their mother, they received no definitive answers, only that they were blessed with life by the ninja world. Over time, they ceased their quest for knowledge regarding their father. However, today, hearing news of him from this eccentric individual filled them with elation. The Tongsu Muyu village, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Do you know our father? You claim he is the sovereign of the land of ancestors?" Yui pressed further, "What else do you know? Please tell us." Sensing their eagerness, Su Mu felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a composed facade. "This tale is lengthy. If you wish to know, follow me," he stated, turning on his heel and departing. The Tongsu Muyu village, confirming the absence of ambushes with a glance, quickly followed suit. As they ventured further, Yu hesitated briefly, but resolved to discern the intentions of this stranger. Before departing, he seemingly recalled something, extending his right hand towards a distant boulder, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The electric surge struck the stone, causing it to explode into countless fragments. With the obstruction removed, the river swiftly resumed its course, flowing unobstructed toward Huiyi City. Once assured that the river flowed normally, Yu hurried to catch up with the others. Sumu led the brothers to the summit of a mountain, then, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance. Yu village, perplexed by his demeanor, followed his line of sight and beheld a colossal tree that pierced the heavens. The immense trunk towered above the surrounding peaks, which appeared as mere mounds in its shadow. Despite the considerable distance, the grandeur of the tree stirred profound emotions within the brothers. They recognized it as the divine tree, recalling their mother's complex gaze whenever she beheld it, leaving a lasting impression. Sumu, with nostalgia in his voice, inquired, "Do you see that tree? Do you know its origins?" Yu shook his head, while Yu village impatiently interjected, "Stop beating around the bush. You still haven't answered our questions about our father." Ignoring Yu village's interruption, Sumu continued, "In days of yore, that tree was not so towering, merely a fraction of its present height. One day, it descended from the heavens, rooted itself in the earth, and began to grow wildly. At that time, I was the ruler of the land of destiny, and upon hearing of this phenomenon, I brought my subordinates to investigate. This tree fell in the land of ancestors, and it was through this occurrence that I had a brief encounter with your father, the sovereign of that land." The brothers' eyes widened in astonishment. Yu furrowing his brow as he interrupted, "Wait, we have never heard of this. When did it happen?" Sumu replied, "It must have been around 40 years ago. I was about 20 at the time, but the exact duration escapes my memory." The brothers gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you saying you are now over 60? Their astonishment was understandable, as Sumu's appearance suggested he was no older than them. It was difficult for them to accept that this seemingly youthful man was actually in his 60s. With a sardonic chuckle, Sumu remarked, "You are both 16 now. If your mother bore you at a young age, she must be nearing 40. Does she appear to be a woman of that age?" The brothers fell silent, realizing their mother, too, seemed ageless. Chapter 13. The Hanged Ghosts Beneath the Divine Tree. Yu village refrained from further interruptions, as Sumu continued his narrative. "When I, the ruler of the land of destiny, arrived in your father's ancestral land, as the sovereign, he naturally extended a warm welcome. Though our interaction was brief, we conversed remarkably well. During that period, we celebrated with wine. Had it not been for your father's minister's opposition, we might have sworn brotherhood." As he spoke, he regarded the brothers with a tender gaze, causing them to shudder. "Afterward, I relinquished my duties as ruler to pursue enlightenment and never saw your father again." Disappointment washed over Yu village upon hearing that the last encounter with their father had occurred over 40 years ago. Just as their spirits sank, Sumu added, "Fear not, my dear nephews. I do indeed know your father's whereabouts." The Tongsu Muyu frowned, seemingly displeased with the term of endearment, while the Tongsu Muyu village, unfazed, eagerly inquired, "You know where our father is. Where is he?" Pointing toward the distant divine tree. Sumu observed the puzzled expressions on their faces. "Are you saying our father resides near that massive tree?" Yui asked, furrowing his brow. Sumu shook his head. "I am uncertain of the specifics. All I know is that over 40 years ago, the tree suddenly extended countless vines. Many were seized by that colossal tree and subsequently vanished. I suspect a connection between the tree and your mother, but you must investigate further." The brothers fell into thoughtful silence, their expressions wavering. Their mother had cautioned them against approaching the divine tree. Yet, the tantalizing prospect of learning about their father compelled them to gaze longingly toward the tree. Ultimately, they exchanged resolute glances, deciding to explore the divine tree's mysteries. This quest was not solely for their father's fate, but also fueled by their curiosity regarding the tree itself. Their mother often organized sacrifices to the tree, and they had heard that a sacrificial procession was set to depart today. Thus, they could witness the ritual, and even if they did not uncover their father's whereabouts, they would not return empty-handed. Determined, the brothers bent down, preparing to leap from the cliff. Observing their eagerness, Sumu helplessly facepalmed. "Hold on, do you even know what your father looks like?" Yu village exchanged awkward glances, then simultaneously pointed to their own faces, saying, "Isn't it supposed to look like this?" Sumu was left speechless. If the sovereign of the land of ancestors resembled them, it would be quite the coincidence. If I claimed that man was your father, I would merely be jesting. He barely qualifies as a placeholder. He resignedly raised his right hand, extending his index finger as a stream of black spiritual energy coalesced at its tip. He then began sketching in the air, with Yu-E and Yu village curiously observing by his side. Moments later, they exchanged incredulous glances. For the figure that emerged resembled an abstract representation akin to a child's drawing, even more abstract than Van Gogh's works, almost comical. Sumu gazed at his own creation, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as his intention to showcase his artistic prowess had backfired. With a slight cough, he clenched his fist, and the abstract drawing twisted and contorted, giving way to a vivid black and white sketch that materialized before them. Sumu pointed to the sketch, addressing the brothers. "Do you see this? This is your father. Go find him." The two jumped off the cliff, their expressions darkened. Although this fellow named Sumu spoke in a perfectly normal tone, it somehow sounded infuriating. After they left, a creature named Toad Maru hopped out from behind a tree and, puzzled, approached the cliff's edge. "I thought you would tell them the truth directly. I never expected you to let them investigate on their own." Sumu chuckled and replied, "You little toad understand nothing. People only believe what they want to believe. If I were to reveal the whole truth, not only would they disbelieve me, but they might also think I'm a fraud and come after me. At that point you, with your tiny toad legs, would surely scurry away. And how could I alone contend with those two brash youths?" Toad Maru scoffed. "To put it plainly, you fear being beaten by them for speaking ill of their mother. This pretty boy is indeed both shameless and cowardly. I should have known better than to collaborate with him. Going solo would have been far better." Meanwhile, the brothers Yu-E and Yu-Cun, after traversing lofty mountains, finally arrived before the sacred tree. From atop a small hill, it appeared relatively close, but as the saying goes, a distant mountain can tire a horse. At a normal pace, it would take them 2 days and nights to reach the sacred tree. Just then, they heard a sudden cry. The voice sounded increasingly familiar to Yu-E, compelling him to run instinctively towards its source. Upon arriving, they gasped in horror at the sight of hundreds of villagers bound on a flat altar, desperately struggling to free themselves from their restraints. Nearby, several gigantic vines were swiftly approaching the villagers destined for sacrifice. Yu-E immediately recognized the villagers and spotted a familiar figure among them. Yu-Ji. How could she be here? She had said she was chosen to be sacrificed to the sacred tree. Was this the nature of the so-called sacrifice? Regardless, they had to rescue these people first. The brothers sprang into action, effortlessly severing the vines and liberating the villagers. Once the villagers were safe, the brothers turned to Yu-Ji for details. She explained that she was also unclear about the situation, only knowing that their previous group had been captured by those massive vines at the roots of the tree. Yu-Cun looked at Yu-E and said, "Brother, you stay here to protect the villagers while I go check on the roots of the sacred tree." His Byakugan possessed excellent investigative abilities, allowing him to detect any dangers in advance. However, Yu-E firmly refused, asserting, "You must protect the villagers. I have an ominous premonition that compels me to confirm things personally." Recognizing his resolute stance, Yu-Cun relented, watching as Yu-E ventured into the underground cavern at the roots of the sacred tree. Yu-Ji, concerned, thought, "Will Yu-E encounter any danger? Fear not. My brother is far stronger than I. He will certainly be fine." Time passed swiftly, and as 2 hours elapsed, Yu-Cun grew increasingly anxious. During this time, numerous vines attempted to attack the villagers, yet he effortlessly repelled them without causing any harm. But as he awaited his brother's return, his agitation mounted, leading him to a decisive conclusion. He would first relocate the villagers to a secure place, and then check on his brother's safety. Just as he prepared to leave, he spotted a figure approaching from the direction of the sacred tree. Activating his Byakugan for a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. His brother was unharmed. However, the expression on Yu-Yi's face was grim, as he carried someone in his arms, his demeanor filled with rage. Yu-Cun was about to greet him when he noticed the lifeless body Yu-E was cradling. Upon closer inspection, he froze in place. The face resembled that of his father. Indeed, both Yu-E and Yu-Cun had long anticipated the possibility of their father's death. After all, more than 40 years had passed, and according to Sumu, their father was merely an ordinary man. The chances of him surviving for so long were slim. Yet, Yu-Cun noticed that his brother's expression was peculiar. He inquired, "What is it, brother? Is there something else at the roots of the sacred tree?" He remained silent, instead escorting the villagers to safety before they together buried their father's body. After completing this somber task, he led Yun into the cavern at the roots of the sacred tree. As Yun stepped into the cave, he frowned. It was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Activating his Byakugan, he surveyed the cavern's interior and was left aghast, his eyes widening in shock. The underground cavern was vast, with thick main roots adorned with countless tiny vine-like capillaries, twisting and intertwining like a massive web. Suspended beneath these delicate roots hung numerous encapsulated cocoons, each containing a figure. Some still retained a human shape, their clothing and features relatively intact, while others had transformed entirely into strange white creatures, vibrant yet devoid of any human life signs. Yun turned to Yue, who sighed and remarked, "Father's body has not been transformed into one of those white entities. It seems Mother orchestrated this. Could this be Mother?" Yue offered no reply, yet Yun found the answer etched upon his brother's face. The two stood in silence for a long while before turning to exit the underground cavern, returning to the mountaintop, where they had parted ways with Sumu. By the time they reached the summit, darkness had enveloped the land. Under the moonlight, a figure radiating a faint glow hovered in the air, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Sumu, Yue spoke first. "Is this your intention? To reveal the truth of the sacrifices to the sacred tree?" Sumu gently opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, this is my purpose." "And what shall your response be? Will you aid your mother in her continued devastation of the ninja world? Or will you stand alongside the ninja world against Otsutsuki Kagaya?" The brothers exchanged glances before turning to Sumu in unison. "We will stop Mother." Sumu, regarding the two passionate youths, nodded in satisfaction. He had successfully ensnared them. Chapter 14. I represent the ninja world in thanking you. Sumu smiled and said, "That is splendid. However, with your current strength, you are utterly incapable of opposing Otsutsuki Kagaya. You must grow stronger." Yue and Yun gazed at Sumu in confusion. They had never practiced cultivation since birth, thus failing to comprehend what he meant by becoming stronger. Sensing their puzzlement, Sumu chuckled. "To become stronger means you must train. Let him explain it to you." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Yue and Yun watched with trepidation as the smoke billowed, their hearts racing with curiosity. This was their first encounter with ninjutsu beyond the 5 elements. Yet to their bewilderment, when the smoke cleared, nothing was present. They exchanged bewildered glances, then turned their gaze towards Sumu, seemingly questioning the purpose of the white smoke. Sumu felt quite awkward. Hadn't Toad Maru agreed to play his part? Why was he not following the script? Just then, Toad Maru bounced in from behind a tree, and upon seeing him, Sumu immediately sent a mental message. "Toad Maru, what happened? Why didn't you follow the script? You've made me look foolish." Toad Maru scoffed and remained silent. They hadn't signed a summoning contract, and Sumu merely intended to show off with the summoning technique in front of Yue and Yun. As the current sage of the toads at my Bokuzen, he deemed it beneath him to indulge the incessant boasting of someone like you in front of juniors. Moreover, as a dignified heir of my Bokuzen, being spiritually linked to a mere pretty boy from the wet-bone forest would certainly tarnish the reputation of his esteemed mountain. Ignoring Sumu, he turned to the brothers Yue and Yun and inquired, "Are you from Yue village? My name is Toad Maru, and I shall impart to you a potent technique. Follow me." With that, he disregarded the others and leapt down the mountain with a jubilant hop. Yue and Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This toad seemed far more reliable than Sumu. Undoubtedly, he would teach them formidable skills. Nevertheless, they felt somewhat vexed. Had they known the destination lay at the mountain's base, they would have appreciated the information sooner. After exerting considerable effort to ascend, they found themselves compelled to descend once more. What a tiresome endeavor. All were no weaklings and thus possessed swift legs. Sumu estimated that within just 2 hours, the 4 of them had traversed a distance equivalent to 2 small nations. This reference, of course, pertained to the peculiar nations of the ninja world, not the larger countries like the Land of Fire or the Land of Wind in later times. Nonetheless, Sumu found their pace somewhat sluggish. Had he not feared detection by Kagaya Tsutsuki, he would have soared through the skies effortlessly. The group closely followed Toad Maru until he halted before a vast lake. The lake, encircled by mountains, was not particularly large and was devoid of both inflow and outflow, a stagnant body of water ensconced by towering peaks. Yu-E, puzzled, queried. Toad Maru, what exactly is your intention in bringing us here? Yu-Yun mirrored his confusion, while Sumu scrutinized the surroundings and began to grasp the situation. The concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than outside, and most of it emanated from the lake. If he was not mistaken, the entrance to my Bokuzen lay submerged within this very lake. Toad Maru, without providing further explanation, gestured towards the water and instructed the group. I will lead you to a place. Shortly, we shall leap into the lake and swim across. Just as he prepared to dive into the water, he paused and asked Sumu, can you swim? Sumu nearly choked in indignation. Are you insulting me? A master of my caliber unable to swim? You underestimate me gravely. Toad Maru disregarded Sumu's furious glare and leapt into the lake, vanishing from sight. Initially, Sumu intended to jump in to showcase his swimming prowess, but suddenly had a brilliant idea. He formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. Moments later, clarity dawned upon him, and without hesitation, he executed a belly flop into the water, much to the chagrin of Yu-E and Yu-Yun, whose lips twitched at his unprofessional entry. With such a clumsy dive, who would believe you can swim? You might as well have thrown a body into the water. However, they did not linger long, quickly adjusting their attire before plunging into the water. Upon entry, they opened their eyes and were greeted by a sight that astounded them. Not far away, in the river, there floated a vibrant cube, resembling a crystal-like air block. The cube measured approximately 4 meters in all dimensions, and at that moment, Sumu stood in its center, hands clasped behind his back, while Toad Maru gazed around in astonishment. Yu-E and Yu-Yun exchanged glances before swimming towards the cube, cautiously extending their hands to touch it. Upon discovering they could easily pass through, they fully immersed themselves within. With a splash, 2 rather disheveled figures emerged from the water cube. Sumu chuckled. You two seem rather disheveled. Yu-E and Yu-Yun hastily stood and straightened their clothing, only to be astonished to find all traces of water had vanished upon entering the cube. Sumu explained, this technique is known as the water avoidance technique. It allows one to traverse through water as if on solid ground, without the slightest dampness. What do you think? Yu-E remained silent, while Yu-Yun exclaimed, what an impressive technique. Might we learn it? Sumu shook his head and replied, this technique is not suited for you. Far greater legacies await that would be a better use of your training time. Yu-Yun, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. Once everyone had gathered, Sumu maneuvered the air cube swiftly towards the area with the densest concentration of spiritual energy. Throughout the journey, the group remained silent, instead choosing to appreciate the scenic beauty surrounding them. It was their first experience observing the lake from such a perspective. Various fish swam past, and they could easily reach out from the cube to touch the curious creatures, an exhilarating experience. Toad Maru leaped beside Sumu and praised. I had thought you were merely average, yet you possess such skill, truly impressive. Sumu politely returned the compliment, though inwardly he was cursing. What was that remark he had just retracted? This toad clearly held a low opinion of him. Had he not regarded Toad Maru as repulsive, he might have tossed him into a pot for a toad's soup. The 4 traversed a dark underground tunnel, moving deeper until they spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Suddenly, an air cube emerged from the lake at the heart of my Bokuzen, and from it leapt 3 individuals and 1 toad, landing gracefully at the water's edge. Sumu, Yu-E, and Yu-Yun marveled at the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. My Bokuzen was a riot of color, with trees, flowers, and rocks all adorned in vibrant hues. A stark contrast to the desolate landscapes of the ninja world. Toad Maru introduced the area. Welcome to the sacred land of my Bokuzen. There is no need for formality here. Consider it your home. Sumu, upon hearing this, complimented, though Toad Maru appears unremarkable, this sacred land is indeed exquisitely maintained. As the saying goes, one must not judge by appearances. I was previously shallow in my understanding. Toad Maru felt a twinge of discomfort at this remark. Surely, one could not expect wisdom from such a mouth. He was, after all, a striking figure among toads. Who did this pretty boy think he was looking down upon? However, he chose not to engage in petty squabbles and led the group to a grand crystal ball. Behold, this is the memory crystal, which has recorded much of the history of the ninja world. With that, he manipulated the crystal to begin playback, and Sumu and the others intently observed. The images depicted the actions of Kagaya Tsutsuki upon her arrival in the ninja world. After a while, Sumu nodded. It was precisely as he had imagined. The crystal contained no scenes of Kagaya engaging in intimate relations with the sovereign of the land of ancestors, suggesting that the tale of the Six Paths brothers being his offspring was utterly unfounded. Most importantly, he did not witness any encounters involving Kagaya and Tsutsuki Ishiki, leading him to conclude that Yu and Yucun's births were indeed a consequence of the divine tree's fruit. Thus, it could be inferred that their father must be considered a part of the ninja world, as it was the energy of the ninja realm that birthed the divine tree's fruit. After the historical playback concluded, Sumu stroked his beard and turned to Yu and Yucun. You both have witnessed the events captured within the crystal, have you not? Yu and Yucun remained silent, shocked to discover that their mother, Kagaya, was such a ruthless individual. The fact that she employed the Infinite Tsukuyomi to obliterate the entire world was nothing short of appalling. Noticing their guilt, Sumu continued. While this may be harsh for you, remember that great responsibilities are bestowed upon those who are prepared to endure hardship and toil. With a whip crackling in the air, the weighty responsibility of rescuing countless souls in the shinobi world and maintaining its peace now falls squarely upon the shoulders of the two of you. On behalf of the billions of lives in the shinobi realm, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Upon uttering these words, he bowed deeply to the two, leaving them in a state of profound trepidation as they hurried to assist Sumu back to his feet, vowing not to betray his trust. Meanwhile, Gamamaru regarded Sumu with a bemused expression, wondering how this old man could become so engrossed in his performance. For a mere touch of deception was all that was required. His exaggerated acting only served to appear disingenuous. In truth, Sumu's words were a blend of performance and genuine sentiment, having recalled familiar figures from the memories contained within the crystal. These were once his subjects and subordinates. Powerless to avenge them, he entrusted all hope to Yu and Yucun. Chapter 15. The completion of training, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Under the guidance of Gamamaru, the brothers Yu and Yucun commenced their training in sage techniques. Upon learning of their mother's transgressions, they devoted themselves to their studies with earnest diligence. Feeling a profound shame for having such a mother and yearning to prevent her from continuing her errant ways. Meanwhile, Sumu busied himself with the peculiar energy known as chakra. This energy was peculiar indeed, for its intensity was far inferior to that of spiritual energy. Being derived from the divine tree, which extracted it from spiritual essence, it should rightly be considered a lesser form of energy. Yet, paradoxically, this seemingly inferior energy could accomplish feats that spiritual energy could not. For instance, when it came to soul manipulation, practitioners of spiritual cultivation must reach at least the nascent soul stage to proficiently control their own and others' souls. In contrast, chakra, this lower-tier energy, could completely extract another's soul or allow one's own soul to temporarily exit the body without succumbing to death, demonstrating its superiority in this domain. Moreover, this energy proved to be remarkably versatile, as Sumu discovered that any combat system could be perfectly replicated using chakra, with its potential for transformation appearing boundless. This revelation filled Sumu with excitement. If his conjectures were correct, chakra was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Any cultivation system from myriad realms could be flawlessly reproduced through his understanding of chakra. However, his elation was short-lived, for he soon discerned a limitation within chakra. Its power seemed constrained by Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. If one were to liken the chakra system to a grand tree, all practitioners would correspond to its roots and branches, while Kagaya, as the creator of chakra, represented the trunk. Her existence ensured the tree's relentless proliferation. Yet, should this trunk perish, the entire chakra system would collapse, leaving all practitioners bereft of this power, reverting from a being capable of commanding the elements to a frail, ordinary human. What had once been an intriguing pursuit now seemed utterly tedious to Sumu, whose ultimate goal was to eliminate Kagaya Otsutsuki and live freely within the shinobi world. He saw no merit in wasting time on a system destined for obsolescence. Furthermore, despite the numerous changes within the chakra system, its enhancement of his combat prowess was hardly substantial. And who could say whether training in chakra might not expose him to Kagaya's treachery? Should she have tampered with it, he would find himself in peril. Even if he were to train, he could not allow his true self to engage in such practices. Instead, He could create a doppelganger at the Foundation establishment stage post-breakthrough to experience chakra training vicariously. Thus, he resolved to shift his focus entirely onto the brothers Yu and Ucun. It must be said that their talent was remarkable in a mere few days. They had fully grasped the method of sage technique training and entered a state of constant sage mode. This was the pinnacle transformation of sage mode, something that ordinary humans could never achieve. Even among the great holy sites, only a select few sages could accomplish such a feat. In this state, there was no trace of the so-called toad transformation. They appeared entirely normal. This demonstrated that their bodies had been honed to fully adapt to sage techniques, a rarity even among the three holy sites. Such a constant sage mode brought a tremendous boost to their strength, catapulting their foundational combat power from the shadow level to the 6 paths level, granting them the qualification to contend with Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is worth noting Su Mu's classification of combat prowess in the shinobi world. Those below the shadow level are merely cannon fodder, unworthy of mention. The shadow level, up to the super shadow level, corresponds to the foundation establishment stage of spiritual cultivators. For instance, the 4th Kazakage, Raza, exemplifies initial foundation establishment power. Though stronger than the chi refinement stage, he could still be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The pinnacle figures at this stage include the 2nd Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and an entirely restored Nagato during the 4th Great Ninja War. Their abilities greatly surpassed the ordinary shadow level, yet they did not present a qualitative difference from regular ninjas, leading Su Mu to approximate their strength as equivalent to that of peak foundation establishment. Next comes the Golden Core stage, represented by the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, two brothers of immense mental prowess. Their might far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas, making it exceedingly challenging for shadow-level strongholds to overwhelm them with numbers. Their prowess has transcended the foundation establishment stage, thus categorizing them as Golden Core level. As for figures like Naruto and Sasuke, being extraordinarily powerful in the 6 paths realm, they clearly stand a tier above Hashirama and Madara, leading Su Mu to believe their strength approximates the mid-Golden Core stage. Presently, Yu and Ucun had reached a similar tier, fully capable of confronting Kagaya Otsutsuki, who lacked combat experience and relied solely on brute strength, in a battle befitting the peak of the Golden Core stage. As time swiftly passed, 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Yu and Ucun had completed their sage technique training. Their power transformed beyond recognition, leaving Su Mu utterly astonished. Truly, in a world that values lineage, 2 young men at the mid-foundation establishment stage could elevate to the mid-Golden Core stage in just 2 months. Had such a narrative appeared in any previous spiritual cultivation novels, it would have surely faced scorn for breaking the combat power system. Yet, such an absurdity manifested within the world of Naruto, prompting Su Mu to reflect on the fact that reality often surpasses fiction in its outrageousness. Prepared for their encounter, the brothers resolved to confront their mother. Su Mu and Gamamaru expressed their desire to witness the confrontation, thus following closely behind the brothers as they departed from Miyaboka Mountain. Upon their return to the shinobi realm, they did not scurry back to Kagaya's castle as before, but instead soared directly through the skies toward her stronghold. With their decision to confront her openly, there was no longer any need for secrecy. They boldly traversed the winds in plain sight, heading toward Kagaya Otsutsuki. During the flight, Gamamaru wore a scowl, for among them, he was the only one unable to fly, and thus Su Mu had to grip him by the collar, lifting him like a chick as they soared through the air. Their speed was remarkable, but as they approached Kagaya's castle, the group suddenly halted, raising their gaze cautiously toward a figure ahead. There, suspended in the void, floated a woman clad in flowing white robes, her complexion pale, adorned with 2 long horns, none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Su Mu gazed ahead, feeling an overwhelming tension. Having been in the ninja world for decades, it was his first encounter with this terrifying killer, and the sight before him was indeed horrifying. In his previous life, he had perceived this figure as strikingly handsome in the anime, but in reality, encountering a being with skin as pale as death, devoid of pupils, long white hair, and horns protruding from their head would certainly challenge one's ability to find them attractive. I commend anyone who could still claim otherwise. Otsutsuki Kagaya had evidently noticed Su Mu and Gamamaru, yet she dismissed these 2 insignificant beings, directing all her attention to her 2 sons instead. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun exchanged complex glances with their mother. Witnessing this reunion, Sumu felt it best not to intrude. He swiftly turned, employing a technique to traverse space, and vanished with Gamamaru to a remote vantage point. Otsutsuki Kagaya was slightly taken aback. The audacious individual who had just attempted to confront her demonstrated spatial abilities without a hint of disturbance. However, she had no desire to pursue such a trivial insect, as he could not escape her grasp within the ninja realm. Her primary concern was to deal with her rebellious sons, Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun, who dared to stand against her. Sumu and Gamamaru found refuge in a distant valley. With a flick of his wrist, Sumu activated a technique to suppress their presence, rendering them undetectable. Gamamaru scrutinized the three figures engaged in what appeared to be a heartfelt exchange and furrowed his brow, remarking, "I wonder what they are discussing." His heart was heavy with concern. If Kagaya managed to sway Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun, it could spell disaster. Now that Miyaboku Mountain lay completely exposed to them, any betrayal from the brothers would provoke a fierce backlash. Noticing Gamamaru's distress, Sumu smiled and said, "You wish to know their conversation? That can be easily arranged. Allow me to provide the voiceover." He pointed at Otsutsuki Kagaya, synchronizing with her lip movements, and declared, "You two have the audacity to defy me, your mother. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions?" He continued, gesturing toward Kagaya's son, "Mother, Yu-Si-Yun and I are fully aware of your actions. Do not persist in this folly. Quickly release the Infinite Tsukuyomi and free those individuals." At this moment, Kagaya abruptly fell silent, casting a dark gaze upon Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun. Yet, Sumu continued his voiceover. "These ungrateful children dare to rebel for a mere swarm of insects. Their foolishness is astounding." Gamamaru looked at Sumu, incredulous that he was not only speaking their lines, but also articulating their innermost thoughts. How audacious! At that moment, the tension reached a breaking point, and the battle erupted. Various elemental ninjutsu and bloodline techniques were unleashed with reckless abandon, creating shockwaves that reverberated across the landscape. The ground trembled, and the tempest raged. Sumu, observing the cataclysmic scene, could not help but comment, "I have always advised against relying too heavily on physical techniques. Look at them now. Their combat relies solely on ninjutsu. Like human cannons firing techniques without restraint. Your teachings have become utterly irrelevant." Gamamaru could only stare in exasperation. Chapter 16, Evade. The clash between Kagaya and her two sons grew ever more intense. Initially, it was merely localized ninjutsu colliding, but it soon escalated to a scale that threatened the entire ninja world. The immense power emanating from their battlefield expanded outward, causing wildlife to flee in search of safety. The citizens of Kagaya City, led by Yu-E, sought refuge in pre-prepared shelters. Watching the escalating conflict, Sumu reluctantly decided to keep his distance. "We shouldn't remain here," Gamamaru urged. "Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun have engaged Kagaya in battle. We can simply wait for news elsewhere. Staying here is perilous and obstructive." Sumu understood the futility of his presence, yet he remained resolute. His reason was simple: to deliver the final blow to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Based on his previous studies of chakra, he surmised that Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun might deliberately allow Kagaya a chance to escape instead of opting for her demise, seeking to seal her instead. After all, Kagaya was the progenitor of chakra. Her death would result in the instantaneous loss of chakra for all who derived it from her. According to the original narrative, it was indeed plausible that they would choose to spare Kagaya's life, not only due to their familial bond, but also their unwillingness to relinquish their powers. Power, much like authority, is a possession that one cannot easily forsake once tasted. Thus, Sumu resolved to remain and seize the moment when Kagaya was weakened to deliver his decisive strike. Once Kagaya was vanquished, everything else could be negotiated, even sharing his cultivation techniques with Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun. After all, they had lost their strength because of him, and compensating them was the least he could do. As Sumu contemplated the most prudent approach for his ambush, Otsutsuki Kagaya was utterly astonished by the combined might of her two sons. Though Yu-E and Yu-Si-Yun were her biological children, she had always perceived them as weak, mere larger-than-average insects compared to ordinary humans. How could these seemingly feeble beings possess such formidable strength, their attacks rivaling her own? Why had they become so powerful? Could it be related to that earlier human? Of course, she referred to Sumu, while the frog, Gamamaru, was entirely beneath her notice. After all, the creature appeared utterly mundane, resembling nothing more than a pet, failing to capture her attention. Moreover, she recognized him as the individual who had infiltrated Kagaya City not long ago. At that time, she had deemed him unworthy of her intervention, allowing him to pass. Now, she regretted that decision vehemently, realizing that her moment of mercy had led to this predicament. Watching her sons, who eluded her grasp, filled her with indignation. In a moment of inspiration, she feigned a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Yu-E swung the six-paths staff, delivering a powerful strike to Kagaya's back. The force of the blow was tremendous, creating a sonic boom through the air, illustrating the severity of their onslaught. There was no mercy in their rhythm. However, Kagaya did not adjust her stance. Instead, she lunged forward into the void. Raijima. A spatial tear opened in the air, and Otsutsuki Kagaya vanished through the dark portal. Yu-E and Yucun stared in astonishment at their mother's sudden disappearance. Recently elevated to the Six Paths level, they had yet to awaken spatial capabilities, leaving them unprepared for this unexpected maneuver. As they regained their composure, Yucun, with his Byakugan activated, exclaimed in horror, "Oh no, Mother is heading towards Sumu." Yu-Yi's eyes widened in alarm, yet deep within, an imperceptible flicker of anticipation stirred. Upon reflection, Sumu was utterly terrified, nearly paralyzed with fear. He gazed in horror at the spatial portal before him, from which emerged the fearsome Kagaya Tsutsuki, more terrifying than any ghost. Even Sadako would have given her a thumbs up, exclaiming that she resembled a specter more than herself. What madness was this woman indulging in? Why was she here seeking him instead of confronting her two sons? Suppressing the dread surging within him, he stroked his non-existent beard, his right hand trembling, yet he feigned composure and said, "Kagaya, my friend. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Observing Sumu's quivering voice, Kagaya lost all interest in conversation and waved her hand dismissively. In an instant, the ground erupted with a torrent of magma, a colossal wave surging towards Sumu from above. Faced with such a monumental display, Sumu felt a chill run down his spine. Was this some kind of joke? Could she not grant him even a moment's reprieve? At that moment, he felt a pat on his shoulder and turned to see Gamamaru, who sighed and said, "Sumu, may fortune favor you." With that, Gamamaru enveloped himself in a cloud of smoke, having left behind a life-saving technique in my Bokuzen. Realizing the peril, he activated the ninjutsu to escape, leaving Sumu standing dazed and alone. Sumu inwardly cursed, lamenting the absurdity of the cultivation world. These practitioners had less loyalty than a gang. As the magma ocean roared toward him, he muttered curses while forming a fire-avoidance seal, then remained motionless, awaiting the magma's engulfment. As he was consumed by the magma, Kagaya snorted disdainfully. This was the fate of those who opposed her. To her, it was inconceivable that he could survive such an attack, and she turned to prepare for the imminent arrival of Yui and Yuzuru. Just then, a life force appeared in her perception, and she spun around in astonishment, discovering that Sumu, who had just been swallowed by magma, was floating before her, and scathed. How could this be? With his abilities, there was no way he could evade such an assault. Sumu floated in midair, his right hand forming a gesture before his chest. Although he was a man of words rather than action, it did not imply he lacked combat prowess. Over the years, aside from cultivating his abilities, he had learned numerous techniques, including the fire avoidance seal he was currently employing to evade all fire-based attacks. While Kagaya's assault spanned a vast area, its lack of concentrated power made it difficult to breach his defensive technique, which was why he emerged unscathed from the dense ocean of magma. Before he could catch his breath and continue his ruse, Kagaya, her expression unyielding, waved her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that illuminated the sky as it descended. "What the? Are you mute? Can't you engage in a little banter?" He hastily pressed his palms together to activate the lightning avoidance technique, just managing to do so when the lightning struck within half a meter of him. The bolt coursed along the ground, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide. Even Kagaya appeared taken aback. This insignificant ant had managed to withstand her 2 attacks consecutively. How vexing. Sumu, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, looked disheveled, but bore an expression of exhilaration. "Wow, I didn't realize I was this strong. I thought I was just a weak novice, yet here I am, able to withstand Kagaya's attacks." To engage in battles beyond one's rank was a privilege reserved for the prodigies of the cultivation world. It seemed he was one of them. Filled with pride, he raised his middle finger at Kagaya and shouted, "You shameless old hag. Do you really think you can kill me? It's nothing but a dream. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Not only can I use fire avoidance and lightning avoidance techniques, but I can also unleash the avoidance technique for 3 years without rest. You think you can contend with me? Prepare to meet your demise. Sumu reveled in his insults, oblivious to the fact that Kagaya's face had darkened to an ominous shade. Her previously indifferent expression was now filled with rage, and a sharp bone spike began to protrude from her palm. Just as Sumu basked in his triumph, the bone spike shot forth, aimed directly at his face. Sumu stood frozen, for he had never learned the technique to evade the bone spike. At that critical moment, his body suddenly enveloped in smoke, vanishing from sight. The bone spike pierced through the smoke and soared into the horizon, leaving it uncertain who might be struck by such an attack. Kagaya glared at the spot where Sumu had disappeared, intent on employing space ninjutsu to locate him, when suddenly, 2 gusts of wind rushed toward her. It turned out to be Yui and Yuzuru, wielding 6 staves, launching a surprise assault. Kagaya effortlessly dodged their attacks and re-engaged her sons in battle. At that moment, she had no desire to pursue Sumu any further. She would let him live a while longer. Meanwhile, Sumu found himself in the wet-bone forest, greeted by the worried visage of the living slug. He sighed in relief, realizing that the slug had summoned him using the reverse communication technique. He smiled at the slug, saying, "Thank goodness you acted in time. I was truly frightened." Before he could finish, the slug rushed forward and embraced his waist, tears in her eyes, exclaiming, "You promised me you'd be careful. Why did you go so close to the battle? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Sumu gazed down at the tearful face of the slug, then smiled reassuringly as he reciprocated the embrace, saying, all right, I was wrong. I won't take such risks again." Chapter 17, 2 Battlefields. Sumu had not anticipated the slug's deep concern for him. However, considering they had lived under the same roof for 40 years, it was understandable that he had grown somewhat dependent on this little rich girl. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, he heard the slug sobbing, "You scared me to death. If you die, who will I cultivate with? I, a socially anxious person, finally found you, and I can't bear to let you go." The warmth he felt vanished instantly, and he felt like slapping himself. Why was he getting sentimental over this? It all felt wasted. Subsequently, he recalled his failed attempt to ambush Kagaya, realizing that killing her was out of the question. The accumulation of these events left him increasingly despondent. Looking down at the delightful figure in his arms, Sumu gritted his teeth, bent down, and lifted her up. The slug blinked in surprise and asked, "What are you doing?" "Just you wait," he replied, clutching the fragile slug as he dashed toward his little wooden house. Before departing, he plucked a few strands of his hair, transforming them into several clones. This was a special cloning technique, allowing him to split his body into an infinite number of new forms. Consequently, these clones possessed physical substance and would not perish easily, indistinguishable from the real him. Sumu dispatched these clones to gather intelligence in the ninja world while he and the living slug immersed themselves in the joyous abode, seeking the essence of life. Sumu was a man of loyalty. Since the slug had saved his life, it would be remiss of him to remain indifferent. Therefore, in the spirit of camaraderie, he resolved to fight alongside the rich girl to the bitter end. Thus, the ninja world erupted into a life-and-death struggle between mother and son. While the wet-bone forest witnessed the final battle between man and insect, one side resounded with grandeur, as ninjutsu and celestial techniques echoed through heaven and earth. The other side was filled with tenderness, as righteous energy flowed within the wooden house. Outside, a great battle raged, while inside, a minor conflict unfolded. Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped by, and the long-sealed door of the wooden cabin creaked open once more. Sumu, weary, stepped outside and stifled a yawn. Although he had been entrenched in combat, he had managed to glean insights into the happenings within the ninja world through his clones. It appeared that Kagaya, like himself, was nearing her breaking point. It was nearly time for him to return and assess the situation. At that moment, a lively slug emerged from behind him, cheerfully placing a small slug on Sumu's shoulder. "Take my clone with you," it said. "Should any danger arise, I can summon you back at once." Sumu nodded, gently tucking the small slug into his sleeve. Simultaneously, the battle between Otsutsuki Kagaya and her 2 sons was drawing to a close. Over the course of the month, both sides had employed all manner of strategies. The brothers, Yu-E and Yusi-Yuen, continually pushed their limits and acquired new skills, growing ever stronger. which forced Kagaya into dire situations time and again. However, Kagaya, unwilling to yield, absorbed the divine tree into her body, reclaiming all the chakra that had been housed within it. It is worth noting that the divine tree contained the chakra of the entire ninja world. She had initially intended to harness this chakra to enhance the white Zetsu, transforming them into true weapons of the human realm. Yet, unexpectedly, her two rebellious sons forced her to retract the divine tree prematurely, rendering decades of her efforts utterly futile. At that moment, she could think of nothing else. Her primary focus was to deal with her two sons. Kagaya's terrifying chakra sent shockwaves through countless observing factions within the ninja world. The three great sacred places and various smaller clans trembled in fear, afraid to breathe, waiting for the conclusion of the war. Sensing Kagaya's overwhelming chakra, many believed that UE and UCUN were doomed to fail. However, the tides turned dramatically. It was Kagaya, who seemed invincible, that found herself exhausted and on the brink of defeat. Now panting and visibly fatigued, Kagaya's injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Rather, she was mentally shattered by the relentless onslaught. She could not comprehend how, despite her superior offensive and defensive capabilities and an abundance of chakra, her attacks were easily thwarted while her opponent's seemingly harmless techniques inflicted substantial damage upon her. Unbeknownst to her, the augmentations stemming from battle techniques eluded her understanding, as she relied solely on brute force and had yet to grasp the concept of leveraging finesse against sheer strength. At that moment, UE and UCUN seized the opportunity, teleporting beside Kagaya. Caught off guard, she fell victim to their ambush, and two seals representing the powers of Yin and Yang were inscribed upon her shoulders. As the marks began to manifest, Kagaya felt her inner strength being suppressed. This sensation was unfamiliar to her, though she had witnessed similar techniques employed by the original inhabitants of the ninja world before. Known as sealing techniques, they were notoriously troublesome. She had once torn through her own seals using raw power. Determined to replicate her previous escape, Kagaya attempted to break free from the restraints once more. Yet, no matter how hard she strained, the seals only tightened their grip, growing increasingly potent. Realizing her inability to escape, Kagaya glared at her sons with a countenance filled with hatred. This animosity was not that of a mother disappointed in her children, but rather that of a tyrant enraged by the rebellion of her subjugates. In her mind, UE and UCUN were significantly more important than ordinary beings, but their value was merely a byproduct of her consumption of the divine tree's fruit. For the Otsutsuki clan, the concept of familial bonds was non-existent. Each member was an immortal being, and any semblance of kinship had long since faded away. To them, relationships such as parent and child were merely convenient resources to be exploited in critical moments. While these individuals held some importance, they were akin to temporary supplements. In fact, in their eyes, familial ties were of lesser utility compared to the Ten Tails, as the latter represented a reliable source of sustenance, while relatives could only provide nourishment for a single meal. Thus, when Kagaya found herself powerless to escape, she harbored no thoughts of pleading for mercy from her sons. Instead, she resolved to extricate herself. Moments later, an idea struck her. Summoning all her strength, she opened her mouth wide and unleashed the Ten Tails, which transformed into a brilliant white light, vanishing into the horizon. UE gazed wide-eyed into the distance, inquiring, UCUN, what did Mother just expel? With a look of horror, UCUN, his Byakugan activated, replied, that was the Ten Tails. UE, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, we must capture the Ten Tails immediately. If it escapes, we could be in serious trouble. UCUN glanced at their mother, still struggling against her seals, and hesitated. But Mother, she is on the verge of being sealed. She cannot hold out much longer. It is imperative that we seize the Ten Tails first. Acknowledging his brother's reasoning, UCUN agreed, and the two hastily pursued the direction in which the Ten Tails had fled, disregarding their mother, Kagaya. Watching the retreating figures of her sons, Kagaya scoffed silently, thinking, truly, they are worthy offspring of the Otsutsuki clan. With that, she turned her focus away from them, and, exerting her last vestiges of strength, hurled a black sphere into the distance. Observing the black sphere vanish from sight, Kagaya gradually closed her eyes. As she lost her grip, the gravitational forces surrounding her began to take effect. Countless bricks and stones converged around her, forming a colossal earthen sphere. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The sphere grew larger, creating a vast pit in the ground as the immense gravitational pull excavated the earth. The edges of the pit gradually connected with the sea, and torrents of water surged into the chasm. At that moment, the entire ninja world resembled a cataclysmic disaster. The denizens of Kagaya City, including UE and UCUN, would have perished had they not taken refuge within the protective array set up by the Six Paths brothers. After what felt like an eternity, the celestial body known as the Earth Explosion Star ceased its expansion and slowly drifted away into the heavens, ultimately becoming a satellite orbiting the ninja world. Far in the distance, atop a high mountain, the newly awakened Black Zetsu, filled with rage, gazed skyward. Mother has been sealed by those two rebellious sons. How despicable. I must devise a plan to rescue her and facilitate her escape, but I lack the strength to confront them directly. Fortunately, having inherited his mother's longevity, he resolved to approach the task of saving her with caution, ensuring he did not act hastily and expose himself. Given the ferocity of his two siblings, should they discover his presence, they would undoubtedly seek to annihilate him, leaving no hope for their mother's liberation. With this determination, he slowly sank into the earth, vanishing from sight, intent on finding a secure location to wait until UE and UCUN had passed away of old age. As for their lifespans, he had never been concerned, considering the current energy production capabilities of the ninja world. Generating a single chakra fruit was already an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the notion that the two brothers could extend their lives through chakra fruit was nothing more than a pipe dream. As long as he perseveres patiently, he will undoubtedly succeed. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the ground ahead suddenly caved in, and Black Zetsu, caught off guard, fell into a square chamber. Before he could react, he felt someone grasping his form, and upon looking up, he saw the person named Sumu smiling at him, saying hello. The third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 18. Another hidden danger. Black Zetsu was terrified. Possessing Kagaya Otsutsuki's memories, he recognized the identity of the person before him. This individual was the root cause of all the turmoil, for without him, neither Kagaya's sons, Yui and Azura, would have turned against their mother. Realizing this, he turned to flee, but Sumu's grip held him tightly, as though his body were made of jelly. Despite all his efforts, he could not break free from the other's grasp. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to escape, but it was in vain. The grip felt as if it were imbued with sealing power, rendering his struggles futile. Ultimately, he was horrified to discover that a binding force was crawling up his body from Sumu's hand, numbing him to the point of losing sensation. He understood that he was about to be sealed, and he never imagined he would follow in his mother's footsteps. In despair, he resigned himself and closed his eyes. "Forgive me, mother. I cannot save you." Observing Black Zetsu's surrender, Sumo broke into a wide grin. This Black Zetsu could be considered the instigator of future turmoil in the ninja world. All tragedies began with his desire to assist Kagaya Otsutsuki in escaping control. Thus, he had set a trap on the inevitable path of his adversary, waiting patiently for the collision. His fortune was remarkable. He had intended merely to glance at the place where Kagaya was sealed, yet stumbled upon this individual along the way. With Black Zetsu out of the way, Sumu could finally relax and enjoy a leisurely existence in the ninja world. As he looked at the immobile form of Black Zetsu, he unfastened the gourd at his waist. And intricate, arcane symbols began to crawl over the gourd from his left hand. Once inscribed, Sumo forcefully shoved Black Zetsu into the gourd, which was merely an ordinary vessel, not a mystical artifact. However, with the enhancement of his sealing technique, even a being as weak in combat as Black Zetsu could not hope to escape, let alone formidable figures like Kagaya's sons, Yui and Azura. As for Kagaya herself, it was another matter. Although she was foolish, her strength was considerable, and Sumu's sealing technique might not suffice against her. He thought that once he achieved breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, not even Kagaya or the legendary deity of the Otsutsuki clan would escape unscathed if they dared to leap into his sealing formation. At that moment, he sensed two familiar auras approaching. Yui and Azura were flying toward him, evidently having discovered his presence. Alarmed, Sumu wondered if they had witnessed him subduing Black Zetsu. Furrowing his brow, he emerged from the earth, only to find Kagaya's sons hovering above, their expressions grave as they focused intently on him. From their solemn demeanor, Sumu sensed something was amiss, yet he maintained his composure and smiled. "You've returned. By the way, your strength is truly impressive." With Kagaya Otsutsuki now in the realm of the ninja, peace has finally come. He then inquired, "Have you captured the Ten Tails? They still harbor those ensnared by the Infinite Tsukuyomi and must not be sealed alongside Kaguya?" With his Byakugan activated, Azura fixed his gaze on the gourd at Sumo's waist. Speaking gravely, "The Ten Tails has been captured. My brother's Rinnegan allows us to control it effortlessly, so we subdued the beast with ease. However, we shall discuss this later. Who was that dark figure you apprehended just now?" As he spoke, Azura slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sumo. Having observed the entire process of Sumu capturing Black Zetsu with his Byakugan, he had also noted the resemblance Black Zetsu bore to their mother after battling her for a month. He could not mistake that aura. The dark figure was undoubtedly connected to Kaguya in a significant way. Furthermore, it appeared that Sumu was intentionally concealing this individual from them. Upon hearing their words, Sumu's heart sank. Trouble. Black Zetsu's existence had indeed been uncovered by these two. In truth, Black Zetsu's concealment techniques surpassed his own. Had he not discovered the truth beforehand, he would have struggled to lay the trap in time. Yui and Azura had evidently tracked his aura and fortuitously stumbled upon his capture of Black Zetsu. Without his intervention, Black Zetsu might have easily escaped their grasp. Initially, Sumu intended to keep Black Zetsu's matter secret from them, planning to dispose of him quietly in a secluded area to avoid prolonged complications. Now that the two brothers had discovered him, he reluctantly removed the gourd from his waist. Addressing them, this dark figure is known as Black Zetsu, a life form created by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Strictly speaking, he could be considered your brother, as you two were directly created by Kaguya. Before Sumu could finish his introduction, Azura instantly appeared before him and snatched the gourd from his hands. It was only when the gourd fell into the other's grasp that Sumu realized the gravity of the situation, breaking into a cold sweat. The speed of his adversary was astonishing. He had not even had time to react. Had this been an enemy, he would likely have been eliminated. These brothers were indeed unlike Kaguya, who relied solely on brute strength. Their foundational techniques had been taught well by that rascal, Gamamaru. Yet, he still furrowed his brow and questioned, "Azura, what do you mean by this? Are you taking my belongings without a word?" Azura opened the gourd's lid, then retrieved Black Zetsu, tossing the gourd back to Sumu, saying, "Since he is our brother, it is our responsibility to handle him. We appreciate your assistance in capturing him, Sumu, but how we deal with our brother is our own affair." Observing the wariness in Azura's eyes, Sumu glanced at Yui, who wore a similarly grave expression, and found himself bewildered by the sudden change in their demeanor. The two brothers had previously maintained a cordial rapport with him, so why had they turned so suddenly? Unbeknownst to Sumu, the battles of the past month had shifted their perspectives significantly. Initially, they were filled with fervor to confront their mother and liberate the ninja world from suffering. However, after some reflection, they began to perceive Sumu and Gamamaru's ulterior motives. These two were attempting to use the brothers against their mother, claiming it was entirely for the sake of the ninja world, which they no longer believed. Based on the intelligence they had received and the revelations during their battles with Kaguya, they understood that before their mother's arrival, the ninja world had been under the control of these sacred forces. It dawned on them that they were merely pawns for these powers, leading to a swift decline in their regard for Sumu and Gamamaru. While their mother was indeed malevolent, having slaughtered many within the ninja realm, these sacred forces were not virtuous either. Now that their mother was sealed, their task was to remain vigilant against the remnants of the old aristocratic forces in the ninja world. They certainly do not wish to return to a situation where the ninja realm, having just freed itself from the control of its mother, is once again subjected to the dominance of another faction. This realm belongs to all its inhabitants, and those with ulterior motives must be treated with utmost caution. Observing the vigilant expressions of the two brothers, Sumu felt a tinge of helplessness. How had things escalated so swiftly from their previous state of normalcy? However, he was not one to indulge in self-pity. With the formidable Otsutsuki Kaguya having been dealt with, though not completely vanquished, there would at least be a period of relative peace in the ninja world. If these two despised him, perhaps it was best for him to simply vanish from their sight. As for how they would handle Kurizetsu, he had no concern. After all, he was their brother, and even if they refined him into an elixir to enhance their own abilities, it bore no relevance to Sumo. Given the prowess of these two, it was unlikely they would allow Kurizetsu to escape. With Kaguya out of the picture, the ninja realm could enjoy tranquility for several hundred years. Finally, he could relax and savor a life of freedom. He intended to embark on a journey across the world, to explore and immerse himself in the experience of life's myriad adventures. Just as he turned to depart, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He recalled the existence of another terrifying entity in the ninja realm, Otsutsuki Ishiki. This individual was exponentially more formidable than Kurizetsu. If Kurizetsu was merely a bothersome nuisance, then Otsutsuki Ishiki was a far more dangerous threat, one that not only disturbed but also poisoned. Although he had been severely injured by Kagaya's ambush, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't seize an opportunity to recover his strength instantaneously, especially with the presence of Kinshiki and Momoshiki, who were perfect supplements for Otsutsuki Ishiki. If his appearance triggered a butterfly effect and one of them fell victim to an ambush by Otsutsuki Ishiki, the consequences could be dire. Sumu was not well versed in the specifics regarding Otsutsuki Ishiki, as his knowledge was based solely on hearsay. He had never witnessed Boruto's narrative, thus lacked a thorough understanding. Speaking of which, that lackluster Boruto series was still ongoing. What a travesty. Selling nostalgia should have its limits. After hundreds of episodes, it was approaching the length of Naruto Shippuden. He hesitated, glancing back at Kinshiki and Momoshiki, who were equally puzzled by Sumu's strange demeanor. What was troubling him? Did he wish to reclaim Kurizetsu? Such a notion was absurd. The brothers would never hand over Kurizetsu to one another. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu resolved to speak to Kinshiki and Momoshiki. In truth, your mother did not arrive in the ninja realm alone. She was accompanied by one known as Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kinshiki and Momoshiki's eyes widened in shock, their pupils contracting. You mean to say that apart from our mother, another being descended upon the ninja realm? Momoshiki exclaimed. Kinshiki, equally astonished, gaped. Their mother had already caused chaos on such a grand scale, and the emergence of another individual would spell significant trouble. Fortunately, they quickly regained their composure. Even if another existed, it may not possess the same strength as their mother. Although they journeyed together, they believed their mother's power far surpassed that of the other. However, Sumu's next statement nearly shattered their composure. Moreover, the one known as Otsutsuki Ishiki is Kagaya's master. Kagaya is merely akin to a servant in comparison. Momoshiki erupted. How can this be? How could someone of our mother's strength merely be a servant? Do not think that just because we sealed her, you can slander her at will. We sealed her for the sake of the ninja realm, and that doesn't give anyone the right to insult her. Kinshiki glared at Sumu, his eyes filled with malice, as the brothers' impression of Sumu plummeted to an all-time low. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a shameless instigator. Had it not been for their shared goal of protecting the ninja realm, they would have already taught him a lesson. What Sumo loathed most was being wrongfully accused, and even more so, having to exert himself to clarify misunderstandings. He scoffed, believe what you will. I merely share this to prevent you from being unaware of the depth of your enemies, lest you fall victim to their schemes. I have spoken my piece. What you choose to do next is no longer my concern. With that, he turned to leave, feeling that he had done his part. If they chose not to believe him, that was their prerogative. At that moment, Kinshiki called out to Sumu, is what you said true? Where did you acquire this information? Sumu paused, contemplating whether to fabricate a tale about his divination abilities to deceive them. Ultimately, he abandoned this notion, recognizing that such a ruse would be rife with flaws, making it impossible to explain if they discovered the truth later. Just then, his system interface underwent a transformation, revealing a dense array of text. Sumu curiously peered at the top, where the words Chien Kuan divination scripture were prominently displayed. Goodness, is this truly happening? He thought, knowing that I might boast too much. They gifted me a divination technique. The question arose, if he boasted first and then sought to validate it, would it be considered deceit? Answer, of course not. Just watch me turn the situation to my advantage. With a stoic expression, Sumu turned back, fixing his gaze upon Kinshiki and Momoshiki, causing them to feel a shiver run down their spines. What was happening to him? Why had his demeanor shifted so suddenly? Then Sumu spoke. Initially, I did not intend to disclose my greatest secret. However, to prevent you from being ambushed in ignorance, I shall share it. In truth, I am well versed in the art of divination, capable of discerning the affairs of heaven and earth, predicting the moral compass of individuals. Even before Kagaya and Ishiki arrived in the ninja realm, I had already foreseen them with clarity. Thus, even if Otsutsuki Ishiki has never revealed himself in the ninja realm, he cannot escape my foresight. Gradually, Momoshiki lowered his guard, seemingly beginning to trust Sumu's words. Meanwhile, Kinshiki furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he looked up at Sumu and inquired, "Since you profess to possess the power of divination, can you predict something now?" Sumu smiled, feigning profundity, "Of course. But allow me to clarify, my ability is divination, not the simplistic notion of prophecy." Kinshiki did not dwell on this distinction, but instead wore a slight smile, as if pondering something amusing. "In that case, please divine the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki." Silence enveloped the air. Sumo blinked in surprise, as though he had not anticipated such a question. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Why must he deviate from the expected path? He mused. If you had asked something else, I could have woven a tale from the original series, but this, where am I to find an answer? Ultimately, he stammered, "I am currently unwell. Once I recover, I shall divine your query." With that, he hastily departed, muttering under his breath, "Otsutsuki Ishiki, hurry and ambush them. These two brats would do well to meet their end sooner rather than later." Observing Sumo flee like a frightened dog, the brothers dismissed his earlier claims as mere jest and chose to ignore him. Soon, they found a level clearing, and Kinshiki extended his hand. Suddenly, a vast rift in space opened, and the Ten Tails emerged from within. Upon emerging from the fissure, the Ten Tails underwent a remarkable transformation, ultimately becoming a colossal tree that overshadowed the vast expanse of the plain. Ue and Ucun exchanged a glance, both nodding in unison, after which they simultaneously formed hand seals. Infinite Tsukuyomi, activate. As the seals were completed, the immense god tree of the Ten Tails began to tremble violently. Great vines emerged from its roots, liberating the individuals ensnared within its grasp. However, it was too late. The majority of those ensnared by the Infinite Tsukuyomi had already been irrevocably transformed into white Zetsu, with only a fortunate few remaining untransformed. Yet, even those fortunate souls were but a collection of lifeless bodies, having long since perished, their spirits lost to the unknown. Witnessing these deceased beings, Ue and Ucun felt profound sorrow. These were the sins committed by their mother, and as her sons, they bore the burden of responsibility and sought a remedy. After deliberating for some time, they resolved to resurrect the commoners of Kagaya's realm in the manner their mother had once employed. First, they would seek out the souls of those slain by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, then gather these souls and utilize white Zetsu as vessels for their revival. This method was fraught with flaws, yet it provided a potential remedy. While such an endeavor would be insurmountable for others, it posed little challenge for them, albeit with a degree of complexity. 3 years swiftly passed, and over half of the souls lost to the Infinite Tsukuyomi had been revived. This was largely thanks to Kagaya Otsutsuki's foray into the Pure Land, where she vanquished the Grim Reaper. Otherwise, those souls would have been consumed long ago. Now, the Pure Land showed signs of new Grim Reapers emerging, yet they were swiftly extinguished by the Six Paths brothers before their consciousness could fully manifest. To dare compete with them for souls was tantamount to courting death. Who could possibly challenge their authority in the current ninja world? They did not wish to eliminate the Grim Reaper entirely. Rather, the timing for its emergence was simply not right. Once they had revived all the wandering souls of the ninja world, they could naturally allow the Grim Reaper to be reborn in the Pure Land, as its existence would help maintain the balance of souls, preventing an overabundance that could destabilize the ninja realm. After reviving the vast majority of the ninja world, Ucun felt it was time to embark on a journey to the moon. Although Ue was reluctant to part with his brother, he could not hinder his siblings' aspirations. Before departing, Ucun gathered a number of followers eager to accompany him to the moon, clearly intending to establish a new civilization there. Alas, if only Sumu were present, he would undoubtedly wish to see if the raucous fellow was among them, as he had long desired to lead his group to the moon. After Ucun's departure, Ue officially assumed the title of Sage of the Six Paths and unified the entire ninja realm under the ninja sect. It is worth mentioning that those revived did not retain memories from their previous lives, and due to the extensive time elapsed during their death and resurrection, most experienced significant memory loss, with some completely devoid of recollection of their former existence. However, Sumu was unaware of these developments at that moment. He stood in a valley, his right hand caressing a soft stone. Upon touching the stone, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips, and with a determined push, he vanished into the stone. Meanwhile, at the entrance of my Bokuzen, Su Mu landed gracefully, gazing at the familiar landscape of the mountain. To his dismay, the treacherous Gamamaru had sealed the passage into my bokuzen, causing him to search underwater for over a year without success. Curse that frog! As if summoned by his thoughts, Gamamaru bounded into view, his droopy eyes meeting Su Mu's gaze. Sumu senpai, it has been a while. What brings you to my bokuzen today? It's been too long, you rascal. I'm here to give you a lesson. Sumu retorted, securing his talisman at his waist. Then kicked off his shoe and pointed it at Gamamaru, scolding. You sold me out back then. Why didn't your summoning technique take me along? Gamamaru shrugged helplessly. What can I say? With so many disciples around, I couldn't risk bringing that terrifying Kaguya to my bokuzen. So you fear Kaguya, but not me? Today, I'll show you what happens when you cross me. With that, Sumu lunged at Gamamaru, who, aware of his own culpability, evaded the attack with agile hops. The two engaged in a playful chase, turning my bokuzen into a scene of chaos. It must be said, Gamamaru was indeed a master of physical techniques. Sumu, panting from exertion, found himself mocked by the agile frog. Age has certainly dulled my abilities. I can barely muster the strength to retaliate while pretending to be a wise elder. How embarrassing. When I grow old, I want to be so frivolous. You'll never grow old, because today I'll put an end to you. If I let you see the sunrise tomorrow, I'll give birth without a rear. Aren't you the partner of the slug sage? I recall slugs don't even have. Chapter 20, a decade later. Another decade has passed. Since the day he caught Gamamaru and gave him a sound spanking, Sumu has wandered alone through the ninja realm. The ninja world has now fully regained its vitality. Those revived with white Zetsu bodies have restored productivity. Many abandoned cities are once again bustling with people, and the neglected farmland has been cultivated anew, resulting in a flourishing ninja realm. Sumu has taken his time returning to the wet-bone forest, relishing his nomadic lifestyle within the ninja world. He had once invited the slug to join him on this journey, but the socially anxious creature had flatly declined, leaving Sumu to explore the realm alone. Initially, while wandering, he noted many areas still plagued by unclaimed souls, but in recent years, the number of these wandering spirits has diminished significantly, with none in sight lately. Sumu was certain that the Sage of Six Paths had ceased reviving these lost souls, prompting the question, where had all these wandering souls gone? After conducting an investigation, he discovered that these souls had journeyed to the Pure Land, where the newly born Grim Reaper began to fulfill his duties. Observing the once chaotic world now thriving in tranquility, Sumu felt a deep sense of contentment. He found himself seated at the edge of a small mountain village, where a group of villagers congregated, exchanging laughter and tales. Among them, an elderly man in his 60s boasted the most fervently, proclaiming that he had once served as a high minister, a person of considerable stature. The surrounding onlookers were bewildered, questioning how this seemingly ordinary old man could have held such a prestigious position. A young man across from him scoffed, "Old man, stop bragging. Our memories of the past are quite hazy. How can you remember so clearly that you were once a great official?" The elderly man, named Akamoto, was furious. This was the most impressive memory he had regained since awakening, one he had always treasured. The audacity of someone doubting the authenticity of his memories enraged him, and he shouted, "At my age, why would I lie to a mere kid like you? I distinctly remember being a high minister, the left minister. Do you know how significant that is?" The young man laughed heartily. "I don't know how significant a left minister is, but I can assure you it's not as grand as you claim." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even Sumu, the passing traveler, found himself doubled over with laughter. This young man had quite the character. The old man turned crimson with embarrassment, and at that moment, Sumu, suppressing his laughter, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Old man, I believe you." The elder sighed, and then offered a wry smile to Sumu, assuming the latter was merely trying to comfort him. However, Sumu was not in the least bit trying to console him. Indeed, he could attest that the elder was not lying. This old man was once the left minister of the Land of Destiny, holding the highest position aside from Sumu himself. He vividly recalled that when he departed from the Land of Destiny, this man had earnestly tried to persuade him to stay, and upon learning of Sumu's firm decision to leave, his expression had been one of profound disappointment. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would both find themselves reduced to boasting at the village entrance? Such is the unpredictability of life. A veritable feast of irony. As the gathering of villagers sat around exchanging tales, a group of individuals clad in white robes appeared at the village entrance like phantoms, startling everyone. The villagers stood up in fear, but upon recognizing the attire of these newcomers, they quickly relaxed. They knew these individuals were disciples of the ninja sect, not malicious figures. Over the years, the ninja sect had gained considerable renown, given that it was founded by the Sage of Six Paths, who had saved the world. Now that the sage had unified the ninja world, he had become its undisputed ruler, and consequently, the ninja sect was well known as a powerful institution. Despite its violent reputation, the ninja sect primarily engaged in benevolent activities such as infrastructure development, treating ordinary citizens with kindness, which alleviated the villagers' fears. However, they were still curious as to why such esteemed figures had come to their remote mountain village. At that moment, 3 disciples of the ninja sect scanned the surroundings before fixing their gaze upon Su-mu, striding forward to pay their respects. The leader among them, maintaining a bowing posture, addressed Su-mu, "We greet the Sage of Destiny." This proclamation left the villagers in shock. They turned their astonished eyes upon Su-mu, incredulous that this seemingly unremarkable Taoist was indeed the legendary Sage of Destiny. Over the years, Su-mu had garnered numerous tales in the ninja world. In some villages afflicted by drought for years, he had summoned rain clouds with a mere wave of his hand. In others, when bandits attacked, he had ascended the mountains wielding his feather duster to reason with the brigands, returning down the mountain with some of them remarkably calm. Thus, the legend of the Sage of Destiny spread throughout the ninja world. While his fame might not rival that of the Sage of Six Paths, he was nonetheless recognized as a figure of considerable renown. Observing the trio that had bowed to him, Su-mu waved his hand and said, "You may rise." "What brings you to me?" Standing upright, the leader spoke earnestly. "We have come on the orders of the Sage of Six Paths to invite you to join the ninja sect. We implore you not to refuse." Su-mu stroked his chin, pondering why Tsukuyomi had suddenly decided to extend an invitation to him. Over the years, he had often heard news regarding the Sage of Six Paths, and it was likely that the sage had also been privy to his own information, though they had not communicated in a decade. Such an unexpected invitation surely concealed ulterior motives. Nevertheless, joining the ninja sect posed no significant issue. After all, it was the official organization within the world of Naruto, at least for the time being. Being part of such an official body would offer numerous benefits and facilitate his endeavors. Given his strength and standing, even Yuhi should afford him considerable autonomy. However, he did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he refuse. Recognizing that discussing matters with these 3 juniors would serve little purpose, it was imperative to converse directly with Yui. He waved his feather duster toward the trio, saying, "I can accompany you back to meet Yui. But whether or not I join the ninja sect will be decided in my conversation with him." The 3 exchanged glances, and the leader cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you refer to as Yui?" Su-mu smacked his forehead, exasperated that these individuals were unaware of the Sage of Six Paths' true name. With a sigh, he replied, "I mean the Sage of Six Paths. Never mind, you need not guide me. I shall lead you." With that, he transferred his feather duster to his left hand, and with a flourish of his right sleeve, directed it toward the 3. Still in a state of confusion, the trio suddenly found themselves uncontrollably drawn into the folds of his sleeve. In an instant, they were ensconced within, leaving the onlookers in awe of Su-mu's remarkable technique. After securing the 3 within his sleeve, Su-mu employed the technique of spatial contraction and vanished from the scene. The villagers stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Su-mu had disappeared, the echo of his final words lingering in their ears. "Good folks, if fate allows, we shall meet again." In the heart of the ninja continent, amidst a bustling metropolis, an imposing structure rose prominently. With a swoosh, Su-mu's figure materialized in the open space before the entrance of the ninja sect. Gazing at the unassuming gray building, he couldn't help but grimace. Yui's taste was truly abysmal. This edifice, while grand in size, was utterly lacking in elegance, an eyesore, to say the least. A coat of white paint would have significantly improved its appearance. He waved his hand, releasing the 3 young men from his sleeve, and gestured towards the ninja sect's entrance, saying, "You may lead the way." The trio, still dazed from their rapid transit, trembled upon realizing the nature of the structure before them. They had only been contained in Su-mu's sleeve for a mere 3 minutes, yet they had traversed a journey that would typically take 2 days on foot. The sheer magnitude of Su-mu's abilities was astonishing. Initially, They had thought the Sage of Destiny to be a mere jester, a figure who, having gained notoriety for vanquishing bandits, dared to call himself a sage. Now, however, it was clear that the true fool was they themselves. This Sage of Destiny was a legitimate sage of supernatural prowess, akin to the Sage of Six Paths. During this period, ninjutsu had yet to be developed, so the disciples of the ninja sect were limited to employing chakra-based physical techniques and could not summon the elements as Sumu did. Thus, witnessing someone wielding supernatural powers akin to the Sage of Six Paths left them utterly awestruck. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the ninja sect building, and Sumu immediately recognized the familiar figure at the forefront. Embarked Tsukuyomi, though he should now be referred to as the Sage of Six Paths. Alongside him stood a middle-aged woman cradling two children in her arms. The children, likely around 2 or 3 years old, gazed at Sumu with wide, curious eyes. These two little ones must be Indra and Ashura. Reflecting on his newfound status as a grandfather, Sumu felt compelled to present a gift to these youngsters. Failing to do so would be quite unbecoming. What type of gift would be appropriate for such little ones? Just then, the Sage of Six Paths approached Sumu. Beaming as he said, "It is truly wonderful to see you, Senior Sumu." Sumu regarded the disingenuous smile on Yui's face and nodded internally, recognizing that his former acquaintance had matured significantly since assuming office. In the past, Yui's emotions had been transparently displayed on his face. When he detested Sumu, his expression was as sour as a donkey's. Now, regardless of the artificiality of his smile, he at least managed to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Sumu waved his feather duster and performed a respectful gesture towards the Sage of Six Paths, smiling as he replied, "It has indeed been a long time. My friend Yui, I have already heard your invitation from your disciples. I can agree to join the ninja sect, but only nominally. I shall not command anyone within the sect, nor shall the sect command me. This is my sole condition. If you agree, I will join. If not, then we shall part ways." Chapter 21. The nominal co-leader of the ninja sect. The Sage of Six Paths nodded in acknowledgement, finding such a minor issue inconsequential. The rationale behind inviting the other party to join the Shin was quite straightforward. The intention was to bring the unstable element, Sumu, closer for easier surveillance. The current ninja world has been thoroughly pacified, with nearly all human established factions aligning under the Shin's banner, while those that have not complied are now subject to its dominion. Among these factions, only one stands out as particularly unique: the three great sanctuaries. Their formidable power and non-human nature instill a sense of trepidation in the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, he resolved to subdue these three forces, at the very least ensuring their allegiance to the Shin to prevent them from causing upheaval in the ninja realm. Of the three sanctuaries, the Dragon Cave was deemed the easiest to subdue, not due to weakness, but because it had no prior interactions with the Sage of Six Paths. Consequently, he approached the entrance of the Dragon Cave and exerted his might, prompting the sanctuary to concede and pledge non-interference in the affairs of the ninja world. In contrast, dealing with Boku Mountain and Surebone Forest proved to be more challenging. After all, Gamamaru had previously imparted sage arts to the Brothers of Six Paths, and Sumu had once represented Surebone Forest in aiding them. What concerned him further was Sumu's identity. He was, after all, the most pure-blooded human in the ninja realm, entirely devoid of the chakra created by his mother, thereby belonging to the purest indigenous lineage of the ninja world. Moreover, he had once held the title of ruler in the ninja realm, making his bloodline far more pristine than that of the half-blood sage. Thus, he felt no justification or authority to employ force against Sumu. Consequently, he conceived a plan to draw Sumu into the Shin as a symbolic figurehead, which would both limit Surebone Forest's influence and enhance the legitimacy of the Shin. With even the most pure-blooded human joining the Shin, its dominance over the ninja realm would be undeniably justified. Reflecting on this, the Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, "I can speak on behalf of the Shin to agree to Sumu's terms. Furthermore, I can offer you the position of deputy leader, making you the second in command of the Shin, next to me." Sumu was taken aback by this proposition and hastily declined, stating, "That may not be necessary. Is it not a bit inappropriate for me to assume the role of deputy leader so soon after my arrival?" He had merely wished to pass his days idly within the Shin, avoiding any potential complications. However, the sage insisted on Sumu's appointment, and ultimately he conceded, emphasizing that his involvement would be nominal, bearing no responsibilities regarding Shin affairs. Having concluded their discussions, Su-mu's gaze shifted to Indra and Ashura. The Sage of Six Paths noticed his attention and introduced, Su-mu, let me present my wife, Yuhi, and in her arms are my two sons, Indra and Ashura. Although he spoke with an air of composure, his voice was laden with pride. Su-mu chuckled at the two uniquely coiffed children, remarking on their distinctive hairstyles that were truly fitting of ninja world offspring. Particularly, Indra's spiky hair bore a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara, with eyebrows shaped like droplets, making him stand out remarkably. In contrast, Ashura appeared relatively ordinary, with a mundane hairstyle that lacked any distinguishing features. Nevertheless, Su-mu smiled at their mother, Yuhi, and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this gift for the children." He then produced a round taiji-patterned jade pendant from his sleeve and, with a swift motion, split it into two, forming a black and a white magatama. Two strings materialized from the void, threading through the circular holes of the magatama, and gently floated to rest around Indra and Ashura's necks. The black magatama adorned Indra, while the white one hung from Ashura's neck. Yuhi appeared somewhat startled, as she was just an ordinary person unaware of the significance of Su-mu's gift. She cast a worried glance at her husband, who was fixated on the magatama around their sons' necks. Having attained the level of 6 paths, he had studied the art of forging for some time and even crafted several weapons of 6 paths caliber. Yet, he knew that these magatama far surpassed any of his creations, and though he had not inspected them closely, he could ascertain that they were undoubtedly treasures of 6 paths quality. He nodded reassuringly at Yuhi, indicating there was no cause for alarm, before turning back to Su-mu and bowing, expressing gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon Indra and Ashura. Su-mu chuckled, downplaying the gesture, stating that he had simply fashioned the items during his travels, possessing the ability to enhance the wearer's strength. He had several more such items. Thus, gifting these two children did not weigh heavily on his conscience. A few days later, news spread throughout the ninja realm that the Destiny Sage was set to join the Shin as its deputy leader. The Shin invited various factions from the ninja realm to attend the Destiny Sage's induction ceremony. This announcement sent shockwaves across the landscape, as the Shin had unexpectedly appointed a deputy leader of such renown. All factions regarded this development with utmost seriousness, vowing to send representatives to the ceremony. On the day of the induction, the entrance of the Shin was thronged with people. In addition to disciples of the Shin from across the ninja realm, numerous dignitaries and leaders also attended. Monks and priestesses were abundant, alongside various local lords and representatives of diverse organizations. The current ninja realm was exceedingly fragmented. It was common for a single village to establish itself as a nation, resulting in chaotic disarray. Fortunately, the Shin kept these factions in check. Otherwise, the village heads would undoubtedly escalate into conflict, waging wars for territorial dominance. From the rooftop of the Shin building, Su-mu surveyed the scene, realizing he did not recognize any of the so-called sovereign leaders. Having once held the title of ruler himself, he had known many noble lords in the past. Yet it seemed these individuals had failed to establish their own nations upon revival, ultimately rendered obsolete by the passage of time. However, this was understandable. Most of these so-called rulers merely inherited their family legacies, clinging to their titles while meandering through life, making their eventual obsolescence in such tumultuous times inevitable. At that moment, a Shin disciple appeared behind Su-mu, kneeling before him and stating, "The Sage of 6 Paths requests your presence. He says the ceremony is about to commence." Su-mu nodded, replying, "I understand." With that, he performed a technique, vanishing from sight. The announcing disciple gazed on in envy, fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if they could also perform such techniques. Upon arriving beside the Sage of 6 Paths, they stood on a spacious stage before a gathering of leaders and dignitaries. The sage addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce you all. This is the Destiny Sage, who is about to join the Shin as our deputy leader." The assembly scrutinized Su-mu with keen interest, clearly intrigued by this individual who claimed the title of sage and held significant importance in the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Su-mu scanned the crowd, noting that most were ordinary people, with only a handful of cultivators standing at the rear. They appeared to be divided into 3 distinct factions, one led by a group of monks, with their leader being a stout man in a gray robe, his features sharply defined. The second group appeared to be led by priestesses, their identities obscured beneath black robes, and had it not been for their distinctly feminine traits, Su-mu would have struggled to discern their roles. As for the third faction, They are familiar old acquaintances, namely the spirit beasts led by the three great holy lands. Of course, the wet-bone forest among the three great holy lands did not send anyone, or rather, it represented itself. Which is why the living slug did not send a slug avatar unnecessarily. From the Miaomu Mountain Holy Land came a toad approximately 4 to 5 meters tall. Sumu had encountered this toad during his stay at Miaomu Mountain. It is perhaps called Yin Su. I recall that Jiraiya had once summoned this toad's stomach, which was later pierced by Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, making it a remarkable tool toad. Meanwhile, from the dragon cave came a large white snake, about the same height as Yin Su. To be honest, Sumu could not recognize the identity of this snake. As far as he remembered, the only white snake from the dragon cave was the Sage of White Snake, but it would be unlikely for such a figure to personally attend this ceremony. Returning to the matter at hand, the psychological resilience of the ninja world is indeed impressive. A group of monks and black-robed priestesses sat behind, along with a large toad and snake towering at 4 to 5 meters. The monarchs from various nations in front managed to maintain their composure, sitting upright in their positions without any visible change in expression. Their hearts must be quite robust. Perhaps they are accustomed to such scenes in the ninja world. After a brief ceremony, the Sage of Six Paths prepared to bestow upon Sumu a delicate white branch. This branch serves as a token for the leader and deputy leader of the ninja sect, a piece broken off from the god tree of 10 tails, which an ordinary person could not possibly counterfeit. At that moment, the monk leader discreetly nodded towards a high-ranking member of the ninja sect named Yong Ma, who likewise nodded in response. Just as Su Mu was about to receive the branch from the god tree, Yong Ma stood up and exclaimed loudly, "I oppose the Destiny Sage becoming the deputy leader of the ninja sect." Yong Ma's voice was thunderous, startling Su Mu, who was just about to take the branch. What on earth had he ingested to shout so loudly? The Sage of Six Paths, interrupted during the awarding ceremony, turned to Yong Ma with a hint of displeasure and asked, "What is the matter, Yong Ma? Why the uproar?" Initially full of bravado, Yong Ma's confidence faltered upon hearing the Sage of Six Paths' inquiry. Although he was bold, he dared not challenge a true sage with such formidable power. He was indeed courageous, but not foolish, and he began to reconsider his actions. However, upon catching a reassuring glance from the monk leader amidst the crowd, he found himself torn. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and addressed the Sage of Six Paths. "I apologize, Sage of Six Paths. I was indeed a bit rude. I simply cannot accept the notion that this Destiny Sage, having just joined, can ascend to the position of deputy leader of the ninja sect. If we speak of contributions and loyalty to the ninja sect, I, Yong Ma, can assure you that no one in the entire sect, aside from you, surpasses me. But why should this Destiny Sage be allowed to become a deputy leader out of the blue while I am relegated to the role of a mere elder? I will not accept it." Upon finishing his statement, he lowered his head, seemingly awaiting the Sage of Six Paths' reprimand. While the sage found himself at a loss for words. Logically, given Yong Ma's contributions, he could indeed serve as deputy leader. But appointing Su Mu as deputy was not based on merit or seniority. Su Mu's role was essentially a ceremonial position with no real power. His inclusion was merely to enhance the legitimacy of the ninja sect. After all, he was one of the purest-blooded natives of the ninja world. Having such an endorsement would ease many future endeavors. However, in front of so many witnesses, it was inappropriate to disclose that Su Mu was merely a symbolic figure, which would further embarrass the ninja sect. Seeing the sage at a loss for words, some impulsive young disciples could no longer remain seated. Elder Yong Ma had risked his life for the ninja sect, accomplishing numerous arduous tasks. Logically, he should be the one to assume the role of deputy leader. Indeed, only he should be deputy leader. I have heard of this so-called Destiny Sage, but he is merely a charlatan and utterly unqualified to be our deputy leader. Supporters of Elder Yong Ma rallied around him, and their fervor inspired a few uninformed ordinary disciples to rise in agreement, creating chaos. The Sage of Six Paths was naturally displeased by such a scene, yet he was still a novice in the political arena. Although he could maintain a calm demeanor, he still felt somewhat inexperienced in handling these unexpected situations. A sharp snap of fingers rang out, silencing the once boisterous atmosphere instantly. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that no matter how loudly they shouted, not a sound escaped their lips. The Sage of Six Paths gazed at Su Mu in surprise, not expecting him to possess such a skill. Meanwhile, Su Mu, stroking the newly sprouted beard on his chin with a smile, felt that his silencing spell was indeed crafted for the purpose of quieting fools. He now believed that this spell was the most practical among all his techniques. Once activated, it rendered those around him mute, leaving only himself to boast. Approaching Yonma, he smiled and asked, "So you are Yonma? You believe that I lack any achievements, hence unworthy of the deputy leader position?" As Sumu's words fell, Yonma found his voice restored, casting a wary glance at Sumu, unsure of how to respond. This peculiar ability he had only witnessed among the monks, and he sensed no chakra from Sumu. It appeared he had, like the monks, acquired a different cultivation system, which alleviated some of his apprehension. Although ninjas did not possess such intricate and peculiar techniques, their chakra-enhanced physical abilities rendered them formidable, making it uncertain who would triumph in a real confrontation. Regaining his confidence, Yonma scoffed, "Indeed, you, a mere figure with a lofty title, think you can become deputy leader just by joining the ninja sect? It is nothing short of a dream. The peace we enjoy in the ninja world is solely due to the Sage of Six Paths and us maintaining order. Why should you, a newcomer, reap the rewards?" Sumu did not retort, but instead posed a question. "If I were to make a significant contribution to the ninja sect now, would that grant me the right to become deputy leader?" His words brought a moment of silence, followed by a loud burst of laughter led by Yonma and echoed by the crowd. This fellow was indeed a charlatan, suggesting he could create contributions on the spot, an all too familiar trick of swindlers. I concede he possesses some skill, likely inheriting some ancient legacy. Yet, I dare say he is merely a fraud thriving on his peculiar abilities. The title of Destiny Sage is nothing but a facade. A lively discussion erupted, but the overwhelming majority regarded Sumu as a boastful jester. Unfazed by their mockery, Sumu turned his gaze toward the Sage of Six Paths and inquired, "What do you think, Sage of Six Paths?" The sage, well aware of Sumu's capabilities, recognized that while he might not be exceptionally powerful, he could easily dominate the crowd below. Moreover, Sumu's enigmatic nature and diverse abilities instilled confidence in the sage, who declared, "I can assure on behalf of the ninja sect that should you make a substantial contribution here today, the ninja sect will undoubtedly accept you as deputy leader. This is my solemn promise. The Sage of Six Paths promises it." The sage's resolute words instantly silenced the laughter, as no one anticipated that he would place such faith in this fraud. Although they remained skeptical of Sumu, they could not disregard the sage's authority, causing them to nod in agreement. After receiving unanimous consent from the audience, Sumo casually pointed to a young man in the crowd and said, "You, come up here and assist me." The young man, bewildered, glanced around to confirm he was the one being called before hesitantly making his way to the stage, staring down at the equally perplexed crowd. Noticing the young man's dazed expression, Sumo frowned and said, "Stop standing there like a fool. Extend your right hand." The young man, confused but compliant, presented his palm upwards towards Sumo. Sumo placed his right hand atop the young man's, feeling the energy before asking, "Have you ever practiced fire attribute techniques?" The young man awkwardly shook his head and replied, "You must be joking. I'm not a deity. How could I possibly wield magic?" He glanced enviously at the Sage of Six Paths. Although the ninjas possessed formidable physical strength, none were capable of performing ninjutsu. Within the entire ninja clan, only the Sage of Six Paths could wield such techniques, which inspired both admiration and jealousy among the onlookers. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement, then waved for the people on stage to step back, clearing a space. The ousted Yuma looked upon Sumu, who seemed to be engaging in some mystical antics. With great disdain, he was eager to witness what this charlatan intended to do. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding began to rise within the crowd, particularly within the monk leader, who possessed a unique ability to sense danger. He had felt this instinct previously when Kagaya Otsutsuki cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, his low power rendered him incapable of defending against imminent threats, leaving him to wonder if peril was about to strike once more. As he wrestled with his unease, Sumo began instructing the young man on stage. "First, gather your chakra in your abdomen, then mentally guide a small portion through your chest and into your throat." He clarified, "I don't mean your mental power, I mean your spirit. It is not the mental energy conjured in your mind, but rather your thoughts and will. You must control your chakra, not your mental force." The young man stood frozen in confusion, and despite being scolded harshly, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort. Having been scolded throughout his childhood, from his parents to his teachers, he had grown accustomed to it. Now, Being reprimanded in front of so many people surprisingly instilled a unique sense of reassurance within him. This feeling, being chastised, feels rather good. Eventually, Sumo instructed, "Perform these hand seals as I demonstrate. Be careful not to make any mistakes. A single error could lead to failure." The young man nodded vigorously, and Sumo continued, "Then, release the chakra you just guided with a single breath. Remember, do not let it pause. Even a slight hesitation could cause the chakra to undergo a change in nature, and you might end up engulfed in vengeful flames." Yuma, listening intently, couldn't help but smirk at this point. Chakra could only unleash its power while within the body. They had failed in attempts to project chakra outside, as it would dissipate into nothingness, akin to a wisp of air. This fool clearly knew nothing, and it was evident he was no ninja, lacking even a trace of chakra within him. What audacity he had to teach others how to wield chakra. As the audience began to grow weary, a sudden burst of flame illuminated the stage, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. The young man exhaled a flame, which transformed into a fireball approximately half a meter in diameter, soaring ahead and dissipating after several meters. The fireball scorched the stage, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred wood. The crowd stared in disbelief at the source of the flames, mouths agape, yet no sound emerged. Sumu had not employed a silent spell. The astonishment had rendered them speechless. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 23. The Sage of Six Paths. Character similar to Ashura. With wide eyes, the young man gazed forward, astonished. What had just occurred? Had he truly unleashed flames? Wasn't he supposed to be expelling chakra? Why had fire emerged instead? His mind was blank, struggling to comprehend the situation, completely oblivious to the blisters forming on his lips from the heat, utterly absorbed in the shock of having expelled flames. As he stood there, dazed and uncertain, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, startling him. Turning quickly, he was surprised to see it was the Sage of Destiny. "What are you still doing standing there? Did you hear what I just said to you?" Sumu, somewhat exasperated, had called for the dazed young man several times, but the latter seemed deaf to his words, leaving Sumu feeling awkward. Finally, the young man snapped back to reality, straightened up, and bowed deeply to Sumo. "I sincerely apologize. I was lost in thought and did not catch that. Could you please repeat it?" His voice boomed, causing Sumu's ears to ring. "Could you lower your voice? Despite my age, my hearing is still intact. If you speak more softly, I can hear you just fine." Observing the embarrassed young man scratching his head, Sumu sighed. "Did you remember the chakra manipulation method and the hand signs I just taught you?" The young man nodded vigorously. Sumu continued, "Those hand signs are crucial. You absolutely cannot misperform them. Once you return, practice diligently. Given your current chakra levels, even performing the great fireball technique 4 or 5 times might deplete your reserves." Having focused solely on Sumu's words, the young man was unaware of the gravity of chakra depletion, having always trained in physical techniques. If his chakra were to be exhausted, he could faint or, in severe cases, perish. Thus, moderation in practice was essential. Yet, all he could think was, "I can use magic. I can use magic." With a jubilant shout, he leapt 3 feet into the air, landing on his knees before Sumu, bowing deeply. "Thank you for teaching me the art of ninjutsu. I shall practice diligently and not fail your expectations." Sumo facepalmed, realizing the young man had absorbed none of the crucial information. Meanwhile, the crowd gradually regained their composure. The ordinary citizens, rulers, and priestesses remained indifferent. After all, they were not ninjas and had little interest in the techniques, merely enjoying a splendid display of magic. However, the ninja disciples were utterly enthralled. Even the representatives of the sacred forces, including the Toad of Rock and the Great White Snake, expressed astonishment. These sacred entities also practiced chakra, and witnessing it used in ninjutsu was exhilarating. Although the fireball technique had lacked power due to the young man's limited ability, they believed that if they cast it, the destructive potential would be substantial. While they retained their composure, the disciples of the ninja clan were swept into a frenzy. They rushed onto the stage, encircling Sumu, fervently exclaiming, "Sage of Destiny, please teach us ninjutsu as well. Please forgive our previous rudeness. We were merely swept up in the crowd's excitement and spoke thoughtlessly. Kindly do not take it to heart. I beseech you to teach me the art of ninjutsu. Since childhood, I have harbored a dream of mastering this skill, and should this dream be realized, I would be your most loyal subordinate." The fervor of the disciples left Su Mu feeling quite awkward. He had intended to project a semblance of superiority but now felt akin to a cult leader. Nevertheless, he composed himself and corrected the crowd. What you witnessed earlier was not ninjutsu, but a technique utilizing chakra. Do not mislabel it. Ninjutsu, understood. Please, instruct us in its practice. They implored. Soon, a multitude knelt on the stage. Due to the limited space, those on the edges were inadvertently shoved off by others, landing with a thud and taking a while to gather themselves. Sumu, momentarily disregarding them, turned to the elder Yongma below the stage and inquired. I have discovered a method for ninjas to wield ninjutsu. Does this grant me the right to become the vice leader of the ninja sect? Yongma, taken aback, could only gape momentarily before kneeling fervently. You certainly have the qualifications to become the vice leader. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Should you wish to punish me, I will accept any consequence, provided you teach me ninjutsu afterward. Observing Yongma prostrated like a defeated creature, Sumu couldn't help but admire his audacity. The speed of this transformation was indeed commendable. It seemed that one could not ascend to higher ranks without shedding some dignity. Only those with thick skin could attain their desires. Sumu had no intention of reprimanding Yongma. After all, his role as vice leader was merely titular. This matter would be left to the Sage of Six Paths to resolve. He teleported before Yongma, offering a hand to assist him up. Elder Yongma, you have misunderstood me. I am not one to bear grudges. As long as you sincerely amend your ways and do not repeat such errors, I shall not hold it against you. Yongma breathed a sigh of relief, but Sumu continued. However, I noticed you exchanging glances with those behind you. I advise you to clarify the situation. Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Yongma's brow. Finally, he gritted his teeth and knelt once more. Addressing the Sage of Six Paths, forgive me, Sage. I have betrayed your trust by colluding with the monk leader, Ming-ji. The sage sighed. He was already aware of the situation but had chosen not to investigate further. The current ninja sect was not the same as the future ninja village, and he was not like those who feared rebellion from their subordinates. He possessed absolute confidence in his strength and thus paid little heed to the clandestine machinations of others. Yet, it would be inappropriate not to address today's events. So he spoke to Yongma. Considering this is your first offense and has not caused actual harm to the ninja sect, I shall temporarily revoke your position as elder. Reflect on your actions at home. Yongma exhaled deeply. As long as he retained his life, there was hope. Given his past merits, he believed he could soon regain his title. Meanwhile, Sumu watched with a disdainful smirk. The sage demonstrated the typical leniency associated with the Ashura lineage. Such a matter of collusion was dismissed so lightly. If such trivialities were resolved with a mere reprimand, who would respect the ninja sect's rules in the future? Moreover, the monk leader Ming-ji likely faced no real consequences, probably just a quiet admonition. Once the dust settled, he would likely continue his previous ways, perhaps even with greater arrogance. However, these matters were of no concern to Sumu. The ninja sect was the sage's domain, and he could manage it as he saw fit. Sumu was merely interested in maintaining a name within the sect for future endeavors. Nevertheless, he resolved to fulfill his promise, announcing to the crowd, starting tomorrow, I shall establish a ninjutsu training class. All disciples of the ninja sect may enroll. However, due to my limited capacity, I will personally instruct only the first 100 applicants, while the subsequent enrollees will learn from these 100. He made it clear, even among the 100 students I teach, whether you succeed or not will depend on your own abilities. I cannot be held accountable. The crowd dismissed his warning, confident in their inherent talents, believing they would surely master ninjutsu. This is a common flaw of humanity. When faced with setbacks, individuals often fail to introspect and instead blame their surroundings. For instance, if one performs poorly on an exam, it is not due to a lack of ability, but rather because the proctor was overly strict. Similarly, when seeking to make a living and provide convenience for others, why could they not simply turn a blind eye and allow someone to copy into prestigious universities? Truly vexing. Thus, the crowd harbored no fears of failing to learn ninjutsu. Some even began to entertain ulterior motives. One young man in particular was especially exhilarated, convinced that the sage's strength stemmed from his mastery of ninjutsu, or rather, what was now referred to as ninjutsu. He believed that if he learned ninjutsu, he too could attain similar power, perhaps even surpassing the sage himself. This unfounded confidence began to take root in many, their glances toward the sage and Sumu shifting, prompting the latter to grimace. Sumu longed to showcase a screening of Naruto, Shippuden on stage to temper the inflated egos of the crowd. Meanwhile, the sage's expression grew increasingly complex, not directed at those aspiring to usurp him, but rather towards Sumu. Previously, he had worried about his inability to pass on ninjutsu, fearing the ninja sect would decline after his death. Now, with Sumu's discovery of a method to utilize chakra for ninjutsu, he believed the sect's influence would flourish exponentially. Yet, he could not find joy in this good fortune. His initial intent in recruiting Sumu was merely to have a mascot. He never anticipated that the newcomer would gain such immense prestige so swiftly. It now appeared that Sumu was on the verge of eclipsing him, causing a sense of urgency to stir within the sage. He realized he must solidify his hold on power, lest he be supplanted by Sumu. At that moment, he thought of his two sons, deciding he should invest more effort into Indra and Ashura, for only his own flesh and blood could be trusted not to betray him. It seemed the sage had forgotten how he and his brother had once betrayed their mother. Chapter 24. A lack of compassion for the vulnerable. The initiation ceremony for Sumu was successfully concluded. From this day forth, the ninja world would remember this destined sage who invented ninjutsu. The lords and daimyos, though lacking extraordinary powers, eagerly discussed ninjutsu, fascinated by its potential. Some even began to contemplate the possibility of having their offspring join the ninja sect to learn ninjutsu, hoping to transform their families into ninja clans in the future. Sumu skillfully pacified the crowd before employing a technique to discreetly depart from this tumultuous place, intent on returning to his dwelling for rest. As for the student enrollment for the following day, he did not concern himself with it. He would accept only 100 applicants, leaving the decision of who would be chosen to the Sage of Six Paths. As he stealthily made his way to his residence, two towering figures suddenly appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the toad of Miyaboka Mountain and the white snake from the Ryuchi Cave. After the two parties met, before Sumu could even open his mouth to inquire, Yinsu and the white snake were the first to pay their respects. Addressing him with utmost reverence, "We greet the destiny immortal." Observing their courteous demeanor, Sumu promptly returned the greeting, saying, "There is no need for such formality, esteemed messengers. I regret not having the opportunity to greet you earlier amidst the crowd. Please forgive my oversight." The two were unfazed by his prior neglect, and the white snake spoke with a melodious voice akin to a chime. "In truth, we have come to discuss a matter with you, and we wonder if the destiny immortal might grant us a moment of your time to converse privately." Sumu raised an eyebrow, pondering what these two might want from him. However, considering the esteemed background of the wet-bone forest sacred land, he surmised their inquiry likely pertained to something related to the sacred site. He did not decline their request, and quietly led the serpent and the toad to his residence. Confirming that no prying eyes followed them, he gently closed the door and turned to say, "You may now speak of your business." The serpent and the toad nodded. Yet instead of rushing into the matter at hand, they introduced themselves. Sumu was already familiar with Yinsu, and thus the latter only briefly stated his name without further elaboration. However, when the white snake introduced herself, Sumu was taken aback, realizing she was an acquaintance. She was the princess of Shirchu Island, one of the 3 snake princesses of the Dragon Earth Cave in the future. Although she appeared as a sweet-looking maiden, her true form was that of a terrifying half-human, half-snake creature. Sumu thought that even in her current guise, she was still more appealing than her future appearance, which would evoke the uncanny valley effect. It seemed that the 3 snake princesses preferred to present themselves in human form, implying that she had yet to master the transformation technique. One could only achieve such a transformation upon reaching a certain level of celestial cultivation, indicating that she was merely a lesser entity in the Dragon Earth Cave and not one of its core immortals. After their introductions, the princess of Shirchu Island articulated their purpose for the visit. "Do you also wish to learn ninjutsu?" Sumu inquired, puzzled. The princess nodded, her melodious voice resonating. "We witnessed the marvels of ninjutsu from the audience and wish to represent Myobokuzen and the Dragon Earth Cave in learning its techniques from Wetbone Forest." Yinsu the Great Toad also lowered his head slightly, saying, "We implore you, considering the long-standing friendships between the 3 sacred lands, to teach us the methods of utilizing ninjutsu. We beg of you." Sumu stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. He was indifferent to the idea of teaching ninjutsu to Myobokuzen and the Dragon Earth Cave. Such knowledge would eventually be acquired by the other 2 sacred lands. Merely a matter of time. It would be more beneficial to impart the knowledge himself, thus granting them a favor. However, he had no intention of providing private lessons. So he stated, "You may both join the learning class tomorrow. I will reserve 2 spots for you, which will not count against the 100-student quota." Upon hearing this, Yensu's mouth curled into a grateful smile. Ever since the introduction of the chakra system, Myobo Kuzan had quickly popularized chakra techniques. Although this power was not as formidable as celestial arts, its widespread applicability and lower talent requirements, combined with the fact that it could coexist with celestial arts and even bolster their practice, made it highly esteemed among the new generation of toads from the sacred land. Nonetheless, the limitations of chakra were evident. Its capacity for expansion was poor, only providing basic enhancements to physical abilities. Now that they had learned that chakra could be used to perform ninjutsu, the potential of this training system was boundless. Sumu was pleased with Yensu's demeanor. Despite his unappealing appearance, his character was amiable, resembling a straightforward and affable giant. At that moment, the White Snake Princess of Shirchu Island suddenly began to writhe, approaching Sumu with a flirtatious glance and swaying her body. Sumu looked at her in confusion, wondering if she had swallowed a fool along the way, as she did not seem particularly astute. The princess drew closer, swaying her form and speaking in a gentle tone. "Oh, great destiny immortal. Might you consider giving me some private instruction? I am quite eager to master this ninjutsu. Perhaps you could accommodate me? I would be willing to pay additional tuition." Before she could finish her request, Sumu delivered a punch to her cheek. The once flirtatious princess was knocked to the ground, and before she could rise, he sat upon her massive serpent head, raining down punches upon her face. "How dare you tempt me, seeking to test an immortal? What immortal could withstand such an affront?" Sumu seethed with indignation. Temptation aside, it was utterly absurd to have a large snake head used as a lure. Even with the most peculiar of tastes, he could hardly find interest in a white serpent. Gradually regaining her composure, the princess glared at Sumu with eyes filled with malice, her tone icy. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? You shall pay dearly for this. Mark my words, I will not rest until I consume you." Sumu scoffed. This little vixen was still defiant. If she did not receive a lesson, she would never learn respect. With a swift motion, he opened his palm, shooting a jet of water at her face, dousing her and leaving her gasping for breath. Initially, she struggled fiercely, but with her head firmly trapped between his legs, escape was impossible. Eventually, her resistance faded, and she resigned herself, closing her eyes as he continued to spray her face with water. Yensu the Great Toad instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the violent tendencies of this destiny immortal. If he became addicted to this display and decided to pound him into the ground, where would that leave his pride as a robust man? After a brief moment, observing that the princess no longer struggled, Sumu let her go, lifting her serpent head and tossing it out the window. Silence enveloped the world. The next day, the ninjutsu learning class officially commenced. A carefully selected group of students, akin to elementary school children, sat upright in their seats, awaiting Sumu's inspection. Though his expression remained impassive, he inwardly chuckled. The selection process was entirely based on status and rank. Aside from the Sage of Six Paths and the temporarily dismissed Yuma, all remaining elders were present. Additionally, there were several prominent and powerful members who, in a later era, would hold the title of J-Nin. Although such titles had yet to be formally established within the ninjutsu sect. In the last row of the classroom, the large Yensu sat rigidly, while the princess of Shirchu Island glared at him with fierce intensity, evidently still holding a grudge from the previous day. However, Sumu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on her. She could act as she pleased, for once he finished his lecture, he would depart without further engagement. Thus began Sumu's explanation of chakra and ninjutsu. In truth, Sumu was not well versed in chakra, having never practiced it himself. However, this posed no issue for someone with a system like his. His ability to guide that young man in using ninjutsu stemmed from the system's assistance. This time would be no different. He adhered to the system's teachings on chakra, elucidating the principles and specific details of ninjutsu in an accessible manner. The students listened attentively, some even trembling with excitement, clearly unable to contain their enthusiasm. While the students were indeed fervent, Sumu found himself overwhelmed. They posed an abundance of questions, frequently raising their hands and standing to inquire, leaving him to search for answers within the system, an exhausting endeavor. Why couldn't the system include a voice function? If it did, he could simply activate it and let the students listen, sparing himself from the burden of lecturing. Upon reflecting on this, he let out a sigh. realizing he should never have pretended to be someone he was not in front of others. This facade had brought him a multitude of troubles. His tendency to show off indeed required reconsideration, especially since he was now an adept in the art of cultivation. Frequently showcasing his prowess in public significantly affected his mindset. Thus, while teaching, he made a silent vow to retreat into seclusion for introspection after imparting his ninjutsu knowledge to his students, distancing himself from the trivial matters within the ninja sect. Suddenly, a loud explosion jolted him from his thoughts. A student emerged, covered in dirt, with hair resembling a wild explosion, hands still poised in a seal, indicating he had just experimented with ninjutsu. Embarrassed, he apologized to Sumu, saying, "I'm so sorry. My curiosity got the better of me." Sumu, exasperated, replied, "Focus on the lecture. You may experiment freely in the training grounds after class." Before the student could respond, another explosion echoed through the classroom. The cacophony continued throughout the lesson, leaving Sumu both amused and exasperated by the enthusiasm of his students. Chapter 25, Indra. The foundational theory of chakra is not overly complex. There are merely a handful of basic hand seals. Mastering 12 hand seals is generally sufficient to unleash ninjutsu. Standing in the training area, Sumu observed the students awkwardly forming seals that released ninjutsu with the finesse of a gust of wind. Although their techniques lacked power, they had established a solid foundation and merely needed to practice diligently. He then clapped his hands, summoning all the students, and proclaimed, "You have all made commendable progress over the past month. Now, return and practice for 2 months, after which you will teach other disciples in the ninja sect." The students nodded in understanding, aware this had been Sumu's plan from the beginning. Both Rinshirchu and Yinshu were to become temporary instructors in 2 months. Sumu had no desire to teach each disciple individually. It was more efficient for them to develop their own line of teaching. After arranging the students, Sumu turned to leave, as it was time for him to seek solitude and cultivate. In recent years, he had spent his time wandering rather than improving his skills. This was part of Sumu's cultivation strategy. He did not intend to immerse himself solely in rigorous training, but preferred to alternate between periods of practice and leisure to enhance his efficiency. Halfway through his departure, he sensed someone watching him. Upon closer inspection, however, he felt no presence. This sensation had lingered throughout the month, leading him to wonder if it was merely a product of his diminished sensitivity due to a lack of practice. In truth, it was not a figment of his imagination. Just moments before he had released his consciousness to observe his surroundings, Sage of Six Paths had withdrawn his gaze, slightly relieved. He marveled at Sumu's keen perception. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been caught in the act. The thought of being discovered by someone could tarnish his reputation as the leader of the ninja sect. However, his clandestine observations had borne fruit. He had grasped much about the release of ninjutsu. This understanding did not stem from his own efforts, as the Sage of Six Paths possessed an innate ability to perform ninjutsu without seals, executing techniques as instinctively as breathing. His motivation to learn the intricacies of ninjutsu was solely for the sake of his 2 sons. With this thought, he quickened his pace back to his training grounds. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a flicker of flame. His 3-year-old son, Indra, was exhaling a thin line of fire, scorching a shallow mark on the ground of the training area. The Sage of Six Paths was astounded. Indra's aptitude surpassed his expectations. Even he, who had an inherent talent for ninjutsu, had only manifested lightning release at the age of 8 under extraordinary circumstances. While Indra's current ability to perform ninjutsu relied on hand seals, it did not diminish his exceptional talent. The sage felt immense satisfaction with his eldest son. Indra's prodigious gift made him a worthy heir. At that moment, he glanced at Ashura, who was attempting to mimic Indra's actions, blowing air outward while forming seals. The reason it was merely air was that he could not even separate chakra from his body. Fortunately, his limited talent meant he had yet to complete the transformation of chakra's properties. Otherwise, the chakra could have surged uncontrollably within him, potentially causing disastrous consequences. The Sage of Six Paths sighed, recognizing that Ashura's talent paled in comparison to Indra's. Initially, when he taught Ashura, he suspected there was an issue with the chakra attributes he was imparting. After clandestinely learning about other chakra attributes from Sumu and explaining all 5, he finally grasped the reality. It was not the chakra that was flawed, but rather Ashura's innate abilities. The child's lack of talent was an unchangeable truth. With this realization, he shifted his focus back to Indra, determining that he should prioritize cultivating Indra's abilities while Ashura would benefit more from an emphasis on academic studies. After disseminating the methods of chakra cultivation, Sumu constructed a dwelling on a mountain peak not far from the ninja sect. This conical mountain was surrounded by steep cliffs, devoid of paths, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to reach. Only ninjas could scale the cliffs to reach the summit. However, this posed no challenge for Sumu, who typically traveled by flying or using space-time techniques, indifferent to where his abode was situated. Since becoming a practitioner, Sumu had no need to fly if he could teleport. If he could teleport, he had no need to walk. At this rate, he feared his legs might devolve. At that moment, he sensed something wriggling in his arms. Looking down, he saw the avatar of the living slug peeking out from his collar, gently saying, "Aren't you coming back? I've missed you." Sumu forced a smile and replied, "I am currently contemplating the ways of the mundane world. I want to return for 100 or 80 years. The slug pouted, its tone tinged with reproach. "What do you mean, contemplating the ways of the mundane? I think you simply don't want to come back." Sumu sighed inwardly, feeling reluctant to return to the wet-bone forest. It was one thing to avoid the living slug. The other was that the wet-bone forest felt suffocating. The sacred land was inhabited solely by him and the slug. With nothing else, not even a butterfly, the eerie silence made him dread staying there. He had previously suggested to the slug that it accompany him to explore the ninja world, but this socially anxious creature adamantly refused, claiming the human world was filled with hideous beings that disgusted it. Sumu nearly voiced his frustration at that remark, pondering what kind of self-awareness the slug possessed regarding its own appearance. After much coaxing, he finally calmed the slug down and retreated to his room, firmly closing the door to begin his cultivation. This time, he chose not to return to the spirit-rich wet-bone forest after decades. His body was already saturated with spiritual energy, and his need for it was not as pressing. Moreover, during this era, the concentration of spiritual energy in the ninja world was far superior to that of the Wind era. While it may not match the three great sacred lands, the concentration was still adequate for practitioners. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 decades had passed. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Sumu noticed his perception of time becoming increasingly vague. Had it not been for reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation that compelled him to awaken from his meditation, he would have remained oblivious to the passage of 20 years. Feeling a sense of satisfaction as he grasped his fist, Sumu reveled in the pinnacle of his foundational cultivation, now merely a step away from the golden elixir stage. He firmly believed that it would not be long before he emerged as a formidable golden elixir practitioner. Undoubtedly, the guidance of the system was instrumental in his swift progress, allowing him to traverse the path of cultivation without encountering any significant bottlenecks. Remarkably, there were no hidden dangers within his body. Even those powerful beings reincarnated and recultivated often faced such pitfalls. At present, he was capable of unleashing his full potential, and even at full strength, he could contend with golden elixir practitioners. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was he not yet 100 years old? Upon his arrival in this world, he had been in his early 20s. He had spent 40 years surviving in the wet-bone forest, followed by 30 years in the shinobi world. Was he truly only in his 90s? The realization sent a chill down his spine. Reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation at such a young age surely qualified him as a genius, albeit not on par with those nurtured by top-tier factions. However, he mused that he could at least be considered a talent among the less prestigious regions of the cultivation world. Yet, his excitement waned as he recalled that Uchiha Madara had already been making waves in the shinobi world at the same age. Damn it, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. The chakra cultivation system advanced like a rocket. After decades of training, one could easily surpass a mere 90-year-old like himself. Is this fair? Not in the slightest. It defies all logic. He sighed, realizing that dwelling on such matters was futile. Regardless of the immense power chakra could bestow, it ultimately harbored its own risks. Cultivating chakra was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. It was not the true path to transcendence. Just then, a knock on the door startled Sumu. The last time someone had knocked on his door was over a decade ago when Sage of Six Paths had sought him out, urging him to join in the governance of the shinobi sect, an offer he had resolutely declined. Since then, no one had come looking for him, and he wondered who might be seeking him now. He gently opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Standing at the threshold was a strikingly handsome young man with long hair, his eyes wide and round like brass bells, staring intently at him. Dressed in white with dark hair, he had two small braids at his temples that hung down beside his cheeks, while his long, voluminous hair cascaded down his back. Most striking were his blood-red eyes, which bore a circular pattern connected to three tomo, emanating a chilling aura. The more he looked at this individual, the more familiar he seemed, yet he could not quite place him. As he pondered the stranger's identity, Indra's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Su-Mu's appearance. Is this a mistake? Wasn't this supposed to be the residence of the Fate Sage? Why is there a young man here who appears to be of similar age to me? Furthermore, the young man bore a striking resemblance to the Fate Sage he had seen in his childhood. Could he be the sage's son? This thought brought him back to his senses, and he crossed his arms, coldly demanding, "Where is the Fate Sage?" Indra's tone was devoid of emotion, and his haughty demeanor irked Su-Mu greatly. However, at that moment, he recalled the identity of this young man. He was none other than Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. It had been 20 years since they had last met, and he was surprised to see how much Indra had grown. His arrogant tone suggested he was accustomed to being spoiled, likely used to others coddling him due to his lineage. Despite Indra's noble heritage and considerable innate talent, Su-Mu was not inclined to indulge his arrogance. Even Yui would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Are you tired of living, boy? Seeing the proud expression on Indra's face, Su-Mu sighed inwardly. It appeared he had never faced the harsh realities of life. Instead of resorting to violence, he decided to attempt a verbal intervention. If you are willing to turn back from the edge, I will guide you to safety. Should you remain obstinate, you will find yourself in endless despair. Su-Mu straightened his posture, adopting the demeanor of a wise elder, and spoke in a detached tone. I am the Fate Sage you seek. Young man, what brings you to me? Indra's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Su-Mu, trying to confirm his identity. Prior to his visit, he had inquired about Su-Mu's appearance from older acquaintances and had even met him a few times in his childhood. By carefully comparing Su-Mu's features with his hazy memories, he ultimately recognized him as the Fate Sage he sought. Yet, how could this be? According to the information he had gathered, Su-Mu had been at least 20 when he joined the shinobi sect 20 years ago. Based solely on his appearance, it was suggested that he was over 50 years old. Otherwise, his father would not have referred to him as senior. But how could this be? Su-Mu looked younger than even Indra. Was he some sort of ageless being? Soon, however, Indra dismissed these thoughts. The nature of Su-Mu's abilities was irrelevant to him at present. He had a singular focus. If you are indeed the Fate Sage, then this simplifies matters. I, as the leader of the shinobi sect, hereby summon you to be my subordinate. From this day forth, you shall obey my commands, fight for me, and offer your loyalty and life. This is your duty as the deputy leader of the shinobi sect. Indra spoke with an air of arrogance, akin to a master issuing orders to a servant, which elicited laughter from Su-Mu. Truly, the Uchiha ancestors are something else. Do you not fear that the rain might flood your nostrils with such a haughty demeanor? Seeing Su-Mu stifling laughter and turning away, Indra's expression darkened as he coldly rebuked, "What are you laughing at? Did you not hear my words? You have been a member of the shinobi sect for 2 decades now, and during this time, you have not only created ninjutsu, but have also evaded your responsibilities as deputy leader. Perhaps my father, that weakling, would tolerate your behavior. But I am not so easily swayed." Su-Mu waved his hand, suppressing his amusement. "I apologize, I truly couldn't help but laugh. I never expected such a brazen con artist to come before me. In this day and age, are con artists this audacious? If I am not mistaken, your father, the Sage of Six Paths, has passed the position of sect leader to Ashura, has he not? You, without having secured the leader's position, dare to assume such authority and attempt to swindle me. That is truly laughable." Ha ha. Su-Mu couldn't help but be amused. Who said the Uchiha clan were merely naive fools? Just look at how adept their ancestor was at deception. Before deceiving others, he first deceived himself. Indra's haughty demeanor resembled that of a master issuing orders to his subordinates, which epitomized the highest realm of deception. It seemed that the Uchiha clan not only had a penchant for being deceived, but also reveled in deceiving others. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi were all top-tier con artists, while only Sasuke fell victim to their schemes. Realizing that his ruse had been uncovered, Indra's face flushed with anger. With his Manjiki Sharingan blazing with murderous intent, he declared, "The shinobi sect led by Ashura is doomed to failure. Only I can lead the shinobi sect to glory. Now, I command you to join the new shinobi sect I have established. Should you dare to refuse, an aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. As a formidable shadow chakra erupted from his being, causing the very roof to tremble as if it were on the brink of collapse. Witnessing the terrifying chakra within the opponent, Sumu's expression shifted dramatically, his body involuntarily quaking with dread as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why do you possess such formidable chakra?" Indra, observing Sumu's pitiful demeanor, felt an increasing disdain. To think that such a person could be elevated to the position of vice leader by his father only highlighted the opponent's utter incompetence. Nevertheless, it was a time of need. And though this waste of space lacked strength, he still represented a force. To eliminate him would be a waste. Instead, he could be cast onto the battlefield to deplete the power of the Ashura lineage. With this thought, Indra retracted his imposing aura and, with an expressionless face, remarked, "What a waste. Have you become such a sight merely from my pressure? However, since it is a time of need, I can spare your life, allowing you to redeem yourself on the battlefield." Before he could finish his words, Sumu, like a flash of lightning, delivered a kick to Indra's groin, causing him to kneel in agony, clutching his trousers. The pain radiated through his nerves, making his entire body tremble involuntarily. Observing the torment on his opponent's face, Sumu clapped his hands and laughed. "How do you like my cutting off future generations kick? Young people must understand that respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. Those who disregard this will inevitably face dire consequences." Ha ha. Sumu's laughter echoed with a wild abandon. He noted that Indra, being just over 20, likely had not yet fathered a child. By delivering this cutting off future generations kick, he could be said to have obliterated the future of the Uchiha clan. Without the ability to pass on the Uchiha bloodline, he wondered how Indra would entangle himself with Ashura for a century. Now, he was unqualified even to be a neighbor, effectively having eliminated Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke in one fell swoop. The higher-ups in Konoha still thought to use Uchiha Itachi to eradicate the Uchiha clan, but such schemes were utterly weak. He resolved the problem at its root, dissolving the grievances that had plagued the shinobi world for millennia, truly a deed of immeasurable merit. Ha ha. Indra, suppressing the pain in his groin, gritted his teeth and rose, glaring at Sumu with eyes filled with murderous intent. Blood seeped through the wounds on his crossed arms, staining the ground, revealing the dire state of his injuries. "You old fool, I will kill you." As soon as the words left his lips, a violet Susanoo skeleton unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a shroud of purple energy that instantaneously shattered the roof of the house, reducing Sumu's residence of 20 years to ruins. Sumu executed a spatial maneuver, appearing in the distance, and looked down at the fully manifested purple Susanoo giant. This Susanoo resembled that of Sasuke, adorned in samurai armor and wielding a colossal sword measuring at least 40 meters in length. With a pair of violet wings sprouting from its back, it appeared capable of flight. Once the transformation was complete, Sumu chuckled and said, "Young man, why the fury? Look at you. Your wound has reopened in your anger. If you do not treat it promptly, it could endanger your life." Indra's Susanoo lunged towards Sumu, having grown tired of idle chatter, intent on reducing this insufferable brat to mere fragments. The massive purple sword, infused with overwhelming energy, descended upon Sumu, creating a shrill sound as it sliced through the air, with the fierce wind stinging Sumu's face. Assessing the situation, Sumu realized that blocking such a strike with his own strength would be challenging. However, with such a grand movement, he was confident he wouldn't be struck. In a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, while the colossal purple sword struck nothing but air, sending energy cascading downwards, leaving behind a massive gash in the ground, 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Indra, eyes ablaze, searched for Sumu's location, soon spotting the brat's figure several hundred meters away in the void. He commanded Susanoo to charge again, having forgotten the swordsmanship he had honed for years, opting to slash wildly with instinct and rage. Faced with this erratic assault, Sumu effortlessly evaded, all the while assessing his opponent's strength. It seemed Indra was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Initially, he believed Indra's prowess to rival that of Uchiha Madara during the Valley of the End, given his status as the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. To his astonishment, Indra's power was inferior to Madara's, equating more to a 50-50 match with Sasuke's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. How could this be? How could Indra's chakra reincarnation surpass Indra himself? Was this a violation of destiny? However, upon further reflection, it began to make sense. If every incarnation of Indra and Ashura were as strong as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, then Kagaya's Black Zetsu would not have waited a millennium for those two to arise. Madara and Hashirama were extraordinarily rare instances where the chakra reincarnation surpassed the original, which explained Black Zetsu's fixation on making Uchiha Madara the vessel for Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection. The two engaged in a fierce battle high above, the echoes of their conflict resonating for miles, capturing the attention of many. Ashura stood atop a tree, gazing intently at the violet giant in the distance. Due to the vast expanse between them, he could not discern Sumu's figure. That was undoubtedly his brother Indra's Susanoo. He vividly remembered its activation from their past confrontation. Had he not relied on the strength of his companions back then, he would have been no match for Indra. This time, with only a handful of allies, he feared he would not stand a chance. Suddenly, the members of the shinobi sect exclaimed, "Look! It seems Indra is battling someone." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they indeed saw a diminutive figure clad in white engaged in combat with Indra's Susanoo. Who could this individual be? Chapter 27, Ashura. Ashura and his subordinates were taken aback as they observed the figure battling against Susanoo. Having faced Indra themselves, they found it hard to believe that someone could stand alone against him. They recalled that they had pooled the entire strength of the shinobi sect to assist Ashura in defeating Indra. Now, they turned their gazes toward Ashura, awaiting his command. After a brief moment, Ashura spoke. "Let us move closer. We shall assess the situation before deciding how to proceed." His subordinates nodded in agreement and stealthily approached the battlefield, concealing their forms with leaves. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered who could contend with Indra to such an extent. Meanwhile, after dodging hundreds of Susanoo's strikes, Sumu had a clearer understanding of Indra's capabilities. This fellow indeed possessed talent, maintaining composure and launching full-force attacks even while gravely injured. In this regard, Indra surpassed Sasuke by a significant margin, though it could be attributed to the black tomo he had gifted him. At this moment, Indra donned the palm-sized black tomo on his chest, which continuously assisted him in stabilizing his emotions and enhancing his power. Sumu smirked at the irony. This little brat, still wearing the gift he had bestowed, had the audacity to come seeking him as a subordinate. The Uchiha clan had a notorious flaw. They could not speak sensibly without receiving a good beating. This was a condition that needed remedying. "Today, I shall diligently attend to your ailments." With a flick of his hand, Sumu summoned a swirling dust, causing the sky to darken ominously, transforming the once clear heavens into a brooding expanse. The thick clouds enveloped the sky, the air grew damp, and the light dimmed progressively. As thunder rumbled, Indra perceived the immense energy concealed within the clouds above, as if it were poised to unleash itself at any moment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be a formidable lightning release technique? His conjecture was not unfounded. Indeed, this was a unique lightning-based sage art crafted by Sumu himself. As the thunder roared across the heavens, a fearsome lightning creature emerged from the clouds. This was a spirit version of the Qilin, inspired by Sumu's mimicry of the Qilin technique, which utilized spiritual energy rather than chakra. Thus, before the Qilin revealed its true form, Indra remained utterly oblivious to the terror it embodied. The approaching Ashura and his companions were struck with fear upon witnessing the immense creature emerge from the clouds, causing them to halt in their tracks, their faces pale with trepidation, unwilling to advance any further. A member of the ninja sect trembled as he inquired of Ashura, "Leader, what is that?" At that moment, Ashura was too stunned to respond, having been awestruck by the colossal beast hovering in the sky. Unlike his subordinates, who could not sense the Qilin's dreadful presence or its chakra fluctuations, Ashura was acutely aware of the danger emanating from it. Although he was astonished by the creature's immense size, he felt no overwhelming fear. However, Ashura was distinct, despite his inferior talents compared to Indra. He possessed an innate sensitivity to natural energy that Indra lacked, having been attuned to natural energy since childhood, yet hindered by his meager gifts. He could sense its presence, but was unable to harness it. Thus, when the Qilin burst forth from the clouds, he was left in a state of shock. He had never encountered such violent natural energy. The catastrophic aftermath of its explosion was unfathomable. Instinctively shivering, he turned to his subordinates and bellowed, "Quickly, retreat. The faster, the better. His subordinates, startled by his commanding voice, immediately pivoted and fled in haste upon witnessing his earnest expression. Meanwhile, Indra, facing the Chelan's might, wore a grave expression. Though he could not sense natural energy, his inherently strong mental acuity allowed him to perceive danger instinctively. In his perception, the Chelan emanated an exceedingly perilous aura, watching him intently from the clouds, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. At this juncture, Sumu floated beside the Chelan and smiled at Indra, saying, "Surrender, Indra. If you concede now, I can heal your wounds and ensure your lineage remains unaffected." Indra, who had been solemn, instantly flared with anger at Sumu's words, roaring, "I will never kneel and beg for mercy unless I am dead. It is but a mere lightning pop. Watch as I cleave your beastly head with a single sword strike." Sumu chuckled resignedly, recognizing the stubbornness of youth. How could he not realize that? Aside from the Sage of Six Paths and Azura, he was the only one capable of healing his injuries? Seeking help from the Sage or Azura would surely be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, humbling himself before Sumu for assistance was his best option. How typical of the impetuous young. With a wave of his hand, the enormous Chelan lunged at Susanoo with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Despite its size, the Chelan moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly reaching Susanoo before seizing its shoulders with its mighty claws. It opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Susanoo's head, within which Indra, holding his pants, was precariously situated. The Chelan's speed surpassed Indra's expectations, leaving him momentarily unguarded as it closed the distance. However, he quickly regained his composure, and Susanoo raised its blade from below in retaliation. With a sickening sound, the lightning-formed Chelan was cleaved in twain by Susanoo's sword, but before Indra could revel in his triumph, the severed Chelan erupted with blinding radiance, engulfing Susanoo. A thunderous boom resounded, and Azura along with the ninja sect members were left reeling, their eardrums ruptured, as a colossal force swept through, consuming several of them. The explosion dissipated the clouds overhead, and in the sunlight's embrace, a mushroom-shaped plume of smoke ascended, flames flickering below. Amidst the roaring flames, a violet glow pierced through the smoke, emerging from the blast's radius. Indra gasped for breath. The Chelan's power far exceeded his imagination. He had expended a significant portion of his chakra to withstand the Chelan's explosion, leaving him considerably weakened. Just as he sought to catch his breath, an icy sensation crept up his spine. Whirling around, he found Sumu standing behind Susanoo, extending two fingers, poised like a blade, aimed directly at him. With a swoosh, a white sword aura penetrated Susanoo's rear, hurtling towards Indra's heart. Indra's soul nearly fled as he exerted every ounce of strength to twist his body, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the sword aura pierced his shoulder, exacerbating his injuries. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Indra turned to face Sumu, undeterred by his wounds. Yet he recognized Sumu's formidable nature and felt a twinge of retreat in his heart. Sumu smiled and remarked, "The temperament of youth is indeed fierce. Has a little bloodletting calmed you?" Indra remained silent, contemplating his escape. Just then, he sensed a familiar chakra presence, and upon recognizing it, his eyes sparkled with hope. Unexpectedly, this individual had also arrived. Truly, fortune favored him. Indra's sword began to writhe and transform in his grasp, ultimately morphing into a longbow several meters in length. Drawing the bowstring, an energy arrow materialized from thin air. The arrow of Indra, aimed at Sumu. The arrow was released, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards him. Seizing the moment while Sumu dodged, Indra directed Susanoo to fly towards Azura. The speed of Indra's arrow was astonishing. Even Sumu could only narrowly evade its trajectory. By the time Sumu regained his balance, Indra had vanished from sight. Indra, having dispelled Susanoo, stood before Azura amidst a pile of rubble. Azura lay unconscious from the blast, but appeared to be in no immediate danger. Without hesitation, Indra bent down and grasped Azura's arm, then bit down into it. A surge of pure yang released chakra coursed through Indra, instantly healing the wounds on his shoulder and below, resurrecting the Uchiha clan. Once all injuries were mended, Indra revealed a vicious grin. Azura, the fool, was indeed a liability. Had it not been for this imbecile, he would have surely perished at the hands of the Sage of Destiny today. The old man's strength was far beyond his expectations, and he resolved to be cautious of him in the future. He then glanced at the unconscious Azura on the ground, his right hand gently brushing the hilt at his waist, a murderous glint in his eyes. Eliminating this nuisance would bring closure to everything, allowing him to take command of the ninja sect. Given his father's weakness, he likely would not object. However, each time he attempted to unsheath his ninja blade against Ashura, he found himself restraining the impulse at critical moments. Ultimately, he huffed in frustration, vowing, Indra, never take advantage of others in their time of weakness. If I were to kill this fool, it must be done honorably. With that, he delivered a swift kick to Ashura's face before turning and vanishing from sight. When Sumu arrived, the scene was left with only the unconscious Ashura. Indra had vanished without a trace. Sumu gazed at the slumbering Ashura sprawled on the ground, feeling a hint of perplexity. If his guess was correct, this should be Ashura. Although he was not familiar with Ashura's visage, after all, the last time they met, he was merely a 3-year-old child, and the boy's appearance was rather unremarkable, making it difficult to remember him. Sumu recognized him by the white jade pendant hanging from his neck, indicating that both Indra and Ashura cherished their gifts greatly. However, why did Indra not slay Ashura? Even if he had been in a hurry, surely he could have taken the time to eliminate Ashura? Ultimately, Sumu could only conjecture that Indra hesitated to harm his own brother. It was understandable that these two siblings, who shared a love-hate relationship, would refrain from exploiting a moment of weakness to kill one another. Chapter 28. The ancestor of Shimura Danzo. Observing the unconscious Ashura, Sumu resolved to provide him with aid. He reached for Ashura's belt, intending to carry him away, but upon lifting his hand, he noticed something beneath Ashura. The ground beneath him differed in color from the surrounding area, appearing remarkably flat, reminiscent of wooden structures. Sumo bent down, placing his hand on the ground, and soon felt a surge of chakra pulsating from below. This was indeed a product of wood release. He glanced at Ashura, wondering if the lad had laid down a wooden board to prevent himself from getting cold and suffering from diarrhea while unconscious. Sumo manipulated his spiritual energy to penetrate the earth, subsequently clearing the soil from the edges of the wooden board. As the dirt was gradually removed, the object buried beneath began to reveal itself. It was an enormous wooden coffin. Curiosity piqued, Sumu opened the coffin, only to discover it contained a dozen or so individuals sprawled haphazardly inside, some of whom he recognized as members of the shinobi sect. He quickly deduced that these individuals must be Ashura's subordinates who had accompanied him. It was somewhat disappointing that Ashura, in a moment of peril, had prioritized the protection of his subordinates. Such leadership was less than commendable. A true leader would always be among the first to escape. Ashura's type of leadership promised no bright future. While lamenting, he used his spiritual energy to drag the massive coffin, taking Ashura along as they fled to a more distant location to tend to the injuries of these individuals. 2 hours later, Ashura stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the vast expanse of a starry sky, and the crimson glow that captured his attention emanated from a roaring campfire. Although his body ached, his wounds had fully healed. However, he still felt a bit dizzy and disoriented regarding his current situation. Suddenly, he turned his head to look around, and upon spotting his neatly arranged subordinates, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that none of them had sustained serious injuries. How fortunate! He had exerted all his strength to create that sturdy wooden coffin, tossing his subordinates inside for protection. Clearly, the coffin had proven effective, and it was a relief that his subordinates were all alive. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, prompting Ashura to turn his gaze. Approaching him was a young man in white robes, dragging a large bear behind him. As Sumu drew closer, Ashura quickly leaped off the stone bed and inquired, "Are you the one who saved us? I cannot express my gratitude enough." Returning from the hunt, Sumu smiled at Ashura's politeness and replied, "It was merely a trivial effort. By the way, you must be Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. What brings you here so unexpectedly?" The location where Sumu resided was exceptionally remote. Surrounded by towering mountains and treacherous paths, most travelers would circumvent this terrain rather than recklessly traverse it. Therefore, he surmised that Ashura's arrival must have some purpose, most likely to seek him out. As expected, Ashura responded, "I have heard from my father that the Destiny Sage resides within these mountains. I have come to find him regarding a matter." Then, as if recalling something, he asked Sumu, "You must be a hunter living nearby, correct? Do you know the whereabouts of the Destiny Sage's residence?" Sumu, observing Ashura's Navvet, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Have you ever seen a hunter dressed in this robe?" At that moment, he was not inclined to respond to Ashura's inquiries. instead contemplating his next course of action. The shinobi sect had completely fractured, and chaos in the ninja world was bound to escalate. The current relative peace likely persisted due to the Sage of Six Paths still being alive, but such a situation could not endure for long. According to his recollection, the Sage of Six Paths was not expected to live for many more years. Once he passed, the ninja world would descend into utter turmoil. And even in his secluded residence, he would likely find himself frequently disturbed by ninjas. Moreover, he had not returned home to visit in decades. It seemed time to check on the wet-bone forest and see the living slugs. Although he encountered their clones daily, they were mere manifestations. And given that he had not seen the original for decades, he suspected that the socially anxious creature would be losing sleep over the thoughts of him. He turned his attention back to Ashura, intending to offer a few evasive words before making a hasty exit when one of the shinobi sect members, a middle-aged man, groggily awoke on the stone bed. This man, like Ashura, appeared confused as he scanned the surroundings. Ashura noticed him too and waved, smiling, "You're awake. The food is not yet cooked. Please wait a moment." The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, bewildered, and as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sumu, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Sumu also noticed the man's gaze and nodded with a smile. He recognized this middle-aged man. The last time they met, he was just a bumbling youth who had performed ninjutsu under Sumu's guidance in front of everyone. Essentially the first in the shinobi sect to demonstrate such abilities. The middle-aged man hurriedly leaped off the stone bed and bowed to Sumu before approaching Ashura to whisper something in his ear. Ashura's expression shifted from a smile to one of astonishment, followed by an incredulous stare at Sumu, as he queried, "Are you the Destiny Sage?" Sumu nodded and replied, "There is no need to address me as the Destiny Sage. From now on, just call me Sumu." He decided to abandon the title of Destiny Sage and revert to his original name. Moving forward, he intended to return to the wet-bone forest and devote himself to cultivation, no longer necessitating the facade of the Destiny Sage. Despite his casual demeanor, Ashura showed no signs of disrespect, promptly standing up and bowing to Sumu, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Destiny Sage. Thank you for saving us." The middle-aged man imitated Ashura's actions, bowing with even greater sincerity, as Sumu had transformed his life. Without Sumu, he would have remained an inconspicuous figure within the shinobi sect. But after mastering ninjutsu, he had rapidly ascended. First, he followed the Sage of Six Paths, and then he became one of Ashura's most trusted subordinates. This entire turning point began with Sumu's casual guidance, instilling in him a deep respect for Sumu. Waving his hand, Sumu said, "There is no need for such formality. Truth be told, it was my actions that led to your injuries, so we are even now." He then turned to the middle-aged man, inquiring, "By the way, I still do not know your name." Standing tall and respectful, the middle-aged man replied, "My former name was Kenjiro. A few years ago, the Sage of Six Paths required all members of the shinobi sect to adopt names. My childhood ambition was to become the village chief, so I took the surname Shimura. And now my name is Shimura Kenjiro." Sumu's jaw dropped as he regarded Shimura Kenjiro. "Are you serious about that surname? Surely you cannot be an ancestor of Shimura Danzo. It appears that this individual is destined to become a devoted follower of Ashura, and in the future, as he forms alliances and establishes his lineage, it is entirely plausible that his descendants might align themselves with the Senju clan. This notion leads one to ponder that he could indeed be an ancestor of Danzo. Who would have imagined that the insufferable Danzo had such a naive forebear? Truly, the moral fabric of society seems to be deteriorating." A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Should he preemptively eliminate the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo, a notorious troublemaker in the shinobi world, has undoubtedly been the source of much chaos, and countless tragedies in the future may well stem from his actions. If he were to eradicate this individual beforehand, would that not be a boon for the shinobi world? His gaze kept inadvertently drifting toward Kenjiro's lower region, causing Kenjiro to break out in goosebumps. Why did the Sage of Destiny regard him with such intensity? Why did he feel an unsettling chill in his nether regions? After a moment, Sumu averted his gaze, acknowledging that this young man seemed rather earnest and was unjustly caught in his own misfortune. Moreover, he had only heard tales of ancestors' sins being visited upon their descendants, but never of descendants exacting vengeance upon their forebears. Thus, his thoughts seemed rather excessive. As Sumu's musings continued, Ashura appeared to have made a resolute decision, looking at Sumu with solemnity and stating, "Sage of Destiny, In my capacity as the leader of the shinobi sect, I implore you to descend the mountain and assist me. I beg of you." With that, he knelt before Sumo, leaving Sumo both amused and perplexed. He quickly extended his hand, using his chakra to lift Azura, and said, "I was just about to discuss this matter with you. I intend to withdraw from the shinobi sect and return to the wet-bone forest for intensive training, so I must resign from my position as vice leader. I hope you will grant your approval." Azura was taken aback and felt a bitter pang in his heart. It seemed he lacked the gravitas to warrant such assistance from Sumo. The fact that the previous Sage of Destiny chose to withdraw from the shinobi sect now that he had become the leader spoke volumes of his lack of faith in Azura. With a heavy sigh, he extended his right hand, and a small sapling sprouted from his palm, its trunk forming a wooden plaque that he then handed to Sumo. Sumo accepted the plaque, examining it with curiosity. It bore no inscriptions, only a faint ripple of chakra. What was Azura intending with this token? Azura explained, "This contains my chakra. I will inform the members of the shinobi sect that encountering this plaque is akin to encountering me. As long as you possess it, you can command any member of the shinobi sect at will. They shall never forget the monumental contributions you made in creating ninjutsu for the shinobi and the shinobi world." Sumo graciously accepted the plaque, knowing he would retreat to the wet-bone forest for focused training, uncertain of when he would next return to the shinobi realm. By then, Azura might very well be gone. Keeping the plaque would serve as a memento. Subsequently, the members of the shinobi sect gradually regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, they only saw Azura and Shimura Kinjiro by the campfire, while Sumo had vanished without a trace. Chapter 29. Do not inquire about such matters from the Nine Tails. He will merely boast. In front of the headquarters of the shinobi sect, Azura commanded a dozen subordinates. With this mission concluded, you may all return home to rest. The group collectively exhaled with relief before dispersing in small clusters. Having nearly lost their lives on this mission, they were eager for a well-deserved respite. Once everyone had departed, Azura turned and made his way into the interior of the shinobi building. Upon entering his office, he discreetly pulled aside a bookshelf, revealing a descending underground passage. Azura swallowed hard, lifting an oil lamp as he ventured into the dimly lit corridor. The only illumination from the oil lamp allowed him to just barely discern the steps descending 2 or 3 levels. As he progressed, several potent chakra signatures became increasingly apparent, both in quality and quantity, far exceeding those of a typical human. Eventually, he arrived before a stone door. Exhaling a deep breath before placing the oil lamp on the ground and pushing against the door with all his might. Instantly, brilliant light poured forth, momentarily blinding Azura until he adjusted to the radiance and beheld the scene beyond the stone door. His father, the Sage of Six Paths, sat at the center of an intricate array, surrounded by mysterious carvings that lent an air of enigma. At the periphery of the array, 9 creatures either crouched or stood. They were slightly taller than humans and adorned in vibrant hues, exuding an endearing charm. These would become the 9-tailed beasts, and at this moment, their height barely exceeded 2 meters, nowhere near the colossal stature they would later attain. Yet, even in this form, they contained chakra that surpassed human capabilities, and their adorability was only apparent from Azura's or the sage's perspective. An ordinary person would hardly have the inclination to admire such towering beings. They would likely soil themselves in fear at the sight of such imposing figures. The stout and plump Shikaku, upon seeing Azura enter, bellowed, "You finally arrived. Where have you been all this time? Why haven't you come to see us?" Azura greeted each of the tailed beasts before addressing Shikaku with a smile. "My apologies. I was recently seeking the Sage of Destiny, which delayed my visit." Suddenly, the Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Azura and inquiring, "Have you met Sumo? How is he faring?" Azura recounted the events that transpired, including his encounter with Indra and the battle between Sumo and Indra. The Sage of Six Paths and the 9-tailed beasts listened intently, particularly the sage, who, upon hearing that Sumo's appearance had remained unchanged over the decades, exhibited a glimmer of keen interest in his eyes. It seemed that Sumo possessed the longevity he had surmised, though whether he could attain immortality like their mother remained uncertain. In truth, the sage had anticipated Sumo's extended lifespan, considering the longevity of the sages from the 3 great sanctuaries. It was not surprising that Sumo, having practiced sage arts, lived far longer than an ordinary person. However, as he pondered this, his expression grew dim. Despite having studied sage arts on Mount Mayaboku, he had felt no increase in his own lifespan. The sage speculated that this might be due to his not being a pure-blooded shinobi, as historical records indicated that some humans had prolonged their lives through the cultivation of sage arts, suggesting that Sumu's case was not unique. Yet, after practicing sage arts, he had not perceived any extension of his own lifespan, indicating that this facet of sage arts held no efficacy for him. Had he been a pure-blooded shinobi like Sumo, he might have similarly benefited from sage arts to extend his life. Now nearing the end of his own lifespan, he found himself envious of Sumu's longevity. However, he recognized that this method was not suitable for him, and he swiftly dismissed such thoughts, redirecting his focus to his own plans. Meanwhile, the tailed beasts had devolved into a heated debate over Azura's claims regarding Sumu's strength. Shikaka scoffed, "Azura, your words are clearly exaggerations. How could that sage of destiny possibly defeat Indra? It's ridiculous to believe such nonsense." Although the tailed beasts were created after Indra had departed from the shinobi sect, they were well aware of his immense power. One could assert that apart from the Sage of Six Paths, Indra was the most formidable individual they had ever encountered, and they even doubted whether the aging sage could still vanquish his son, Indra. Before Azura could retort, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, interjected, "Shikaku, you are being overly dismissive. I have heard that Sage of Destiny is an ancient being, even older than the Sage of Six Paths, and possessing the strength to defeat Indra is not out of the realm of possibility." As Shoha was preparing to continue the argument, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly appeared to halt the dispute between both parties. He addressed Ashura, instructing him to return and manage the affairs of the ninja sect. "Since Sumo wishes to remain uninvolved in your matters with Indra, let it be. There is no need to seek him out in the future unless necessary." Ashura nodded in understanding, exchanged a few words with the sage, and then exited through the stone door, closing it behind him. Once Ashura departed, the Sage of Six Paths stood and spoke to the tailed beasts. "I must attend to an urgent matter. Please wait for me here." With that, he opened a spatial portal and stepped through, leaving the chamber with only the 9-tailed beasts. After his departure, the tailed beasts resumed their debate, still caught up in the question of whether Ashura was boasting. 1-tail, 2-tail, 4-tail, and 7-tail believed Ashura was indeed exaggerating, arguing that the destined sage was no match for Indra and that Ashura was intentionally belittling him. Conversely, 3-tail, 5-tail, 6-tail, and 8-tail defended Ashura, asserting that he was not the type to boast, and argued vehemently in his favor. Suddenly, they recalled that there were 9-tailed beasts in total. With 4 supporters on each side, one remained unaligned. They turned their attention to the slumbering 9-tails. 8-tail, the ox demon, inquired, "Kai Bai, do you believe Ashura is boasting? Is there any possibility that the destined sage could defeat Indra?" The crimson 9-tails lazily opened one eye and disdainfully scoffed, "What is the use of debating this? Both are worthless. If I encountered them, I would surely thrash them." The other 8-tailed beasts lamented, "We should have anticipated this response. It was foolish to ask him." While the tailed beasts debated Ashura's strength, the Sage of Six Paths arrived at a hidden stone chamber. Before him stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, whose eyes gleamed with nostalgia upon seeing the sage. He spoke gently, "It has been a long time, brother." Chapter 30, 300 Years of Seclusion. Tsutsuki Yuhua appeared somewhat agitated. His lifespan was nearly the same as Tsutsuki Kagaya's, and he likely had only a few years left. To see his brother once more before his end was a wish fulfilled. The Sage of Six Paths sighed at the sight of his aging brother and began to engage in small talk. After a moment, he asked, "Is Kagaya still alive?" Yuhua, though puzzled, nodded, "Of course. Kagaya seems to possess a longevity akin to that of our mother. Do you wish to see him?" Yuhua speculated that his brother desired to meet Kagaya before passing, as Kagaya could technically be considered their brother as well. However, Yuhua's expression turned serious as he said, "I want to take Kagaya with me. I hope you will hand him over." Yuhua, wide-eyed, quickly questioned, "Brother, what do you want with Kagaya? He is troublesome, and if he slips away, even our strength may struggle to find him." The Sage of Six Paths did not respond but gravely insisted, "Yuhua, please trust me. I need Kagaya for a matter of utmost importance." The two men fell silent, locking their gazes intently. After a long pause, Yuhua reached into the void and retrieved a black sphere, handing it over. He chose to trust his brother. Sumu returned to the wet-bone forest and immediately sensed the state of the living slug, discovering it was still entrenched in its practice, its forehead marked with dark lines. It turned out he had worried for nothing. He had assumed that during his absence, the slug would have thought of him, but instead, it had been diligently training for decades, likely without even opening its eyes. This training fanatic seemed to either genuinely love cultivation or simply enjoy lying around. Spending every day in meditation, it was as if it intended to practice until the end of time. Life encompasses more than just the immediate pursuit of cultivation. There are also poetry and distant horizons. Solely focusing on training may elevate one's realm superficially, yet without understanding the underlying principles. One may encounter obstacles when striving for higher realms. He chuckled wryly, realizing he had no right to criticize others. After all, he had returned for his own secluded cultivation. Each individual's path to enlightenment is unique. The living slug had lived several hundred years longer than he had, so he need not worry about its insights. After a brief tour of the wet-bone forest, noting no significant changes, he returned to his dwelling to meditate. During his time away, Sumu had reaped considerable rewards. Although he had spent most of that time in his home training, he often sent out clones to explore. He had encountered many people and experienced countless events, which had significantly broadened his perspective. At this point, his cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, and he felt it was time to break through to the golden core realm. Previously, while reading fantasy novels, Sumu had thought the path of cultivation was a straightforward line, progressing from chi refinement onward. However, upon embarking on the journey of cultivation himself, he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. The so-called cultivation path is actually a dual track, one for the physical body and another for the spirit. When both tracks are cultivated to a profound level, merging them becomes the true path of cultivation. For instance, the realms of chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core all pertain to the physical body. Chi refinement involves channeling spiritual energy through the body's meridians, ensuring a smooth flow of energy. Foundation establishment similarly transforms the body into a form more suited for spellcasting, allowing for the accommodation of greater amounts of spiritual energy, thus laying a solid foundation for future growth. The golden core realm signifies a qualitative change. From this point onward, the quality of spiritual energy within a cultivator will far surpass the ambient spiritual energy. To illustrate, a cultivator at the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages is akin to an empty barrel needing to fill themselves with water continuously. In contrast, a cultivator at the golden core stage represents a barrel that is already full. To add more water, they must employ special methods, either by compressing the water to its utmost or by creating new space for storage. Golden core cultivators typically utilize the latter approach, fully materializing their dantian into a golden core, with the subsequent cultivation focused on continuously strengthening that core. The theory is simple, but practical application proves to be much more challenging. Sumo closed his eyes and repeatedly attempted to condense a golden core. Time passed swiftly, and 300 years flew by in the blink of an eye. One day, a brilliant golden light erupted from Sumu's wooden house, and a violent surge of energy blew the roof off, causing the entire wet-bone forest to tremble. The living slug awoke from its meditation and leaped to Sumu's side, astonished as it peered through the gaps in the wooden structure. At that moment, the door swung open, and Sumu emerged, glowing with vitality, and immediately spotted his companion, the living slug. Upon seeing it, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him, having broken through to the golden core realm. He finally felt liberated from the confines of dependence. He had been living off soft rice for over 300 years. Who among those previous idle men could compare to him? You've broken through to the golden core? But why are you so weak? Just as he was reveling in his triumph, the living slug's words nearly knocked him off his feet. What? I'm weak. I've just broken through to the golden core. Sumu thought to himself. It seems this little wealthy lady has yet to accept her new status. If that is the case, I shall make her aware of the shift in our familial hierarchy. With a confident and audacious demeanor, he propelled himself toward the slug. Half an hour later, Sumu sat on the ground, bruised and battered, questioning his life choices. No way. The slug has also broken through to the golden core, and its strength completely outmatches mine. How can there be such a vast difference even though we are both at the initial stage of the golden core? Is it simply because it has absorbed several hundred years' worth of natural energy? The living slug sat beside Sumu, gently resting her right hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. My dear husband, there is no need to feel so disheartened. You have performed exceptionally well. However, I perceive that there are some issues with your cultivation. Why not return to my quarters, and I shall provide you with more thorough guidance." Sumu brusquely brushed her hand aside, and with a flick of his wrist, reconstructed his wooden abode. He was resolute in his belief that he could restore his martial prowess and vowed not to leave until he reached the late stage of the Golden Core. Just before entering his dwelling, an idea struck him, and he plucked a few strands of hair, transforming them into clones to gather intelligence from the ninja world. 3 centuries had passed. He wondered what the ninja world resembled now. Indra, Ashura, and the likes were likely long gone, ushering in an era dominated by the Senju clan, which he assumed would be more orderly than the previous ninja realms. As for the Uchiha, he had not even considered them. Having eradicated their clan 300 years prior, he paid them no mind. Chapter 31 Who? Tsunade. Upon returning indoors, just as he intended to resume his cultivation, the door swung open, and the living slug sauntered in, her hips swaying. Sumu, exasperated, inquired, "What do you want now?" "I still need to cultivate." The slug, undeterred, twisted her body and sat beside him, chuckling. "It seems you had quite the romantic escapade during your years in the ninja world." Confused, Sumu pondered, as he had not engaged with any beautiful maidens in the ninja realm. "What do you mean?" Noticing his bewilderment, the slug's expression turned serious as she interrogated him. "What is the story with that Kagayaheim from Shirchu Island?" "Kagayaheim? What of her?" Sumu recalled the white serpent and asked, perplexed. "Do not play coy with me. She transformed into human form and sought you out immediately, claiming she had matters to discuss with you. We shall clarify this today. What does she want with you?" The slug spoke with a hint of jealousy, pouting and demanding an explanation. Sumu's mouth twitched. Was she truly holding a grudge over just a single encounter? After all, he had merely given her a beating, yet she had come all the way to the wet-bone forest. Was she a Scorpio? Calmly, Sumu explained everything to the slug, and to prove his sincerity, he even swore an oath of the heart. After all, the system provided a method to dissolve such oaths, allowing him to covertly nullify it later without the slug noticing. However, witnessing Sumu's earnestness, the slug gradually relaxed. She then invited him to discuss cultivation issues, her gaze becoming increasingly unsettling, causing Sumu to sweat profusely. This battle of wits continued for over a year. It wasn't that Sumu couldn't endure, but rather that the slug was intent on further cultivating her abilities. This cultivation fanatic was feeling mounting pressure as Sumu's power surged upward. If he did not strive harder, he would inevitably be overshadowed. Once the slug departed, Sumu exhaled deeply, then sat cross-legged on his bed, analyzing the intelligence returned from his clones in the ninja world. The most significant event over the past 3 centuries was the demise of the Sage of 6 Paths, Indra and Ashura. Sumu had anticipated this. Although they were descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki, they had not inherited her constitution, and it was only natural for them to perish of old age like any ordinary human. The next piece of intelligence sent chills down Sumu's spine. The Uchiha clan had resurfaced in the ninja world. This was a shocking revelation. He had already unleashed the extinction of progeny technique, where had Indra acquired the tools for such an act. Moreover, according to the observations of his clones, these Uchiha could activate the Sharingan, confirming their lineage from Indra rather than being mere adopted children. Unbeknownst to Sumu, Ashura possessed healing abilities similar to those of Kagayaheim, which is why he had not considered that angle. He simply believed Indra had left descendants before his own actions led to their extinction. The final piece of intelligence was particularly intriguing. Approximately a century ago, a new ninja clan emerged in the ninja world, known as the Hyuga clan. This clan had no prior intelligence and appeared mysteriously, catching other ninja clans off guard. Their taijutsu was remarkably powerful, capable of sealing the chakra points of their enemies, rendering them unable to utilize chakra. Within just a century, they had earned the title of the strongest taijutsu family. It seemed the Hyuga clan was a branch descended from the Otsutsuki on the moon. It remained uncertain whether they had descended voluntarily or stealthily from above. This development gave Sumu a sense of déjà vu. It was akin to a whale that, having initially thrived in the ocean, attempted to conquer land but found itself outmatched by terrestrial creatures, returning to the sea to establish dominance once more. The Hyuga clan undoubtedly understood the theories of foreign species and their invasions. Aside from these significant events, the rest were trivial matters, such as one clan battling another or various minor clans facing annihilation. Sumu couldn't be bothered to remember these inconsequential details. Thus, he dismissed the clones in the ninja world and returned to his focused cultivation. At this point, All familiar faces in the ninja world had vanished. Returning would only serve to heighten his melancholy. It was far better to await the unfolding of events before revisiting the ninja world. Truthfully, he wished to take advantage of the young Uchiha Madara, teasing him while he was still weak. Although his current strength was on par with Madara's, witnessing such a troublesome brat suffer misfortune would bring him great amusement. As time passed, another 7 or 8 years went by. Sumu sat cross-legged on his bed, becoming one with his surroundings. Gently opening his eyes and feeling the changes within himself, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden core, merely a step away from the pinnacle. At this moment, his mastery over his own power was nearly flawless. Thanks to the system's guidance, his foundation was solidified to perfection. As a result, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary peers, placing him at the pinnacle among ordinary individuals and a mere step below true geniuses. He could easily vanquish 10 practitioners at the peak of the golden core, like Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had devoured the fruits of the divine tree. He brimmed with confidence. Should he confront Kagaya Otsutsuki in this timeline as he did a millennium ago, he could very well rip her apart. However, it was improbable that Kagaya Otsutsuki would appear in this timeline. After all, Black Zetsu had been brought to the moon by Kagaya's descendants. Would she attempt to cleave the moon to rescue her mother? Did she truly consider herself a reincarnation of a hero? With a forceful shove, he pushed open the long-sealed door, inhaling the fresh air of the wet-bone forest, feeling as if he had just awakened from a dream. This sensation was truly marvelous. Despite having sequestered himself for 700 years, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap. Far from feeling groggy, his mind was exceptionally clear. No wonder that Slug relished seclusion. The experience of closed-door cultivation was indeed delightful. Emerging from his abode, he made his way to the Slug's dwelling. Now that he had returned in triumph, it was time to restore his former authority. Upon arriving at the Slug's residence, he found her seated in the courtyard, seemingly engaged in telepathic communication with someone. Wasn't he, this socially anxious creature, afraid of conversing with others? Who could she possibly be speaking with? He temporarily set aside his intentions to reclaim his former status, sitting beside the Slug and inquiring, "You appear troubled. Who are you conversing with?" With a sigh, the Slug replied, "Ah, a girl named Tsunade from the Senju clan. When we first signed a contract with the Wetbone Forest, she hardly utilized the summoning technique, allowing me some peace. However, a few years ago, it seems a great war erupted, and she began summoning my clones to treat the injuries of some Konoha ninja, turning my clones into mobile hospitals. Thankfully, she bore all the chakra costs herself. Otherwise, we would have incurred significant losses. What a troublesome little brat." Sumu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tsunade was quite the nuisance. As the princess of the Senju clan, she had developed a host of undesirable traits, often looking down on others as if she were superior, leading one to mistakenly believe she was an Uchiha. Sumu blinked, as if he had heard an astonishing name. Wait a moment. Tsunade? The Tsunade of the Senju clan? She has signed a summoning contract with the Wetbone Forest? And Konoha has been established and engaged in the Ninja World War? What timeline are we in now? Chapter 32. The Man Who Can Emerge from a Thicket of Flowers. Sumu, astonished, interrupted, "Please wait a moment. Are you referring to Tsunade of the Senju clan?" After a moment, he realized his question lacked precision and rephrased. "Are you speaking of Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village?" The living Slug felt a tinge of confusion. Why was Sumu so agitated today? Furthermore, she had already mentioned that the individual in question was from the Leaf, so why the repeated inquiry? Indeed, it is Tsunade from the Hidden Leaf Village. By the way, how do you know of Konoha? Have you secretly dispatched a clone to the ninja world? She pondered, finding it strange that Sumu, who had been in seclusion during the founding of Konoha, was aware of its affairs. Ignoring her, Sumu continued, "So, Konoha has indeed been established. What of Hashirama Senju? Did someone by the name of Hashirama come to the Wetbone Forest to learn sage techniques? Several decades ago, a boy named Hashirama did arrive here. I thought he was quite foolish, so I sent a clone to deal with him casually. Unexpectedly, that boy actually mastered sage techniques, achieving a perfect sage mode. I didn't realize that his simple-mindedness concealed such potential." Through the Slug's recounting, Sumu finally confirmed the timeline. He had inadvertently missed the end of the Warring States period due to his prolonged seclusion. He had initially thought to bully the young Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. However, it seemed there was no one left to bully, as they had both aged and passed away. The only remaining Uchiha Madara was on the brink of death as well. and tormenting an old man brought no sense of accomplishment. Noticing Sumu deep in thought, the slug tilted her head. Curious, by the way. You seem quite concerned about that boy Hashirama. Are you familiar with him? Sumu nodded, indicating that he knew him, but then reconsidered, having never met the boy. He shook his head, denying any acquaintance. The slug grew increasingly perplexed. Had Sumu's prolonged seclusion caused his mind to rust? At that moment, Sumu seemed to make a decision, rising to his feet and addressing the slug. I must travel to the ninja world. I may be gone for a considerable time. The slug, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly pouted. They had not had a meaningful conversation for 700 years. And now he was returning to the ninja world so soon? Did he have some clandestine affair there? If it weren't for the fact that Sumu always brought a clone with him whenever he visited the ninja world, she would have suspected him of having a secret rendezvous. Reluctantly, she advised, if you wish to go to the ninja world, you can utilize my clone's channel. The clone's channel? The slug nodded and explained, when a contract holder in the ninja world summons my clone using summoning techniques, you can be sent directly. Under normal circumstances, this method is extremely perilous. Ordinary ninjas risk having their bodies torn apart by the forces of time and space. She then scrutinized Sumu from head to toe, causing him to shiver uncomfortably. With your robust physique, don't worry. Even if you were thrown into a thicket of flowers, you would emerge unscathed. I have full confidence in your abilities. Confidence? Why do I get the feeling that this slug is becoming increasingly unprofessional? Just then, the slug's expression shifted abruptly, and she exclaimed, Tsunade is about to summon my clone again, and this time it appears to be of considerable size. It seems she is in trouble. Quickly, grasp my hand, and I will transport you to the ninja world. Sumu nodded and took hold of the slug's hand. Year 41 of the Leaf Village. In the heart of the land of rain, a battlefield unfolded under the relentless downpour. Thousands of ninjas engaged in fierce combat. Divided between two factions, the ninjas of the Fire Country's Hidden Leaf Village and those of the Rain Country's Hidden Rain Village. The incessant rain made the terrain muddy and treacherous, creating significant challenges for the ninjas of the Leaf. While they possessed a diverse array of jutsu, the foundational techniques predominantly relied on fire techniques, placing them at a disadvantage in such an environment. Moreover, as they were deep within the territory of the Hidden Rain Village, reinforcements for the Rain ninjas continued to pour in, causing the situation for the Leaf ninjas to deteriorate. At the center of this battlefield, four figures darted through the rain like lightning, the air filled with the explosive sounds of ninjutsu and the clash of metal. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya united in a fierce confrontation against Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod of the ninja world. The battle was intensely critical, with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, this perspective was limited to the cannon fodder of the Leaf and Rain villages. Only the three facing Hanzo truly understood that they were not his match. Names confer reputation, yet shadows conceal reality. Before engaging Hanzo, they had never truly grasped the strength of a leader from a small ninja village. In Tsunade's mind, as long as they worked together, even if they could not defeat him, they could retreat unscathed. Yet, Hanzo's power far exceeded their expectations. Presently, the three could barely withstand his onslaught. To outsiders, it appeared as though both sides were evenly matched, but they knew that any one of them turning their back on Hanzo would spell their doom. Orochimaru cursed himself for being so careless. He had not anticipated Hanzo's overwhelming strength. Even within the Leaf, perhaps only his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, could contend with him. The remaining Danzo and White Fang of the Leaf were likely on a different tier altogether, and for the three of them, the battle was increasingly arduous. However, there was no turning back. All strategies had become useless scraps of paper. Only by confronting Hanzo with raw strength could they hope to seize a sliver of chance. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya prepared to fight with a sense of desperation, while Hanzo faced them with a tumult of thoughts. In truth, he harbored a desire to eliminate these exceptionally talented young individuals. He had heard of their remarkable prowess, knowing they were the distinguished disciples of the Hokage of the Leaf. Their strength made them potential candidates for the rank of Kage, and meeting them in person confirmed their reputation. He surmised that if these three could survive this war, they would undoubtedly break past their limits under pressure, eventually achieving the strength of Kage. If three new Kage-level warriors emerged from the Leaf, it would spell disaster for his Hidden Rain village, amplifying the survival pressure on their small nation. Thus, the optimal strategy was to eliminate these three budding Kage-level talents. which would significantly benefit both the Hidden Rain village and other major nations. He possessed the strength to accomplish this. After all, these three were still in their formative stages, and if he were to apply himself, he could swiftly dispatch them. Yet, he hesitated. The land of Rain was on the brink of collapse. He desperately sought to halt the war and restore peace. If the conflict continued, the nation would face annihilation, even with extraordinary means at his disposal. He dared not provoke Konoha by killing the Hokage's beloved disciples. Reflecting on this, he felt increasingly bitter. Such was the plight of a small nation. Chapter 33. Summoning a Sage? Hanzo had initially lain in wait for the ninjas of the Leaf, not intending to annihilate their entire squad. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Hokage of the Leaf was also eager to cease hostilities with the Land of Rain, as both sides harbored a desire for peace. Clearly, this war was nearing its conclusion. He only sought to gain an advantage before the war's end, thereby strengthening his position for future negotiations with Konoha, hoping to secure greater benefits at the bargaining table. However, he had not anticipated catching three significant fish in the process. Encountering Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, the esteemed disciples of the Hokage. If he could not eliminate these three young talents, he would certainly take the opportunity to teach them a lesson, making sure the Hokage understood that this demigod was not to be trifled with. Upon contemplating this, he retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who were gasping for breath after their relentless battle with Hanzo. Engaging Hanzo demanded every ounce of their energy, and finally gaining a moment to recuperate, they greedily inhaled the surrounding air to brace themselves for Hanzo's next wave of onslaught. At that moment, Tsunade nearly lost her footing, but fortunately, Jiraiya was there to steady her. With concern, he inquired, "Tsunade, are you all right? You must hold on." Among the trio, Tsunade had expended the most chakra, not only battling the salamander Hanzo, but also channeling chakra to the slugs to heal the wounds of the Konoha ninja. This immense drain of chakra was beginning to overwhelm even her, a member of the Senju clan. Nevertheless, she mustered her strength, gritting her teeth and fixing her gaze on Hanzo. At this juncture, Orochimaru, panting heavily, remarked, "Tsunade, you should cease channeling chakra to the slugs." Tsunade's expression darkened slightly at his words. She understood his meaning. If they could not defeat Hanzo, the war would surely be lost. The injured she had worked so hard to save would meet their demise, making Orochimaru's suggestion the most rational one. Conserving chakra to confront Hanzo was indeed a wise course of action. Yet, in the end, she chose to disregard Orochimaru's counsel. She could not abandon the injured. To do so would be to forsake her ninja way. Observing Tsunade's silence, Orochimaru refrained from pressing her further. If she were so easily swayed, she would not have developed her audacious character. Just then, Hanzo bit his finger, drawing blood and marking his palm as he began to weave hand signs. Instantly, the three understood his intent and similarly formed their seals, preparing to summon their respective summons. The summoning technique. All four simultaneously invoked the summoning jutsu, with Hanzo's summoned creature emerging first, a massive gray entity resembling a giant, eyeless tadpole with short limbs, its enormous mouth seemingly splitting its head in half, presenting an utterly bizarre appearance. Orochimaru's summoned serpent, with its purple scales and menacing green eyes, was equally grotesque, while Jiraiya's summon, the Toad Wanta, reached new heights of unattractiveness. Clad in a blue tunic and wielding a long knife, all the while puffing on a gigantic pipe. Despite their summon's lack of aesthetic appeal, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained unfazed, for they were acutely aware that a far uglier creature had yet to appear. As long as that repugnant slug remained in play, their summons could at least be deemed somewhat acceptable. However, when the slug failed to materialize, they exchanged puzzled glances. Was it indisposed today? Would he end up the last in line? Peering at the spot where Tsunade had stood, Orochimaru and Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Hanzo glanced in Tsunade's direction, perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Nearby Konoha and Amigakure ninjas paused their skirmish, staring dumbfounded at the center of the battlefield. The area fell silent, with everyone gazing at Tsunade, their faces etched with confusion. At the center of the battlefield, Sumu stood, bewildered. Had he somehow summoned himself to the battlefield? What was that creature that resembled a tadpole? Its appearance was utterly appalling. What an evolutionary failure. Turning to glance at the serpent and toad behind him, Sumu felt somewhat reassured. Though unattractive, they conformed to his understanding of biological forms, whereas the salamander appeared extraterrestrial. Just then, Tsunade's commanding voice rang out above him. "How long are you going to carry me?" Sumu looked up to discover a woman with golden hair, clad in a Konoha vest adorned with the village's forehead protector, seated on his shoulder. If his memory served him correctly, this must be Tsunade, but something felt amiss. If she were indeed perched upon his shoulder, he should not be able to see her face, yet here it was. Who was this woman, truly? At that moment, Tsunade pushed herself off Sumu's head, leaping backward and landing gracefully. Once steady, she regarded Sumo warily. What was this situation? Where was her slug? Tsunade recalled having signed a summoning contract only with the slugs of the wet-bone forest. How was it that a human had appeared instead? Who are you? Why has my summoning technique failed? Sumo scratched his head, uncertain of how to explain, ultimately responding nonchalantly. Your summoning technique hasn't failed. I merely borrowed it to arrive in the ninja world. If it helps, think of me as your summoned creature this time. A frown appeared on Tsunade's brow. Inexplicably incensed by his casual demeanor, Jiraiya, perched atop Wanta, scratched his head, bewildered by the unfolding events. In truth, he envied the position that the young man below had just occupied. He had always wanted to attempt that pose himself. Only Orochimaru regarded Sumu's retreating figure with intrigue. He had once entered the dragon's cave while signing a summoning pact and had encountered the three serpent sisters. It was then he learned that these summoned beasts could transform into humans, and those that could do so were significantly more formidable than those remaining in their beast forms. The three serpent sisters held a status second only to the white snake sage in the dragon's cave. This realization piqued Orochimaru's interest in Sumo. Had Tsunade summoned a sage from the wet-bone forest? Chapter 34. A kick that sends him flying. Just as Sumu and Tsunade exchanged bewildered glances, Jiraiya's booming voice suddenly cut through the air. "Tsunade, watch out." It was in this moment that Tsunade snapped back to reality, turning just in time to see a wave of poisonous gas surging toward her. Hanzo had seized the opportunity to command the salamander in a surprise attack with toxic fumes. The potency of this poison was exceedingly strong. Even Tsunade's robust constitution would falter against it, rendering her incapacitated. For an ordinary ninja, exposure to such venom would lead to swift demise. However, it was too late to evade. The poison's speed was too great, and Tsunade was not a speed-type ninja, making escape impossible. Jiraiya, perceiving the imminent danger, shouted to Wanta, "Quick, use wind release." Understood. Wanta inhaled deeply, inflating his body, and unleashed a powerful gust. Wind release, great breakthrough. The violent wind immediately dispersed the poisonous gas, thwarting Hanzo's ambush. Simultaneously, Orochimaru seized the moment, directing the myriad snakes to attack the salamander beneath Hanzo. The area around Hanzo was thick with toxic fumes. Anything approaching would swiftly succumb to the poison and lose mobility. Yet, the myriad snakes were unaffected. Having been raised in the dragon's cave, they possessed a natural resistance to toxins. Furthermore, they harbored potent venom within, rivaling that of the salamander, though their range was limited, rendering their practical combat value less significant. The myriad snakes, swift as lightning, soon reached Hanzo, their jaws agape, aimed at his neck. Though the salamander could not speak, it was among the most formidable summoned beasts in the ninja world. Having followed Hanzo for many years, I have encountered countless battles, thus accumulating an abundance of combat experience. Upon witnessing the futile effects of the poisonous gas, he swiftly turned and burrowed into the earth, revealing himself as a spirit beast adept in earth evasion, moving through the soil with the grace of a fish in water. Once she let out a cold laugh before plunging into the ground as well, for he, like the salamander, was also a spirit beast skilled in toxins and earth evasion. Whatever abilities you possess, I possess in equal measure, and what you can do, I can do better. Hence, he pursued without a hint of fear. However, while Wan Shi's powers could easily counter the salamander, he was utterly helpless against Hanzo. As he dove into the soil, a torrent of water surged towards him. Had he not evaded swiftly, that strike could have shattered his eyes or even pierced his brain, leading to his demise. Once he emerged from the water, gritting his teeth against the wounds inflicted by the water technique, only to find Hanzo already in pursuit. The scythe aimed directly at Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru inwardly cursed his misfortune. His taijutsu was no match for Hanzo, and should he close the distance, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade joined the fray, and the four, alongside their three spirit beasts, were once again engulfed in combat. Sumu stood alone on the battlefield, feeling somewhat desolate. What should he do now? Should he also step in and land a few punches on the salamander to fulfill his obligations as a spirit beast? Yet, was it not somewhat dishonorable to confront a single opponent amid such chaos? With so many attacking one, he was, after all, a venerable elder in the ninja world. How could he maintain his dignity should this be known? It was understandable that the others overlooked him, as he emitted no chakra and appeared merely as an ordinary bystander intruding upon the battlefield. Aside from Orochimaru, who vaguely suspected Sumu's true identity, the rest were too preoccupied to notice this outsider. The edges of the battlefield were crowded with onlookers, their eyes fixed upon the struggle of their leader. Hanzo and Orochimaru far surpassed the imagination of these ninjas. They understood that the outcome of this battle no longer concerned them. Even if they could defeat the enemy before them, should their leader fall, they would also face a grim fate. Gradually, the expressions of the Konoha ninjas grew increasingly grim, for they had realized that Orochimaru and his companions were no match for Hanzo. Hanzo leisurely pressed the three, their momentum waning as they were forced into a defensive stance. Suddenly, Hanzo feigned a weakness, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity to charge forward with a kunai in hand. Orochimaru cursed inwardly. This fool is courting death. A powerhouse of Hanzo's caliber would never expose such a blatant flaw. It was clearly a trap, and Jiraiya had foolishly walked right into it. Reluctantly, he moved to support Jiraiya, preventing him from falling prey to Hanzo's ploy. To his astonishment, Jiraiya's kunai pierced Hanzo's lower back, widening his eyes in disbelief. Had Hanzo truly made an error? In the next moment, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya's pupils constricted as they beheld Hanzo, injured by the kunai, suddenly transform into a puddle of water on the ground, merely a water clone. The two quickly searched for his true form, when Tsunade, in horror, glanced down at the ground. Hanzo burst forth from beneath her feet, scythe aimed at her arm. His choice was astute. As a medical ninja, Tsunade was pivotal to the team, and having previously exhausted her chakra, she was the easiest target among the three. However, he cautiously tempered his strength, ensuring he did not mortally wound her, lest he provoke Konoha into a relentless pursuit. Achieving a grievous injury without killing her was a feat only a seasoned warrior like Hanzo could accomplish. Tsunade's eyes widened as she beheld Hanzo, her chakra depleted and unable to evade his ambush. The Rain ninjas watching were ecstatic. If they could eliminate that detestable medical ninja, they would dismantle the trio's synergy. With Hanzo's prowess, he could then systematically eliminate the three Konoha ninjas. Conversely, the Konoha ninjas were horrified. Some powerful J-nin dashed toward the center of the battlefield, hoping to intercept Hanzo's strike aimed at Tsunade. However, their speed was insufficient. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru were unable to reach her in time, helplessly watching as Hanzo's scythe descended towards their companion. Tsunade clenched her fists, resolutely staring at Hanzo, prepared for her potential demise, intending to inflict as much damage as possible before the blade pierced her, buying time for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As Hanzo's scythe drew near, poised to breach Tsunade's skin, a heavy force struck his chest. Boom! The air exploded with a sonic blast as Hanzo was sent flying backward, akin to a stone skipping across water, creating numerous splashes upon impact with the solid ground, before crashing into a distant puddle. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence, all eyes widening in shock as Sumu withdrew his foot. What had just transpired? The legendary Hanzo had been kicked away by that ordinary person who had stumbled onto the battlefield. Chapter 35. Just call me Sumu. Amidst the astonishment, Sumu turned to Tsunade, frowning as he remarked, "You were far too hasty. Should not battles begin with some banter before engaging? Your immediate assault left me no time to prepare psychologically. Next time, kindly give me a heads up before the fray begins." Tsunade, still reeling from shock, suddenly found 3 black lines etched across her forehead. Had this individual truly grasped the gravity of the situation? This was a battlefield of the ninja world, where the enemy was a ninja, not a samurai, and combat commenced immediately upon confrontation. Stealth and assassination were the correct strategies. Where was the time for psychological readiness? Though her retort lingered on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed it, recognizing that this interloper seemed to be on her side. It would be wiser to refrain from provoking him. Sumu dismissed Tsunade and surveyed the chaotic battlefield, a flood of reflections washing over him. A millennium ago, when he departed from the ninja world, he foresaw such turmoil. Now, witnessing it firsthand, chaos was indeed the essence of humanity. Even in the absence of Kagaya's instigation, humanity remained a race that perpetually devoured and battled amongst itself. 700 years prior, when he had sent a clone to the ninja world, although wars had raged, the scale was nowhere near as vast as the conflicts following the establishment of ninja villages, nor as bloodthirsty as it was now. At that time, the conflicts were still in the noble war phase. Even ninjas would first introduce themselves before agreeing on a battleground, engaging in a civilized combat. The daimyo of the warring nations would often sit together atop a hill, sipping tea while admiring the battle. Sumu's clone had even enjoyed a meal there, leaving a vivid impression. Yet, the wars of today were infinitely more brutal. The soil beneath his feet faintly glowed red, a testament to the countless lives lost on this battlefield. In light of this, halting the war would be a significant merit. As practitioners, how could they ignore such merit? With this thought, he clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raised his chin, and gazed mournfully at the sky, leaving Tsunade utterly perplexed. Once he felt the atmosphere was appropriate, Sumu spoke. Tsunade, though this war bears no relation to me, your summoning of me is indeed a stroke of fortune. Since you have forged a pact with the Whetbone Forest, I shall fulfill that contract and assist you in winning this battle. Tsunade was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. This peculiar individual, although clad oddly, initially appeared somewhat normal, yet now seemed increasingly eccentric. Moreover, he looked younger than her, perhaps barely in his 20s, and yet dared to refer to her as little girl? The ostentatious demeanor of Sumu not only failed to impress Tsunade, but instead made her perceive him as a fool akin to Jiraiya, who mistakenly believes himself to be dashing. Nevertheless, the information imparted by him was illuminating. He belonged to the Whetbone Forest, but was not a contract holder like herself. This revelation provided him with a legitimate reason to assist her in this battle. Although his identity remained unclear, the existence of the Whetbone Forest contract warranted a measure of trust. Thus, she responded, if you can aid us in winning this war, it would be most commendable. Once the conflict concludes, Konoha shall not forget your generosity. Sumu smiled, and in plain view of the crowd, he conjured a foot-long beard from thin air, causing the onlookers to grimace. This fellow grew such a long beard purely for show. Is this what one studies ninjutsu for? Jiraiya, who had approached Tsunade, was momentarily dazzled by Sumu's antics. Wouldn't he himself look quite impressive with a long white beard? Sumu stroked his beard and remarked, as for gratitude, let us not dwell on that. Speaking of which, I have considerable ties to Konoha, so lending you my support is not a burden. However, I must clarify that I do not relish bloodshed. Even when confronting Hanzo, I would merely teach him a lesson, compelling him to surrender without taking his life. Tsunade rolled her eyes at this assertion, as if he could easily slay his opponent. Although Sumu's earlier kick that sent Hanzo flying was indeed impressive, it was executed during a surprise attack, merely demonstrating Sumu's formidable strength. Whether he could defeat Hanzo remained to be seen. She even thought he might be inferior to herself. As if she had delivered that kick, Hanzo would likely have been outright killed. At that moment, Orochimaru approached Tsunade, flashing Sumu a mischievous smile. If you can deal with Hanzo, Konoha would be immensely grateful. However, I am yet unaware of your name. How should I address you? Just call me Sumu, he replied. Before Orochimaru could utter another word, a furious voice echoed from a distance. You insufferable wretch dared to ambush me. Today, I shall sever your head to avenge my humiliation. The crowd turned to see Hanzo, moving like a bolt of lightning, a dark streak racing towards them. His hair was disheveled, his body smeared with mud, and the large footprint on his chest remained, even after being washed by the pool water. It was the first time in his career that he had been so humiliated, kicked into a mud pit in front of such a multitude. If he did not retaliate, how could he preserve his reputation as a demigod? He also noticed that the one who had kicked him was not a Konoha ninja, which ignited a flicker of joy amidst his rage. Initially, he had been frustrated by his inability to kill Tsunade and the others. However, if he could publicly slay Sumu, a formidable yet non-Konoha warrior, he might reclaim some of his lost dignity. He had overheard Sumu's earlier boast about the Whetbone Forest, but he paid it little mind. In the eyes of the ninja world, those from the sanctuaries of summoning beasts seldom intervened in ninja affairs. They merely signed contracts with ninjas and dispatched members to assist them in battle, never retaliating even if their dispatched members perished on the battlefield. This had long been an unwritten rule in the ninja world, and thus, Hanzo harbored no concern that killing Sumu would bring trouble from the Whetbone Forest. While it was peculiar that the wet-bone forest would send a human to aid a contract holder, it mattered little to Hanzo. Eliminating Sumu would resolve all issues. Hanzo's aura was extraordinarily potent, causing the three ninjas to gasp in shock and leap back to evade his ferocity. They finally grasped the true extent of Hanzo's power. He had been holding back during their previous encounter. This realization left the proud trio feeling somewhat disheartened, as they had failed to compel Hanzo to reveal his full strength. At that moment, they noticed Sumu standing still, awaiting Hanzo's scythe with calm anticipation. Tsunade gasped, instinctively trying to rush back to save Sumo. Jiraiya raised his hands, ready to form seals, but Orochimaru halted them with a gesture. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, puzzled, but he merely wore a sly smile, seemingly eager to observe Sumu's performance. He had long been curious about the true strength of these so-called sages, and now he finally had the opportunity to scrutinize one closely. Meanwhile, One-Tai, who was locked in confrontation with the giant snake, suddenly asked, "I feel like I've heard the name Sumo before. Do you recall anything about it?" The giant snake snorted. "What nonsense. I've never heard of any Sumo. Keep talking, and I'll swallow you first before dealing with that salamander. Bastard." As Hanzo launched his attack, Sumu showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he moved closer, finding Hanzo's speed lacking. Noting Sumu's audacity, Hanzo intensified his strike, determined to end this farce and intimidate Konoha. The scythe gleamed ominously as it approached Sumu's neck, sending shivers down the spines of the Konoha ninjas. They had witnessed this scene before when Hanzo harvested the lives of their comrades. Was the nightmare about to replay? The Rain ninjas, however, displayed excitement each time Hanzo acted. It was a visual spectacle, and some had begun to fantasize about wielding a scythe to harvest their enemies' lives. Just as the scythe was a mere 2 centimeters from Sumu's neck, he suddenly moved, raising his right hand to pinch the blade between his thumb and forefinger. The scythe, which had become a blur, abruptly halted, and Hanzo, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the weapon in his hand. Initially, he thought Sumu had employed some weapon to block his scythe, but upon realizing that Sumu was merely pinching it with his fingers, his mind went blank. He hadn't merely stopped the blade. He had caught it with just his fingers. He quickly scanned his chakra for any signs of Jinjutsu. As this was too bizarre, he instinctively believed he had fallen victim to some illusion. However, when he reopened his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. His wind blade was still firmly held between Sumu's fingers. And no matter how he summoned his chakra, he could not withdraw it. This left him rigid with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. This man had caught his scythe with 2 fingers, and what was more alarming was that he had grasped it from the back, not the blade's edge. Some might argue that grabbing from the back was inconsequential, even suggesting cowardice by avoiding the blade's edge. However, the reality was that seizing the scythe from the back was exponentially more challenging than from the front. This indicated that Sumu had matched the speed of the scythe with his hands, sending chills down Hanzo's spine. The youth's speed and strength utterly eclipsed him, and the fact that he could catch the very speed of Hanzo's blade was far beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas and Rain ninjas watched in astonishment, their mouths agape, as they grasped the significance of the moment, some Rain ninjas even turning pale. "Am I seeing things? That young man just caught Lord Hanzo's scythe with his bare hands? You are not mistaken, and he caught it from the back. Truly, he is a monster among monsters. Who is that person? Why is there such formidable power? A being of this caliber could never be inconspicuous, given their might. They should have revealed their brilliance in the shinobi world long ago. Has anyone seen him?" The crowd shook their heads. Even the seasoned elite Nin wore furrowed brows, clearly having no recollection of Sumo. Meanwhile, the 3 legendary ninjas, who were relatively close to Sumu, were utterly astonished, unable to anticipate the scene unfolding before them. They understood Hanzo's prowess better than anyone. His swordsmanship was regarded as the strongest in the current shinobi world, even surpassing the famed Konoha White Fang. But what were they witnessing now? Someone had actually caught Hanzo's blade with their bare hands, and from the back of the sword no less. This left them profoundly shocked, their emotions in turmoil for an extended period. However, being seasoned warriors, they took a few deep breaths to regain their composure and accepted the reality before them. At that moment, Jiraiya let out a loud shout, startling both Orochimaru and Tsunade. "This guy is incredibly strong. He actually caught Hanzo's blade with his bare hands. Something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Orochimaru, Tsunade, how could this guy have trained to become so powerful?" Observing Jiraiya's revitalized enthusiasm, Tsunade helplessly slapped her forehead. He had indeed reverted to his old self. Ever since the confrontation with Hans began, Jiraiya had shifted to a serious mode. His usual playful demeanor completely vanished, leaving him solemn and grave, which made them somewhat uneasy. Although this serious version of Jiraiya was relatively more reliable, they still preferred the confident and boisterous fool. At this moment, Orochimaru excitedly extended his tongue to begin washing his face, explaining his conjectures to Jiraiya and Tsunade, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. "You mean this guy is trained to become a humanoid slug?" Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape. Tsunade's eyes widened as well. Orochimaru's hypothesis shattered her worldview. Orochimaru's speculation was indeed far-fetched. Sumu was unaware that he had unconsciously altered his very race. An ancestor of humanity? He had been expelled from humanity. However, after careful consideration, Tsunade and Jiraiya surprisingly found themselves believing Orochimaru's theory. Jiraiya had once encountered the great sage of the toads and later trained under the two sages, Shima and Fukusaku. Although his training in sage arts had not been particularly successful, he had gained considerable insight into their techniques. Shima and Fukusaku could indeed transform into human forms. This was not mere transformation jutsu, but a genuine embodiment of human flesh, albeit rarely utilized, hence little known. Tsunade recalled the forbidden area within the wet bone forest. Every time she entered, she could only operate on the periphery, never daring to venture into the core. If the slug had mentioned that its true form resided in that forbidden area, could it be that Sumo was the slug's true form? The thought sent chills down Tsunade's spine. A male slug's avatar consisted entirely of female slugs. Was this fellow bisexual, or simply perverse? Imagining the effeminate Sumu sent shivers throughout her body. Little did Sumu know that not only had his species changed, but his gender had been altered as well. If he were aware of Tsunade's wild conjectures, he would surely drag her before a live slug to prove whether that little rascal was male or female. Chapter 37. Let us make a bet. Among the trio, it was Orochimaru who was most astounded. Having visited the Dragonland Cave, he had encountered the White Snake Sage and the three Serpentine Sages known as the Three Snake Maidens. The Three Snake Maidens often presented themselves in human form, which is why he immediately recognized Sumu as a transformed slug upon their first meeting. In his perception, the Three Snake Maidens were indeed powerful, yet he had never fought against them, thus sought to gauge their strength through Sumo. However, the abilities of this sage named Sumo far exceeded his expectations, simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation regarding the Three Snake Maidens. If all three possessed strength akin to Sumu, the Dragonland Cave would indeed be terrifyingly formidable. Just then, Sumu made a move at the center of the battlefield. He released his grip on the scythe, granting Hans his freedom. Upon escaping, Hans retreated repeatedly, maintaining a cautious distance from Sumu, eyeing him warily and refraining from any unnecessary movements. His expression was grave, his body tense, as he asked Sumu, "Who exactly are you? Why do you insist on aiding the Konoha ninjas?" It was evident that Hans was somewhat intimidated. He sought to persuade Sumu to refrain from interfering in this battle through words. Sumu smiled and replied, "In my past wanderings through the shinobi world, I went by another name, but that is all in the past and need not be mentioned. You may simply call me Sumo. To be candid, despite my youthful appearance, I am older than your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. You may regard me as your ancestor's ancestor's ancestor." Hans's forehead throbbed with veins, suppressing his anger as he said, "There is no need for such frivolous jokes, my lord. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. As long as you withdraw your assistance from the Konoha ninjas, my village, Amigakure, is willing to ally with you, becoming your most loyal friend." Sumu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such empty words. I have come to assist Tsunade in winning this battle. To be frank, it would be somewhat unfair for me to engage in combat with someone of your junior status. Therefore, I shall give you a chance to avoid embarrassment should an acquaintance witness me taking advantage of you. If it were not for the fact that I could not overpower you, I would have turned hostile long ago." Hans's expression darkened. Who was this guy pretending to be an old predecessor? Regardless of whether he appeared youthful or was indeed an ancient being who had extended his life through some peculiar means, Hans was utterly unfazed. In the shinobi world, ninjas lived and died in the blink of an eye, often meeting their demise on the battlefield without knowing when. Who had the leisure to engage in discussions of seniority? Were it not for Sumu's terrifying strength, Hans would have already severed his head with a single strike. At that moment, Sumu had an idea, and proposed to Hans. Let us make a bet. If I lose, I shall refrain from interfering in your battle with Konoha. If I win, you will declare Amagekyure's surrender and allow Konoha to claim victory in this war. What do you think? What other options did Hans have? He could only begrudgingly accept, as he had no other choices. Had there been alternatives, he would not be engaging in a verbal duel with Sumu. Seeing Hans's lack of objection, Sumu lightly tapped the ground with his toes and spun around, drawing a circle in the earth. He then raised his right index finger and said, "The terms of the bet are simple. You may unleash your full power to attack me, and I shall remain here within this circle, using only this finger to block or counterattack. As long as you can force me out of this circle or compel me to employ any means of attack other than this finger, you shall be deemed the victor." How does that sound? Upon hearing the rules, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Was Sumu not being excessively arrogant? This was akin to a J-nin betting against a mere academy student, clearly dismissing Hans's capabilities. "My lord, you are being rather presumptuous. I am a demigod of the shinobi world. To insult me so is to seek a bitter end with Amagekyure." Hans's teeth ground together in fury. It was the first time in his life he had been so belittled, not to mention after gaining fame. Even during his training with his master, he had never faced such casual treatment. Sumu, noticing the misunderstanding, quickly waved his hand and clarified, "You misunderstand. I do not mean to belittle you. The reason I set such rules is that I possess great strength, and I fear that in a normal match, I might inadvertently kill you. After all, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. If I can convince you to surrender willingly, that would be ideal, and there is no need to add to the slaughter." Such audacity! Hans could no longer contain himself and charged forward. However, he did not foolishly close the distance for close combat. Sumu's taijutsu was far superior, and engaging in close quarters would be tantamount to seeking death. He sheathed his scythe and began to form hand seals. Since taijutsu was ineffective against his opponent, he resolved to employ long-range ninjutsu. After all, his adversary had declared that forcing him to resort to other means would count as a victory for himself. Although such a victory lacked dignity, he cared little for appearances if it meant sending his opponent away. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water pooling on the ground suddenly coalesced before Hans, ultimately forming a massive dragon over 10 meters long that surged toward Sumu. Sumu curled his finger, pressing his thumb against his index, then lightly flicked the air towards the approaching water dragon. Bang! With that single flick, the water dragon bullet was instantly shattered, scattering droplets across the ground and leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. To obliterate the water dragon with just a flick showcased an extraordinary level of power. Although he felt no concern, Sumu still took a moment to explain to the crowd, "Let me clarify. While I did use my thumb to press against my index finger, the essence of the attack came from the index finger itself. The thumb merely served as an auxiliary. Thus this cannot be counted as my defeat." The spectators exchanged glances, bemused by his fixation on the number of fingers used. At this point, even if Sumu employed a single hand, they would not dare to object, for every strong individual possessed an eccentric nature. Even if he resorted to trickery, they found themselves powerless to challenge him, preferring instead to feign ignorance. However, Sumu's explanation only fueled Hans's fury. This man had utterly disregarded him, and he was determined to teach him a lesson. He was not to be trifled with. With a flurry of movements, Hans formed seals at lightning speed, leaving the assembled ninjas breathless. Although he hailed from a samurai background, he was no stranger to ninjutsu, albeit he typically favored his scythe for combat. This time, he unleashed all he had learned throughout his life, attacking Sumu with reckless abandon using various techniques, including water release and earth release, to the point where even the salamander struggled for breath amidst the toxic fumes that obscured Sumu's visage. Yet, Sumu remained unfazed by the onslaught, casually dispelling the surrounding poison with a few flicks of his fingers before puncturing Hans's body with several small wounds. These wounds were no larger than a finger's width, mere superficial injuries that did not threaten his internal organs. Hans realized this was a warning. Sumu could easily take his life should he choose to do so. If he continued to defy him, the consequences would be dire. His gaze dimmed, and he hung his head in defeat, the pride and arrogance of a warrior extinguished. "I concede." Chapter 38. Will you take me as your disciple? His voice echoed across the silent battlefield, signifying the complete failure of the Rain country in this war. The Rain ninjas lowered their heads. Although some had sensed their impending defeat during the conflict, The reality of this moment proved hard to accept. Some knelt, tears streaming down their faces, unable to reconcile the loss amidst the blood-soaked earth. Others felt a simple sense of despondency, while a few even experienced a flicker of joy. Their elation stemmed from one simple truth: the war was over, and they had survived intact. However, they buried their joy deep within, donning masks of sorrow to avoid the ire of their fellow rain ninjas. The mood was considerably more jubilant among the Konoha ninjas, who cheered loudly to celebrate their victory in the rain country. Although it was merely a battle won, it provided them with a momentary respite from the relentless turmoil of war. Their struggles and the blood of their comrades had not been in vain. At least this localized conflict had yielded a victory, rendering their sacrifices meaningful. Suddenly, Hansa's voice cut through the air, startling the Konoha ninjas into silence. Listen well, Konoha ninjas. I have been defeated by Lord Esmu, not by you. Do not presume my surrender signifies the diminishment of the Rain Country or the Rain Village. Even in defeat, I remain a demigod in the shinobi world. His voice boomed with authority, instilling fear in the Konoha ninjas, who dared not utter a sound lest they provoke the anger of this mighty lion. Then, lowering his tone, he turned to Orochimaru and the others, stating, "However, I must acknowledge your strength. I, Hans of the Salamander, recognize you. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. And may this title echo throughout the shinobi world." Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya felt no sense of honor. Rather, they were engulfed by a profound humiliation. They had been consistently overpowered, yet Hans claimed to acknowledge them, rendering the title of Three Ninjas a mockery. Nevertheless, with so many ears present, they had no choice but to accept it. Soon, the title would spread across the shinobi world. As Hans's voice rang out, three children on a distant hillside gazed intently at the battlefield. Their focus was not on the imposing figure of Hans, but rather on Esmu, clad in a flowing white robe, their eyes shining with admiration. The subsequent events unfolded more simply. The war concluded, and the Rain ninjas retreated, leaving the victorious Konoha ninjas to tend to the battlefield. However, such matters were left to logistics. The legendary Three Ninjas were not involved in trivial tasks. Thanks to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, the injured were well cared for. Those who survived did so, while those who did not were lost, marking a significant number of lives saved. After addressing the immediate concerns, the legendary three approached Esmu to express their gratitude. Orochimaru led the way, stating, "We owe a great debt to you, Senior Esmu. For this victory, I will certainly report your contributions to the village, ensuring that Konoha becomes your most loyal ally henceforth." Esmu nodded, recognizing Orochimaru's eloquence, which far surpassed the inarticulate musings of the Sage of Six Paths and Ashura. However, he had no time for idle chatter and directly addressed the trio. "Now that the war has concluded, my summoning beast task is complete. I shall take my leave to explore the shinobi world and will not linger to impose upon you any further." Orochimaru and Tsunade expressed their understanding, while Jiraiya curiously inquired, "Might I ask if there are any places you wish to visit, Senior Esmu? If not, I would recommend the village hidden in the leaves. Konoha is the largest ninja village in the shinobi world, and I am certain you would find it enjoyable." Esmu contemplated the suggestion. Konoha was indeed worth a visit. Yet he had another pressing matter to attend to. Thus, he informed the trio that he would certainly visit Konoha but had other affairs to address. At that moment, a message arrived from Konoha's intelligence division. The Land of Lightning had unexpectedly launched an attack on the Land of Fire, and the third Hokage commanded the Three Ninjas to immediately provide support at the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. With both parties preoccupied, there was no time for further discussions. Esmu bid them farewell, and the Three Ninjas departed towards the direction of the Land of Lightning. Notably, as Esmu left, he chose to walk leisurely rather than utilizing the body flicker technique. Not long after he had walked a short distance, strange noises emanated from the forest behind him, as three stealthy figures crept closer under the cover of the trees. Esmu had long since detected their presence. Even the Three Ninjas noticed them, and Jiraiya had kindly warned him before departing. He had deduced their identities through a scan of his spiritual awareness and, in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Upon realizing their target had suddenly disappeared, three children, none older than 10, emerged from the underbrush, looking around in confusion. "Yahiko, did you see where that guy went?" Conan asked anxiously. Nagato and Conan shook their heads. At that moment, Nagato's Rinnegan was merely in standby mode, completely unactivated, rendering his capabilities indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Thus he could not perceive Sumu's movements. Just as the trio was stealthily searching around, Sumu suddenly appeared behind them and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" The three were startled and jumped, retreating upon seeing Sumu, which elicited a chuckle from him. Sensing that Sumu bore no resentment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, Yahiko, mustering his courage, stepped forward to stand at the forefront of the trio. Bowing to Sumu, he introduced himself, "My name is Yahiko. I wish to become your disciple to learn ninjutsu and grow strong." With Yahiko leading the charge, Nagato and Konan gained confidence and bowed deeply to Sumu, expressing their desire to also become his disciples. Sumu had anticipated their intentions. They must have been captivated by his earlier impressive display, prompting them to seek him as a mentor rather than the legendary Sannin. Ah, the burden of my irresistible charm. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he suddenly felt a pang of sorrow upon observing the three children, their emaciated forms and sallow faces deeply unsettling him. Some might argue that a creature like him, having lived for a millennium, would not be swayed by such matters. To that, Sumu retorted that one cannot comprehend the sentiments of those over 1,000 years old. Chapter 39. The craft honed over a millennium. Despite being an immortal cultivator for over 1,000 years, he remained fundamentally human, subject to normal emotions. While he could analyze issues with rational detachment, it did not mean he was devoid of human sentiment. He squatted down to meet the children's gaze and inquired, "How old are you three this year?" Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were puzzled but answered truthfully. Nagato and Konan were both 8, while Yahiko estimated he was about 7. As he had lost his parents to war at a tender age and could not be certain of his exact age. After learning their ages, Sumu continued, "What drives your desire to grow stronger?" He directed his question at Yahiko, clearly eager for his response. As anticipated, Yahiko declared with unwavering determination, "I wish to grow strong to help more orphans of war like myself. If possible, I want to end the conflict and bring peace to the ninja world." Sumu nodded and turned to Konan and Nagato. Konan swallowed nervously before responding, "I want to assist Yahiko in realizing his dream." After stating this, she took a step back, hiding behind Yahiko. Sumu waited for a moment and couldn't help but think, "Little girl, you answered well. But adopting someone else's aspirations as your own? You might as well marry him when you grow up and bear a multitude of idealistic children to help him achieve his grand goals." He then looked to Nagato, who pondered before saying, "I can't quite articulate why I want to grow stronger. If I had to say, it's to possess the power to protect what I cherish." He glanced at his two companions, his desire to protect them all too evident. After hearing their responses, Sumu nodded and stood, declaring, "Remember your answers today. I hope you will not forget your original intentions. I accept you, follow me." Delighted by Sumu's acceptance, Yahiko and the others eagerly followed him, fearful of being left behind. After walking a short distance, Sumu paused, turned, and gazed at the ground beneath the three children, his eyes penetrating the thick earth to observe the movements below. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged confused glances, wondering why their master was looking at the ground and what lay beneath. As the trio pondered, Sumu raised his hand and unleashed several sword energies toward the earth, which penetrated the soil, eventually settling into silence. The children looked at Sumu, awaiting an explanation, but he ignored them, gesturing for them to follow as he strode confidently away. Despite their bewilderment, the three children kept close behind Sumu. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 meters underground, several white, headless corpses lay embedded in the earth, motionless. Along the journey, the trio remained tense, whispering among themselves but daring not to engage Sumu in conversation. He was not in a rush to converse with the children, understanding that their unfamiliarity was natural. They would gradually grow accustomed to one another. He led them to a spot near a water source and, observing the clear lake, nodded in approval, recognizing it as potable water. Though he had no desire for water himself, having reached the late stage of golden core and capable of sustaining himself through spiritual energy, he was mindful of the children's mortal needs. Choosing a flat area, he instructed the trio to stand behind him, as he was about to showcase his prowess. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged in the air, causing the ground to tremble as a stone villa rose from the earth, leaving the children utterly astonished. Once the villa had fully emerged, Sumu clapped in satisfaction, having perfected this technique. Initially, he had enjoyed using this method to create wooden houses, starting with a simple one-room dwelling. However, As his cultivation advanced and his tastes evolved, his architectural style became increasingly extravagant, with the quality of his constructions improving dramatically. From a single room, he had progressed to a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room villa, upgrading the materials from wood to stone. Later, due to a lack of water, he created a spiritual water pump and built a dedicated water room at the back of the house. Then, facing the absence of electricity, he added a spiritual power supply room, and before long, he had unknowingly constructed a luxurious 3-story villa, complete with furnishings. Sometimes he pondered whether he was afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, having invented a spell to erect a villa for temporary residence. Was he a genius or simply foolish? Nonetheless, his display had genuinely left the trio in awe. Their mouths agape, they stared at the magnificent 3-story villa, their expressions a mix of disbelief and wonder. Is this even humanly possible? They had grown up in the slums of amidst, where such opulence was unimaginable. To them, this villa resembled a small castle that had miraculously risen from the depths of the earth, leading them to question whether their master was truly a celestial being. In a sense, they were not mistaken. Sumu could indeed be considered a celestial being within this realm. Only when Sumu stood at the villa's entrance and shouted did the trio snap back to reality, eagerly scurrying inside, fearful of being left behind. Once inside, they were even more astonished, the lavish decor prompting them to wonder if this was truly achievable through ninjutsu. Sumu kindled a fire and instructed the three, "Warm yourselves here and rest. I will go fetch you some food and return shortly." With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the children too stunned to react to his swift departure. Yet, the curiosity of youth compelled them to explore the villa, peering around with wide-eyed wonder. The study was filled with books, but their illiteracy rendered them unable to appreciate it, so they quickly moved on. The lounge boasted numerous entertainment facilities, yet they could not reach the fitness equipment and did not know how to play Go or chess. After a brief exploration, they reluctantly returned to the living room sofa, sitting obediently as they awaited Sumu's return. Moments later, Sumu's figure flickered into the living room, astonishing the three young ones with the immense tray he bore. They had anticipated that their master would return with a wild creature to roast, but instead, he brought a magnificent platter adorned with a variety of sumptuous dishes, making their mouths water in delight. Sumu gestured towards the dining area, inviting, "Come, let us partake in a meal together." As the four of them indulged in their feast, in a cold, underground lair, a figure known as White Zetsu was relaying news of Sumu to his silver-haired elder. Chapter 40. The Fear of Being Robbed of the Tower. In this damp and chilly underground cavern, a flickering candle illuminated the face of the elder, whose expression fluctuated between shadow and light. This elder, named Uchiha Madara, was the leader of the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period, known as the Shura of the ninja world. Once a figure of great power, his mere name struck terror into the hearts of all nations. However, decades ago, to further his ambitions, he feigned death at the hands of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, retreating to this subterranean dwelling where he had resided for many years. Everything in the ninja world had been progressing according to his meticulous plans, until today when an unforeseen event disrupted his designs. At that moment, White Zetsu animatedly recounted the events occurring on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, as Uchiha Madara stroked his chin, his visage darkening. A figure had emerged, rivaling his peak strength, and more alarmingly, Nagato had taken this individual as his mentor, thereby revealing White Zetsu's existence. Was this appearance a deliberate scheme, or merely a fortuitous encounter? Would it affect his plans? After a moment's contemplation, his demeanor softened slightly. Since the newcomer had not acted to seize the Rinnegan upon discovering it, two possibilities arose. The first was that the individual did not recognize the Rinnegan, and Nagato's apprenticeship was purely coincidental. The second was that they acknowledged the Rinnegan but deemed it unworthy of concern, an understandable stance, as the Rinnegan was but a legend, and without witnessing its true power, few would regard it with seriousness. Moreover, this arrangement of Nagato becoming a disciple could be advantageous for him, accelerating Nagato's growth and mastery of the Rinnegan's might, thus enabling Madara to resurrect himself sooner. Nonetheless, Sumu's prowess was indeed a cause for concern. He had not anticipated the emergence of someone of equal caliber to himself and Hashirama in this era. It was said that Sumu hailed from the Wetbone Forest, a location about which Madara had gathered some intelligence. It was reputed to be one of the three holy lands of summoning beasts, the source of Hashirama's sage techniques, hence his recollection of it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He touched his heart, lamenting that he possessed a body capable of harnessing natural energy, yet could not generate it. Now, with a formidable being emerging from the wet-bone forest, that place seemed quite extraordinary indeed. In his youth, he would have been confident in battling Su-mu. But now, aged and frail, despite having more strategies than in his prime, he was uncertain if he could best this new opponent. After a moment's reflection, he turned to White Zetsu and inquired, "What is the situation with the Uchiha? Have you found a suitable candidate?" White Zetsu tapped his chin, racking his brain before recalling the matter at hand, causing Madara's brow to furrow. Why had he created such a foolish clone as White Zetsu, whose intellect seemed inferior even to that of Hashirama? At that moment, White Zetsu spoke up. "Recently, we discovered a child who fits Lord Madara's requirements. His parents perished in the war, and he currently resides with his grandmother. However, the child seems rather simple-minded. Does he truly meet Lord Madara's standards?" Madara scoffed inwardly, thinking how ironic it was for White Zetsu to question another's intelligence when he himself was so lacking. Subsequently, White Zetsu detailed Obito's background, and Madara's eyes brightened with each word. Moments later, he wore a satisfied smile, declaring, "This is the child." The following day, Su-mu led the three young ones to his study. Initially, Yahiko and the others were exhilarated, believing Su-mu was about to impart ninjutsu to them. However, to their bewilderment, he placed a stack of books on each of their desks, smiling as he announced, "From this day forth, I shall teach you to read and write. Once you have mastered the common characters, I will then instruct you on the theoretical knowledge of chakra." The excitement of the three swiftly waned, a common trait among children. As they stared blankly at the square characters, their minds seemingly expanding. Observing their despondent expressions, Su-mu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, "Learning to read is the foundation of practicing ninjutsu. Without the ability to comprehend written scrolls, even the most skilled ninjutsu will remain beyond your grasp. Furthermore, the training of chakra is fraught with peril. While the dangers may not be immediately apparent, neglecting theoretical knowledge over time will undoubtedly lead to grave consequences." Upon hearing Su-mu's words, the three finally steeled themselves, attentively listening as he elucidated the meaning of each character. Su-mu intended not only to teach them the language of the ninja world, but also the characters from his previous life. Long ago, he had recognized that many concepts could not be adequately expressed in the language of this world, or that their meanings diverged significantly from those in his former existence, even differing from the language of the island nations. Through this learning process, Su-mu discovered the remarkable intricacies of the characters from his past, which could articulate meanings that the language of the ninja world could not convey. He could annotate these nuances using the characters from his previous life, achieving thorough explanations. The characters of his former homeland could express nearly all known human meanings, even rendering vivid descriptions of the indescribable before those from his homeland. This was something phonetic scripts could never accomplish, as they served the purpose of language, whereas his homeland's characters were designed to convey meaning. Thus, Su-mu insisted that the three not only learn the language of the ninja world, but also the characters of his previous life, allowing them to clarify any inadequacies in their understanding of ninja terminology. Moreover, Su-mu had another objective. As a figure with millennia of cultivation experience, he could easily establish a small sect in the realm of cultivation. In his leisure time, he devised a unique training method based on chakra. While it might not reach the highest limits of spiritual energy, this technique could effectively address the weaknesses of ninjas. Ninjas in the world of Naruto were ostensibly assassins, yet in reality, they resembled mana-deprived mages. Their vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. Low chakra reserves hindered their ability to sustain ninjutsu, and their limited life force left them vulnerable to fatal damage. To counter these shortcomings, Su-mu created a distinctive chakra cultivation method that could perfectly remedy these deficiencies, transforming ninjas into resilient towers of defense, capable of casting spells indefinitely and withstanding considerable damage, as long as they did not encounter formidable foes wielding powerful weapons. Those who practiced this technique would become nearly invincible. Chapter 41. The Rational Initiation of War. However, this technique remained a mere concept in Su-mu's mind, as he had yet to practice chakra himself and was unaware of its potential shortcomings. Therefore, he intended to teach this experimental technique to the three children, allowing them to help him identify its flaws. Half a year swiftly passed. It must be said that children in the ninja world mature remarkably fast during this time. Even Yahiko, the least astute among them, had nearly mastered the ninja script and the commonly used characters from Sumu's previous life. Sumu couldn't help but admire the remarkable potential of those transformed by White Absolute. Their innate abilities utterly overshadowed the pure-blooded shinobi of a millennium ago. However, the trio seemed oblivious to Sumu's earnest intentions, their faces perpetually clouded with despair from half a year of cultural studies. Behind closed doors, they secretly lamented that Sumu was merely indulging in esoteric theories rather than imparting them with practical skills, leaving him in a state of bemusement. On this particular day, after concluding their cultural class, Sumu announced a dismissal and prepared to retreat to his room for some rest. Just as he was about to close the door, he turned around to find Yahiko standing outside, his gaze evasive. Confused, Sumu wondered why this fellow wasn't resting in his own quarters or joining Nagato and Conan in the activity room, but had instead come to him. Yahiko clenched his fists resolutely, finally mustering the courage to meet Sumu's eyes, trembling as he implored, "Master, please teach us ninjutsu. We no longer wish to learn those theoretical concepts shrouded in ambiguity." Sumu chuckled at Yahiko's visibly quaking form and squatted down to ask, "Are you truly so frightened? I assure you, I shall not devour you." What could be the source of Yahiko's trepidation? It was undoubtedly Sumu's tendency to project an air of profound wisdom that intimidated him. The trio had always harbored a certain fear of Sumu, a formidable being capable of subduing demigods of the shinobi world. The name of the demigod Hanzo echoed even among these war orphans, and they dared not show any disrespect towards someone even mightier than he. Moreover, Sumu's demeanor often resembled that of a reclusive sage, starkly contrasting with the light-hearted Jiraiya from the original narrative, which only intensified their reverence and trepidation. Having come to this realization, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What was there to act superior about in front of a group of children? After a millennium of solitude, he had become somewhat disconnected from societal norms. He smiled and ushered Yahiko into his room, procuring 2 chairs for them to sit across from one another. Once settled, he cheerfully inquired, "Yahiko, you need not feel anxious. Can you tell me why you believe theoretical knowledge is of no use?" Yahiko took a deep breath and replied, "I yearn to learn ninjutsu swiftly, to grow stronger and protect more war orphans like myself, helping them rebuild their homes. And then I would call upon the great nations to cease their hostilities. This war has already devastated countless homes, and such senseless conflict must not continue. And if they refuse to halt?" Yahiko hesitated, scratching his head. After pondering for a moment, he looked unwaveringly at Sumu and declared, "If we can communicate well, I believe they will surely come to understand one another and ultimately achieve peace." Sumu furrowed his brow. Indeed, Yahiko was trapped in the traditional mindset of the shinobi world. Figures like Naruto Uzumaki, Ashura Otsutsuki, and Hashirama Senju, who preached kindness without grasping the situation, were beyond his comprehension. Shouldn't such naive individuals belong to the martial faction rather than be proponents of peace? He gazed at Yahiko's resolute expression and sighed. "Do you believe these individuals are engaged in brutal conflict solely due to a lack of understanding?" Yahiko nodded fervently without hesitation, asserting, of course, if they truly understood each other, how could wars rage on for years? Sumu fixed Yahiko with a serious gaze and said, "If you truly think that way, I must responsibly inform you that you are mistaken. These individuals not only comprehend their actions, but are also acutely aware of the intentions of their adversaries. Their wars are conducted with rationality. No one initiates conflict out of hatred or misunderstanding." Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "That cannot be. If both sides understood each other, why would they send their comrades to battle?" The war had persisted for so long, claiming the lives of countless civilians and ninjas alike. Yahiko frequently witnessed the bodies of fallen ninjas being carried back to Amigakure. If they truly understood one another, did that not imply they willingly condemned their comrades to death? Sumu nodded. Indeed, these individuals deliberately send their comrades to their demise, and many of those dispatched are aware of their grim fate. But why do they wage war? Are they all deranged? Yahiko struggled to fathom this. How could comrades from the same village engage in such behavior? Sumu patiently elucidated. There are numerous reasons behind these wars, most stemming from internal resource imbalances within nations. The upper echelons hoard resources while the lower classes suffer, leading to discontent. In such circumstances, the elite will not sacrifice their own comforts to appease the lower classes. Instead, they send them to the battlefield to die. Those who survive will incorporate them into their ranks, becoming part of the vested interests. These newly minted beneficiaries quickly forget their past as lower-class citizens and join the fray for national resources. Those who perish on the battlefield do not perceive themselves as deceived. They merely believe they were unfortunate or lacked the ability to achieve merit, thus deserving their fate. Some may even feel a sense of relief, thinking that life is too painful and that an early death might be preferable. Yahiko found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Sumu's assertions. He was not provoked by Sumu's words. Rather, his limited understanding rendered him incapable of grasping their meaning. What did resource imbalance and class dissatisfaction even mean? And most importantly, why did those in the lower classes not harbor resentment towards the elite after being sent to battle? Were they fools? Noticing the bewilderment in Yahiko's expression, Sumu reached out to ruffle his hair, adopting a softer tone. You see, without education, even if I reveal the essence of the world before you, you would not comprehend it. So, it is best that you return to your studies. Currently, your fervor amounts to little without the knowledge to empower your thoughts. You must arm yourself with understanding to discern the true nature of your battles. Only then can you avoid being manipulated and grasp the true significance of the world. Chapter 42. 2 years of training. Seeing that Yahiko remained somewhat reluctant, Sumu resignedly said, All right, starting tomorrow, I will teach you some foundational training. You must balance your cultural studies with chakra exercises, and don't you dare complain of exhaustion. Yahiko, who had previously been listless, sprang up at these words. The master had rambled on with a plethora of words, but that last statement was the most valuable. Just as Yahiko was about to turn to leave, Sumu called out to him, causing a jolt of anxiety to course through him. What could the master want? Did he have second thoughts about teaching him ninjutsu? Swallowing his apprehension, Yahiko turned back, forcing a strained smile as he asked, Master, is there anything else? Sumu stroked his chin, appraising Yahiko before speaking. Do you know how many floors one must carry a bag of rice? Carry rice? Starting the following day, Sumu began instructing the trio in chakra training. The synthesis of chakra necessitates the fusion of physical and mental energy. Hence, Sumu mandated that their training commence with fundamental physical conditioning. To awaken chakra, mental fortitude is not particularly crucial, for as long as one is human, they possess mental faculties. Those devoid of them have already perished. Thus, physical energy became the most vital element in chakra synthesis. The better one's physical condition, the stronger their physical energy, and consequently, the greater their chakra reserves. Naturally, clans such as the Uchiha or Nara, endowed with naturally robust mental energy, had an advantage, as long as they improved their physical conditioning to match that of regular ninjas. Their chakra reserves could vastly exceed those of others. As Sumu guided the 3 young ones in their physical training, his whereabouts were relayed to Hanzo by a group of reconnaissance ninjas from the Rain Village. Hanzo, upon examining the intelligence scroll in his hands, wore a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, and the atmosphere in the office was thick with silence. The intelligence ninjas knelt anxiously on the ground, afraid to meet Hanzo's gaze. The tale of Hanzo's defeat at the hands of Sumu had spread throughout the ninja world, prompting various factions to secretly investigate Sumu's background while simultaneously mocking Hanzo's discomfiture. The once mighty demigod of the ninja realm had become the subject of jest, his humiliation a source of amusement, and his temper had grown increasingly volatile. With both his ambitions and pride wounded, he took out his frustrations on his subordinates, resulting in 4 Rain ninjas being carried out of his office this month alone. However, upon receiving news of Sumu's activities, Hanzo appeared unusually composed, contemplating Sumu's true intentions. Logically, Sumu should be aligned with Konoha, and with the war in the Land of Rain concluded, what could he possibly be doing lingering in his territory? Hanzo's attention was drawn to a detail mentioned in the scroll. 3 children under the age of 10 were seen near Sumu's residence. These young ones were training by the river, seemingly preparing to refine their chakra. Hanzo, wary of Sumu's prowess, dared not entertain thoughts of confronting these children. Their ability to pique Sumu's interest suggested they were no ordinary youngsters. With this realization, he commanded the intelligence ninja before him, investigate the details of these 3 children. I require their comprehensive profiles. The intelligence ninja nodded in acquiescence and swiftly departed the scene. Once alone, Hanzo's demeanor shifted dramatically, his earlier authority dissipating, leaving him in a state of disheartened defeat. Trembling at the mention of Sumu's name in the scroll, He reflected on the passage of 2 years. Yahiko and Nagato stood facing each other on the surface of the river, while Conan took on the role of referee. After announcing the start of their match, Yahiko and Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, causing the tranquil waters to churn into 2 massive water dragons that collided with great force. The resulting splash sent water spraying in all directions, but as the torrents approached Yahiko and Nagato, they inexplicably veered away, seemingly controlled to avoid contact with their bodies. Sumu observed from the third-floor balcony of his villa, nodding in approval at the training session. In just 2 short years, these young ones had grown significantly, a source of great satisfaction for him, as his efforts in nurturing them had evidently borne fruit. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged blows in their physical training, but when Yahiko found himself at a disadvantage, he quickly retreated to form hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. Nagato, unfazed by the approaching torrent, calmly formed his own seals. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. 2 earthen spears shot forth from the river, piercing through the great waterfall technique and narrowly missing Yahiko's sides. Startled, Yahiko fell into the water, his face flushed as he shouted at Nagato. "What are you doing, Nagato? That's dangerous." Nagato, realizing he had gone too far, clasped his hands together in apology. "I'm so sorry. I made a mistake just now. I almost hurt you." Yahiko, slightly embarrassed, found it difficult to maintain his composure, but soon sported a mischievous grin, saying, "If you truly wish to apologize, then why not taste the flavor of the water?" Nagato, taken aback, felt a sudden grip on his foot and looked down to see Yahiko's smiling face reflected in the water. With a splash, Nagato was pulled into the river, a result of Yahiko's stealthy move while concealed by the great waterfall technique, launching a surprise attack from below. Conan gasped in shock and rushed to the river's edge, ready to rescue the submerged Nagato. Yahiko scratched his head and laughed. "It's all right, Conan. Nagato is a great swimmer. He won't easily drown." But before he could finish his sentence, he too fell into the river. Conan, astonished, watched as a drenched Nagato emerged from the water, quickly straightening his attire and bending down to help Yahiko. Looking at Yahiko, who was sputtering and speechless, Nagato remarked, "You really need to work on your swimming skills. You can't just focus on treading water. You must practice swimming too." Regaining his composure, Yahiko coughed and turned his face away, his cheeks flushed as he said, "Now that we've both fallen in, I suppose it's a draw." Nagato chuckled, conceding, "If you say it's a draw, then so be it." Sumu, observing Yahiko's performance, nodded in approval. For a civilian ninja, they were performing admirably. He estimated that their current abilities had already reached the level of J-Nin, ranking among the top within that echelon. Sumu was not referring to the J-Nin status that Kakashi had attained at age 10 through sheer force. These 3 youngsters possessed the genuine strength of J-Nin from the great ninja villages, capable of besting a 10-year-old Kakashi with ease. Chapter 43. High Emotional Intelligence. One must not lose their emotional anchor. Low emotional intelligence. Quickly find her a partner. In the year 43 of Konoha, the land of grass, a small nation situated at the border of the fire and earth countries, derives its name from the vast grasslands that dominate its territory. Although Hanzo had declared his surrender in the land of rain 2 years prior, this merely indicated the defeat of the warring nation, not the cessation of the ninja world conflict. In truth, his declaration of war against the land of fire had ignited a rapid escalation in the ninja realm, leading the 5 great nations to join the fray following his capitulation. Consequently, the land of grass, caught between the 2 powerful nations, naturally became a temporary battlefield, with ninja skirmishes erupting across its plains. Today, an incident of minor significance occurred within the Konoha ninja camp. A lower ninja named Ju had fallen victim to a trap set by the land of earth, and his body was returned to the camp. Such occurrences were hardly newsworthy on the battlefield. Death was a daily reality. A newcomer to the front lines, his demise was of little concern to most. However, Ju bore another identity. He was the grandson of the first Hokage and the brother of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade, having just returned from a mission amid torrential rain, hurriedly made her way to a tent within the Konoha camp. Upon reaching the entrance, she gasped for breath, her hands trembling as she pulled back the curtain to peer inside. Within the tent were several individuals, including Orochimaru and Jiraiya, alongside others whose identities Tsunade had no interest in, her gaze fixated on a body shrouded in a white cloth on the ground. Though concealed, Tsunade could faintly discern the outline of her brother. In that moment, She was rendered speechless, standing frozen in place, her emotions dulled as she stared blankly with wide eyes. Just then, Orochimaru, upon noticing Tsunade's arrival, momentarily displayed a flicker of remorse on his otherwise impassive face. Yet, this feeling quickly vanished, replaced by a mocking tone as he remarked, Ju was so eager to join the battlefield for the first time. He charged recklessly towards the enemy without a care, completely disregarding his surroundings. All those lessons on stealth and danger awareness from the academy? He tossed them aside and blundered straight into an explosive tag trap. There was more to his words, for when Ju was discovered, his innards had already been excavated. While there were traces of explosions on his body, it was uncertain whether they had been the cause of death. Thus, it seemed he had succumbed to injuries from the explosive tags, only to be found and mutilated by the arriving enemies. However, the time between Ju's departure from the main force and his discovery was exceedingly brief. The likelihood of accidentally stepping into a trap and subsequently being discovered by the enemy, followed by the grim fate of having his innards excavated, is remarkably low. Thus, this is far from a mere coincidence. It is more plausibly a premeditated assault. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Currently, Tsunade's emotional state was highly unstable, and he believed that she would eventually conduct her own investigation once she regained her composure. There was no need to provoke her further at this moment. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's gentle demeanor is not easily comprehended by the average person. Upon hearing the sardonic tone of Orochimaru, Jiraiya's anger surged. Orochimaru, refrain from your condescending remarks. Ju was your disciple. You bear an undeniable responsibility for his demise. Orochimaru scoffed, dismissively stating, I am the commander of the Earth Country's war zone. I am accountable for every soldier who perishes in this battlefield. Ju was merely one among them, nothing exceptional. With that, he turned to leave, burdened by the relentless demands of his position. Yet, before departing, he casually threw the necklace left behind by the first Hokage onto Ju's lifeless body. Unlike the original blue crystal, it was a white magatama-shaped gemstone. It seems this little brat has inherited your misfortune, he remarked, turning his back as he departed, leaving Tsunade slumped before Ju's corpse. The others in the tent, sensing the tense atmosphere, hastily exited, worried that Tsunade might lash out in her emotional turmoil. Jiraiya, wishing to comfort Tsunade, found himself ignored, ultimately resigning to leave with the crowd. Once the tent was empty, Tsunade picked up the necklace left by the first Hokage. Lost in thought, tears streamed down her face as heart-wrenching sobs echoed within the tent. Subsequently, Tsunade wandered aimlessly around the camp, her mind consumed by thoughts of Ju, leaving her disinterested in the ongoing conflict with the Earth Country. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya noted her deteriorating state. After a brief discussion, they resolved to allow Tsunade to return to Konoha for recuperation, hoping she would soon emerge from the shadow of her brother's loss. However, her current status was no longer what it once was. Even Orochimaru, as the battlefield commander, dared not unilaterally decide her fate. Thus, he penned a letter and entrusted it to an intelligence ninja to be sent back to Konoha, hoping that his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would grant permission for Tsunade's return. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, gazing at Orochimaru's letter. After a prolonged moment, he set the correspondence down, inhaling deeply from his pipe. Falling into contemplation, he had long anticipated such occurrences. It is said that the Uchiha clan values familial bonds, yet the Senju clan holds such sentiments even more dearly. Years prior, Tsunade had lost her parents during a mission, and Ju was her last remaining kin. His demise must have deeply affected her. Nonetheless, certain events are destined to transpire. As the heir of the Senju clan and the grandson of the first Hokage, Ju was fated to confront his destiny. The matter of Ju was manageable, yet Tsunade's situation posed a more complex challenge. It was imperative to devise a means to soothe her emotions, for she was now one of the legendary Sannin, a prominent figure in Konoha. Since the title of Sannin had spread throughout the shinobi world, it quickly garnered recognition from various nations. If news of Tsunade's despondency were to circulate, it could adversely affect Konoha. With this in mind, he instructed the Hokage office. Summon Danzo. Yes, came the response, followed by a deep silence. Moments later, the door to the Hokage office swung open, revealing Shimura Danzo, dressed in traditional garb. His right side swathed in bandages. Despite being under 50, Danzo bore numerous scars that did not detract from his imposing presence, but rather accentuated his stern demeanor. Even with half his face bandaged, the unbound side alone could rival Hiruzen's youthful appearance. Upon entering, he inquired with a scowl, "Hiruzen, what is it that you require?" Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe and replied, "You are aware of SHG's situation, correct? Lately, Tsunade has been quite low-spirited, and I fear that if this continues, she may succumb to despair and develop inner demons." Danzo maintained a stoic expression, internally cursing the hypocrisy of this man who was now feigning ignorance about an issue he had subtly implied for Danzo to address. Though he had grown accustomed to bearing the brunt of blame over the years, he refused to accept it blindly. He would not become a scapegoat. Hiruzen continued, "When a person loses their emotional anchor, they become hollow and numb. Tsunade, having lost all her family, must feel excruciatingly lonely. I believe she requires a new love to fill the void within her." He paused, taking a puff from his pipe, confident that Danzo would grasp his meaning without further elaboration. Danzo understood, recognizing that this matter was not particularly challenging. He had an abundance of capable young men at his disposal, each possessing charm and eloquence, making it easy to placate Tsunade. However, he remained in place for a moment longer, ensuring that Hiruzen had no additional directives before turning to exit. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, the third Hokage felt a sense of satisfaction. What a perfect tool he was, compliant in every regard. Shouldering blame without complaint, such a diligent and resilient individual was rare to find. At that moment, as Danzo's hand grasped the office door handle, he suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he asked the third Hokage, "What about that fellow named Esmu? Are we not going to address him?" Upon hearing the name, Hiruzen's expression instantly soured. Danzo had unwittingly reminded him of a matter he had nearly forgotten. 2 years prior, they had engaged in vigorous discussions regarding this formidable individual, capable of easily defeating Hanzo of the Salamander. Danzo had proposed that the Sannin extend an invitation to Esmu to join Konoha's ranks in the war. Even if they failed to secure his allegiance, it was crucial to ensure he did not ally with any opposing factions. His rationale was straightforward: utilize Esmu to weaken the other 4 great nations through mutual conflict, thereby allowing Konoha to emerge as the victor and potentially restore peace to the shinobi world. In contrast, the third Hokage's approach was more conservative. He believed Esmu would prefer to remain uninvolved in the war and regarded him with considerable caution, opting to ignore his existence altogether. The divergence in their perspectives was quite understandable. Danzo, a man of action, envisioned enhancing Konoha's power to dominate the shinobi world. Meanwhile, Hiruzen prioritized maintaining equilibrium among the various factions, ensuring that no single entity, including Konoha, could achieve supremacy. In extreme circumstances, he would even be willing to diminish Konoha's strength to uphold peace within the shinobi realm. Such a perspective could never be grasped by a typical brute. Only those who stood in the Hokage's position, witnessing the ever-expanding ranks of shinobi, could conceive such a notion. There were far too many shinobi in Konoha, too many in the Land of Fire, and far too many across the shinobi world. It was an unspoken consensus among the nations that reducing the number of shinobi through war was necessary, and he was reluctant to disrupt this widely understood unwritten rule. As for Danzo's objections, the third Hokage dismissed them outright, firmly stating, "I am the Hokage," silencing Danzo with his authority. Chapter 44. Meetings are not held to solve problems, but to satisfy one's emotions. As Danzo began to speak, Hiruzen could already anticipate his thoughts. It appears that this individual has not yet relinquished his ambitions regarding Samuk. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by the audacity of my old comrade. The prowess of Samuk is at least on par with that of my teacher, Hashirama Senju, and it is even conceivable that he has reached the level of the god of ninjas. How dare a half-damaged shadow of the ninja world provoke such a deity? I am at a loss as to whether to commend this fellow's bravery or to chastise his foolishness. With a stern countenance, I issued a grave warning. Do not provoke Samuk, simply disregard him. Eventually, he will grow weary of lingering in the ninja world and return to the wet-bone forest on his own accord. Do not be so presumptuous as to dispatch anyone to surveil him. Act as though he does not exist. Do you understand? Danzo, still not resigned to his fate, has developed a keen interest in both the wet-bone forest and Samuk. According to the records of the Senju clan, the first Hokage established a summoning contract with the wet-bone forest. Recently, He has been delving into research concerning the transplantation of cells from the first Hokage. Thus his curiosity regarding Samuk has intensified. However, observing Hiruzen's resolute demeanor, he suppressed his intrigue and responded with a cold huff. I understand. A few days later, Tsunade returned discreetly to Konoha, accompanied by the body of S.H. Matsu. Upon her return, Konoha held a funeral for S.H. Matsu. Separate from the other fallen ninjas returned to the village. The ceremony was attended by a mere handful of elderly senju who had long forsaken their clan's surname. It was a funeral so diminutive it was almost negligible. Gazing at S.H. Matsu's grave, Tsunade appeared utterly exhausted, as if she had wept dry of tears. The elderly remained silent, their expressions suggesting that it was not only S.H. Matsu being interred, but also the legacy of the once mighty Senju clan. As the funeral concluded, the elders departed with heavy steps, not a word exchanged with Tsunade. They harbored no fondness for Hashirama and Tobarama Senju. While these brothers forged the glory of the Senju clan, they also brought about the clan's ultimate demise in Konoha. Thus, they felt no warmth toward Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama. Perhaps the younger members of the Senju clan might view her as a role model, but in the eyes of these elders, her accomplishments could never replace the grandeur of the Senju legacy. Once everyone had departed, Tsunade stood alone before her brother's grave. Resolving that she could no longer wallow in despair, she must take action. A few days later, Konoha convened its monthly J-nin meeting. Attended by nearly all remaining J-nin, though fewer than 30 were present due to the ongoing war. Despite their small numbers, the higher-ups regarded the meeting with utmost seriousness. 3 of the 4 prominent figures present were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Kazumi, and Tsunade's mentor, Shizune. Their motivation for valuing this gathering was simple. The monotony of village life compelled them to seek some semblance of excitement. Since the conclusion of the first great ninja war over 20 years ago, Konoha had been living in luxury. They had not seen a battlefield nor undertaken a mission. Days were spent in the office, sifting through documents and strategizing over maps, leading to a profound sense of ennui. Thus, they cherished the J-nin meetings, relishing the opportunity to convene all J-nin in the village, which provided a significant sense of fulfillment, soothing their restless spirits. During the war, I did not hide within the village, idly passing time. I was still convening crucial meetings to address the issues faced by ninjas. The participating J-nin, however, regarded this meeting with indifference, perceiving it merely as a study session convened by the Hokage. Just when everyone assumed the meeting would unfold peacefully, Tsunade abruptly rose and declared, I have a proposal regarding medical ninjas that I hope the village will consider. A murmur of curiosity swept through the assembly as they turned towards the source of the voice. Indeed, someone had the audacity to raise an issue during such a casual gathering. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The J-nin quickly realized that she must have conferred with the third Hokage in preparation to announce a new directive. By allowing his student Tsunade to present the proposal, he could subsequently endorse it, ensuring that any potential backlash would be directed towards her. Recognizing the significance of the third Hokage's impending announcement, the previously languid J-nin straightened in their seats, attentively listening to Tsunade's proposal with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Mito Kazumi and Shizune exchanged glances towards the third Hokage, silently inquiring why they had not been forewarned of the script, fearing they might stumble over their lines. The third Hokage, equally bewildered, gestured to his 2 companions, indicating that he had not been provided with any script, and then turned towards his student Tsunade. His expression one of confusion. Since this was a J-nin meeting, all voices should be welcomed. Whatever proposal she had could be articulated here, allowing for thorough discussion. With the third Hokage's encouragement, Tsunade articulated her idea. I believe we should assign a medical ninja to every ninja squad, as this would significantly reduce casualty rates. Furthermore, it would enhance the overall quality of our ninjas. Those who have faced life and death battles will grow more rapidly, thereby strengthening Konoha's overall might, aiding us in winning this war sooner. Upon hearing Tsunade's proposition, the J-nin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of the third Hokage's new directive. Those who had fought on the front lines understood the vital importance of medical ninjas. If each squad could have one, they believed Konoha's overall strength would indeed see a substantial boost. It is well known that many untapped geniuses in the ninja world have perished prematurely, just like Hashirama's younger brothers, who, had they survived, could have become formidable powerhouses. Such individuals are numerous within the ninja world, even among the current generation of Sannin. There are many exceptionally talented ninjas who never reached their full potential before meeting their end on the battlefield. Thus, having a medical ninja in each squad would greatly enhance our margin for error. Many gifted individuals who might otherwise succumb to fatal injuries could survive and thrive. Just as the assembly was preparing to applaud in approval, a disquieting realization struck them. Why were the third Hokage and his two advisors exchanging furtive glances without any vocal endorsement? Shouldn't the standard procedure entail Tsunade concluding her remarks, followed by expressions of approval from the higher-ups, after which they would ask for a vote? The process seemed to deviate from the norm. Hiruzen and his companions were equally perplexed, exchanging glances until they reached a consensus. However, it was not the third Hokage who responded directly. Rather, it was Shizen who spoke up. Tsunade, your proposal is indeed commendable. Yet the training of medical ninjas is exceedingly arduous. It is simply not feasible to allocate one to each squad as you suggest. However, your proposal is constructive, and the village will consider it once the war concludes. Consider it? These three old-timers must take us for fools. Such dismissive rhetoric is hard to believe. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do not patronize me with such insipid remarks. As a medical ninja yourself, you should understand the importance of medical ninjas even more than I do. By the time the war concludes, I suspect you will concoct a myriad of excuses to sidestep the training of medical ninjas. As the leadership of Konoha, can you not take this matter more seriously? You consistently adopt a half-hearted approach. When real issues arise, you merely offer superficial solutions. This attitude will never establish a comprehensive medical ninja system." The elite shinobi were taken aback by Tsunade's sudden outburst of fury. What was this scenario? Was the third Hokage planning significant reforms in Konoha? They quickly realized that this was not a scripted performance. It was simply Tsunade behaving irrationally, defying all expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kakashi, and Tintin sat in silence, their expressions darkening. Tsunade seemed to disregard their authority entirely. If this had happened 20 years ago, when they had just ascended to the upper echelons of Konoha, they might have tolerated such remarks from Tsunade. After all, back then, the decisions were dictated by Uzumaki Mito. They were nominally in power, but without Mito's backing, they were of no consequence. However, the situation was drastically different now. Uzumaki Mito had passed away over a decade ago, and during the intervening years, they had firmly established their hold on power. Moreover, the influence of the Senju clan in Konoha's politics had been completely eradicated. Today, Tsunade's most notable identity was not that of the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju or Mito Uzumaki, but rather as the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this day and age, how dare she act so arrogantly before them? It seemed time to teach this unruly girl a lesson about authority. At that moment, Tintin slammed her hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Tsunade, you are truly out of line. This is a meeting for the elite shinobi to discuss matters, not a place for your tantrums. I have already made my position clear. Your proposal is admirable in theory, but it is utterly impractical. Training such a large number of medical ninjas requires significant financial resources from the village, and given that we are currently in a time of war, where would we find the funds for such training? Don't think I am targeting you. Let us conduct an open vote among the elite shinobi. Those in favor of Tsunade's proposal for medical ninjas, please raise your hands." The room fell silent. Even a fool could see that raising hands had little to do with the proposal. It was merely a matter of choosing sides. Anyone who dared to raise their hand would surely be remembered by Konoha's upper echelon, and it was certain they would not enjoy the consequences. Tsunade's anger escalated as she observed the elite shinobi's reactions. Just as she contemplated storming out, a hand slowly rose. "I believe Tsunade's proposal is commendable." Upon hearing the voice, the room descended into an eerie silence. Everyone turned in astonishment to locate the source of such audacity. Who would dare stand up for Tsunade at such a moment? Showing blatant disregard for the upper echelons. Upon closer inspection, they found the speaker to be a young man, approximately 25 years of age. Although seated, his height was indiscernible, yet his physique appeared well-proportioned, suggesting he was not short. His long, white hair cascaded over his shoulders, framing a handsome face that exuded a gentle and approachable demeanor. The elite shinobi furrowed their brows, the majority failing to recognize him, while only a handful recalled who he was. Kato Dan had previously been somewhat obscure in Konoha, but recently he had begun to gain some recognition. Rumor had it that he practiced a particularly formidable secret technique, though its potency remained uncertain. Regardless of the strength of his technique, the audacity of Kato Dan was undeniable. Even if he supported Tsunade, it was ill-timed to openly take a stand. They were certain that after this meeting, Konoha's upper echelons would seek to make an example of Kato Dan. The youth was still naive, unaware of the importance of biding one's time. Tsunade regarded Kato Dan with curiosity. She was certain she had never encountered him before. Why would he rise to speak on her behalf? Unlike Kushina, who had little emotional intelligence, Tsunade was perceptive enough to grasp the prevailing atmosphere. By voicing his support at that moment, he had positioned himself in opposition to the upper echelons. And it was likely that the three elder shinobi would make his life difficult in the future. Tintin was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that anyone would be so foolish as to speak up for Tsunade at that moment. However, she quickly regained her composure and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, did you see that? So many people here do not support your proposal, which means the plan to train medical ninjas should be temporarily shelved. You have no objections, right?" Their eyes locked, and a fierce electricity surged between them, culminating in an explosive clap as Tsunade slammed her hands on the table, splitting it in two. The two elite shinobi beside her winced as the shattered table struck their thighs, leaving them in a state of disarray. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, pulling back just in time. Otherwise, they might have faced a far more painful fate. After breaking the table, Tsunade stormed out, having had enough of these domineering old fools. It would be better if they simply vanished from the world. The remaining individuals in the room watched her departure in silence, with only Kato Dan's expression shifting, the professional smile fading to reveal a hint of admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as Tsunade left, signaling for an Umbu ninja to replace the table before resuming the meeting. However, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Kato Dan, who noticed the third Hokage's attention and politely nodded in acknowledgement. Once outside the Hokage office, Tsunade found herself alone on the rooftop of a building, gazing down at the bustling scene of Konoha. The village was alive with activity, yet Tsunade felt an increasing sense of distance from it. This village gave her a sense of disconnection, as though it had changed from her childhood. In the past, she felt a profound connection to Konoha. Despite its flaws, the people were generally positive and proactive. Whenever faced with challenges, they sought solutions rather than adopting a passive attitude. However, everything began to change with her grandmother's passing. Ever since her mentor, the third Hokage, took office, Konoha had become increasingly insular and conservative. Regardless of the circumstances, the first instinct of the people was to maintain the status quo, seeking to push problems aside. As long as they were not confronted with issues, they did not exist. Ironically, the most proactive figure in Konoha had become Shimura Danzo, which left her both amused and exasperated. While she was lost in thought, Kato Dan approached her, leaning against the railing and asking, "You seem a bit unwell. Is something troubling you?" Feeling a sense of fondness for the person who had stood up for her, Tsunade shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. I thought no one would dare to voice their support in that situation. Your willingness to do so truly surprised me." Kato Dan shook his head expressionlessly. "I did not speak in support of you, but rather in support of your proposal." Tsunade was puzzled. What was the difference? Kato Dan continued, "I have heard of you. Tsunade, I too lost a loved one on the battlefield. I was there, powerless to help, and at that moment, I desperately wished for a medical ninja by my side. Therefore, when I heard your proposal, I chose to support it without hesitation. I genuinely hope your proposal can be implemented, ensuring that every shinobi team has a medical ninja. This way, the tragedy that befell my loved one will not befall others, and Konoha's casualties can be minimized, preventing unnecessary sacrifices." Upon hearing his words, Tsunade fell silent, her thoughts drifting to her brother, Nawaki, and she felt an unexplainable sadness wash over her. Afterward, the two engaged in extensive conversation, and Tsunade gradually came to understand the man before her, Kato Dan. He was born into a modest ninja family, with his parents perishing in the First Shinobi World War. The only surviving family member he had was his niece, Kato Shizune. Remarkably, he shared a dream akin to that of Shodame, aspiring to become Hokage and lead Konoha to end the war. Upon learning of his intentions, she gifted him her grandfather's white Magatama necklace. As their bond deepened, they eventually established a romantic relationship. After a period of recuperation, Tsunade regained her vigor. with Kato Dan by her side. She finally resolved her inner turmoil and requested to return to the battlefield from the third Hokage. Upon confirming her mental state, the third Hokage acquiesced, pleased with her swift adjustment. Although there had been prior public disputes between them, he could not sever ties with his student. However, another individual was proving to be an even greater headache for him. Konoha's White Fang, known for his growing reputation and strength, posed a significant challenge. The third Hokage lacked confidence in his ability to defeat him decisively. Most concerning was the increasing influence of White Fang, as several small clans and civilian ninjas were aligning with him, causing unease. He had attempted to hint at taking White Fang as his student multiple times, but the latter either did not comprehend or was unwilling to respond clearly. Upon reflection, it was understandable, even if White Fang's strength did not surpass his own. The age difference alone did not warrant taking him as a disciple. As the third Hokage pondered his troubles regarding Konoha's White Fang, Tsunade and Kato Dan arrived with a group of ninjas at the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Jiraiya, scowling, watched the affectionate pair, his fists clenched and teeth grinding in frustration. Wasn't Tsunade supposed to return to adjust her emotions? How had she returned with a boyfriend? Moreover, this Kato Dan bore a striking resemblance to him, with his white hair and handsome features appearing as nothing short of a counterfeit. Tsunade had rejected his genuine affections in favor of this imitation, akin to the inferior driving out the superior, a free platform overshadowing a premium one. Orochimaru, standing with arms crossed and a smirk, regarded Jiraiya with amusement, likening him to a defeated dog. Jiraiya, with a huff, remarked that Tsunade had clearly lost her senses, questioning the qualities of her chosen partner, who appeared almost like an albino. Jiraiya muttered his disdain, oblivious to Orochimaru's piercing gaze directed at him. Had he not known Jiraiya's foolishness, he might have thought the latter was indirectly insulting him. In the realm of pale appearances, Orochimaru could easily claim the title of the fairest in the ninja world. Not even Kato Dan, nor the renowned Uchiha clan, could compare to him in terms of complexion. If Jiraiya's words were to be taken seriously, he would be nearing his demise by the following day. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed Jiraiya as foolishness. Engaging in a quarrel with such a simpleton would only undermine his dignity. His gaze shifted towards Kato Dan, and an icy glint appeared in his eyes. Kato Dan seemed to sense his scrutiny, quietly bidding farewell to Tsunade before turning to leave. Later that night, Orochimaru stealthily entered a dimly lit forest on the western side of the camp, where Kato Dan awaited him. Upon seeing him, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Last time we met, you were known as Ghost Shadow. Why the sudden change to Kato Dan? His tone was chilling, yet it resembled more of a casual greeting than an interrogation. Kato Dan responded with utmost respect, bowing slightly and stating, Ghost Shadow was merely my alias. My true name is Kato Dan. Recently, Lord Danzo has restored my status as a Konoha ninja. I am no longer the root ninja known as Ghost Shadow, but a legitimate Konoha ninja, Kato Dan. Orochimaru scoffed, skeptical of Kato Dan's words. Though known as the Cold Lord in the ninja world, he was genuinely concerned about his comrades, at least in this period of time. Thus, when he discovered Danzo's subordinates were approaching Tsunade, he immediately rushed to warn her. Don't placate me with foolish words. Danzo sent you, didn't he? What is he scheming? Does he intend to use Tsunade as a pawn? Kato Dan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Yes, but not entirely. Approaching Tsunade was indeed an order from Lord Danzo, but that was all. There are no further substantial directives. Orochimaru's eyes widened, his expression perplexed. You mean to say you don't bear the curse mark of tongue deceit? Kato Dan let out a bitter laugh, realizing he could not conceal the truth from Orochimaru. He extended his tongue, revealing the absence of any sealing techniques. Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly strange. Danzo had deliberately lifted the curse mark? What was he up to? He would never have guessed that Danzo's true intention was merely to set Tsunade up with a partner. It was even more surprising that Kato Dan, who approached Tsunade with political motives, had genuinely developed feelings for her, the bold girl who dared to oppose the higher-ups. Initially, Kato Dan had approached Tsunade with the intent of fulfilling his mission, but as he got to know her, he discovered a true affection for her spirit. However, this also aligned with Danzo's orders, as his aim was simply to help Tsunade regain her strength. Whether Kato Dan genuinely connected with her was of no concern to him. After warning Kato Dan, Orochimaru turned away with a chilling smile. Watching Orochimaru depart, Kato Dan smiled knowingly. So this was what it meant to truly interact with comrades? Previously, while en route, he mechanically completed the tasks assigned by Danzo, with only a vague understanding of companionship, never experiencing the warmth of having true allies. The root ninjas he worked alongside would abandon one another at any moment for the sake of the mission, and he himself would do the same. Thus, he had never comprehended what true companionship entailed. However, today's experiences with Orochimaru and Jiraiya had offered him a glimpse into the concept of camaraderie. The root ninjas were subconsciously brainwashed by Danzo, rather than being mindlessly controlled like puppets. They were akin to factory workers, toiling away for meager wages, choosing to endure their burdens for the sake of survival. If the indoctrination of root ninjas were truly inescapable, then Kakashi would never have betrayed Danzo. He would have remained steadfast in his path to assassinate the third Hokage, ultimately facing either death or defection. If one thought Kakashi was merely a latecomer to root, two other examples could be cited, Yamato and Sai. Both had been nurtured by Danzo from a young age. If they had truly been stripped of their thoughts and wills, how could they have chosen to abandon the darkness and join the protagonists? The loyalty of these root ninjas stemmed from their profound emptiness, apart from serving Danzo. They could find no other meaning in life. As they discovered new meanings, they discarded Danzo as if he were refuse, Kakashi, Yamato, Sai. And even Kabuto and Nono from the Akatsuki treated him similarly, and even the current Kato had fallen into this pattern. My heart aches for Danzo for just a moment, as even his subordinates regard him as a mere tool. Thus, the third Hokage felt secure in allowing Danzo to operate freely, knowing that his troops could be summoned at will. The talented ninjas nurtured by Danzo were merely for his own benefit, leaving a few capable ones to assist him while the rest, those less competent, were left to their own devices. Having returned to the battlefield, Tsunade adjusted her mindset and once again became the revered healer of Konoha. Under her care, the casualty rate of Konoha's ninjas significantly decreased. The wounded, once healed, swiftly transformed into seasoned veterans. Their combat prowess and experience far surpassed that of mere recruits. As the saying goes, no one knows you better than your enemy. And the Iwagakure ninjas immediately sensed the difference in Konoha's forces. The overall quality of these ninjas had evidently risen to a new level, making it increasingly difficult to eliminate them. The commander of Iwagakure took note and began to investigate the situation, soon discovering that Tsunade, who had not appeared on the battlefield for months, had returned. Not only that, but there was also a rather enigmatic ninja from Konoha present. This ninja was deemed strange because the Iwagakure ninjas he had slain bore no visible wounds. Medical ninjas confirmed that their deaths were not due to poison. Yet they inexplicably succumbed to death on the battlefield, an entire squad at a time. The Iwagakure commander, Inoki, was deeply wary of this individual, having never encountered such peculiarities before, and he was oblivious to the jutsu being employed by the opponent. Ultimately, he dispatched the information back to Iwagakure, hoping that his father, the third Tsuchikage, would decipher the opponent's jutsu. In the land of Earth, within Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, held the intelligence from the frontline commander, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and concern. A robust man of approximately 50 years, Inoki stood just shy of 1 meter in height, embodying a figure of considerable stature with arms that could rival a horse's chest. His hairstyle was particularly striking, with 2 clumps of hair on either side of his head resembling islands suspended atop his scalp, the gleaming expanse of his baldness reflecting his wisdom. Notably, the scant hair remaining at the back of his head was fashioned into a small braid, stuck to his scalp by drool, a testament to his cleverness. Unlike the unappealing baldness of others, Inoki's baldness exuded an air of authority. With a slight bow, he placed the intelligence report back on the desk, allowing himself to drift into thought. Inoki, a man of vast experience, deduced the jutsu being used by the enemy. It was the intangibility technique developed by the second Hokage. This jutsu indeed posed a challenge, yet it was not insurmountable. If it were, the second Hokage would have long since employed it to eliminate Uchiha Madara. The greatest flaw of this technique lay with the caster. By targeting the physical body of the user at the moment of casting, a single decisive blow could ensure victory. With this in mind, he summoned the most proficient assassination squad from his umbu, imparting the details of the enemy's jutsu and its weaknesses to them. A month later, Tsunade continued her routine in the battlefield infirmary, treating the injured. Her skill was exceptional. She effortlessly rejoined shattered bones, channeling healing chakra to mend the fractures. Before long, The bones were restored, and after a period of recuperation, the ninja would be back on his feet as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, the patient could not express his gratitude to Tsunade, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Due to a shortage of anesthetics on the front lines, medical ninjas were unable to sedate all the injured. To alleviate their suffering, Tsunade resorted to knocking the patient out with a swift punch, which explained the eerie silence in the infirmary. Every patient had experienced Tsunade's incapacitating treatment. She wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as she observed the unconscious patients. Suddenly, a ninja rushed into the infirmary, breathless. Upon seeing Tsunade, he exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, please come to the front lines. A squad has been gravely injured in an enemy ambush." The medical ninjas present had exhausted all means to save the injured, thus seeking her personal intervention to see if she could save them. Tsunade nodded and inquired, "Which squad has been injured? What kind of injuries have they sustained?" The ninja delivering the message hurriedly replied, "It's Kato Dan's squad. They've sustained internal injuries." Before he could finish, Tsunade sprang to her feet, seizing the collar of the trembling ninja and lifting him off the ground. "You say it's Dan's squad? How is Dan? Is he injured?" The messenger was left speechless, trembling uncontrollably and unable to utter a word. Seeing his silence, Tsunade anxiously tossed him aside and sprinted towards the location where Dan was reported to be injured. Since yesterday, she had sensed an ominous premonition, and today it had come to fruition. "Dan, you must not be harmed." As dark clouds gathered in the sky, by the time Tsunade arrived at the site of Kato Dan's injury, rain began to pour. She swiftly pushed through the crowd surrounding Dan, kneeling beside him to assess his condition. The internal injuries were severe, and he had lost too much blood. His life was hanging by a thread. Such injuries could almost warrant a death sentence, yet Tsunade refused to give up. She utilized her healing technique, striving to sustain his life, even if only temporarily. At that moment, Dan's weak voice broke through. "Tsunade, do not waste your chakra on me. I know my injuries are beyond saving. I refuse to believe that. I must save you. You have yet to fulfill our promise to become Hokage. How can you die now?" However, all of Tsunade's efforts proved futile. Even with her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, she could not revive Dan, whose life was slipping away. In his final moments, Kato Dan summoned the last of his strength to remove the necklace from around his neck, handing it to Tsunade. "Promise me, you will protect Konoha." With that, his hand fell limply, consciousness fading into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 47. Who said to send Tsunade away? I was referring to sending Kato Dan. Dan is dead. His body slumped lifelessly to the ground, gradually becoming rigid. Tsunade stared blankly at Dan's lifeless form in her arms. The same sense of helplessness she felt at her brother's death resurfacing with even greater intensity. The faith she had regained through Dan crumbled once more. Her body began to tremble, first her shoulders, then her torso, until her hands could no longer hold Dan's body, allowing it to fall to the ground. She looked down at the blood on her hands, her face filled with fear and despair. Even as the rain washed away the blood, it could not cleanse the terror within her heart. The surrounding ninjas, bewildered by the unfolding tragedy, hesitated to approach Tsunade, fearing her wrath. Though they were comrades from Konoha, their unfamiliarity with Tsunade made them wary, leading them to remain at a distance. At that moment, two tall figures rushed to the scene, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, having come in response to the news. Upon their arrival, they immediately beheld the lifeless form of Kat D and the expression of Tsunade. Swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya hastily crouched beside Tsunade to assess her condition, while Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Kat D's corpse, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He instinctively suspected that the old coot, Danzo, had played a nefarious role behind the scenes. After all, his extensive dealings with Danzo had made him acutely aware that such incidents were typically orchestrated by the latter. However, upon further reflection, this theory seemed implausible. Kat D had been a carefully placed pawn by Danzo himself, and it was rather illogical to eliminate him before he could serve any purpose. Although Orochimaru believed that Kat D had managed to extricate himself from Danzo's influence, it was unlikely that Danzo would uncover this information in the short term. Even if Danzo had indeed discovered it, there was no reason for him to eliminate Kat D at this juncture, as it was entirely pointless. Thus, it seemed that Kat D's demise was unrelated to Danzo, suggesting that the assassination must have originated from the Iwagakure side. He shifted his focus to Tsunade. who was trembling uncontrollably, as if cast into a frigid wilderness clad only in thin garments. Jiraiya draped his coat over her, but it offered no comfort. Anxiety laced his voice as he inquired, "Tsunade, what has happened? Why are you shaking so violently?" Tsunade could only respond weakly, while Orochimaru, devoid of emotion, remarked, "This appears to be a psychological affliction resulting from severe trauma." Judging by Tsunade's reaction, it seems she has developed a fear of blood, a condition known as hemophobia. After uttering these words, Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade with pity, reflecting on the fragility of life, and his obsession with the notion of immortality grew ever stronger. A finite existence seemed devoid of value, for only eternal life held true significance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Jiraiya was filled with concern. If what Orochimaru said was accurate, Tsunade would be unfit not only to continue her role as a medical ninja, but even to serve as a ninja at all. What kind of ninja fears blood? At that moment, a small slug crawled onto Jiraiya's shoulder, addressing the group. "Quickly, take him to Mu. Perhaps he might have a solution." Startled by the slug, Jiraiya suddenly remembered that earlier that morning, Tsunade had entrusted him with a small slug clone. This was a unique means of communication among the three legendary ninjas, allowing them to relay information efficiently. Surprised by the slug's suggestion, Jiraiya pondered, could Mu truly have a remedy for hemophobia? Then he recalled that Mu hailed from the Shikatsu forest, reputed for its healing properties. If Mu were to intervene, he might possess extraordinary methods to cure Tsunade's condition. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "Indeed, Mu, being from the Shikatsu forest, must have a way to heal Tsunade. I remember the intel stating that he is currently residing in the Land of Rain. If we go there, we shall surely find him." Clearly, Jiraiya had already come to regard Mu as a sage forged by the slugs, hence referring to him as Mu the Sage. However, Orochimaru interjected with a dose of cold reality, saying, "Hemophobia is not a physiological ailment, but rather a psychological one stemming from the subconscious. I concede that Mu possesses remarkable power and, given his status as a sage, he likely has some miraculous healing techniques. Yet, conventional medical ninjutsu would be ineffective against hemophobia. Thus, I do not believe he can cure Tsunade's affliction." Jiraiya was immediately incensed, shouting, "Even so, we should at least try. How can you say it won't work without attempting it first?" Orochimaru, though reluctant to engage with Jiraiya's folly, felt compelled to elucidate further. Tsunade was an exceptionally skilled medical ninja. If she were to suffer from a psychological disorder, her condition would be far more severe than that of an ordinary person. A top-tier medical ninja who subconsciously believes she is ill would render any treatment futile. She would harbor thoughts of, "Your medical skills cannot possibly heal me." Thus, regardless of the healer's expertise, Tsunade's subconscious conviction would prevent any remedy from taking effect. Jiraiya, undeterred, continued to argue with Orochimaru, while Tsunade remained eerily expressionless. Her eyes filled with terror and despair as she gazed at her trembling hands. The surrounding ninjas dared not interject, and the atmosphere became increasingly chaotic. At that moment, the small slug, having finally comprehended the nature of the dispute, exasperatedly remarked, "When did I ever say that Mu could treat Tsunade's hemophobia?" Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru ceased their quarrel, perplexed by the slug's words. Jiraiya queried, "What do you mean? Did you not just suggest taking Tsunade to Mu the Sage for treatment?" The slug sighed and clarified, "I said we should hasten to Mu, but I never claimed we should bring Tsunade. Although Mu possessed some medical knowledge, he was not versed in treating hemophobia. What good would it do to send Tsunade to him?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, and then the slug continued, "I meant we should quickly take Cat D to Mu. Perhaps that fellow possesses a method to revive him." At this revelation, silence enveloped the scene, and the surrounding ninjas, having been drawn in by the commotion, questioned whether they had misheard. The rain had been rather loud. Did the slug really say revive? Did I hear that correctly? The slug just mentioned revival. Indeed, they had not misheard. Eyes wide with astonishment, the onlookers regarded the slug in disbelief. The notion of resurrecting someone confirmed dead was ludicrous. Even the most powerful ninjas, revered as deities among ordinary mortals, had never been rumored to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life. Among those present, Orochimaru was the first to regain his composure. Having studied and practiced many forbidden techniques of Konoha, he found the concept of resurrection easier to accept than most. Since committing to his quest for immortality, he had collaborated with Danzo, and explored various life-related forbidden arts. Among these techniques was one capable of summoning the souls of the deceased. While it did not constitute true resurrection, it was a related endeavor. Thus, he quickly became intrigued by the prospect of Mu's ability to revive the dead, as it might inspire him to refine his own immortality techniques. At that moment, Tsunade, her body still trembling and her gaze unfocused, suddenly paused, and her shaking ceased as she turned towards Jiraiya with newfound determination. Jiraiya, witnessing this shift, felt a rush of joy and exclaimed, "Tsunade, you've recovered." Before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade seized the slug perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, her left hand forming a claw as she gripped Jiraiya's face and forcefully shoved him aside. With a swift motion, Jiraiya was propelled away, colliding with a tree before landing in the mud, his left leg twitching sporadically. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances at Tsunade, relieved that they had not approached her, lest they too be sent flying. In that moment, Tsunade was not preoccupied with the thoughts of those around her. Instead, she cradled the small slug, her features contorted with urgency as she inquired, "Is what you said true? Can Mu truly bring D back to life?" Tsunade's fingers twitched involuntarily as the slug feared that her heightened emotions might lead to an unfortunate mishap. Although her body could infinitely split, being crushed was still quite unpleasant. So she hurriedly replied, "Sumu possesses numerous methods, yet I am uncertain whether any can truly revive. Therefore, I cannot guarantee anything. Moreover, you should calm down a bit and prepare for the possibility of failure." To be honest, Hoshino initially had no intention of involving herself in Tsunade's matters, but she could not bear to witness Tsunade's distress. Ultimately, she sighed inwardly, realizing how overly compassionate she was. After all, she had taken in Sumu, a wandering soul, and accepted him as a partner. Could there be anyone kinder than herself? Before she could finish her contemplation, Tsunade seized her with her right hand and bent down to carry Kato's lifeless body on her back, ready to depart. Jiraiya, returning with a pained expression and rubbing his forehead, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Tsunade, where are you going?" Tsunade, too preoccupied to pay attention to the fool, instantly vanished, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. Regardless of whether Sumu could revive Kato, she felt compelled to attempt it. Even if it failed, she would accept the outcome. Chapter 48. How did Uchiha Madara awaken his eyes? Observing Tsunade's hurried departure, Jiraiya felt a wave of concern. "Orochimaru, remain at the camp. I shall accompany Tsunade." After delivering this remark to Orochimaru, he prepared to leave, only to be abruptly halted as Orochimaru grasped his hand, nearly causing him to stumble. Regaining his balance, Jiraiya turned in confusion to see Orochimaru forming a shadow clone technique with 2 fingers. With a puff of smoke, Orochimaru pointed to his shadow clone and declared, "Take my clone with you. I am also curious about Sumu's methods." Jiraiya did not refuse and departed with Orochimaru's clone. Once they had left, Orochimaru addressed the remaining ninjas, "Unless there is something urgent, you may leave. What transpires here today must not be mentioned to anyone. Anyone who dares disclose information will be treated as a traitor." The group of ninjas shuddered in response, promising to keep silent before vanishing in an instant. Watching them depart, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. If Sumu lacked the ability to resurrect the dead, all would be well. However, should he truly possess such power, the route would likely deal with everyone involved. After all, the ability to revive the deceased is of utmost significance, and these individuals might face elimination at the hands of Danzo, with the more fortunate ones perhaps imprisoned for the remainder of their lives. Yet, the likelihood of such outcomes was slim. It was far more probable that they would be sent to Orochimaru's laboratory in the route. Nonetheless, these trivial details were of little consequence. He merely wished to witness the sage's resurrection technique. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Sumu remained blissfully unaware of the impending troubles, leisurely basking in the sun on the villa's balcony with his 3 young companions. The land of rain is known for its incessant downpours, and even when it isn't raining, the sky is perpetually overcast, with sunlight seldom gracing the land throughout the year. However, for Sumu, these were trifles. A circular hole had formed in the thick clouds, allowing sunlight to shine directly upon his villa. While others would seize the opportunity to sunbathe only when the sun was abundant, Sumu simply parted the clouds to let the sunlight pour down. As the saying goes, those with the ability do not complain about their environment. Those with extraordinary powers alter their surroundings, relishing the warm sunlight and gentle breeze. A smile involuntarily graced Sumu's lips. In contrast, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan appeared somewhat uneasy. After a moment of deliberation, Konan asked, "Master, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be doing this?" Sumu pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, looking quizzically at the trio. They were sunbathing, not disrobing on a beach. Their attire was entirely appropriate. Furthermore, the sunlight was not overly harsh, well within the range of human tolerance. What was wrong with this? Konan hesitated before saying, "On such a beautiful day, shouldn't we be seizing the moment to train? Is it not a waste of time to sunbathe here?" Sumu was taken aback. His 3 students were surprisingly disciplined. However, he shook his right index finger, stating, "This notion is misguided. While diligent training is indeed important, it is merely one aspect of life. Do not squander your precious existence solely on training while neglecting independent thought. Training without understanding is foolish. Only an ignorant outsider would strive for strength in such a manner. In comparison to cultivating external power, the internal insights of life are far more significant. Do you recall the Dragon Ball tale I shared with you?" The 3 nodded. They were quite fond of the story about Son Goku saving the Earth, dreaming of one day transforming into a Super Saiyan like him. Seeing their agreement, Sumu continued, "Son Goku's strength stems not only from his relentless training, but also from his constant contemplation of the martial path during his leisure. Characters like Vegeta or Gohan, while strong, continue to tread the same path as Goku, believing that simply discovering a method to enhance their strength and training daily will suffice. They fail to realize that Goku promptly seeks a new approach upon reaching a plateau in one method. He never clings to a single tree. Hence, your training should mirror his. Alongside your efforts, continually reflect on your training direction and frequently clarify your true intentions. Do not train for the sake of training alone. This will only lead to a reversal of priorities and ultimately transform you into a tedious training machine." At this juncture, Sumu paused, observing the 3 to see if they comprehended his words. Their expressions revealed a dawning realization, as if they had just experienced a moment of clarity, akin to Elbu grasping Li Su's hand and exclaiming, "Your words have illuminated my mind, dispelling the clouds." However, it was evident that the trio had not fully grasped his message and were merely feigning understanding. Upon reflection, this was to be expected, after all. They were merely 10-year-old children, and even the most mature of children in the ninja world could not attain such profound insights in life so quickly. He sighed and then asked, "Do you 3 feel a sense of guilt living here with me?" The trio exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Yahiko spoke up, "The ninja world is rife with conflict, with many war orphans like us enduring hunger daily. Yet here we are, carefree, enjoying the sun. It feels somewhat." Yahiko did not finish his thought, while Nagato and Konan also lowered their heads, seemingly embarrassed. Sumu sighed. How could there be such kind-hearted children? If Yahiko and his companions had developed such sentiments in a peaceful era, it would be understandable, as a gentle environment nurtures compassionate children. However, children raised in the midst of war and hunger have no leisure to ponder such matters. They would instead strive to ascend to the top of the food chain. Like Hanzo the salamander, devouring everything in their path to grow stronger. Compassion would be non-existent. Those with empathy would have long since been consumed. Nonetheless, it was bewildering to see Yahiko and his companions, having survived the ravages of war and hunger, still possess such kindness. However, it seemed only Yahiko truly held this mindset, while Nagato and Konan merely followed in his footsteps. Having compassion is indeed commendable, yet Sumu felt Yahiko's overly altruistic nature would inevitably lead to his downfall. Even without Hanzo's schemes, this fellow would eventually meet his end elsewhere. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to instill some practical wisdom in this boy, to sharpen his awareness. At that moment, the usually taciturn Nagato suddenly spoke up. "Master, may I ask you a question?" Sumu nodded in agreement, prompting Nagato to inquire. "Master, with your immense strength, why do you not participate in the war? If you were to intervene, you could swiftly quell the great ninja war and usher in peace for the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Yahiko and Konan also perked up. Over the past 2 years, they had developed unwavering faith in Sumu's abilities. Their master was an omnipotent sage, and if he were willing to act for the sake of peace, it was certainly not a mere fantasy. However, in response to this question, Sumu merely smiled without offering an answer. Ending the superficial conflict was a simple task, yet resolving the turmoil within people's hearts was far more complex. He could easily soar above the 5 great nations in his pajamas, and the war would cease, bringing peace to the ninja realm. But such a remedy would merely be a temporary fix, reducing him to a second Yui. In the era of Yui, he had experienced firsthand that the apparent division within the ninja sect stemmed from the ideological conflict between Indra and Ashura. Yet even without them, the sect would inevitably splinter. He could not resolve the inequitable distribution of resources. The rulers of the nations governed by the ninja sect had already oppressed the common people to the utmost extent. If the ninja sect did not fragment, he would face only 2 potential paths. One involved brutally suppressing all civilians in the manner of Indra, while the other entailed soothing them in the manner of Ashura. Yet both paths merely addressed the symptoms without tackling the root issue, and without rectifying the imbalance of resources. The ninja world was destined to collapse. Ultimately, he had no choice but to allow the ninja sect to fracture, leading the ninja world into countless fragmented states. One might then ask, would the issue of resource distribution be resolved post-fracture? Absolutely not. If the ninja sect could not solve the problem, how could these feudal lords, who were little better than village chiefs, succeed? What a joke. These feudal lords would simply drag impoverished civilians to the battlefield, diminishing their numbers, thus achieving a false balance within the ninja realm. To address the issues plaguing this world, Su-mu required a cohort of individuals imbued with New Age ideologies. Relying solely on brute force to sweep through the 5 great nations would not rectify the plight of the underprivileged. Ultimately, it would revert to the narrative of the original text. On one side, planes and tanks soaring above, presenting an image of a modern nation, while on the other, feudal lords persisted, albeit now clad in suits as emperors. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Nagato and his companions. These 3, inheritors of his philosophies, were the ones capable of effecting change in the world. Subsequently, he became preoccupied with these reflections until his gaze landed on Nagato's Rinnegan. 2 years prior, he had stealthily examined Nagato's body and discovered the presence of a rewriting seal within his Rinnegan. Instead of directly lifting the seal, Su-mu had layered an additional seal around the rewriting seal. Regardless of what Uchiha Madara inscribed within that seal, once activated, Su-mu's seal would immediately take effect, reversing Madara's rewriting seal. This technique, which he termed the double seal, would ensure that Madara could not resurrect himself using any method he might devise. While Su-mu reveled in his cleverness, a chilling thought struck him, causing him to shiver in fear. How had Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan? Chapter 49. Might this prompt you to act? Su-mu's eyes widened as he stared at Nagato, his expression shifting from astonishment to curiosity. This gaze made Nagato feel quite uncomfortable. Why was his master looking at him so peculiarly? Was it because of his Rinnegan? However, hadn't his master been aware of his Rinnegan for quite some time? 2 years ago, he had informed Su-mu of this, and the latter had not seemed to pay it much mind. Now, Su-mu's strange scrutiny left Nagato perplexed. Was his master's reflexes somewhat delayed? Had it truly taken 2 years for him to grasp this? Unbeknownst to Su-mu, had he been privy to Nagato's internal musings, he would have undoubtedly administered a sound reprimand to the impudent boy, instructing him to grasp the extent of his master's perceptiveness. As he gazed at Nagato's Rinnegan, his mind swirled with contemplation. It was well known that Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan after viewing the Uchiha clan's ancestral tablet. This presented a causal relationship. Without that tablet, Madara would have been incapable of awakening the Rinnegan, let alone ascending to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The content within the tablet regarding the Rinnegan had been fabricated by Black Zetsu. The original tablet merely chronicled the history of the ninja sect. It even omitted the mother-son relationship between Kagaya Tsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, recounting only the tale of the sage's victory over the rabbit goddess, followed by a narrative solely focused on the ninja sect. Thus, the causal relationship between these 2 events was clear. Had Black Zetsu not meddled, the probability of Uchiha Madara awakening the Rinnegan would have been nearly 0. The reason for nearly was due to the possibility of a fortuitous occurrence. For instance, if Uchiha Madara inadvertently bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju during their entanglement, and subsequently awakened a perverse attribute, nurturing that flesh within himself for decades until awakening the Rinnegan. Su-mu shuddered at the mere thought of such a grotesque scenario, yet upon further reflection, the likelihood of such an event occurring was exceedingly low. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Su-mu. Could all of this be linked to the kick he had delivered to Indra? Indeed, his earlier kick may have psychologically unbalanced Indra. And this psychological distortion could have been transmitted to Uchiha Madara through the cycle of chakra reincarnation. Consequently, in this world, Uchiha Madara had become psychologically warped, perhaps even developing an infatuation with Hashirama during battle, ultimately consuming a piece of his flesh and nurturing it within himself. However, this too was implausible. Even if he had fortuitously awakened the Rinnegan, he would not have conceived of summoning the Outer Path's divine tree to extend his life. More critically, if he were unaware of Infinite Tsukuyomi, he would not have devised a plan to feign death and evade capture. Nor would he have been able to hide away and transplant his eyes into Nagato. Something must have transpired. During his seclusion for cultivation, a significant event must have occurred. Was it that Black Zetsu had unexpectedly escaped and returned to the ninja world? Or was it due to the butterfly effect of his own actions that had incited other changes within the ninja realm? Reflecting on this, Sumu suddenly slapped his forehead. He had thought that with Black Zetsu confined to the moon, he could rest easy, yet today he faced so many unforeseen developments. Had he known, he would have dispatched a clone to monitor the ninja world during his retreat. However, to discern the specifics of what had occurred, he needed to personally observe the Uchiha tablet. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he begin to speculate on what had transpired. Just then, several familiar presences appeared within his perception. Curiously, he attuned his senses to these familiar auras and instantly recognized the figure sprinting ahead. The individual in the lead was Tsunade, who appeared to be carrying a large bundle on her back. Following closely behind were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya was his true self, while Orochimaru was merely a shadow clone. Word had it that these three were currently prominent figures in the ninja world, representing Konoha on the battlefield in the Land of Grass against Iwagakure. What had prompted them to seek him out? Nevertheless, their visit was fortuitous. Regardless of their intentions, he could conveniently propose a trip to Konoha. There, he could proactively engage with the Uchiha clan, and given his old friendship with Indra, it should pose no issue to visit their ancestral tablet. As for sneaking into Konoha, he had never entertained such thoughts. After all, he was a venerable figure in the ninja world, an existence that even the Sage of Six Paths would address as senior. If one were to stealthily slip into a junior's home without detection, it might be acceptable. However, should one be discovered, it would be quite the embarrassment. He would certainly not enter Konoha in a surreptitious manner, just as he would never resort to clandestine means to enjoy the benefits of life. With this thought in mind, he sat up and addressed the three young ones. Rise and prepare yourselves. Guests shall be arriving shortly. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan exchanged glances, sensing that their master's behavior today was rather peculiar. One moment they were astonished, the next bewildered, then enlightened, and once again pondering the arrival of guests. While tidying the balcony, they whispered among themselves about their master's strange demeanor. Do you think it could be that person? It's possible. One cannot gauge a being as enigmatic as our master with mere logic. Even if that person arrives, it would not be particularly surprising. I'm sharing this with you in confidence, but make sure our master doesn't catch wind of it. I've heard whispers that our master possesses both male and female traits. Who knows? One day we might awaken to find our master cradling an infant and asking us to recognize them as our junior brother. Knock, knock, knock. Oh. Tsunade's pace was exceedingly swift. It took her only half an hour to traverse from the borders of the Land of Rain to the villa of Samuki. Upon arriving at the villa, she was greeted by Samuki and the three young ones, who had been waiting at the entrance for some time. It was only then that Samuki noticed that what Tsunade carried was not a large package, but rather the body of a long-haired man. Previously, he had merely scanned Tsunade and her companion's life forces with his spiritual sense and had not scrutinized the three closely, leading him to mistakenly perceive Kato's corpse as a mere bundle. Tsunade, did you come to see me for a specific purpose? Samuki instinctively surmised her intent, though he still posed the question symbolically. Tsunade wasted no time with pleasantries, placing Kato's body on the ground and, taking a deep breath, knelt before Samuki. This act astonished Samuki. In his recollection, Tsunade was a formidable figure, one who would typically demand others to kneel before her if she sought their assistance. Her willingness to kneel indicated the significance of the matter to her. At that moment, Tsunade implored, "Please, save Kato. I am willing to pay any price for you to grant him life." Samuki did not rush to respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the lifeless form on the ground. Was this indeed Tsunade's beloved Kato? It must be noted that the young man was quite handsome, nearly matching Samuki's own striking appearance. In the realm of shinobi, individuals who could rival Samuki's looks were rare. Thus, Kato's exceptional appearance was evident. This was a fortuitous opportunity for Samuki to leverage his assistance to Tsunade as a means to gain entry into Konoha to meet the Uchiha clan. However, to accept her request immediately would diminish his value. It would be more prudent to feign reluctance before asserting his own demands. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived, and upon witnessing Tsunade kneeling, they were equally taken aback. Tsunade had indeed reached the point of begging, indicating her genuine concern for Kato. In that instant, Jiraiya relinquished his fixation on Tsunade, recognizing that her devotion to Kato eliminated any hope he might have had. With this realization, he no longer dwelled on Tsunade but respectfully bowed to Samuki, greeting him. "Greetings, Samuki-sama." Orochimaru followed suit, bowing in greeting, though a flicker of curiosity and greed danced in his eyes. Samuki acknowledged them with a nod and turned to Tsunade. "This man, Kato, is he not? He has passed on. His soul has returned to the nether. There is no need to save one who is already deceased. You should return whence you came." At these words, Tsunade felt as though struck by lightning. Samuki represented her last hope, and now, even that hope seemed to crumble before her. She sat there, akin to a puppet with its strings severed, unsure of her next move. Amid her despair, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with understanding. He had discerned the underlying implication of Samuki's words. Samuki had said no need rather than unable to save, suggesting that, under certain conditions, Kato could indeed be revived. He immediately interjected, "What you imply, esteemed elder, is not that it is impossible to save him, but rather that it is unnecessary. What conditions must be met for you to intervene and revive Kato?" Tsunade and Jiraiya, realizing the implications, looked at Samuki with grave expressions, awaiting his terms. Samuki, observing their expressions, smiled and declared, "In that case, let me be frank. For me to revive a deceased individual is as simple as reaching into a pocket. Yet there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Should I act without just cause, many others would seek my aid in the future. My energies are limited, and I cannot afford to entertain every fly that comes buzzing by. As for what I might desire in exchange for my assistance, truthfully, you possess nothing of value that I would seek." The three shinobi comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had no leverage to persuade him to act, given his status. He would want for nothing they could offer, and what they possessed bore no interest to him. Tsunade, kneeling, wore a grim expression, biting her thumb in contemplation of what she could offer to elicit his intervention. Just then, Orochimaru's chilling laughter drew their attention. He reached into his robes and produced a white necklace adorned with a tomo, presenting it to Samuki. "Samuki-sama, might this item be sufficient to persuade you to act?" Tsunade gasped upon seeing the necklace in Orochimaru's possession. She had accidentally lost it in her haste earlier. Fortunately, Orochimaru had found it, or this treasured heirloom of the Senju clan might have fallen into the wrong hands. She then looked at Samuki with newfound confidence. This was indeed a cherished artifact of their clan, and she believed it could secure his assistance. Chapter 50. Could you please hang up the phone? Orochimaru had long recognized the necklace's value, which prompted his offer to trade it for Samuki's aid. After the death of Hashirama, he had studied the necklace, but the results were unsatisfactory. Aside from not shattering it, he had exhausted nearly every means of inquiry. Yet he still could not grasp the necklace's ability to enhance the user's chakra. However, he felt no greed for the necklace. He was more intrigued by the power that could integrate with his own bloodline. He regarded the necklace as an external boon, and thus, his curiosity remained untainted by avarice. With a knowing smile, he observed Samuki, confident that someone of his caliber would immediately recognize the necklace's uniqueness. The stronger the individual, the greater the chakra amplification the necklace provided. Surely, such a treasure would be irresistible to him. Yet, as he awaited Samuki's acceptance of the necklace with eagerness, he noticed Samuki's furrowed brow, indicating he had no intention of taking it. Orochimaru was taken aback. Could it be that Samuki failed to perceive the necklace's significance? Just as he was about to voice an introduction, Tsunade suddenly snatched the necklace from Orochimaru's grasp and turned to Samuki. "This necklace is a treasure passed down through generations of the Senju clan. Do not be deceived by its unassuming exterior. It greatly enhances physical training. Simply wearing it can directly augment one's physical energy, thereby increasing chakra levels. It also significantly improves one's physique, making it exceptionally beneficial for physical cultivation. If you do not believe me, Esteemed elder, you may try it for yourself. It is a legacy of our clan's leaders. Before she could finish her explanation, Samuki interrupted her. Enough. I understand that this item is of great utility. There's no need for further elaboration. Sumu pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression peculiar as he spoke. There was no need for Tsunade to explain this item to him. It was a gift he had bestowed upon Ashura a millennium ago. What purpose it served was something he was well aware of. He simply hadn't expected that after all these years, the Senju clan would still possess it. A trivial object he had carelessly crafted had now become a treasured heirloom in their eyes. With a sense of resignation, he said to Tsunade, "You might as well keep this. It's not for me." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Why wouldn't you want it? This is a family heirloom of the Senju clan, one of the few treasures in the ninja world that cannot be easily matched." She was genuinely distressed. If this necklace failed to capture his interest, she had nothing else of value to offer. Sumu sighed in exasperation. "This necklace was a gift I gave to your ancestor. You're returning me something I once gifted. Are you treating this like a mere experience point grind?" As soon as he uttered these words, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan widened their eyes in disbelief. Jiraiya, trembling with incredulity, pointed at the necklace in Tsunade's hand and asked Sumu, "Are you saying this necklace was a gift to the ancestor of the Senju clan?" Sumu nodded. "Indeed. When I gifted it to that lad, he was merely 3 years old. In the blink of an eye, the Senju clan he founded has fallen into decline. How swiftly time passes." The others were struck dumb. This ancient being had seemingly been a catalyst for the demise of the Senju clan. Was he perhaps an immortal tortoise? Yet, Tsunade quickly regained her composure, standing there in a daze, as if a shell of her former self. Jiraiya rushed to comfort her, while Orochimaru, with a mixture of astonishment and greed in his eyes, fixated on Sumu. Indeed, these ancient beings seemed to be treasures themselves. He contemplated a way to collect some of their cells, perhaps uncovering the secrets to their longevity. Meanwhile, the 3 young ones hesitated, having grasped the situation after the earlier exchange. Honestly, their impression of the legendary 3 was fairly positive, aside from the evidently nefarious Orochimaru. The other 2 seemed far from villainous. Thus, they contemplated persuading their master to assist Sumu, as he had mentioned that it would be a simple task. And as long as he kept the information confidential, aiding him wouldn't pose any issues. After some discussion, they decided to send Yahiko, as Nagato and Konan were too shy. Yahiko, being the most straightforward, boldly approached Sumu. Just as he was about to speak, a small slug suddenly emerged from Tsunade's collar. The tiny slug, about the size of a palm, peeked around before spotting Sumu. Upon recognizing him, it bellowed, "Sumu, you rascal. It's been years since you returned home. I thought you had something serious going on. But it turns out you're just trying to show off in front of these kids. What's there to flaunt among children? That poor girl Tsunade and her little boyfriend. You can't even lend a hand without dragging your feet. Do you have no sense of compassion?" This unexpected tirade nearly caused Sumu to stumble. "What the? I thought this was the avatar of the living slug. Instead, it's the real deal. And it shows me no respect, reprimanding me in front of everyone. Does it think I'm still that insignificant, dependent youth? I have long since transformed into a dragon. How dare it scold me like a frog in a well?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became. It seemed time to assert his authority as her husband. With a stern expression, devoid of warmth, he declared coldly, "I understand. I will resurrect Kato Dan immediately. Please hang up the phone and wait for me at home, all right?" Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Sumu, who had moments ago exuded an air of dignity but now appeared so deflated. Moreover, the small slug was still perched on Tsunade's shoulder, while Sumu, who had always maintained an impressive demeanor, was now treating a slug with such deference. It felt surreal to Tsunade. With a sudden pop, the slug dispelled the summoning technique, and Sumu let out a long sigh of relief. This creature had been spying on Tsunade and Kato Dan's romance instead of honing its skills at home, proving that female creatures were inherently gossipy. The young couple's romance was their affair. What business did an old slug have lurking about? After much effort, Sumu finally sent the living slug away, only to meet Tsunade's peculiar gaze, causing his heart to sink. He glanced around and found the 3 young ones stifling laughter nearby, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru regarded him with mocking expressions, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. With a huff, he retorted, "What are you all staring at? A married man can't help but appear this way. None of you are much better." He continued, and you dare to laugh at me? If you had half my confidence after marriage, you'd be paragons of masculinity." After this brief interlude, Sumu resolved to proceed with resurrecting Kato Dan. He conjured a large, solid platform with his magic, then inscribed a formation with his sword dipped in spiritual energy. The circular formation, approximately 5 meters in diameter, featured a 2-meter blank circle at its center, surrounded by a dense array of intricate symbols that left Jiraiya and the others utterly bewildered. Though the legendary three were not particularly skilled in formations, they had some knowledge of them, yet they could not comprehend Sumu's setup. Even Orochimaru, the academic among them, found himself unable to decipher even a single character, leading to a feeling of defeat, as if his title of genius was merely a fade. Once the formation was complete, Sumu waved his sword, and Kato Dan's corpse was instantly drawn to the center of the formation, lying peacefully on its back. As everything fell into place, Sumu began his incantation, grateful that this world possessed a pure land. Otherwise, he would have needed to prepare numerous offerings to execute the resurrection technique. This technique, known as the rebirth of life and death, is a powerful method used by the strong to resurrect the weak. It only works when a practitioner of higher cultivation revives one of lower cultivation, and countless rare treasures must be offered as sacrifices to reshape the deceased spirit. However, this was unnecessary in the world of Naruto, as the Pure Land housed all departed souls, allowing for their spirits to be retrieved and resurrected without the need for reconstruction. As the formation glowed with a blue light, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing the three young ones to shiver. Tsunade and Orochimaru were so engrossed in the formation's center that they failed to notice the cold affecting Yahiko and his companions. Jiraiya, chuckling, removed his jacket to drape it over the three young ones, just as Nagato inadvertently looked up, locking eyes with Jiraiya. Jiraiya initially appeared stunned, but his expression rapidly shifted, as if he had realized something legendary was about to unfold. As the formation illuminated, Sumu began to dance around Kato Dan's corpse, his movements transforming the solemn ritual into a bizarre spectacle akin to a bonfire gathering. The absurdity of the situation left Tsunade and Orochimaru utterly flabbergasted. What was he doing? How could he dance so poorly? They had witnessed special ninjutsu requiring dance, and while those movements were not particularly graceful, they at least captured the atmosphere. Sumu, however, seemed to be merely flailing about, unconcerned with the standards of his performance. This prompted them to ponder a certain phrase. Are you attempting to deceive spirits by burning paper at the gravesite? Can such a haphazard dance truly activate the array? However, the subsequent scene left them even more astounded, as the array indeed took effect, with Kato Dato's soul slowly drifting toward the center of the formation. Tsunade's heart raced. She wished she could kick Sumu off the array and perform the ritual herself. Fearing that Sumu's unorthodox dance might send the soul she had painstakingly retrieved back to the void. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed fervently at Kato Dato's soul, incredulous that success was within reach. How remarkable! Chapter 51. Have you been a senior official for decades and still remain oblivious? Kato Dato's faint blue soul hovered in the void, gradually approaching his body, showing signs of merging. The previously bloodied corpse, under the array's restoration, was now whole once more. In that moment of union, the soul and body fused perfectly. The physical restoration and the return of the soul revitalized Kato Dato, restoring color to his face as his heart began to beat anew. Sumu retracted his sword and subsequently closed the array. As the light of the array faded, Kato Dato gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? As he sat up, his gaze wandered, landing on a young man clad in a white robe beside him. While he seemed to be lying on a stone platform, just then, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning to look, he beheld the face that haunted his dreams. Tsunade rushed forward, embracing Kato Dato, her tears flowing uncontrollably. As they conversed, Kato Dato gradually comprehended his situation. I died, and now I have been resurrected? His mind was a blank slate as he comforted Tsunade while digesting the reality of his death. Meanwhile, the three young ones stared in disbelief at Sumo. Their master had truly brought the dead back to life. Truly, he is the omnipotent master, simply incredible. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also widened their eyes, fixated on the stone platform. However, their focuses were entirely different. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's ecstatic expression, felt both joy and disappointment, akin to watching a goddess wed another. In contrast, Orochimaru's gaze remained locked on Sumu, his eyes glinting with avarice, though he quickly suppressed it. No, I must not act recklessly. This man named Sumu possesses strength that undoubtedly rivals that of the Sage of the Six Paths. Attempting to plot against him would be tantamount to seeking death. I must exercise restraint. As time passed, Sumo and the others sensed something amiss. Are Tsunade and Kato Dato entangled in a never-ending embrace? Initially, Kato Dato awkwardly consoled Tsunade, until eventually, the two stood hand in hand at the center of the stone platform, performing a dramatic display for all to see. Witnessing this deeply moving scene, Conan shed tears of emotion. What a poignant love story. How wonderful it would be if, in the future, I could dream of someone who loves me as much as Kato Dato does. Yet Sumu, Yahiko, and the others squinted in annoyance. Could these two not find a more private setting for their melodrama? With so many onlookers, this was becoming excessive. What if their affectionate display turned inappropriate? Were we viewers paying for this, or merely spectating for free? Ultimately, Kato Dato and Tsunade reigned in their emotions. Kato Dato took Tsunade's hand and approached Sumo. Thank you so much for saving my life. Kato Dato bowed deeply, accompanied by Tsunade. Sumo smiled and graciously accepted their gratitude. Then addressed them. There is no need for excessive thanks. I have a request for you. If you can assist me, not only will this favor be waived, but I can also help Tsunade resurrect her brother, Ju. What say you? Tsunade and Kato Dato were elated at his words. Tsunade had been contemplating the price she would have to pay to have Sumu resurrect her brother, yet here he was, offering it freely. I will do everything in my power to assist you, Sumu-senpai. Tsunade declared resolutely. The spirited princess of the Senju clan was back. Sumu smiled and replied, It is not as grand as you imagine. My request is quite simple. I wish to seek out some private matters regarding the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Please take me to the clan leader, and thereafter, you need not concern yourselves. Kato Dato's expression shifted slightly, hesitating. The Uchiha clan was a long-standing issue in Konoha, and what could he want from their leader? While he pondered, Tsunade firmly responded, If you can resurrect Ju, I, in the name of the Senju clan, will introduce you to the current Uchiha clan leader. Should there be any disagreements, I vow on behalf of the Senju clan to assist you. Tsunade's stance was decidedly clear. Even if you were to fall out with the Uchiha clan, I, representing the Senju, will stand by you against them. Sumo couldn't help but smirk. This woman was indeed the most formidable of Konoha's Hokage. After tidying up the group, they prepared to set out. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were equally delighted that Sumu was coming to Konoha. If they could recruit such a powerful ally, the advantages would be immense. He might even become a turning point in the war. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan felt a twinge of anxiety. It was their first time leaving the land of rain, and they wondered what the world outside would be like. Moreover, they had heard that Konoha was the foremost ninja village in the world. They were curious if it rained there as often as in Amigakure. Sumo observed the trio's anxious expressions and nodded approvingly. Reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles, and traveling thousands of miles is no substitute for meeting countless people. Merely staying at home to train can lead to foolishness. It is far more beneficial to venture out and experience more of the world. However, before departing, he had some matters to attend to. He instructed the trio, make sure to turn off all the water and electricity at home. Move the food from the refrigerator to the cellar, and lock all doors and windows before leaving. Yes, just as Sumu and his entourage boldly departed the land of rain, their intelligence reached Hans's desk. After thoroughly reviewing the contents, Hans excitedly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Splendid. At last, the scourge named Sumu has been sent away. I have finally emerged from the shadows after these 2.5 years. Moreover, this group is heading east, and with Orochimaru and the others, it is likely they are bound for Konoha. At this moment, Hans felt as though he were free of burdens. The land of rain had already surrendered to Konoha, and even if Konoha gained Sumu's formidable strength, it no longer concerned him. He couldn't help but revel in the thought. If Sumu truly aids Konoha, the other 4 great nations would surely face repercussions. Furthermore, the prosperity of the land of fire far exceeds that of the land of rain. After spending some time there, I doubt Sumu would still have the patience to return to this impoverished land. He sincerely hoped that Sumu would never come back. For the past 2.5 years, he had lived in fear, wary that someone beneath him might provoke Sumu and draw his wrath. Now that this hot potato had finally been pushed away, he felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. almost wanting to perform somersaults in his office. Just then, a dark-clad ninja from Amidst appeared in the office, kneeling before Hans and reporting, "Lord Hans, a messenger from Danzo has arrived, specifically requesting to see you." Hans's previously jubilant demeanor instantly darkened. What could that rat Danzo want with him? Amidst had surrendered to Konoha, and Konoha had already declared that they would no longer hold him accountable. It could be said that he had no lingering grievances with Konoha. So why would this man come seeking him? Did he wish to drag him back into the fray of war? Such a notion was utterly absurd. The old man is certainly not a mere child of 3. To involve him at this juncture is to intend to make him the scapegoat for Konoha. Initially, he contemplated ignoring the messenger from Danzo, yet recognizing the individual as a representative of Konoha's elders, he decided to meet with him. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to politely decline the invitation and urge the messenger to depart swiftly. Before long, the messenger stood before Hans. Upon removing his mask, Hans was taken aback to discover that the messenger was none other than one of Danzo's right-hand men, the oil girl Rima. This delegation indicated Danzo's considerable regard for the matter at hand. Nonetheless, Hans had already made up his mind to courteously refuse the envoy, thus inquiring, "What business does Danzo have in summoning me?" Rima, standing tall and composed, replied, "Lord Danzo is aware of your ongoing distress regarding the individual known as Esmu, and he has dispatched me to discuss matters concerning him." At the mention of Esmu, a chill crept across Hans's otherwise stoic face. He loathed hearing that name. Yet, his expression soon softened, for he surmised that Danzo intended to send someone to persuade Esmu to join Konoha. Over the past 2 years, he had vigilantly safeguarded Esmu's whereabouts, fearing others would disturb him. It was safe to say that while it might be feasible to plant a spy near Hans, attempting to infiltrate Esmu's domain was nothing short of folly. However, Danzo had miscalculated this time. The 3 legendary ninjas had already swayed Esmu to their side. Danzo's plans would likely come to naught. Finding amusement in Danzo's impending failure, Hans inquired with a smile, "What specific scheme does Danzo have in mind?" A squad of elite root ninjas, all J-nin, had been sent by Lord Danzo, with Rima leading the charge, blissfully unaware of Hans's darkening demeanor. He continued, "With my assistance and that of my elite shinobi, I believe you can swiftly eliminate Esmu. As for Danzo's conditions, they are quite simple. We require a portion of Esmu's internal organs for experimentation." Before he could finish, a roar infused with chakra reverberated throughout the Rain Village. "Leave." Hans was incensed, nearly bursting with rage. That scoundrel Danzo sought death for himself, and now he wished to drag Hans into it as well. To suggest that Hans should ambush Esmu was absurd. Not only would the root ninjas be insufficient, but even the entirety of Konoha might struggle against Esmu. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had indeed become arrogant, having forgotten their own limitations after years of wielding power. They had once been subjugated by the elder generation of Konoha, and now, after merely a decade of authority, they appeared to have lost all sense of reality. To conspire against a formidable figure like Esmu, while having remained inactive on the battlefield for decades, was a fundamental misjudgment. Hans smirked internally, knowing that Esmu was en route to Konoha. He would observe how Danzo met his demise from the Rain Country. Chapter 52. Have you heard of the prophesied child? Rima, having been scolded, was expelled from the Rain Village. Although he was uncertain of Hans's furious outburst, it was clear that further collaboration was unwarranted. Danzo had tasked him with assisting Hans in assassinating Esmu, but with Hans's refusal, there was no reason for him to take unnecessary risks. Subsequently, he and the root ninjas took a shortcut back to Konoha, while Esmu and his companions crossed the border of the Fire Country, approaching a medium-sized town named Oncom. Along the way, the 3 youngsters chattered excitedly, their curiosity about the Fire Country evident. Esmu, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya walked in the center of the group, with the notable mention that Jiraiya's true form had returned to the battlefield in the Grass Country, leaving only a shadow clone in his place. The front lines were struggling under a Wagakure's assault, and since Tsunade was also unfit to return immediately, he had to leave a clone behind to withstand the onslaught. At the forefront were Tsunade and Kato Dan, the 2 flirtatious figures. Esmu observed them with a sense of irritation. Their affectionate banter made him feel uncomfortable. Could they not find a secluded spot to express their affection? After all, it was merely a romance. What was there to flaunt? Though they might be enamored now, once married, they would likely find themselves embroiled in daily quarrels. hardly the hallmark of a model couple. In that moment, he recalled the living slug. Speaking of which, his little wealthy companion was rather peculiar. He wondered how many clones she had hidden within Tsunade, constantly eavesdropping on the young couple's romance. Was she addicted to watching their love story unfold? He shuddered at the thought. After being a couple for over a millennium, would she really seek to learn from them and apply those lessons to her own life? As he pondered this, he noticed Orochimaru glancing at him discreetly, adjusting his posture anxiously as if fearing detection. Unbeknownst to him, Esmu had observed the entire exchange. Throughout the journey, Orochimaru had engaged in light conversation, albeit with topics that seemed rather trivial yet historical in nature. Esmu recognized this as Orochimaru's attempt to probe into his past, seeking to uncover information indirectly. It appeared that Orochimaru was quite curious about him. This was understandable, given his relentless pursuit of immortality and now standing before an immortal sage. It was only natural for him to be intrigued. Orochimaru's frequent glances over his shoulder were likely for another purpose, collecting samples of hair or other bodily fragments for research. The thought sent a chill down Esmu's spine. He hoped he wouldn't awaken one day to find a multitude of clone offspring. Fortunately, his profound mastery over his own body allowed him to maintain perfect control. As long as he wished it, not even a single hair would fall from him, rendering Orochimaru's efforts futile. However, Esmu was not inclined to conceal his past. If Orochimaru were to approach him sincerely, he would be more than willing to share his history, even revealing his identity as the prophesied sage. Yet, the crafty serpent chose to engage in subterfuge, making Esmu feel somewhat uncomfortable with his indirect approach. If he were genuinely seeking to learn, he would have received answers to his inquiries. But attempting to manipulate Esmu into revealing crucial information was simply a folly. The manipulative tactics employed were those Esmu had grown weary of centuries ago. To think he could extract valuable intel from him was a dream unfulfilled. The duplicitous serpent's untrustworthiness compelled Esmu to devise a means of retribution, a way to remind the younger generation of the prowess of the elder statesman. Yet, how to exact this revenge upon the cunning serpent? At that moment, he noticed Jiraiya appeared somewhat troubled. Something seemed amiss with him. In Esmu's recollection, Jiraiya was typically a playful character, yet today he seemed burdened like a sealed jar. A sly smile crept across Esmu's lips. It appeared the young man had something on his mind. Thus, Esmu resolved to guide him on the right path. Lost in contemplation, Jiraiya suddenly heard a voice echo in his mind. Instinctively, he looked up to find Esmu wearing a bemused expression. "Meet me on the rooftop tonight." As night fell, Esmu and his companions entered Onkong City at dusk, subsequently finding a spacious inn to rest. Since their departure, 2 days had passed, and the slow pace was due to their leisurely journey, taking time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. There were a total of 8 individuals present. Yet the inn had limited rooms available, thus only 3 could be opened. According to Sumu's plan, Tsunade would share a room with Kato Dan, while the 3 younger ones would occupy another room, leaving himself, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to squeeze into the last. However, as soon as Sumu proposed this arrangement, Tsunade shot him a glare, and the young girl promptly took Conan's hand and darted towards one of the rooms. Watching Tsunade depart, Sumu snorted disdainfully. How could she act like a pure maiden now, when just moments ago she had been so brazenly affectionate with Kato Dan? He tossed the key to one of the rooms into Kato Dan's hands, saying, "You can share a room with those 2 rough fellows." With that, he left, taking his 2 students with him. Despite Kato Dan's awkward expression, the inn's decor was quite simple, primarily themed in green, lending it a distinctive character. There were no televisions or water heaters, as such amenities had yet to be introduced in the ninja world at that time. Sumu, having lived in the ninja realm for a millennium, was accustomed to such simplicity. However, his student Yahiko found it rather challenging. Sumu's villa was equipped with televisions and refrigerators, and even several computers capable of connecting to a local network. Whenever boredom struck, he would often engage the 3 younger ones in local multiplayer games. Observing Yahiko's despondent demeanor, Sumu chuckled, "All right, enough of the gloomy face. Let us play some landlord." As night fell, Jiraiya quietly slipped out of his room and onto the inn's rooftop. Upon leaping onto the rooftop, he immediately spotted Sumu's figure. Noticing Jiraiya's arrival, Sumu smiled and remarked, "Jiraiya, you seem burdened with thoughts today. Is there something weighing on your mind?" Initially, Jiraiya intended to deny it, but upon meeting Sumu's penetrating gaze, he sighed. Indeed, there were matters troubling him. and they were directly related to Sumo. Raising an eyebrow, Sumo had initially aimed to tease Jiraiya about his concerns, but he was intrigued to learn that they pertained to him. Sumo offered a warm smile and gently urged, "Speak your mind. Bottling up your thoughts will only affect your mood without serving any purpose." After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya inquired, "Is it true that you took those 3 children as your disciples because Nagato possesses the Rinnegan?" Upon finishing his question, he fixed Sumo with a determined gaze, awaiting a straightforward answer. Taken aback by the question, Sumo burst into laughter and replied, "Ah, so you've noticed Nagato's Rinnegan. I had that lad wear colored contacts." Claiming his eyes were sensitive. "Looks like the truth is out now." Huh. Jiraiya frowned, surprised by Sumu's reaction. He didn't doubt that Sumu aimed to seize Nagato's Rinnegan. Rather, he sensed that Sumu shared his own ambition of recognizing Nagato's potential and nurturing him. In truth, Orochimaru had also discerned the Rinnegan. For even a shadow clone of a legendary shinobi possessed greater insight than A.J. Nin like Kato Dan. However, Orochimaru had remained focused on Sumo and had not connected Nagato's eyes to one of the 3 great dojutsu, merely perceiving them as peculiarly patterned. Continuing, Sumu stated, "My decision to take those 3 as my disciples has nothing to do with Nagato's Rinnegan. I would have accepted them regardless of whether he possessed it. The primary reason for my choosing them stems from Yahiko, while Nagato and Konan were merely added to my tutelage." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, was merely a secondary consideration for Sumu, while the true focus was on Yahiko. What made Yahiko so special that Sumu, a formidable figure, would place such importance on him? Reflecting on Yahiko's unique traits, Jiraiya recalled the orange-haired boy's delightful personality, always brimming with energy and youthful exuberance. Yet beyond that, Yahiko seemed unremarkable. Why did Sumu hold him in such high regard? These questions mattered little now, as Jiraiya solemnly stated, "In that case, I have a request I wish to make of you, Sumu-senpai. I would like to take Nagato as my disciple and teach him for 3 years. I implore you to grant my request." He then performed a deep bow, leaving Sumu wincing in discomfort. Why did these people insist on bowing so deeply? What could Jiraiya possibly teach Nagato? His audacity or his inept spying techniques? Shaking his head, Sumu replied, "I cannot agree to that. If you wish to take Nagato as your disciple, you must approach him directly. Should he agree, I promise not to interfere." Jiraiya straightened up, a resigned smile on his face. If Nagato were inclined to accept him, he would not have sought Sumu in the first place. From his observations, Nagato had formed a solid rapport with Sumu's other disciples. It would be absurd for a stranger like him to suddenly claim the right to mentor Nagato. Nevertheless, Jiraiya had compelling reasons for wanting to take Nagato under his wing. Taking a deep breath, he gravely continued, "Sumu-senpai, have you heard of the Child of Prophecy?" Upon hearing the term Child of Prophecy, Sumo fell into contemplation. Truthfully, his mind did not immediately turn to Naruto Uzumaki, but rather to that old rascal, Fukasaku. He vividly recalled chasing that old toad around Mount Myaboku, mercilessly driving him to the ground as he begged for mercy. In his youthful arrogance, Sumu had shown no mercy, and it was only after beating the old toad to near submission that others pleaded for Fukasaku's life, prompting him to relent. To his astonishment, after all this time, that old toad was still up to his tricks, having swindled both Yuhi and Yagura, and now attempting to deceive Jiraiya. Had he truly not aged a day? Moreover, his deceptive skills had not improved in the slightest. The notion of a Child of Prophecy was pure nonsense. If he truly had prophetic abilities, how could he not foresee Sumu's impending visit to Mount Myaboku? Should he dare utter some excuse about prophecies applying to others, but not himself? Sumu would gladly teach him a lesson. As for the matter of the Azura Chakra reincarnation, it was likely that Fukasaku had received some inside information from Yuhi, or had been instructed by Yuhi to manipulate Jiraiya into recruiting this generation's Azura Chakra reincarnation. But what were Yuhi's true intentions? As Sumu pondered these matters, his brow furrowed. Observing Sumu's changing expression, Jiraiya felt a surge of hope. It seemed that Sumu was indeed aware of the Child of Prophecy, as both Wetbone Forest and Mount Myaboku belonged to sacred powers with a history of information exchange. Since Sumu was knowledgeable about the Child of Prophecy, things would be easier. He continued, "My conjecture suggests that Nagato is very likely the Child of Prophecy I seek. Therefore, I wish to take him as my disciple and guide him on the right path, which would greatly benefit the ninja world." Sumu raised his hand to interrupt Jiraiya, stating, I can assure you that Nagato is not the child of prophecy. Do not waste your thoughts on him. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted from one of excitement to disappointment. Given Sumu's stature, he surely possessed a deeper understanding of the child of prophecy than Jiraiya did. If Sumo firmly asserted that Nagato was not the child of prophecy, then it was likely true. He had simply happened to awaken the Rinnegan. At that moment, Jiraiya's mind sparked with insight, and he gazed at Sumu with wide eyes, his voice trembling slightly. From your tone, do you know who the true child of prophecy is? Suddenly, a whirlwind of thoughts surged through Jiraiya's mind, recalling many details that had previously eluded him. Sumu had mentioned taking Nagato as his disciple solely because Nagato was Yahiko's friend. Could it be that Yahiko is the true child of prophecy? Is Sumu's immense regard for Yahiko due to this very reason? He looked eagerly at Sumu, awaiting a response, while Sumu pondered whether to reveal the truth to Jiraiya. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding against it. Sumu placed greater faith in his 3 students than in any purported child of prophecy. Jiraiya, you need not worry about the child of prophecy, he declared. Jiraiya, taken aback, replied, how can I not be concerned? According to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, I am to guide the child of prophecy onto the right path. Without my guidance, the child may very well stray into darkness. Ah, you certainly overestimate yourself, Sumu interjected, his tone laced with amusement and disdain. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, lost in thought until Sumu continued. Even if the child of prophecy stood before you now, do you truly believe you possess the virtue to guide them correctly? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized he lacked any unique qualities. Although he had earned the title of the legendary 3 Nin, there were many stronger than him in the ninja world. Not to mention, even among the legendary 3. Orochimaru outclassed him in every regard: strength, temperament, and strategy, making him the more suitable guide for the child of prophecy. At that juncture, Sumo further dampened Jiraiya's spirits, saying, I know you have immense faith in Fukasaku. By the way, Fukasaku is the true name of the great Toad Sage. I understand your trust in Miyaboku Mountain and Fukasaku, but I can assure you that he is an old charlatan. Years ago, I witnessed him deceive a pair of naive brothers into turning against their own mother. How credible can the prophecies of such a person be? Jiraiya was left stunned, struggling to comprehend, and after a long silence, he muttered, That's impossible. How could someone as revered as the great Toad Sage? How well do you really know Fukasaku? Sumu challenged, his probing questions shattering Jiraiya's mental defenses. He sank to the ground, overwhelmed with confusion. If what Sumu said was true, what did all his years of effort and dedication amount to? At that moment, Jiraiya felt on the brink of collapse. The child of prophecy had become a faith he clung to over the years, and the thought of being deceived was unbearable. Suddenly, he had a realization and looked up at Sumu, grasping at hope. The great Toad Sage would have no reason to deceive me. If there were no child of prophecy, what purpose would it serve for him to go to such lengths to mislead me? Sumu smiled. When did I ever say there is no child of prophecy in this world? Jiraiya stood frozen, as Sumu continued. What I said is that Fukasaku is a fraud. He deceives you into leading the child of prophecy astray, instilling in them your own vices, thus preventing them from fulfilling their destined role. That is his true intent. With hands clasped behind his back, Sumu gazed at the full moon and added, Fukasaku has been secretly stirring chaos in the ninja world. The betrayal of those brothers against their mother was a part of this scheme. He desires a world of turmoil and conflict, allowing him to profit from the chaos while observing from Miyaboku Mountain. What you may have overlooked is that while the ninja world has been embroiled in battle for millennia, Miyaboku Mountain has enjoyed peace all along. Reflect on this, Jiraiya. Compare the Miyaboku Mountain you see with the scenes in the ninja world, and you will understand the meaning of my words. Jiraiya's hands fell weakly to his sides, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. He had come to believe Sumu's words, and his faith had completely crumbled. He had witnessed the prosperity and stability of Miyaboku Mountain firsthand, but had never truly considered it. Upon reflection, he realized that this place had maintained peace for over 1,000 years. Everything Sumu said aligned with his own observations. He had indeed been deceived, and for decades at that. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a strong hand clasped his shoulder, lifting him effortlessly. Sumu smiled down into Jiraiya's eyes and said, Release the burdens you carry. The task of guiding the child of prophecy no longer concerns you. It is time for you to enjoy your own life. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. What life do I have left? I have devoted everything to the search for the child of prophecy, now that I am past the prime of my life. What remains for me? At that moment, Sumo sensed the time was ripe and pressed on. Have you ever confronted your inner self? Do you truly care about the people around you? Jiraiya hesitated, taken aback by Sumu's probing words. Sumu continued, you appear to have companions, a teacher, and a village you love. Yet, your heart has always remained closed off. Even with Tsunade, the one you have long cherished, you maintain a deliberate distance. This is why she has consistently rebuffed your advances. As a companion, she understands your feelings all too well, sensing the lack of sincerity in your pursuit. Under such circumstances, how could she ever accept you? In truth, you have always feared deep connections with others. You keep a certain distance from Tsunade and Orochimaru, worrying that one day you may have to sacrifice your life to guide the child of prophecy, leaving them behind. You fear their sorrow, which is why you maintain this distance. Jiraiya, with a wry smile, felt exposed, as if Sumu had stripped away his defenses, revealing his vulnerability. Sumu then firmly patted Jiraiya's shoulder, saying, face your heart. Jiraiya, do not be swayed by societal judgment or the opinions of those around you. Seek out that person buried deep within you, and boldly express your love to them. Embrace your true self. With that one pat, Jiraiya felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes, illuminating his path. He smiled confidently at Sumo before vanishing in a blur of movement. Once he had departed, Sumu cleared his throat and turned to the distant, ethereal figure that had been eavesdropping, saying, after listening for so long, what are your thoughts? Kato Dan, in a spirit form, floated over, his tone laced with reproach, though I couldn't grasp the meaning of the child of prophecy. Don't you think it was a bit much to urge Jiraiya to confess to Tsunade? Kato Dan was quite confident in his own feelings for Tsunade, believing that even if Jiraiya were to confess, it would only lead to a good thrashing, leaving him unconcerned. However, Sumo frowned, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Who said Jiraiya was pursuing Tsunade? Huh. Kato Dan tilted his head in confusion, clearly perplexed by Sumu's words, though Sumu offered no further clarification. While it appeared that he was merely coaxing Jiraiya with words, he understood that for a resolute ninja like Jiraiya, mere persuasion would yield little effect. In truth, what enabled Samuki to breach Jiraiya's psychological defenses was primarily the use of mental suggestion, a method resembling illusionary techniques that allowed him to manipulate others' minds for brief periods. To ensure success, Samuki had previously patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, infusing him with a portion of his spiritual energy to assist him in completing his task. Despite Jiraiya currently being merely a shadow clone, this infusion significantly augmented his combat capability, rendering it nearly equal to that of his original self. Samuki eagerly anticipated Jiraiya's performance. Reflecting on Kato Dan, he found him not only handsome but also endearingly naive. He nearly laughed aloud when Kato tilted his head in confusion. In Samuki's memory, the only other individual who possessed both charm and an adorably clueless demeanor was perhaps Minato Namikaze. One couldn't help but wonder if the character dynamics of Minato and Naruto were inspired by Kato and SHJ. Shaking his head to dispel such idle thoughts, he turned to Kato and suggested, you might want to revert your transformation and return to your quarters. Then you shall understand whom I was referring to. Though Kato felt a degree of confusion, he complied and dispelled his transformation just as Jiraiya dashed back to his room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Orochimaru, arms crossed and a knowing smirk upon his face. It seemed that Jiraiya's late-night escapade had not gone unnoticed by his roommates. Orochimaru's cold smile widened as he remarked, you truly are a fool. Did you forget to lock the door properly? Such basic skills taught at the academy seem to have eluded you. Your stealth is so poor that both Dan and I were awakened by you. What did you discuss with Samuki-senpai? Yet, Jiraiya paid no heed to Orochimaru's inquiries. Instead, his eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Orochimaru, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. What was with this fool's strange gaze? Had he taken some peculiar substance? Suddenly, Jiraiya approached Orochimaru with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, Orochimaru, I have decided to confront my true self. As Orochimaru lowered his arms, a flicker of wariness crossed his features. Ignoring Orochimaru's reaction, Jiraiya continued, the person I have always loved is not Tsunade, but you, Orochimaru. I have resolved to embrace my feelings, and I hope you will grant me a chance to accept my love. At this proclamation, Orochimaru's previously tense demeanor crumbled, nearly causing him to stumble. What was this fool rambling about? Before he could gather his thoughts, Jiraiya vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Orochimaru with astonishing speed. How could this fool's speed have increased so dramatically? Both were shadow clones, and Orochimaru's clone was significantly weaker than his original. Jiraiya should have been on par with him. Yet, Jiraiya's pace exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, almost rivaling that of his true self. When did Jiraiya become so formidable? In the midst of his bewilderment, Jiraiya grasped both sides of Orochimaru's face, slowly leaning in. Orochimaru's heart raced in terror, nearly losing his composure. What was this imbecile doing? Was he truly attempting to? He had expected that after gaining notoriety, Jiraiya would temper his antics, yet this was even more reckless than in their youth. Back then, it was mere childish pranks, but now he was engaging in a very real, live display, struggling to break free from Jiraiya's grasp. Orochimaru found himself unable to escape the clutches of this surprisingly strong fool. Just then, Kato, who had been sleeping on the couch, slowly opened his eyes. Having recently dispelled his transformation, he was eager to discover the surprise Samuki had mentioned. However, as he sat up and his senses returned, he was met with an incredibly shocking sight. The burly Jiraiya, hands firmly gripping Orochimaru's cheeks, eyes closed and lips puckered, ready to kiss. This scene was so shocking that even Kato, a seasoned root ninja, struggled to process it. Just as Jiraiya's enormous lips were about to collide with Orochimaru's, the latter cursed under his breath. Just you wait, Jiraiya. In a split second, as their lips were a mere inch apart, Orochimaru dispelled his shadow clone, opting to retreat rather than confront the chaos unleashed by Jiraiya. With Jiraiya stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance, he gradually emerged from the haze of his failed kiss. As Samuki's spiritual energy faded, Jiraiya's awareness sharpened, and he widened his eyes in horror, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. What had he just done? Had he truly attempted to kiss Orochimaru? The mere thought of Orochimaru's face made him feel nauseous. In that moment, he realized that all of this was orchestrated by that rascal, Samuki. His teeth clenched, and he seethed with frustration. Had he not feared the consequences, he would have confronted Samuki directly. Whether or not the Toad Sage was a charlatan was debatable, but Samuki was undoubtedly a trickster. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. His original self was likely nearing the Konoha camp in the Land of Grass. Orochimaru must be furious. Should his original self encounter him unawares? In a rush, Jiraiya dispelled his shadow clone, fearing for his original safety. In the heart of the Konoha camp, within the command tent, Orochimaru abruptly awoke, his bloodshot eyes wide with fury. Jiraiya, you bastard. Today, I shall carve you into pieces. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had just stepped through the camp's entrance, exchanging pleasantries with patrolling leaf ninjas. Just as he was about to return to the command tent, the memories of his shadow clone flooded back, leaving him astonished. What had just transpired? How could he have attempted to kiss Orochimaru? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Orochimaru, having sensed Jiraiya's chakra, brandished the Kusanagi sword and charged towards him. Wait, let me explain, Jiraiya shouted, but Orochimaru was having none of it. Understanding that this was not the time for reasoning, Jiraiya turned and fled, with Orochimaru hot on his heels. Thus began a chaotic chase around the camp, where Jiraiya, still unversed in sage mode, was no match for Orochimaru's prowess. He could only clumsily defend himself and escape amidst the turmoil, while Orochimaru relentlessly pursued him, causing a commotion that startled the entire camp. Unaware of the unfolding drama, the leaf ninjas emerged from their tents, yawning, only to witness their commanding officers engaged in a public brawl. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't power struggles be handled discreetly? One seasoned jonin named Inuzuka Kiba, unable to bear the sight, hastily intervened. Lord Orochimaru, please, calm down. As he settled down to speak, before he could finish his words, Orochimaru delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him soaring and rendering him unconscious. In that moment, he was consumed by a singular desire, to slay Jiraiya, that scoundrel. The chaos in the Konoha camp soon drew the attention of Iwagakure. Commander Inoki was perplexed upon learning of the internal strife between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It was an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, yet he hesitated, uncertain if it was merely a trap set by Konoha. Ultimately, he resolved to take a gamble, personally leading an elite team of ninjas to stealthily assault Konoha. The impending battle caught the Konoha ninjas off guard. Their commanders, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, failed to issue immediate commands as the conflict erupted, leading to a disorganized and disastrous defeat for Konoha's forces. Fortunately, Orochimaru regained his composure midway through and briefly reconciled with Jiraiya, returning to command their troops, which allowed them to hold their ground and prevent the enemy from breaching their lines. However, the losses inflicted upon Konoha were severe, leaving them incapable of launching a counterattack and relegating them to a defensive stance. After the war, Jiraiya confided in Orochimaru about his predicament, explaining that he had fallen victim to Samuki's genjutsu, which had driven him to such foolish actions. Orochimaru, seething with anger, gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet he dared not retaliate against Samuki, ultimately swallowing his rage. From that day forth, he harbored a grudge against Samuki, vowing to seek revenge given the chance. Jiraiya, though similarly affected, yearned to return to Miyaboku Mountain to investigate Samuki's true nature and ascertain whether the great sage of the Toads was indeed the source of chaos in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Samuki remained blissfully unaware that he had incurred the ire of the other two great sanctuary's contractors, having returned to his chamber and drifted into slumber. Chapter 55, Konoha 4. The following morning, everyone gathered. The trio of young ones bounced out of the inn, oblivious to the events of the previous night. Tsunade had also slept soundly. Although she had heard a commotion, it was not directed at her, so she paid it no mind. Just then, she spotted Cat Dance, who appeared haggard, sporting dark circles under his eyes, as if he had stayed up all night. Concerned, Tsunade inquired, "Dans, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Where are Orochimaru and Jiraiya? I have not seen them with you." At the mention of those names, Cat Dans visibly flinched, inhaling deeply several times to regain his composure. He forced a smile and replied, "They dispelled their shadow clones and left yesterday." Tsunade scoffed, irritated that those two had departed without so much as a word to her. She resolved to address them when next they met. Unbeknownst to her, Cat Dans was fervently praying that he would never encounter them again, fearing that their next appearance might be hand in hand before him, a sight too overwhelming to bear. At that moment, Samuki emerged, and upon seeing that everyone had assembled, he declared, "Since we are all here, let us depart." The group had no objections, and they continued their journey with a sense of purpose. Upon entering the land of fire, they took their time, leisurely enjoying the journey as if they were on a sightseeing tour. Their carefree demeanor naturally caught the attention of Konoha's ninjas. A four-man patrol team from Konoha, upon spotting Samuki's party, immediately became vigilant. However, upon recognizing Tsunade and Cat Dans among them, their guard was lowered. The recently famed Konoha Jonin, Cat Dans, posed no threat, while Tsunade was a formidable ninja of great renown in the ninja world. Being the disciple of the third Hokage and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her presence alone warranted leniency from the patrol, who would turn a blind eye to a few unfamiliar faces accompanying her. Nonetheless, the patrol team decided to report the matter to the Hokage to avoid any potential complications that could reflect poorly upon them. The team leader issued a few instructions to his subordinates and then took a shortcut back to Konoha. It is worth mentioning that this patrol team had not participated in the legendary battles of the three shinobi, and thus, they had only heard of Samuki without knowing his appearance. Similarly, the recent death of Cat Dans had occurred just days prior, which left the patrol team unaware of his recent demise. Therefore, they paid little attention to the seemingly lively Cat Dans. However, what the patrolling ninjas did not know was that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was well aware of the situation. A few days earlier, when Tsunade had carried Cat Danz's corpse to seek out Samuki, Orochimaru had relayed this information to him through intelligence ninjas. With Tsunade and Cat Danz's recent appearance, along with the patrol's description of Samuki, Hiruzen quickly arrived at a chilling conclusion. Samuki was coming to Konoha. The prospect of such a powerful individual entering his domain would cause any rational person to feel uneasy, let alone a suspicious soul like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Restlessly, he sat alone in his office, smoking for an extended period. Ultimately unable to contain himself, he summoned his three old comrades to the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazumi, and Uchiha Kagami soon arrived, and without preamble, Sarutobi Hiruzen divulged the circumstances surrounding Samuki, plunging the room into an uneasy silence. As the others pondered the implications, they speculated on Samuki's intentions in Konoha, quickly connecting the dots with Tsunade. Since she had brought Samuki to Konoha, could it be that she intended to revive the Senju clan, resurrecting it from the ashes? Their concerns were not unfounded. The four had endured the oppressive reign of the first Hokage's elite for years. For 4 to 5 years. They had served as elite ninjas under Konoha's ruling class, yet were powerless to mobilize anyone outside their own clans. The demise of that oppressive generation had left them with lingering psychological scars. Merely seeing Tsunade's face evoked memories of the oppressive Mito, stirring feelings of dread and anxiety. At that moment, Danzo glanced at the troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen and scoffed. What is there to be so troubled about? The Senju clan has been disbanded for many years. Aside from a few surviving elders, the younger generation has no concept of the clan's legacy. If Tsunade aims to resurrect the Senju, she is merely chasing a fantasy. Rather than fixating on her, we should contemplate how to address Samuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What do you propose?" "Certainly. We should invite this Samuki to join Konoha. Even if we fail, we must establish a cooperative relationship, enlisting his aid to weaken the other 4 nations and secure victory in this war." Danzo had previously dispatched individuals to the Land of Rain to incite discord between Hanzo and Samuki, hoping to extend an olive branch and invite him to Konoha. However, Hanzo, being a coward, had not dared to take action, rendering his efforts futile. After that failure, Danzo had nearly given up hope until Samuki came knocking at their door. Truly, fortune favored him. This time, he would seize the opportunity to draw Samuki into Konoha and persuade him to assist in the war effort. With such an achievement, he would undoubtedly qualify to contest the position of 4th Hokage, leading Konoha into a glorious future. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Danzo a knowing glance, discerning his intentions, and sighed inwardly. Alas, such a fool dares to vie with me for the position of Hokage. He ought to return to the root and memorize the multiplication table before attempting to challenge me. How could a powerhouse like Sumu possibly be swayed by such individuals? Moreover, even if the other party wished to assist Konoha, he would not acquiesce. A swift conclusion to this war would yield no benefits. One must blame the very establishment of the ninja villages. Had they not been formed, there would be no need for such tactics to diminish the ranks of ninjas. Ever since the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established the balance in the ninja world, there has been an unprecedented 16-year hiatus from warfare. During this span, not only did the major nations refrain from conflict, but even skirmishes among smaller nations ceased entirely. The first Hokage opposed all forms of warfare, thereby witnessing a substantial increase in the number of ninjas during his 16 years of life, causing the ninja world to swell like an overinflated balloon. The effects of the first Great Ninja War, intended to rectify the surplus, were rather ineffective at that time. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations lacked experience and sent their Kage directly into battle. Furthermore, the majority dispatched to the battlefield were elite ninjas, yielding predictable consequences. The first Great Ninja War claimed the lives of countless elites, with nearly 90% of the elder clan heads perishing. And 4 of the 5 Kage met a tragic fate. Yet, the lower-tier ninjas suffered minimal losses, resulting in an ever-burgeoning force that became a source of constant exasperation. In the subsequent 20 years, minor conflicts among the 5 great nations persisted, consuming a fair number of lower-tier ninjas, but failing to address the core issue. These ninjas are not mere pets. One cannot simply take them to a hospital for sterilization to control their numbers. They multiply like locusts, 1 yielding 10, 10 yielding 100. Thus, merely 20 years after the first Great Ninja War, the Second World War erupted. This time, the 5 great nations exhibited greater wisdom, depleting their lower-tier ninjas to conserve the strength of the elite. The Kage would not engage on the battlefield unless faced with an imminent crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen estimated that merely 3 years had elapsed since the onset of this ninja conflict, and the strategic goal of reducing their forces had yet to be realized. Consequently, he intended to prolong the war for a few more years, allowing the current generation of ninjas, led by Tsunade, to be sufficiently depleted before concluding the conflict, thus achieving a balance within Konoha's ranks. Therefore, he was disinclined to recruit Sumu, a disruptor of this balance, especially given that he hailed from the Wetbone Forest, a place he held no trust for. Hiruzen subtly gestured to Mitarashi, who, understanding the implication, nodded in acknowledgement, and then cleared his throat and remarked, "I believe that attempting to recruit Sumu may be ill-advised. After all, he is an outsider, and a sage from the Wetbone Forest, not even human. I have heard that his true form is that of a slug. Konoha is a village of human ninjas. How can we allow a slug to join our ranks? Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened. Hadn't taken a peculiar stance today? Such a feeble excuse. The other party was merely 50 years old. How could he be showing signs of senility? He replied tersely, whether he is human or a slug does not affect his combat capabilities, as long as he can fight and defeat our enemies. The species he belongs to is of no consequence. At that moment, he naively assumed that Sumu's issue lay in his nature. Failing to recognize the core problem was that Hiruzen himself was not human. Then, in a moment of unexpected solidarity, Hiruzen spoke. I believe and has a point. Konoha is, after all, a village of human ninjas. Allowing a slug from the wet-bone forest to join may indeed be inappropriate. I propose we refrain from discussing any invitations. Let us simply host Sumu with hospitality and ensure he enjoys his time in Konoha. And Koharu nodded in agreement, while Danzo's face contorted in frustration akin to Uchiha Obito's mask. He could not fathom Hiruzen's reasoning. Why ignore the opportunity to utilize Sumu to end the war? Infuriated, he contemplated leaving immediately, but was halted by Hiruzen's voice. Danzo, wait a moment. I wish to discuss something privately with you. And Koharu exchanged glances, then tacitly excused themselves, leaving only Hiruzen and Danzo in the office. Once the two old friends departed, Hiruzen's conflicted expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he stated, you must covertly approach Sumu. Find a way to uncover information about his resurrection jutsu. Danzo's eyes narrowed at this, realizing that it was only in private that Hiruzen revealed his true intentions. Chapter 56. On the origin of Uchiha's expressionless countenance at the entrance of the hidden leaf village in the land of fire, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan gazed in astonishment at the enormous gates of Konoha. It was their first encounter with such a grand entrance. Previously, they had never seen anything like it in the mortal towns or in Amigakure. Noticing the three children were awestruck, Cat Dan chuckled and remarked, what do you think? Quite impressive, I assent it. The trio nodded in agreement, still in a daze. Cat Dan continued, this is the colossal wooden gate crafted by the first Hokage using wood release techniques during the founding of the village. Although it bears visible seams from wooden planks, that was intentionally designed by the first Hokage. In truth, it is carved from a single massive tree, entirely seamless. The three were once again struck with amazement, this time not merely at the gate's size, but at the fact that the first Hokage's wooden creation had endured for so many years. It is well known that chakra possesses an infinite array of transformations. From the basic elemental jutsu to countless bloodline limit techniques, chakra is indeed a cultivation system capable of creating all things. However, since chakra is energy, it must adhere to the law of conservation. Thus, once a ninja ceases to supply chakra, their release techniques revert to pure energy and dissipate into the cosmos. They recalled that Sumu had once explained how this energy would be reabsorbed as natural energy, which in turn nurtures all beings, eventually being ingested by ninjas as sustenance. Achieving a balance of energy. The fact that this wooden gate, created by the first Hokage using chakra, had remained intact for decades could only be attributed to one explanation. The three exchanged glances, arriving at a shared conclusion. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, must have undoubtedly been a sage practitioner. At that moment, Sumu's voice rang out. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and come in. The trio snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly followed Sumu through the gates of Konoha. As Sumu entered, he took note of the two guards stationed at either side. Their features bore a striking resemblance to the gatekeepers of Konoha. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that these two guardians had inherited their roles from their predecessors. Ahead of Sumu and his companions, a group of over a dozen individuals stood at the ready, awaiting their arrival. While Sumu did not recognize most of them, he immediately identified the three at the forefront. The person who bore a resemblance to a monkey was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by the middle-aged versions of Mitarashi and Koharu. Notably absent from the welcoming party was Danzo, whom Sumu was most concerned about. Apparently, he still struggled with social interactions. As Sumu assessed Hiruzen, the latter scrutinized him in return, and soon the two parties stood face to face. Hiruzen was the first to speak. You must be the sage Sumu. Truly a handsome and distinguished figure. Sumu responded with a warm smile. Addressing Hiruzen, the third Hokage is equally impressive and exudes an extraordinary presence. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The two engaged in a courteous handshake, exchanging pleasantries in a manner befitting their ranks. Tsunade let out a soft sigh. for she despised such formulaic pleasantries. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Saratobi Hiruzen directly addressed the matter at hand. Might I inquire about the purpose of Mu's visit to Konoha? Mu, displaying no hesitation, candidly replied, I have come to discuss certain matters concerning the Uchiha clan and would appreciate your assistance in introducing me to the current clan leader. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. Saratobi's previously warm smile faltered, and both Mito and Nara Shikamaru wore grave expressions. The Uchiha clan was a taboo topic in Konoha, and Mu's sudden request to meet them set their nerves on edge. Nevertheless, Saratobi maintained his composure, engaging in a few more pleasantries before graciously inviting Mu and his companions into the village. He soon excused himself, citing pressing matters, seemingly unconcerned for Mu and his associates, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. However, it was clear to all present that this trust was feigned, as several teams of Umbu lurked nearby, silently monitoring the situation, wary of any potential disturbances. Mu was unconcerned, for he had no intention of causing a ruckus in Konoha. He was indifferent to their surveillance. At that moment, Tsunade suggested, allow me to escort you to the new Uchiha clan leader. Not long ago, the former clan leader had passed away, and the highly regarded young warrior, Uchiha Fugaku, had succeeded him. Fugaku is a junior of mine, and I am somewhat familiar with him. We should be able to converse comfortably. Mu pondered briefly before responding. Take me to meet Uchiha Fugaku, and I shall handle the discussion. As for you, please attend to the matter of Ju's remains. Once I conclude my business, I will revive him, and our task will be complete. Tsunade's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and after a nod, she guided Mu toward the Uchiha district. At this time, prior to the chaos of the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha remained in their original location, residing in the bustling heart of Konoha. Following Tsunade's direction, the six entered the vibrant marketplace. Upon arrival, Mu noticed something amiss with the trio of youngsters, and he discreetly observed them from the corner of his eye, waiting for them to speak up. After a moment, Yahiko took a deep breath and approached Mu, saying, Master, may we explore Konoha for a while? Mu smiled and waved his hand, replying, Go ahead, I will find you once I finish my tasks. Hooray! The trio cheered, dashing into the crowd's lively embrace. Mu chuckled at their enthusiasm, having anticipated their shyness in such a populous place. It turned out they were quite lively. He felt no concern for their safety. For Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had already attained the strength of Jonin. With such power, they could handle any danger, and being within Konoha's borders, he felt assured in allowing them to roam freely. As they traversed the marketplace, the streets suddenly fell silent, and a massive wall loomed before Mu's eyes. The wall stood approximately 3 meters high, marked periodically with a nearly 2-meter ping-pong paddle emblem, indicative of the Uchiha's territory. Approaching the main entrance, Mu and his companions stood before the gates of the Uchiha compound. The two Uchiha guards quickly recognized Tsunade and Kato Dan, but paid little mind to Mu and his group. One of the Uchiha sentinels furrowed his brow and, with a curt tone, inquired, Might I ask what brings you, Lady Tsunade, to our Uchiha compound? Tsunade frowned at this attitude. Had it not been for Mu, she would not have set foot in the Uchiha compound. The arrogance of these individuals was quite irksome. I seek to speak with Uchiha Fugaku. Inform him that someone wishes to meet him. The Uchiha guard turned to relay the message, and moments later, the gates reopened. Alongside the reporting guard emerged a young man with raven hair, sporting deep tear marks on his face, his features rugged and his gaze fierce. Mu recognized at once that this was Uchiha Fugaku. His appearance struck Mu as peculiar. Though he bore a resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, their styles were entirely different. As Fugaku stepped forward and spotted Tsunade, he respectfully greeted her. It has been a while, Lady Tsunade. What brings you to me today? His tone, though cold, was noticeably more respectful than that of the previous Uchiha guard. Tsunade gestured toward Mu, stating, This is the individual seeking your audience. She then added, Mu-sama has matters to discuss. I have other obligations and shall take my leave. With that, she took Kato Dan by the arm and departed, leaving a somewhat awkward Fugaku behind. Fugaku, feeling the tension of the situation, understood the discomfort Tsunade experienced as the princess of the Senju clan among the Uchiha. However, he did not neglect Mu, for he was referred by Tsunade and was determined to extend the courtesy befitting a clan leader. Nodding to Mu, he invited, You are Mu, correct? Please, come in and share your thoughts. Esmu nodded and followed Fugaku into the Uchiha compound. Initially, the compound's size had gone unnoticed, but upon entering, he found its expanse to be vast beyond measure. Immediately upon crossing the threshold, a wide street greeted them, bustling with Uchiha clansmen going about their business. The clan members cast curious glances at Esmu, who observed them in return. Through his observations, Esmu discerned that the majority of the Uchiha were quite amiable. Those with expressionless faces comprised a mere fraction of the clan. He speculated that perhaps those haughty Uchiha had indeed suffered great losses, as they exhibited signs of having chakra within them and bore traces of training, likely indicating the awakening of their Sharingan. This raised a profound question regarding the nature of their souls. Did the grief of losing loved ones lead to the awakening of their Sharingan, resulting in their solemn demeanor? Or was it merely that their sorrow had rendered them emotionally detached? As Esmu contemplated this philosophical quandary, Fugaku halted before an opulent mansion. Chapter 57. I am the savior of your Uchiha clan. Within the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Esmu and Fugaku sat opposite each other at a low table. A young maiden served them tea, and Esmu accepted the cup with a nod of gratitude. Fugaku placed his tea expressionlessly on the table and, dismissing the servant, turned to Esmu, inquiring, "Now, Esmu-sama, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" Having recalled Esmu's identity as the sage who aided the three legendary ninjas in their victory during the Rain Country War, Fugaku was surprised but maintained his composure, speaking with the dignity befitting a clan leader. Esmu, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries, promptly stated, "I have come to gain access to your clan's underground shrine to peruse your ancestral stone tablet." In a moment of tranquility, Uchiha Fugaku's expression abruptly altered. After a brief moment of astonishment, he resolutely replied, "I am profoundly sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. While I am unaware of how you came to learn about the Uchiha stone tablet, it is an artifact that only our clan may behold, holding immense significance for us." Although he remained uncertain about the tablet's exact purpose, the previous clan leader had imparted numerous instructions before his passing, one of which explicitly stated that the tablet must not be shown to outsiders. Not only was it forbidden for someone like Samuki, an outsider, but even within the Uchiha clan, only the clan leader or elders, core members, were permitted to view it. The upper-tier shinobi of the clan were merely aware of its existence, while those below that rank had never even heard of it. This incident also illustrated the profound trust Uchiha Madara had in Senju Hashirama, as he had summoned Hashirama to the underground shrine before leaving Konoha, divulging the secrets of the tablet without a hint of concern regarding potential betrayal. However, Samuki was not afforded such privilege, so he smiled at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Leader Fugaku, you have misunderstood. I am well aware of the contents of that stone tablet, even the aspects that your Manjiki Sharingan has yet to decipher." Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted, and then he relaxed his body, responding with a hint of resignation, "Senior Samuki, you overestimate me. Although I have inherited the position of clan leader, I have yet to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. There is no need for you to test me in this manner." He believed Samuki was probing his authenticity, feigning knowledge of his Manjiki Sharingan in an attempt to deceive him. However, he truly had not awakened it, rendering the other's cunning efforts futile. Upon observing Fugaku's demeanor, which appeared genuine, Samuki quickly realized that the latter had indeed not yet unlocked his Manjiki Sharingan, and his prescient abilities were perhaps revealed too early. Yet, this presented an opportune moment, and he spoke in a tempting tone. "So, do you wish to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned, questioning the significance of such an inquiry. Who in the shinobi world was unaware of the formidable power of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan? Which Uchiha member did not yearn to unlock its potential? Noting Fugaku's silence, Samuki, with an enigmatic smile, continued, "In that case, let us strike a deal. I will grant you the ability to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and it will be the one without any adverse effects, the eternal Manjiki, which you may wield freely. All I ask in return is that you take me to see the Uchiha clan's ancestral stone tablet. What do you think of this arrangement?" He fixed his gaze intently upon Fugaku, awaiting a response. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was utterly astonished. He believed that someone of Samuki's stature would never deceive him regarding such matters. Since Samuki claimed to possess the ability to assist him in awakening the Manjiki, he must have complete confidence in his assertion. Yet, he found himself in a profound dilemma, having promised the previous clan leader not to show the tablet to outsiders. Both his prior commitment to the late clan leader and his current responsibilities as clan leader forbade him from revealing clan secrets for personal gain. Nevertheless, the temptation of the Mangeki Sharingan made it difficult for him to utter a refusal, leading him into a prolonged silence, the air in the room thick with tension. After a considerable time, he inhaled deeply and lifted his gaze to Samuki, asking, "Can you truly help me awaken the Mangeki Sharingan?" Samuki wore a formulaic smile and nodded, internally chastising Fugaku for his lack of integrity. Seeing his righteous demeanor, one might assume he was a stalwart character. Yet he was clearly willing to forsake Uchiha interests for personal gain. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, he watched helplessly as his clan was slaughtered by his own sons, ultimately leaving only 2 of his offspring alive, sacrificing the entire Uchiha for his own benefit. A commendable clan leader indeed. However, Samuki had no intention of championing the Uchiha cause, and after deliberating on the terms of their transaction, he prepared to fulfill his promise to help Fugaku awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. He raised his hand and pointed at Fugaku's chest, a peculiar wave of energy connecting the 2 of them. Fugaku felt a surge of black light emanating from his chest, obscuring his vision in a shroud of darkness, which he partially alleviated by shielding his face with his hand. At that moment, he realized that his chest had swollen considerably, presenting a strangely alluring yet peculiar sight. Ultimately, the bulging mass gradually rose, revealing itself through his collar as a black, magatama-shaped necklace. Fugaku gazed in astonishment at the necklace, feeling a unique energy coursing through it and into his body, penetrating his mind. This energy was distinctly different from the chakra usually transmitted by the Magatama necklace. It was far purer and more potent. Furthermore, he sensed an unusual connection between the necklace and Samuki, as if the bond with Samuki surpassed that of its rightful owner. Just as he pondered this enigma, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, and an overwhelming chakra surged toward his eyes, igniting a searing agony that compelled him to clutch his face and scream in torment. His cries echoed loudly, the anguish nearly tearing his throat apart. Yet, this cacophony went unnoticed, even by the vigilant young maid in the adjacent room, who remained oblivious to any disturbance. After what felt like an eternity, the pain subsided, and Uchiha Fugaku lay on the floor, gasping for breath, his face drenched in cold sweat. Struggling to rise, he cast a weak glance at Samuki, now filled with trepidation, having deeply grasped the extent of the latter's formidable power. At that moment, Samuki tossed him a small mirror. Instinctively, Fugaku caught it and heard Samuki say, "Take a look." As he lowered his gaze to the reflection, he was met with the sight of his own eyes, now a brilliant scarlet, revealing that he had unconsciously activated the Sharingan during the agony. However, this new iteration of the Sharingan bore a significant transformation. The pupils no longer displayed the familiar 3 Magatama, but instead exhibited a bizarre pattern. 3 hollow Magatama, each with a central hole, spiraled around the pupil, accompanied by a small black hovering beside each, forming an exceedingly esoteric design. In that moment, he was utterly astounded. He had genuinely awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. It was common knowledge that no member of the Uchiha clan had awakened this eye in decades, the last being the brothers Uchiha Madara. Yet, what left him most bewildered was Samuki's technique. Merely a single gesture had bestowed upon him the Mangeki Sharingan, an ability that felt akin to divine intervention granting power to mortals. Suddenly, he recalled the necklace adorning his chest. It was undeniably a treasured relic of the Uchiha clan's heritage. Why did it form a connection with Samuki? In truth, the Uchiha clan had long speculated about this necklace. Their arch-rivals, the Senju clan, possessed an identical white Magatama necklace, with similar capabilities and effects. Consequently, many had conjectured that these 2 necklaces might originate from the same creator, a figure likely to be the fabled Sage of 6 Paths. It was said that the Sage of 6 Paths coexisted with the Sage of the 6 Paths, perhaps even predating him. Legends claim that the ninjutsu utilized by modern ninjas was invented by this individual, who, alongside the Sage of 6 Paths, established the foundation of ninjutsu, making him one of the forebears of the shinobi profession. Contemplating this, Fugaku solemnly raised his head to Samuki and inquired, "Samuki Sage, may I ask how you are connected to the ancestral treasures of my Uchiha clan? Could you reveal your true identity?" As Sumu spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, and with a tone of calmness, he remarked, "The reason I am connected to that necklace is quite simple. It is the very necklace I gifted to your ancestors long ago. As for my identity, You may have heard of me. I was once known as the Sage of Destiny during my time in the Shinobi sect. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku felt a deafening roar in his mind. The individual before him was indeed the legendary Sage of Destiny, just as he had imagined. This was a figure from myth, one who had established the Shinobi sect a millennium ago. It was astonishing that he had survived to this day, showing no signs of aging, as if he could easily live another 1,000 years. What manner of ancient being was this? At that moment, Sumu approached Fugaku, offering him a hand to lift him from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he spoke. It is worth mentioning that I share some ties with your Uchiha clan. Had it not been for my intervention back then, the Uchiha clan, as you know it, might never have existed. Fugaku, still dazed by Sumu's words, asked in a somewhat wooden manner, "May I inquire how the Uchiha is related to you, esteemed senior?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Sumu gazed up at the ceiling, reflecting on the past. In those days, your ancestor had not yet founded the Uchiha clan. He was known as Otsutsuki Indra, the firstborn of the Sage of Six Paths. During a battle against foes, he was left on the brink of death. Had I not intervened to save him, he would have perished in that conflict. Without my sacrifice, there would have been no Uchiha clan. Do you see now the connection between us? Chapter 58. The disappearance of the rope tree's corpse? Who could have stolen it? Fugaku was taken aback by Sumu's revelation. He had never imagined the Uchiha clan had such a history. He had never encountered similar accounts in the family records, leading him to question the truth of Sumu's claims. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that even if such events had occurred, the prideful nature of his ancestors would likely have led them to omit it from their histories. Moreover, in his simple worldview, the stronger one was, the more dignity one held. Thus, the likelihood of someone of Sumu's caliber deceiving him seemed virtually non-existent. He hesitated, grappling with the realization that the Sage of Destiny was indeed the savior of the Uchiha clan, leaving him somewhat flustered about how to interact with such a figure. At that moment, Sumu patted Fugaku's shoulder and said, "What I spoke of was merely history. The individuals from those times have long since passed. There is no need to dwell on the past. I may not have articulated my intentions clearly earlier. I have come to see your Uchiha stone tablet because I have uncovered a secret." Fugaku's expression grew serious as he inquired, "For you to place such importance on this matter, it must be of great significance. May I be enlightened about this secret, esteemed senior?" Sumu nodded and proceeded to explain, "I have discovered that your Uchiha stone tablet may have been tampered with. It is possible that your clan is being led astray by those with ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Fugaku's pupils constricted. He instinctively wanted to refute the claim, but recalled Uchiha Madara from decades past. Madara's defection from Konoha had indeed been suspicious. He had been inseparable from Senju Hashirama during the early days of Konoha's establishment. It was baffling when one day he abruptly announced his departure, taking the Uchiha clan with him, leaving the others in a state of confusion. However, if he had been influenced by the stone tablet, it would all make sense. After all, who would suspect that such a revered artifact would be manipulated? He expressed his doubts, seeking Sumu's insight, while Sumu, maintaining an impassive facade, was internally astonished. Fugaku had managed to intuit the truth of the situation even while being misled, demonstrating the high intelligence of the Uchiha clan, albeit misapplied. Sumu refrained from answering his question directly, simply stating, "This matter has yet to reach a conclusion. I must first see that stone tablet to address your inquiries." Fugaku nodded, ceasing further questions, as he found himself thoroughly convinced by Sumu's words. He then prepared to lead Sumu away from the Uchiha compound towards the clan's underground shrine. The stone tablet of legacy resided within this shrine, located in a secluded area outside the walls of Konoha. They soon traversed beyond the borders of Konoha, arriving at a river known as the South River. Following its course, they quickly discovered a cluster of dilapidated buildings. Upon entering one of these old structures, they located a hidden underground passage, and under Fugaku's guidance, Sumu was led to the concealed underground shrine of the Uchiha. The shrine was engulfed in darkness, lacking even the simplest candle holders. Fugaku explained, "Only those Uchiha with at least 3 Tomo Sharingan can enter this place. They possess night vision upon activating their eyes. Therefore, no candles were prepared. Please wait a moment while I illuminate the area with my fire release technique." Sumu shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such effort. I too possess night vision and can navigate without illumination." Upon hearing this, Fugaku relaxed his hand, and Sumu approached a stone tablet standing over a meter high. This tablet bore no extravagant adornments. Its surface was inscribed with a few lines of text that appeared quite out of place. The text occupied less than 1/10 of the stone's surface, tightly arranged as if intentionally leaving blank spaces for future writing. However, such minor tactics could not obscure Su Mu's spiritual perception. Under his scrutiny, the hidden contents of the tablet were laid bare. He discovered that the tablet contained 2 layers of text. The uppermost layer chronicled the enmity between the Uchiha and Senju, along with the Sage of 6 Paths' aspirations for peace. It concluded with assertions that only the Infinite Tsukuyomi could bring everlasting tranquility to the shinobi world. The underlying layer, obscured by the upper text, presented an entirely different narrative, detailing the history of the establishment of the shinobi sect, even mentioning Su Mu himself. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction at the account of his contributions, recognizing that this lower layer had been inscribed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had ensured his achievements were acknowledged, making Su Mu feel his efforts had not gone unrecognized. As for the upper layer, Su Mu sensed a familiar chakra emanating from it, one he would never forget, resembling the aura of Kagaya's Black Zetsu, whom he had ensnared a millennium ago. It appeared that the entity had indeed escaped, and it was unclear how it had returned to the shinobi world. Was it still intent on resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya? What schemes were Otsutsuki Kinshiki up to? With his power, he could have easily sealed Black Zetsu away forever. Was it possible that his descendants had inadvertently unleashed Black Zetsu by merging the giant Rinnegan? Su Mu pondered, resting his chin in thought. Did this development bode well or ill for him? His mindset had shifted dramatically from a millennium ago. Back then, he had been weak, aspiring merely to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu, hoping to cultivate in peace. Now, with strength surpassing that of Kagaya herself, he felt confident he could defeat her even if she were resurrected at her peak. Moreover, he had reached a plateau in his training. Breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage seemed distant, and even the pinnacle of Golden Core felt like a far-off dream. Thus, he considered focusing his efforts on the Ten Tails Divine Tree. Perhaps utilizing the Ten Tails at its full potential could yield elixirs potent enough to help him surpass his current limitations. The more he contemplated, the brighter his eyes gleamed. The once terrifying Divine Tree and Otsutsuki Kagaya now appeared almost benign in his sight. At this moment, he began to contemplate, first collecting the 9-tailed beasts to synthesize the 10 tails, and then refining elixirs in seclusion to break through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. After arranging matters within the ninja world, he would embark on a journey to the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan, where he might discover a more potent elixir than the 10 tails to assist him in transcending to the nascent soul stage. As this thought crossed his mind, he revealed the signature malevolent grin of a villain, causing Uchiha Fugaku, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, to shiver upon witnessing Susumu's smile. What has happened to Senior Susumu? Why is he suddenly grinning like a mere extra on the battlefield? Just as Susumu prepared to return to seek out Tsunade and her companions, a sudden fluctuation of chakra emanated from Konoha. Susumu and Uchiha Fugaku turned their gazes toward the direction of Konoha. The chakra disturbance was exceedingly intense, indicating that a great battle had erupted. Moreover, the combatants possessed formidable strength, with even shadow-level experts among them. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, "Could it be that enemies have infiltrated the village?" Susumu's consciousness scanned the situation more meticulously, narrowing his eyes as an amused expression emerged on his face. What exactly was transpiring? Let us rewind the time a bit. After Tsunade and Kato Dan departed from the Uchiha clan's territory, they headed straight for Konoha Ninja Village. Along the way, they purchased 2 shovels, leaving the observing ninja, Nin, utterly perplexed. What on earth are these 2 doing with shovels? However, soon enough, these Umbu ninja would learn the answer. Tsunade and Kato Dan arrived at the grave of the god tree, clasped their hands in prayer, and then began to dig with their shovels. The Umbu ninja watched in disbelief, as this was the first time they had witnessed a sister and brother-in-law together excavating their little brother's grave. These ordinary Umbu were oblivious to the fact that this was related to a resurrection technique, and they were unaware that Susumu possessed the ability to revive the deceased. Thus, they refrained from acting rashly and simply monitored from a distance. Tsunade and Kato Dan had long since noticed the surveillance of the Umbu, but they paid it no mind, continuing to dig as if wielding a halberd. As they dug deeper, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Why was the soil above the grave so loose? Sensing something amiss, they intensified their efforts. Soon, A black coffin appeared before them. Tsunade and Kato Dan exchanged a glance, then each took hold of one side, working together to lift the black coffin onto solid ground. Tsunade stared at the black coffin, clenching her fists, an ominous premonition gnawing at her heart. Noticing her hesitation, Kato Dan quickly offered reassurance. If you cannot bear it, step back for a moment. I will retrieve the remains of Ju. Tsunade shook her head to indicate that she was fine, then grasped the coffin lid and side panels, forcefully ripping the nails from the cover. With a creaking sound, the lid of the coffin was slowly raised. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated foul odor of decay did not waft forth, and both Tsunade and Kato Dan sensed that something was amiss. They peered into the coffin, their expressions changing drastically. It was empty, devoid of Ju's remains. Tsunade, shocked, discarded the lid and leaped into the coffin to check if it had a false bottom. Ultimately, she confirmed that her brother's body had vanished, evidently stolen by someone. Tsunade's teeth ground together, a vein throbbing on her forehead. How dare someone steal Ju's body? Such audacity was unfathomable. As for who had committed this act, Tsunade could deduce with certainty that it was Shimura Danzo, who had shown interest in corpses within Konoha and had the audacity to steal them. Clenching her fist, she slammed it down onto the bottom of the coffin, creating a large hole in the dark wood as the ground beneath cracked open, revealing a massive fissure stretching over 10 meters. The force of her blow reverberated throughout Konoha, followed by a furious voice echoing across the village. Shimura Danzo, I will surely slay you. Chapter 59. Corpse? The experimental materials have all been used up. Tsunade, consumed by rage, longed to deliver a crushing blow to Danzo's face. She strode toward the Hokage building, determined to confront Danzo and reclaim her brother's body. However, Kato Dan positioned himself in her path, urging, Tsunade, calm down. Do not let your emotions drive you to irrational actions. Having come from the roots, he understood Danzo's strength all too well, and he was acutely aware of how powerful the elite ninjas from the roots were. Though Tsunade was regarded as one of the legendary Sannin, facing the roots would leave her with little chance of victory. Even with Kato Dan by her side, they would not stand a chance against Danzo and his followers. Yet, at that moment, Tsunade was blinded by fury, effortlessly slipping past Kato Dan's obstruction and vanishing toward the Hokage building. Kato Dan cursed under his breath and instantly pursued her. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a meeting was convened regarding matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Danzo pounded the table, seething. The Uchiha clan is indeed treacherous. That individual named Susumu has specifically requested to meet with the clan leader. They must have reached some undisclosed collaboration. Perhaps the Uchiha intend to ally with the Wet-Bone Forest to confront Konoha. Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku remained silent, typically cautious regarding Uchiha matters, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's conclusion before aligning themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's main chair, took a puff from his pipe before addressing Danzo. If the Uchiha wish to collaborate with the Wet-Bone Forest, that is their prerogative. Moreover, it appears that the Wet-Bone Forest is the one seeking to establish a contract with the Uchiha clan. This does not necessarily indicate any ill intentions from the Uchiha. However, it was true that the Uchiha had been increasingly audacious lately. He would take the time to converse with their newly appointed leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, causing everyone to glance curiously at the office door, wondering what was happening. Mito Kazumi stood from the sofa and approached the door, inquiring, "What is going on outside? Why all the noise?" At that moment, as his hand grasped the doorknob, the wooden door was kicked open, slamming directly into Mito Kazumi. With a cry, he was pinned to the ground by the door, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others in the office paid him no mind. Their gazes fixated on the intruder outside. Tsunade, eyes wide with fury, glared at Danzo, her expression darkening as she demanded, "Danzo, why have you done this? Are you aware of the nature of your actions? Do not think that just because you are hailed as one of the legendary Sannin, you can act with impunity. No matter how illustrious your title, you are still within Konoha." Before Danzo could finish, Tsunade hurled a punch at his face. Although Tsunade was a martial arts specialist renowned for her strength, her speed did not exceed that of an ordinary J-nin, allowing Danzo to easily evade her strike. Boom. Tsunade's punch shattered the sofa in the Hokage's office, leaving a crater in the floor beneath it, causing debris to tumble down to the lower level. Fortunately, the area below was unoccupied. Otherwise, the falling debris would have wreaked havoc. Unfazed by her missed punch, Tsunade aimed another blow at Danzo. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer watch idly. He swiftly positioned himself between Tsunade and Danzo, demanding, "Tsunade, what are you doing? Have you been ensnared by an enemy's genjutsu?" Tsunade retorted angrily, "I am perfectly lucid. I demand to know where my brother's body has gone. I witnessed him being placed in that coffin, and now his remains have vanished without a trace. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted, and he instinctively glanced at Danzo behind him. His initial reaction was a suspicion that Danzo had secretly stolen the body of Shinjuro. However, he knew that escalating the conflict and provoking Tsunade was out of the question. It was not that he feared Tsunade, the newly appointed Hokage, but rather that such a scandal could not be allowed to surface, as it would severely tarnish the reputation of Konoha. Thus, he gestured to Danzo, who was about to speak, to remain silent, and then addressed Tsunade with a serious demeanor. "This must be a misunderstanding. Recently, there have been several cases of missing ninja corpses in the village, and I believe the disappearance of Shinjuro's remains is related to these incidents. I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Please wait a moment, and I will provide you with a swift response." His words only served to incite Tsunade's anger further. She had heard this dismissive rhetoric from Sarutobi Hiruzen countless times before, and it was utterly contemptible that he would attempt to placate her with such insincerity. Glaring at Sarutobi, she retorted, "Do not patronize me with this rhetoric. You should know better than anyone what is truly happening." Realizing that his attempts at evasion were futile, Sarutobi's expression darkened. After all, he was the Hokage, and Tsunade was treating his promises as if they were mere air. With a stern countenance, he admonished, "Tsunade, do not act recklessly. I understand that the loss of Shinjuro's body is distressing for you, but you must remember that you are a Konoha ninja. Regardless of what occurs, the village must come first. This situation could have dire implications for the village, so I urge you to consider its welfare and await my response in silence for 3 days." Tsunade's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, she let out a cold huff before turning to leave. This time, she chose to trust her mentor once more, hoping that Sumo would patiently wait for her return in 3 days. Before departing, she shot a fierce glare at Danzo, who met her gaze with unflinching defiance. At that moment, Cat Dan arrived by Tsunade's side, relieved that the situation had not escalated further. He bowed politely to the higher-ups of Konoha and followed Tsunade out. Sarutobi returned the gesture with a stern nod before turning his attention to Danzo. "Will you not offer me an explanation? I distinctly recall never issuing an order for you to take Shinjuro's body," Sarutobi said in an irritable tone. In the face of Sarutobi's inquiry, Danzo answered without a hint of fear, "That experiment has reached a critical stage. We require the direct blood and flesh of that esteemed individual to proceed." Sarutobi knew precisely whom Danzo referred to and, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, led Danzo to a concealed chamber. Once they were alone, Tenkai Kamachi sighed and addressed the inquisitive administrative ninjas outside. "What are you standing around for? Quickly find someone to repair the large hole in the Hokage's office. Be careful not to step on the doorframe. Inazuma is still beneath it. Take him to the Konoha hospital." In the hidden chamber, Danzo questioned Sarutobi. "What stage is that project currently in? Is it absolutely necessary to have Shinjuro's corpse?" Danzo replied with an impassive expression. "The vitality of the Hashirama cells is too potent. No human can withstand such overwhelming life force when injected directly. Therefore, we need his direct blood and flesh to dilute the vitality of the Hashirama cells. Presently, Shinjuro is the only one from the Senju clan whose remains we can obtain. Shinjuro and Tsunade's parents had perished in a mission long ago, their bodies having long since decayed beyond use. Furthermore, Tsunade's formidable strength made it impossible for the root to act against her, leaving them with no choice but to target Shinjuro. With a furrowed brow, Sarutobi ultimately set aside concerns about the project and asked, "Where is Shinjuro's body now?" Danzo scoffed. "Body? What body remains?" At this, Sarutobi's heart sank, and Danzo continued, "The boy's flesh cells have long been exhausted. The skeletal remains are all that is left, and they are scarcely recognizable as human." Sarutobi slapped his forehead in dismay, realizing that his fears had come to fruition. Danzo acted so swiftly that he left no room for recourse. With Shinjuro's body now gone, how would he explain this to Tsunade? In fact, it would be better to deny any responsibility and suggest that a rogue ninja had stolen it. After all, given the current state of war, Tsunade would not have the means to investigate the whereabouts of Shinjuro's remains in other nations. Yet he quickly dismissed that notion, recognizing that Tsunade was not as easy to placate as Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Those two would likely endure the situation, rationalizing that their parents' remains had been taken for the sake of Konoha. But Tsunade was different. If she lost her composure, it would be disastrous. Moreover, Shinjuro's identity was particularly sensitive. His death had already caused discontent among certain ninja clans in the village. If news spread that the village had lost his remains or had conducted experiments on his body, the consequences would be dire. As these thoughts consumed him, Sarutobi found himself deeply conflicted. The optimal solution would be to silence the parties involved, but that was also the most challenging aspect. Tsunade's power ranked among the highest in Konoha, and getting her to be quiet would likely require intervention from either himself or Danzo. Yet, even their intervention would be precarious. Tsunade was an elite ninja, and even the most meticulous of traps would inevitably create a disturbance. If the clans in Konoha became aware of this incident, the cohesion of the village would shatter, and the will of fire that he had cultivated for years would likely evaporate. In the midst of his turmoil, a warm smile flashed in his mind, the face of Cat Dan, who had just left with Tsunade. If he acted suddenly, he could potentially succeed in subduing her. And he recalled that Dan was affiliated with Root, making the task even more feasible. As for the repercussions of Tsunade's demise on Konoha, he felt no concern. The current strain on the battlefield was a result of his deliberate suppression. A significant number of clan ninjas had not been deployed to the front lines, and the new generation of civilian ninjas had begun to emerge. Truth be told, Konoha would hardly mourn the loss of a Sannin. The benefits of silencing Tsunade far outweighed the losses incurred by her absence. Nodding to himself, Sarutobi turned to Danzo. Chapter 60. Why is it that everything seems to relate to love? Sarutobi gazed at Danzo and coldly remarked, "This predicament is entirely of your own making, and you must rectify it yourself. In 3 days, Tsunade will come to me for Shinjuro's remains, and before that, you must provide me with a satisfactory answer." Danzo narrowed his eyes. Sarutobi had begun his cryptic game again. He had already made it clear that Shinjuro's body was no longer available. Where was he to find a satisfactory answer for Sarutobi? Ignoring Danzo's perplexed expression, Sarutobi strode toward the door of the chamber. Just as his hand was about to grasp the doorknob, he casually remarked, "What a pity for Cat Dan." With that, he opened the door and exited the chamber. Danzo, finally grasping the implication of Sarutobi's words, scoffed inwardly at the hypocrisy of his superior. Sarutobi had explicitly stated that he needed to provide a satisfactory answer, but he never mentioned it had to be for Tsunade. The words he had muttered earlier were a clear indication of what was expected. With a cold huff, Danzo made his way to the Root headquarters to prepare. Soon, night fell, and Tsunade, having waited all afternoon without the return of Sumo, retreated to the Senju clan's ancestral home to rest. She had no desire to seek him out, especially with the distressing matter of her brother's remains weighing heavily on her mind. Meanwhile, Cat Dan returned to his own residence. After all, he and Tsunade were not yet married, and residing in the Senju mansion would not reflect well on their relationship. As he lay quietly asleep on his bed, the keen instincts honed from years as a ninja alerted Kato Dan to the presence of approaching ninjas around his home. He sprang from his bed, reaching for his ninja gear pouch, where a signal flare awaited to summon reinforcements from the village. Just as his hand was about to grasp the pouch, a peculiar sound echoed from outside. It was faint, resembling the call of some creature. However, upon hearing the sound, Kato Dan paused, abandoning the flare, and swiftly dressed before leaping out of the window into the backyard's forest. Upon entering the woods, he looked up to see Shimura Danzo emerging from the shadows of a tree. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke, the moonlight casting an eerie silence around them. After a moment, Kato Dan broke the stillness, bowing slightly as he inquired, "Lord Danzo, what brings you here?" A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The Root leader's visit could hardly bode well. Danzo let out a cold snort before asking, "Do you remember your identity?" "Yes, I am a Root ninja," Kato Dan replied. "Good. Now, I have a task for you. After spending time with Tsunade, she must trust you immensely by now." As Danzo's words sank in, Kato Dan's heart sank. Could it be as he feared? Danzo continued, "Before the sun sets tomorrow, I want to see Tsunade's corpse. Given her level of trust in you, this should be a trivial task." Kato Dan's mind went blank. He could not comprehend why Danzo would issue such an order. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the pillars of Konoha. Why would Danzo command her death? However, the discipline of a root ninja quickly calmed him, and he discreetly scanned the area for suitable hiding spots. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any traces of ninjas. Even activating his chakra sensing revealed no fluctuations. Yet, he felt a more intense, ominous killing intent. He realized he was trapped. Taking a deep breath, he locked eyes with Danzo, coldly rejecting, "I am terribly sorry, Lord Danzo, but I cannot harm Tsunade. Please retract your command." With a relieved smile, he awaited the ambush to strike, yet after an agonizing pause, the hidden root ninjas remained still. Confused, he glanced at Danzo, expecting action at this juncture. Why was there a change in their behavior today? Just then, Danzo leaned on his cane. Responding to his command, a root ninja stepped from the shadows, holding a sleeping girl of about 4 or 5 years old. Kato Dan's eyes widened in shock, his gaze turning furious as he glared at Danzo, as if wishing to devour him whole. The girl was his niece, Kato Shizune, the only daughter of his late brother, who had entrusted Danzo to his care. Seeing her as a hostage ignited a furious wrath within him. He had often made similar moves in the past, never anticipating karma would return to haunt him. He glared at Danzo, seething, "Must you truly be so ruthless, Lord Danzo?" Danzo chuckled softly at first, then his laughter grew louder until it resonated with a chilling mirth. "Kage, you should know the ways of the roots. I reiterate, I want to see Tsunade's corpse before sunset tomorrow. If I do not, you will witness this little girl's corpse instead." With that, he waved his hand, instructing his subordinate to take Shizune away, turning to leave, expecting Kato Dan to deliver good news. At that moment, Kato Dan's fury reached its zenith. He drew a kunai, aiming it at Danzo's back. Yet, his anger-fueled strike proved futile. Danzo effortlessly dodged the attack and retaliated with a swift punch to Kato Dan's forehead. The impact sent Kato Dan reeling, but Danzo was quick to seize his right hand, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing backward into a tree with a diameter of a meter. He lay on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. When he finally managed to stand, Danzo and the root ninjas had vanished, and the commotion had gone unnoticed by any ordinary resident, all of whom had been ensnared in an illusion cast by the root ninjas, remaining asleep until dawn. Kato Dan struggled to crawl to the broken roots of the tree, gasping for breath, clenching his fists and pounding the ground in frustration at his impotence. His brother had trusted him with his daughter. How could he have allowed this situation to unfold? He felt he deserved nothing less than death. Yet, to assassinate Tsunade for Shizune's sake was a burden he could not bear, leaving him in a tormenting dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived, and he had spent the night by the tree roots, lost in thought. His eyes were dim, and his resolve waned. As he wrestled with the choice between Tsunade and Shizune, his gaze vacant, uncertain of his path. Suddenly, he burst into a crazed yet sorrowful laughter, where the leaves danced. The fire remained unextinguished, its shadow continuing to illuminate the village, nurturing the budding new leaves. By noon, Tsunade forced a smile as she followed Kato Dan into a forest far from Konoha. He had suddenly come to find her, bringing her to this secluded place. Initially, she believed her grief over her brother's death was enough to bear, yet Dan's expression was even more haggard, and she sensed something was amiss. When she inquired, he offered no explanation, merely leading her silently. Today he seemed off. His usual confident and sunny demeanor was marred by dark circles under his eyes, which worried her greatly. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing where Kato Dan halted, his pallid face turned towards Tsunade. "This is the place," he murmured, as if speaking to her, or perhaps to himself. Tsunade, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean here? You seem strange today. What is going on?" Kato Dan remained silent, but said expressionlessly, "Tsunade, please turn around." Though puzzled, Tsunade trusted him and complied. As she turned, Kato Dan approached her back, raising his hands toward her neck. He was mere moments away from grasping her throat. Even a ninja of her caliber would succumb if AJ means seized her. Just as his hands were about to make contact, he suddenly shifted direction, his hands sliding down to embrace her waist, pressing his body against hers. Startled, Tsunade instinctively tried to break free but hesitated, ultimately resting her hands atop his, smiling. "Dan, what's wrong? Are you?" Kato Dan displayed a relieved smile, his tone apologetic. "I'm sorry, Tsunade, but there is something I've kept from you. Before I met you, I was a member of the Roots, tasked by Danzo to get close to you." He revealed his secrets in a rush, and Tsunade's initial shock morphed into anger, her gaze piercing into his. They exchanged a silent stare, their hands still clasped tightly, unwilling to let go. Eventually, they both smiled in understanding, and Tsunade chuckled, "I don't care." Kato Danya smiled, feeling a sense of contentment for having encountered someone like Tsunade, who accepted his past without judgment. Their bodies inched closer, gradually embracing, their faces drawing nearer as well. Just as they were about to enact a scene worthy of an adult film in the depths of the forest, a sudden sound of applause startled them, prompting both to hastily push away from one another. Tsunade and Kato Danya exchanged wary glances in the direction of the applause, only to be met with expressions of surprise. Emerging from the trees were Yahiko and Nagato, clapping, though their faces were etched with embarrassment, while Konan was in tears, utterly moved by the love shared between the two. Yahiko ceased his applause and addressed Konan, saying, "Hey, Konan, stop crying. I truly can't comprehend what makes you so emotional. What is there to weep about?" Chapter 61. Are the root ninjas you mentioned wearing Oni masks? Initially tense, both Tsunade and Kato Danya breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the trio. They had anticipated the arrival of Danzo's route, but were instead greeted by these three youngsters. Since their separation yesterday, they had not seen them again and were curious about their whereabouts. Why, in this desolate wilderness, had these three appeared? Stepping forward, Tsunade inquired of their leader, Yahiko. "How did you come to be here? And have you seen Senior Suma? We had an agreement for his return yesterday, yet he has not shown." Tsunade's primary concern lay with Suma's whereabouts. After all, reviving her brother Suma was crucial. If they could not locate him, retrieving her brother's remains would be futile. In response to Tsunade's question, Yahiko shrugged and replied, "We also have no idea where our master has gone. We haven't seen him since our parting yesterday." Yahiko felt a twinge of resentment. After their separation, they had wandered the streets of Konoha for half the day only to realize they had no money. Being Suma's disciples, all their needs had been met by him, and they had never needed to carry money. Thus, when they ventured out, they found themselves in quite the predicament, surrounded by enticing food and entertainment, yet unable to partake in any of it. As evening fell without Suma's return, the trio faced the prospect of spending the night outdoors. Fortunately, a kind soul took them in for the evening, allowing them to stay at their home. Otherwise, they would have had to sleep on the streets. Reflecting on this, Yahiko felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. His master, typically so serious, had proven unreliable at a critical moment. In truth, Yahiko had misjudged Suma. Unreliability was his norm, and his previous dependability had merely been a fade. Regaining his composure, Yahiko continued, "We encountered some unexpected events this morning, which led us outside Konoha. On our way back, we spotted you two wandering anxiously through the forest, so we decided to investigate, only to stumble upon that earlier scene." Upon understanding the context, Tsunade fell into deep thought. With Suma absent and the need to rescue Shizune, leaving these three children in Konoha was perilous. Acknowledging this, she stated, "Since you heard my conversation with Danya, I will not withhold any information. We are about to embark on a mission to rescue Shizune, and without Senior Suma's protection, it would be exceedingly dangerous for you to remain in Konoha. Since you have already left its borders, it would be wise to distance yourselves further. I have some money. Take it and find a safe place to hide for the time being. I expect that Senior Suma will come looking for you soon." As she spoke, Tsunade produced a wad of money from her pocket. Yahiko nodded, discreetly pocketing the money, then firmly stated, "That won't do. We agreed with our master to meet back in Konoha. What will happen if he cannot find us?" Tsunade felt her blood pressure rising, nearly exploding with frustration. This little rascal, who appeared so bright and cheerful, was now proving to be quite the manipulator. Taking her money while refusing to leave. Was this not an attempt to swindle her? At this moment, Nagato stepped forward, clearing his throat as he addressed Tsunade, "Tsunade-senpai, do not underestimate us. We have trained under our master for 2.5 years in ninjutsu. Despite our tender age of 10, we are exceptionally strong." Confidence radiated from Nagato's face, as he seemed quite pleased with his abilities. Yahiko chimed in, "Indeed, our strength is formidable. Accompanying us would undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Furthermore, we overheard your discussion. This man named Shimura Danzo is a notorious villain, and we shall take it upon ourselves to eliminate him." Tsunade frowned, realizing that this child was even more impulsive than her brother, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She sighed internally, cursing herself for being somewhat careless. The matter of Danzo and the root had been overheard by these three children. Her senses appeared to have dulled, failing to detect their presence nearby. Could it be that the chaos surrounding the loss of Shiboku's body had distracted her? Ultimately, she maintained her stern demeanor and replied, "I'm afraid I must refuse your participation in this perilous endeavor. You are merely 3 10-year-olds, and those root ninjas are ruthless killers. I cannot guarantee your safety in such circumstances." Upon hearing her refusal, Yahiko quickly stepped forward to plead their case, boasting about their capabilities, insisting they could be of help. The discussion continued with Nagato and Konan joining in, each refusing to back down. At that moment, Konan raised her hand, awkwardly interrupting, Tsunade-senpai, may I ask, are the root ninjas you keep mentioning those who wear demon masks? Her words fell into a heavy silence, and cold sweat beaded on Yahiko and Nagato's foreheads, silently cursing Konan for her loose tongue. They had agreed not to mention this matter again, and yet just a few hours had passed before she blurted it out to Tsunade. Realizing her mistake, Konan quickly covered her mouth. But her attempt at damage control proved futile as Tsunade and Kato Danya had heard her clearly. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Kato Danya, filled with excitement, asked, "How do you know the root ninjas were demon masks? Did Senior Suma mention this to you? Or have you encountered the root ninjas at some point?" The 3 children broke into a cold sweat, and finally, Yahiko sighed in resignation. "Well, it seems the truth cannot be hidden any longer. You might as well join us." With that, he beckoned with his finger and turned to venture deeper into the forest, followed closely by Nagato and Konan, while Tsunade and Kato Danya exchanged confused glances and trailed behind. They were puzzled by the trio's intentions, but could not deny that these students of Sumo were adept at keeping people intrigued. Before long, the 3 children led Tsunade and Kato Danya to a large tree. As they approached, Tsunade and Kato Danya's eyes widened in shock. Beneath the tree lay a disarray of over a dozen figures in demon masks. Clearly, they were root ninjas. Blood was splattered across their bodies, some still wearing their masks while others revealed their true faces. Their lips were stained with blood, and their bodies bore numerous wounds, presenting a gruesome sight. Most alarmingly, 4 or 5 of them had already succumbed to death, their lifeless forms unmistakable. Tsunade pointed at the fallen root ninjas, speechless. Yahiko sighed and explained, "Early this morning, after leaving the kind person's home, we encountered these individuals. Without a word, they attacked us. Our master taught us that when struck, one must retaliate. Standing still is not an option. So we fought back. Although we initially intended to spare them, after defeating them and subduing them with Genjutsu, we discovered that several had already perished. These individuals, judging by their attire, must belong to the Umbu of Konoha, correct? We have slain these individuals." Nagato chose not to elaborate further, while Tsunade and Kato Dan stared in astonishment at the 3 young ones. "You dare tell me that you accidentally killed root ninjas? And that it happened while you were attempting to capture them alive?" Tsunade glanced at the root ninja lying under the tree, then turned her gaze to the awkwardly silent trio, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. Why are these children so compassionate? In the world of shinobi, feeling guilty for taking the lives of several ninjas is quite absurd. Ignoring the thoughts of the trio, she approached the fallen root ninjas, and upon inspection, she discovered that among them were 2 jonin. It is important to note that these are jonin from Root, even against regular elite jonin. They could hold their own due to Root's unique secret techniques. Tsunade estimated that if she were to confront them, she would indeed manage to defeat them with ease. However, capturing them alive would prove to be a more arduous task, for she lacked any genjutsu or controlling techniques, and her brute strength could easily lead to fatal accidents, likely resulting in more deaths than the 3 children had caused. The combined strength of these 3 youngsters was nearly on par with her own, yet they were merely 10 years of age. Kato Dan felt a pang of shame. If he were to face such a group of elite root ninjas, defeating them would be impossible, and even escaping would be an arduous challenge. Ultimately, Tsunade took a deep breath and turned to the trio, stating, "You have qualified. I agree to allow you to accompany me." The 3 children jumped up in excitement, while Kato Dan furrowed his brow and quietly approached Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade, what are you doing? Although Yahiko and the others are formidable, they are still just 3 10-year-old children. We are heading to the Root's base, where countless powerful foes await. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives." Tsunade tightened her brows and replied, "I am aware of the dangers. Had these 3 been ordinary children, I would never have consented to their inclusion. However, as you have witnessed, they effortlessly defeated a Root squad led by 2 jonin, demonstrating strength that is not inferior to my own. At this point, a smile graced her face as she confidently continued. With such prowess, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, their chances of survival will be significantly enhanced. I will risk my life to carve a path for them. With their strength, they will surely manage to break free. Kato Dan sighed deeply, realizing he had no choice but to heed Tsunade's decision. At that moment, he began to resent his own weakness. He found it ironic that he could not even voice the thought of risking his life to create a path for them. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself, but rather he understood that even if he did, it would be futile. Once a distinguished elite ninja of Root, he now felt like a burden to 3 children. What a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 62. Formation of the Temporary Team, Rescue of Shizune. In the end, the 5 individuals formed a temporary team consisting of Tsunade, Kato Dan, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Among them, Tsunade was the strongest, thus she was appointed as the team leader. The team bore no name, and no one had the leisure to consider naming it. Once the team was assembled, they sprang into action. Tsunade was not one to sit idly by, preferring to take the initiative and accomplish tasks decisively. Kato Dan took on the role of the guide. Being a former member of Root, he was familiar with several of its branch bases. Although he could not ascertain whether his niece Shizune was present in any of these bases, he decided to search as a last resort. Under Kato Dan's guidance, the 5 began their search of the Root's branch bases. In a secluded forest, a patrol team of 4 Root ninjas was silently taken down. The combatants Tsunade, Yahiko, and Nagato acted swiftly and with precision. The patrol team, comprised of 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, did not even have time to react before being annihilated in an instant. The Jonin killed by Tsunade had a dent in his chest and had already succumbed to death, while Yahiko and Nagato merely incapacitated the 3 Chunin, causing Tsunade to frown. She admonished them, "Do not show mercy to your enemies. Each strike must be delivered with the intent to kill, leaving no survivors. I understand that you are still unaccustomed to this lethal approach to combat, but you must correct this mindset. Showing mercy could cost you your lives." Tsunade spoke with a grave expression, while Yahiko and Nagato resembled novice shinobi, fresh from the village, reluctant to deal fatal blows to their adversaries. This habit is extremely detrimental. If not rectified promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. Yahiko and Nagato hesitated. Influenced by Suki's teachings, they felt averse to taking lives, which resulted in their reluctance to strike hard against enemies. However, they recognized that this habit was harmful and resolved to give their all in future encounters, ensuring they would strike to kill. Just above them, a large piece of paper floated in the air, and at the opportune moment, the 3 leaped onto it. At this moment, Konan was skillfully wielding her paper jutsu, while Kato Dan had closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to separate from his body. The surrounding forest was riddled with traps and sensory devices set by the Root ninjas. Even Kato Dan's years of experience as a Root ninja could not guarantee complete avoidance of these dangers. Luckily, Konan's flying jutsu enabled her to hover above and steer clear of the traps. After a brief moment, Kato Dan opened his eyes and sat up, excitedly exclaiming to Tsunade, "This is the place. I saw Shizune down there." The group erupted in joy upon hearing this. They had previously searched for branch bases in vain, but at last, they had found the 5th. Initially, they had prepared to lay in wait at Kato Dan's home in ambush, intending to confront Danzo when he came to confirm Tsunade's demise and seize the hostage. However, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that Shizune was indeed hidden within this branch base, which spared them considerable trouble. Following Kato Dan's instructions, Konan landed the paper on a clearing, while Kato Dan began to rummage through the nearby thicket. Moments later, he emerged with a smile, his hand resting on a large tree with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. As he peeled back the bark, the group realized it concealed a hidden entrance, revealing a dark passageway leading downward. The 5 exchanged glances before cautiously descending the entrance. Leading the way was not Kato Dan, the most familiar with Root, but rather Nagato, who possessed the strongest sensory abilities. They were about to confront more Root ninjas, and Nagato's heightened perception rendered him better suited to lead the way. The passage was shrouded in darkness. Utilizing faint light, they moved forward with utmost caution. This branch base was designed like an underground labyrinth, with numerous winding corridors, and it was easy to become lost within. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, prompting Nagato to signal the number and location of the enemies. Tsunade and Yahiko acknowledged the signal. And as the root ninjas emerged from around the corner, the two of them swiftly struck, dispatching the three root ninjas in a single move. Nagato nodded, indicating for everyone to proceed, and they continued to eliminate several unfortunate passing ninjas with similar efficiency. However, upon reaching a large wooden door, Nagato halted. The group observed his furrowed brow, uncertain of what had transpired. Moments later, Nagato spoke with resignation. "We cannot proceed any further. The number of root ninjas ahead is increasing. Even if we were aware of their numbers and positions in advance, it would be challenging to eliminate them swiftly." Kato Dan began to worry. If they could not achieve swift eliminations, they risked alerting the entire base. In that case, even if they managed to rescue the hostage, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly inquired of Kato Dan, "Did you just use the spirit transformation technique to discern Shizune's precise location?" Kato Dan, unsure of the purpose behind her question, nodded and gestured toward the wooden door, saying, "If you pass through this door and proceed straight ahead, you will arrive at the room where Shizune is being held." Tsunade acknowledged his response with a nod, taking a deep breath. As the others questioned her actions, Tsunade let out a fierce roar. "If that is the case, there is no need to conceal ourselves any longer. Let us charge forward together." With that, she delivered a powerful kick that shattered the towering wooden door, leaving the root ninjas in stunned disbelief as she leaped through the opening. The suddenness of her audacious maneuver left everyone bewildered. How could she charge in without a moment's preparation? The first to react among the four was Yahiko, who also shouted and charged ahead, exclaiming, "It was about time we did this. Stealth is not my style. Nagato, Conan, let us fight." Nagato swiftly followed suit, though he refrained from shouting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Observing their enthusiastic charge, Conan and Kato Dan followed suit, albeit with a sense of resignation. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the root ninjas throughout the base, who began to converge upon their location with the intention of eliminating the intruders. Trained by Danzo, these elite ninjas displayed a level of skill that far surpassed that of the average leaf ninjas. Upon spotting Tsunade, they showed no signs of surprise. Instead, they drew their blades and hurled shuriken at her without hesitation. Regardless of the enemy, they would not hesitate to strike down anyone deemed a foe of the root, even if it were the third Hokage himself. However, sheer bravado could not compensate for their lack of strength, and their intimidating presence faltered in the face of Tsunade's prowess. One root ninja, moving like lightning, lunged at Tsunade with his blade, but she effortlessly sidestepped his attack and retaliated with a devastating punch that crushed his skull. Tsunade's strength was unparalleled in the current ninja world. Even a shadow-level ninja would think twice before facing her directly. The unfortunate root ninja met his demise as Tsunade's fist obliterated his head, blood pouring from the gaping wound. Yahiko, witnessing this, unleashed his own skill set. He excelled in the manipulation of yang-release chakra, granting him superior physical energy and recovery capabilities compared to ordinary ninjas. This allowed him to employ techniques that posed a slight risk to himself, such as the self-damaging 7 injuries fist, which suited his robust recovery. With his hands forming seals, flames erupted from his body, engulfing him in a fierce blaze. In the dimly lit base, a fiery figure charged ferociously at the root ninjas, leaving a trail of scorched foes in his wake. Any ninja struck by Yahiko's fists would find their wounds ablaze, suffering excruciating pain as the flames consumed them. The kunai and shuriken launched at him melted before they could even reach his vicinity due to the intense heat surrounding him. Nagato remained calm, providing ranged support with ninjutsu to cover the actions of Tsunade and Yahiko, suppressing the root ninjas adept at long-range techniques. With Nagato's protection, Tsunade and Yahiko tore through the dense formation of root ninjas like wild dogs, carving a clear path deep into the base. As they pressed forward, the root ninjas descended into chaos, unleashing forbidden techniques in a desperate attempt to stop the 5 intruders. However, Kato Dan, fully aware of the root ninja strategies, continuously warned Tsunade, Yahiko, and Nagato, ensuring they avoided falling into any traps. Their teamwork was remarkably seamless, surprising even themselves with the ease of their first collaboration. Tsunade briefly entertained the thought of partnering with Jiraiya and Orochimaru instead of these youngsters, yet quickly dismissed it. Rescuing the hostage was paramount. Soon, the 5 navigated through a narrow corridor. Once the first 4 had passed, Conan, the last to enter, turned to face their pursuers. With her arms outstretched, countless sheets of paper flew from her arms, stacking up at the corridor's entrance. The paper formed an impenetrable wall, obstructing the pursuit of the root ninjas. Enraged, the root ninjas unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu against the paper wall, but by the time they broke through, Tsunade and the others had vanished without a trace. The leading root ninja, seething with anger, commanded his subordinates, send a signal to the other base divisions, informing them of the enemy's incursion here. They must hurry to provide support. We cannot allow Lord Danzo's precious little girl to be harmed. With the 7th Division's distress signal dispatched, members from various root bases surrounding Konoha sprang into action. A large contingent of elite root ninjas readied themselves to support the 7th Division, even prompting the Umbu to send reinforcements to investigate the situation. The commotion soon reached the root headquarters, where Danzo sat comfortably on a sofa, listening to his subordinates report the situation. A root ninja wearing a ghostly mask conveyed the details from the 7th Division. Upon hearing that the intruders were Tsunade, Kato Dan, and the 3 disciples of Suki, a sly smile crept across Danzo's face, reveling in his cunning scheme's success. He had long suspected Kato Dan's unreliability, especially now that he was free from the constraints of the curse mark. Danzo had never trusted him, and his manipulation had merely been to fulfill Hiruzen's orders. With that avenue closed, it was time for Danzo to act in his own way. However, he had not anticipated that Suki's 3 disciples would take the bait. It was a stroke of double fortune. With that thought in mind, he rose, disregarding the kneeling root ninja, and shouted toward the open office door, "Ryoma." In an instant, a figure clad in black emerged. It was the oil woman Ryoma, who had previously been dispatched to the Rain Village. Upon her arrival, Danzo commanded, "Bring that one along with you." Ryoma nodded in acknowledgement and vanished from Danzo's sight. After enduring countless trials, Tsunade and her companions finally reached the room where Shizune was held. Before them stood a steel security door, featuring a large ship's wheel-shaped handle, suggesting it required a specific code to unlock. Nagato stepped forward, stating, "I will use chakra to probe the internal structure. I estimate I can unlock this door in 3 minutes." Yahiko, excited by this, exclaimed, "Really? Nagato, you are amazing." A rare smile of pride flickered across Nagato's usually stoic face, clearly pleased by Yahiko's praise. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Tsunade, with a single punch, crushed the steel door, crossing her arms triumphantly as she boasted, "What need is there for a code with such a door? A single punch suffices." Yahiko's lips twitched as he cast a sympathetic glance at Kato Dan, thinking to himself how troublesome it would be to have such a wife. Kato Dan offered an awkward smile and stepped through the shattered door into the room beyond. As soon as they took a few steps, they spotted the target of their mission, a frail little girl with short black hair and delicate features, resembling a porcelain doll, sat terrified on a stone bed. Staring at the intruders, Kato Dan immediately recognized his niece, Shizune, and hurriedly approached her, concern etched on his face. "Shizune, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let Uncle take a look." Upon seeing Kato Dan, Shizune's anxiety dissipated instantly. She suppressed her tears, shook her head, and indicated that she was uninjured. Tsunade, observing this, interjected, "We can discuss our reunion later. For now, we need to find a way to escape." The group nodded in agreement, and Kato Dan prepared to carry his niece. However, Shizune refused to climb onto his back and instead insisted, "Uncle, it's uncomfortable for you to carry me. I want Lady Tsunade to carry me." Kato Dan showed a resigned expression, wondering when his niece had become so willful. Tsunade, feeling similarly exasperated, knew that carrying a little girl would hinder their escape. Yet, seeing Shizune's pitiful expression softened her resolve, and with a sigh of resignation, she said, "All right, hop on." As she bent down, Shizune joyfully leaped onto her back. Meanwhile, Nagato, one of the trio, was fixated on Shizune. Although his Rinnegan was not activated and remained dormant, he had honed his chakra training under Sumi's teachings, specializing in mental strength, granting him exceptional perception. From the very beginning, he sensed something was amiss with Shizune. Despite her fearful demeanor, her chakra felt eerily calm, like still water, completely unlike a 5-year-old girl who had just experienced a fright. Suddenly, he recalled something and widened his eyes, shouting at Tsunade, "Don't let her get close. That Shizune is an imposter." Tsunade was taken aback. Having worked closely with Nagato, she had come to trust him implicitly, and instinctively attempted to evade the impending leap of the false Shizune. However, it was too late. The figure twisted and transformed into a woman in her 30s. The female ninja, wielding a kunai, plunged it into Tsunade's heart, causing blood to spill onto the floor, tightening the pupils of the onlookers. Kato-dan gasped. You are the Faceless? This was a ninja of some renown within the root, skilled in a secret technique that allowed for perfect transformation, even mimicking the chakra signature. In that moment, Kato-dan cursed his own carelessness for neglecting the existence of such a formidable foe, which led to Tsunade being ambushed and injured. Upon witnessing the target of their mission pierced through the heart, the Faceless ninja scoffed inwardly. The legendary Sannin Tsunade was not so formidable after all. All she had to do was stall for the reinforcements from the root. Before she could finish her thoughts, she felt her kunai become weightless and looked down to see Tsunade moving forward, away from the blade. The Faceless was taken aback. She had not anticipated Tsunade, even with a pierced heart, could still act. Just as she attempted to withdraw, a tremendous force surged from Tsunade's chest, and in the next moment, she was sent flying through the wall, embedding herself in the earth behind. The back wall of the room was solid earth, and Tsunade's punch had not only shattered the wall, but also embedded the Faceless into the dirt, showcasing the immense power of her strike. The Faceless did not even have time to scream before she ceased to breathe. Her entire ribcage had been obliterated, rendering her incapable of respiration. However, the group was not concerned with the Faceless, but instead rushed to check on Tsunade's condition. As they drew near, they noticed the changes on Tsunade's face. The diamond mark on her forehead had unfurled into several strange black patterns that crawled across her body. The wound where her heart had been pierced had vanished, leaving only the large hole in her clothing and traces of blood to indicate the recent attack. Kato-dan anxiously asked, Tsunade, are you hurt? Tsunade scoffed and replied, You think such trivial tactics could kill me? That's a foolish dream. It's unfortunate that I have to expend the chakra I've accumulated over the years here, rather than on the battlefield. It feels like a waste. She had initially intended to reserve this chakra for the impending war in the ninja world, but now she was forced to use it against that root ninja. What angered her the most was that the Faceless ninja was actually larger than her, which was particularly hard for her to accept. At this moment, Tsunade had not yet utilized her medical ninjutsu to bolster her strength. Thus she appeared unremarkable, much like Sakura. However, this incident sparked the idea in Tsunade to enhance her abilities with medical ninjutsu. As a female ninja, she could afford to lose in many areas, but not in this one. Seeing that Tsunade was unharmed, the group breathed a sigh of relief. But Konan still expressed concern. Sister Tsunade, are you truly all right? Yahiko echoed. Yes, we can't afford to be careless. Hurry and strip so we can check your injuries. Bang! Tsunade delivered a punch to Yahiko's head, causing a large bump to form, and then glared at the groaning Yahiko. You little brat. You're just like Jiraiya. You should feel fortunate to apprentice under Sumi. You should have gone to that lecherous Jiraiya instead. Yahiko winced, but offered no rebuttal. He was not a lecher, merely curious about how Tsunade could recover so swiftly. As a ninja who trained in physical enhancement, he was on a similar path to Tsunade. However, he believed he could never achieve her extraordinary recovery rate. Hence his curiosity about her methods. Before he could ponder further, their small group found themselves in a dire situation. The Shizun they encountered was a trap, meaning the real Shizun remained in the hands of Danzo. Moreover, the sounds of approaching root ninjas grew increasingly closer, indicating that they would soon be surrounded again. With the trail ahead cut off, Shizun's whereabouts unknown, and the number of pursuers behind them multiplying, the situation had become exceedingly perilous. Yahiko furrowed his brow and turned to Tsunade, asking, Sister Tsunade, what should we do next? Tsunade gritted her teeth and replied, First, we need to break through and escape. We can figure out how to rescue Shizun afterward. Just then, the main force of the root ninjas arrived, and Tsunade charged boldly towards them. Yahiko clenched his teeth, flames igniting around him, and followed closely behind Tsunade into battle against the root ninjas. With them leading the charge, Nagato, Konan, and Kato-dan swiftly followed suit, and the battle ensued. This time, the conflict was even more brutal than before, as the terrain was narrower and the number of root ninjas had increased significantly. With each death, crimson blood splattered across the confined tunnel, and the stench of blood became unbearable in the enclosed space, making Konan feel a wave of nausea. The tunnel floor was slick with blood, and as they moved, one could feel the sticky sensation of blood adhering to their shoes. Konan stared at the hellish scene, momentarily dazed, but was quickly roused by Nagato's call and rejoined the fight. Chapter 64, A Method to Deal with Sumi. Although Conan experienced a brief moment of physical discomfort, she soon recovered and re-entered the fray. This was the first time the trio had participated in such a large-scale battle. Previously, they had faced a handful of root ninjas without any intent to kill, as fatalities had merely been accidents. However, this time, they entered the battle with the unwavering conviction to eliminate all enemies, which marks a fundamental distinction. Typically, a ninja participating in war for the first time would resemble a rookie soldier stepping onto the battlefield, likely overwhelmed by panic and uncertainty. Yet, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan were entirely different. Yahiko and Nagato swiftly embraced their roles, seamlessly integrating into the chaos of war, while Conan merely experienced a brief moment of physiological discomfort before quickly regaining her composure. This remarkable adaptability can be attributed to their exposure to the harsh realities of battle over 2 years ago in the Land of Rain, which prepared them mentally and prevented any faltering at a critical juncture. Moreover, their identities set them apart from mere recruits. The anxiety and helplessness felt by new soldiers stem largely from their position at the bottom of the war's hierarchy, rendering them powerless to shape their own destinies. In stark contrast, these three were inherently among the apex predators in this war's food chain, allowing them to rapidly assume their roles and adjust to the conflict. As the saying goes, all fear arises from inadequate firepower. When one possesses ample firepower, fear of anything, except perhaps snakes, centipedes, and cockroaches, dissipates. Tsunade's squad charged through the ranks of the root ninjas, their 5 members executing a meticulously coordinated strategy akin to an impenetrable net, leaving the root ninjas unable to mount an effective counterattack and forcing them into a defensive position. However, given their numerical disadvantage, the root ninjas opted for a strategy of attrition, attempting to exhaust the chakra reserves of Tsunade's team. Yet, after some time, the root ninjas sensed something amiss. The chakra levels of these 5 individuals seemed unusually abundant. Excluding Kat Dan, who played a minimal role in Tsunade's team, the chakra expenditure was negligible. Tsunade, a direct descendant of the Senju clan and granddaughter of the first Hokage, possessed a chakra pool ample enough to heal injured comrades on the battlefield, rendering her unconcerned about chakra depletion. Similarly, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan exhibited rapid chakra recovery, having been taught 3 distinct chakra training methods by Esma, each of which significantly enhanced their regeneration speed. Consequently, the root ninjas' plans were utterly thwarted. They would likely exhaust their own chakra long before they could incapacitate these formidable opponents. Just as the battle escalated, a sharp sound of a cane striking the ground echoed from the rear of the root ninjas, though faint amidst the tumult of war. The moment the sound resonated, all root ninjas halted their actions as if struck by lightning, retreating to create distance from Tsunade and her team. Tsunade and her companions, eschewing further conflict, seized the opportunity to regulate their breathing and restore chakra while remaining vigilant of the root ninjas' movements. After establishing distance, the root ninjas made way in the narrow tunnel, allowing a middle-aged man with a single eye and a cane to emerge unhurriedly. It was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of the root. Upon recognizing Danzo, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, reflecting on how swiftly he had arrived, pondering whether her teacher, the third Hokage, would also make an appearance. However, she surmised that he would likely remain in the shadows, awaiting good news from Danzo. At that moment, Danzo struck his cane forcefully to draw everyone's attention, and in a commanding tone, he proclaimed, "The legendary Sannin Tsunade has audaciously attacked the Leaf's root base, resulting in the deaths of dozens of elite root ninjas, a crime most unforgivable. As the leader of the root and a senior advisor to Konoha, I hereby place Tsunade and Kat Dan under a bounty. From this moment forth, you are declared rogue ninjas of the Leaf." Furthermore, the 3 children who participated in the assault on the root are equally added to the wanted list. Tsunade scoffed at his words, retorting, "Do not waste my time with such trivialities. I care not for your labels of rogue ninja. This village is no longer the Konoha my grandfather and grandmother established. Whether I am deemed a rogue ninja holds no significance for me now. My only question is, where is Dan's niece?" Danzo gestured behind him, revealing a figure clad in black and wearing sunglasses, Yin Rima, cradling the sleeping Shizune. Upon confirming Shizune's safety, both Tsunade and Kat Dan exhaled in relief. Tsunade then coldly demanded, "Release Shizune. Your aim was to capture me, and now that I am here, you can let her go, can't you?" Danzo responded with a scoff, "Tsunade, You underestimate me. Do you think I would fall for such a simple trick? You wish to deceive me into releasing the girl so you can escape? I will not be so easily fooled. With that, he took Shizune from Rima and waved her in front of Tsunade, declaring, "Surrender immediately, and I shall release this girl. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill her before dealing with you." Tsunade's features twisted in rage, her teeth grinding audibly. How shameless of Danzo to threaten her with a 5-year-old girl. At that moment, Yahiko shouted vehemently, "You despicable coward! If you have the guts, put the girl down and fight me one-on-one." Danzo merely snorted, dismissing Yahiko entirely, for he held a profound disdain for those he deemed intellectually inferior. In his view, true ninjas were ruthless and unscrupulous. Individuals like Yahiko or Tsunade's brother, SHJ, whose naivety clouded their judgment, were not worthy of recognition, regardless of their prowess. At this juncture, Nagato intervened, calming the furious Yahiko with a steady voice. "Do not fall for the enemy's ruse. Being overly concerned about the hostage's safety can lead to their demise. Besides, we need not worry about the girl's life." The group looked at him, puzzled. As Nagato continued, "Have you forgotten that our master can resurrect the dead? Even if Danzo were to kill the girl, our master could bring her back." Realization dawned on them. They remembered Esma, the one capable of reviving the fallen. Yet, a twinge of apprehension lingered in their hearts. For Esma had gone missing since yesterday, leaving them in uncertainty about his whereabouts and the reasons for his delay. Nagato's words also alerted Danzo to the presence of someone who could resurrect the dead. Esma posed a significant challenge, but after discussions with Hisashi, Danzo had devised a strategy to counter him. Though Esma was a sage of the Wetbone Forest, at the end of the day, he was merely a summoning beast. By capturing Tsunade, the contract holder, and employing a sealing technique to sever her connection to the Wetbone Forest, all would be well. Once that was accomplished, Tsunade would no longer be associated with the Wetbone Forest, merely a rogue ninja of the Hidden Leaf. Even if Esma were immensely powerful, he would lack justification to pursue them. However, as Danzo gazed at Nagato, a glint of sharpness ignited in his eyes. Hisashi had cautioned him against taking action against Esma's 3 disciples, lest Esma find a reason to retaliate against Konoha. Yet, Danzo had little choice. He was utterly captivated by the Rinnegan concealed beneath Nagato's hair. Judging by the color of Nagato's hair, he was likely a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Though that remained uncertain, as many non-Uzumaki individuals also bore red hair. Nevertheless, Nagato's Rinnegan was undeniably authentic. He had already received intelligence from Orochimaru confirming Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan. For years, he had heard tales of the Rinnegan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques in the ninja world, yet he had never encountered such eyes in his long life, believing them to be mere myths. Unexpectedly, he encountered those eyes today. Although he remained unaware of the precise capabilities of the Rinnegan, such details were inconsequential. There would be ample time for exploration later. As for the warnings from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had dismissed them as mere whispers in the wind. While seizing Nagato's Rinnegan might provoke Sumi, dealing with Sumi was a matter for all of Konoha. The Rinnegan was his alone. When the time came to unite the strength of the entire village, even a formidable opponent like Sumi would have to retreat. Moreover, he had never truly believed the tales of Sumi's legendary might. Over 2 years ago, Sumi had indeed showcased remarkable prowess by defeating the semi-divine Hans using only taijutsu. Yet to conclude that he possessed the strength of a god among ninjas based solely on that was to grossly underestimate the true weight of such power. He had witnessed firsthand the battles of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, fully aware of the formidable strength that defined a god among ninjas. It was utterly ludicrous for a group of inexperienced individuals to conjecture that Sumi had attained such heights based merely on instinct. In his view, Sumi could not possibly wield such overwhelming strength. Even if he were as powerful as the legend suggested, he believed that Konoha's might would suffice to contend with him. Konoha was currently at its zenith of power, with Sarutobi Hiruzen having spent 2 ninja world wars to eliminate the surplus of Konoha ninjas. At this juncture, there were openly more than 5 shadow-level powerhouses in Konoha, not to mention the ninjas from various clans and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even against a true god among ninjas, the advantage lay with them. Thus, Danzo felt little trepidation about inciting Sumi's wrath. In fact, he looked forward to Hiruzen mobilizing Konoha's strength to subdue this individual. At that time, he could add the corpse of one of the 3 great sage lands, the Wetbone Forest Sage, to his collection. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. Chapter 65. Insects breeding rampantly within. Danzo leaned heavily on his cane and scoffed, still thinking that this fellow named Sumi can resurrect you? I already understand the necessary conditions for his resurrection. It requires the body of the deceased to perform that jutsu, does it not? If I destroy your corpses after killing you, I believe that even his abilities will be insufficient to bring you back. After speaking, he signaled Yamanaka Ryoma to take action. Ryoma nodded and stepped to the forefront of the root ninjas. Witnessing his positioning, Kato's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of Yamanaka Ryoma's capabilities and bellowed, "Everyone, be cautious. Yamanaka Ryoma's parasitic insects are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Yamanaka Ryoma raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of insects that poured forth from his sleeves. A sea of black insects flooded the narrow corridor, resembling a dark wall advancing from the other end, intent on engulfing Tsunade and the others entirely. Faced with such a sight, the crowd was struck with terror. Just as Nagato prepared to form hand seals to employ earth release for defense, Konan stepped forward and declared, "Leave it to me." She then unfolded a piece of paper, which continuously folded and transformed into a paper wall that stood before them. The parasitic insects collided with the paper wall, producing a dull thud. Bang! Though it was merely insects hitting the wall, it sounded as if a truck had crashed. Konan gritted her teeth. The quality of these insects far exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, her paper wall was not so easily breached. As long as she could erect another layer before the first was torn apart, she could delay time to the greatest extent possible. However, this method only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause, so the group needed to devise a way to escape their current predicament. Nagato glanced behind him. The dead end left no avenue for escape, and the sole exit was firmly guarded by the enemy, making a frontal breakthrough exceedingly perilous. While he contemplated strategies, Tsunade spoke up, "You all protect yourselves. I'll create a large hole in the ceiling to leave this place." The group gasped in astonishment. Creating a large hole here could easily lead to being buried in rubble, rendering them vulnerable without Danzo needing to intervene. However, Tsunade had no such concerns. She reassured them, "Just ensure your own safety. I know what I'm doing." Although apprehensive, the group chose to trust her. Konan swiftly utilized paper jutsu to create a massive paper umbrella, shielding everyone beneath it. Once Tsunade saw that they were ready, she struck the ceiling with her fist, channeling immense power that transmitted through the ceiling to the ground dozens of meters above. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the heart of the Konoha forest erupted like a volcano, sending rocks and earth flying, creating a massive hole several meters in diameter. Tsunade gazed at the light streaming through the opening, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, and then turned to the astonished Yahiko and others, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and go." With that, she leaped out of the root base. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and Kato, after steadying themselves, followed suit, jumping through the opening. As Danzo and Yamanaka Ryoma breached the paper wall, they beheld the corridor leading to the large hole, and they too jumped through, pursuing Tsunade and the others. The two groups emerged almost simultaneously, and it wasn't long before the root ninjas caught up to Tsunade's group. Seeing their target ahead, Yamanaka Ryoma raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of parasitic insects that surged towards Tsunade and the others. Konan panicked and attempted to use paper jutsu to thwart them, but quickly realized that her paper jutsu could not withstand such an overwhelming tide of insects. Tsunade and the others noted Konan's plight, and Yahiko said to Nagato, "Nagato, let's use fire release together to incinerate these insects." With that, Yahiko activated his fire release chakra mode, preparing to confront the swarm. However, to his surprise, Nagato did not respond, appearing dazed, as if he were a puppet on strings. Just as Yahiko turned back in confusion, he witnessed Nagato's form erupting into smoke, revealing it to be merely a shadow clone. While the group wondered where Nagato had gone, one of the root ninjas, clad in black and wearing a ghostly mask, suddenly emitted white smoke, transforming into Nagato's likeness. The root ninjas were taken aback, and even Danzo's eyes widened. This imp had taken advantage of the chaos to impersonate one of his subordinates, and the sensory ninjas in the team had failed to notice. Truly a bunch of inept fools. Once Nagato revealed himself, he wasted no time, swiftly forming hand seals as his Ein release chakra expanded outward from his center, ultimately enveloping all the root ninjas. Darkness illusion technique. As the Jinjutsu activated, all the root ninjas perceived an immediate darkness before them. their vision entirely stripped away, leaving them in a void of black. The darkness illusion technique was an advanced jinjutsu that required a high level of mastery, possessing the power to induce mass hallucinations, proving immensely effective against multiple foes. This jinjutsu was so potent that even shadow-level ninjas could fall victim to it, and dispelling it was quite troublesome. Typical methods of disrupting one's chakra were ineffective against it. The most effective means of breaking free from this jinjutsu was to utilize external chakra. Consequently, after falling under the jinjutsu, the root ninjas quickly gauged their teammates' positions based on the surrounding sounds and rushed to their sides, clasping hands to assist one another in dispelling the jinjutsu. Among them, 2 individuals managed to break free from the jinjutsu before the others, Shimura Danzo and Yamanaka Ryoma. The moment the jinjutsu was cast, Danzo removed the bandage covering his right eye, revealing a Sharingan that radiated a crimson glow. The innate insight provided by the Sharingan instantly pierced through the illusion, and he also noted Nagato's actions. After the successful activation of the jinjutsu, Nagato did not seize the opportunity to assault the root ninjas. Instead, he swiftly appeared before one of the root ninjas who was restraining Shizune. A water blade erupted from his mouth, eliminating the root ninja and rescuing Shizune from his grasp. Upon encountering Nagato, who stood within arm's reach, Danzo's eyes gleamed with a sudden fervor. He harbored no concern for Shizune's fate. His sole focus was riveted upon Nagato's eerily patterned Rinnegan, his gaze saturated with avarice. Without hesitation, Danzo discarded his cane and withdrew a kunai, channeling his wind-release chakra onto its blade. Wind release, vacuum blade. In an instant, the kunai transformed into a lengthy sword, exceeding 1 meter in length, imbued with wind-release chakra. Danzo, grasping the sword in his left hand, surged towards Nagato with remarkable speed. The strike aimed directly at Nagato's throat, moving so swiftly that he found himself unable to evade. Nagato's thoughts were consumed by the urgency of rescuing Shizune, leaving him unprepared for Danzo's rapid escape from his jinjutsu. Moreover, he had underestimated Danzo's prowess, despite his frail appearance. Swathed in bandages, Danzo's speed was astonishing. Just as Danzo's blade was about to sever Nagato's head, a figure clad in green swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Danzo's waist. Danzo felt the weight of Tsunade's punch and gritted his teeth, realizing that he was on the verge of claiming the Rinnegan, only to have this interloper disrupt his plans. Reluctantly, he evaded Tsunade's strike, fully aware that taking the hit could result in severe injury. Tsunade, undeterred by her missed punch, continued her assault, advancing upon Danzo. A master of taijutsu himself, Danzo, after cautiously observing several exchanges, began to counterattack. His swordsmanship was fierce, compelling Tsunade to momentarily retreat from his onslaught as they engaged in a relentless exchange, distancing themselves from the crowd. At this juncture, Oil Woman Ryoma also charged towards Nagato, intent on seizing the Rinnegan youth, disregarding the others entirely. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan had reached Nagato's side. Konan employed her paper jutsu to disrupt Ryoma's insects, preparing to envelop a swarm in a large sheet of paper, subsequently detonating it with explosive tags to eradicate the creatures. Yahiko, activating his fire-release chakra mode, plunged into the sea of insects, incinerating them into ashes, preventing any from approaching him. Ryoma furrowed his brow, perplexed as his parasitic insects, which had evolved to resist flames, were nonetheless being obliterated by this child's fire release. Little did he know, it was due to Yahiko's infusion of yang chakra into his fire technique, rendering it a hybrid ninjutsu that combined fire and yang release. However, as the parasitic insects continued to perish, a few survivors developed an immunity to Yahiko's fiery assault. Ryoma hastily retracted these surviving insects into his body, orchestrating their mating with the mother insect to swiftly produce a new generation resistant to flames. At this moment, Kato Den also arrived at Nagato's side. Handing the sleeping Shizune to him, Nagato urged, "Flee as far as you can. Once we resolve this matter, we will seek you out." Kato nodded and, without a backward glance, retreated into the distance. With the 2 primary forces of the root entangled, and other ninjas still struggling against the jinjutsu, it was the optimal moment for him to escape with Shizune. He understood that remaining would serve no purpose. It was better to flee than to hinder his allies, planning to reunite with them once the turmoil subsided. With Kato's departure, Nagato and his companions found themselves liberated from their constraints. Without lingering concerns, Their gazes hardened as they faced oil woman Ryoma, ready to confront their most formidable adversary yet. At this moment, Ryoma subtly revealed a smile. Within him, a new generation of insects with fire resistance had proliferated into the hundreds. He selected over 200 to confront his foes while retaining the remainder within his body to continue mating with the mother insect. If he could endure just a little longer, he would cultivate a swarm capable of fully countering Yahiko's fire release. Chapter 66. The Rinnegan is finally usable. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan united to combat oil woman Ryoma. Yahiko took the forefront to distract. Conan provided support to shield Nagato, while Nagato acted as the rear attacker, unleashing long-range ninjutsu to suppress Ryoma. Initially, their coordination wavered, but as the battle progressed, their synergy grew increasingly harmonious, leaving Ryoma struggling to defend himself. However, they soon noticed a shift in Ryoma's strength. His insects were becoming increasingly formidable. Initially, they could not even approach Yahiko, lingering on the periphery. But now they not only closed in, but began siphoning his chakra. Fortunately, Yahiko's chakra regeneration was rapid. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the swarm's encirclement. Eventually, Ryoma affixed the insects to his own body, achieving an exoskeletal armor effect akin to Yahiko's fire release mode, engaging in close combat. When both sides stood on equal footing, Yahiko realized the true terror of Ryoma. Initially, the trio believed Ryoma to be merely a long-range insect manipulator, presuming his taijutsu to be a weakness. To their surprise, he possessed formidable physical prowess, easily overpowering Yahiko, who had previously dominated ordinary J-nin. Several times, Yahiko found himself on the brink of being captured by Ryoma's taijutsu, barely escaping thanks to the protective ninjutsu from Nagato and Conan. Was this truly the strength of a ninja of the Kage level? It was overwhelmingly powerful. The three were astounded by Ryoma's capabilities, unaware that he was equally astonished by them. He never imagined he would be resisted by three children merely around 10 years old. These young ones, devoid of any flashy jutsu, relied solely on raw strength and teamwork to challenge a key figure of the root. Impressive indeed. However, he would not show mercy simply because they were children. Channeling his chakra, he birthed another wave of even more powerful insects within himself. At that same moment, Tsunade and Danzo had positioned themselves on a distant hill. Tsunade halted her assault, her gaze fiercely fixed upon Danzo. The latter, expressionless, raised his vacuum blade, slicing through the bandages that bound his right hand. Tsunade, regarding the now unrestrained Danzo with a grave expression, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Is this the secret hidden beneath your bandages? One Sharingan, and an arm acquired from who knows where. Now that you've regained your combat ability, why continue to conceal it? Are you afraid the Uchiha clan will discover your Sharingan? Or perhaps you fear your village will learn of your restored strength and send you to the battlefield?" Tsunade paid little heed to Danzo's right arm, focusing instead on his Sharingan. The arm he currently wielded was not one cultivated from Hashirama cells, but a mere human limb. At this time, the technology for cultivating Hashirama cells was far from mature. Orochimaru would not fully master it until several years into the Third Great Ninja War. Consequently, Danzo had to make do with an ordinary arm until the technology could be perfected for his eventual transplantation. Yet, in response to Tsunade's inquiries, Danzo remained unfazed, retorting coldly, "While I was carving my name on the battlefield, you hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. You are not qualified to question my commitment to war. As for the reason I do not reveal this arm to others, it is one that I need not explain to someone as lifeless as you." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened with anger. However, she managed to suppress her fury and inquired of Danzo, "At this point, there is no need to conceal anything from me. I am deeply curious as to why you and the teacher have gone to such lengths." This was a matter Tsunade had yet to comprehend, utilizing Kato's death to eliminate a legendary Sannin like herself. She could not fathom the motives that Sarutobi and Danzo could have to warrant such actions. Danzo raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before concluding that further concealment was unwarranted. It would be better to allow this fellow to grasp the truth. The corpse of Senju Rope Tree had already been fully utilized. Danzo merely uttered this cryptic statement, yet upon hearing it, Tsunade's intensity surged exponentially. Her features contorted in fury as she glared at Danzo, and as a medical ninja, she instantly deduced the implications. Danzo had employed her brother's corpse for human experimentation, likely to cultivate cells from her grandfather, using her brother's bodily cells to dilute those of Hashirama. However, her brother's constitution was not nearly as formidable as their grandfather's, necessitating the extraction of cells while he still lived. Otherwise, the cadaver would need to be preserved within 3 days, or it would decompose and lose all efficacy. This meant that her brother's body may have been stolen the very night after his burial, and most alarmingly, his death might be linked to Danzo. When Rope Tree perished, his internal organs had mysteriously vanished. It was highly probable that Danzo had murdered him and taken his organs. With this realization, she could no longer contain the rage boiling within her, her chakra soaring to its zenith as the In seal wholly activated. She was intent on reducing Danzo, that old dog, to a pulp. Observing Tsunade's fury, Danzo remarked in a flat tone, "As expected, Hiruzen was correct. Upon learning the truth, you would undoubtedly create a ruckus in Konoha, exposing this matter to all. Truly, a creature devoid of restraint, a parasite like you shall be eradicated by my own hands." At this juncture, any further dialogue was futile, and with a furious swing of her right fist, Tsunade charged at Danzo. Aware of the power behind her blows, Danzo deftly sidestepped her punch. Boom! A great fissure split the hillside as the mountain began to destabilize and slide downwards. Following her missed strike, Tsunade did not falter. Instead, she leapt into the air, delivering a downward kick. Danzo evaded once more, yet this time, he seized the opportunity to wield his vacuum blade, aiming a precise slash at Tsunade's neck. Tsunade, encasing her right fist in chakra, shattered the vacuum blade. Danzo's pupils contracted as he gazed at his shattered technique, which had taken him decades to master. To his astonishment, it had been obliterated by Tsunade's raw strength. She truly proved to be a formidable adversary. Feeling the numbness in his hands, Danzo dared not engage in close combat any longer. Instead, he swiftly distanced himself from her attacks, employing wind release techniques to conserve energy. Tsunade, faced with Danzo's ranged ninjutsu, refrained from taking it head-on. The only reason she was able to destroy Danzo's vacuum blade was by concentrating her chakra at a single point. If it had been dispersed throughout her body, she lacked the confidence to withstand his techniques. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued. Danzo evaded while Tsunade pursued with relentless aggression. Logically, Danzo should have held the upper hand in strength. Even with Tsunade's In seal activated, she was merely a newly ascended Kage, incapable of matching an established Kage-level ninja like him. Yet, Danzo's right arm was not his original, thereby limiting his full strength. Simultaneously, his Sharingan was draining his chakra at an alarming rate. Although its advantages allowed him to perceive Tsunade's every move, it exacted a heavy toll on his chakra reserves. Hence, they found themselves evenly matched, with their fierce battle toppling trees and hills, creating a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, the trio of young ninjas engaged in a fierce struggle against Oil Woman Ryoma, who had now mastered the rhythm of battle for 3 hours. Furthermore, his insects had become entirely immune to Yahiko's flame chakra mode. Consequently, the fight had turned overwhelmingly in his favor as he pressed the trio relentlessly, leaving them gasping for breath. Just when things seemed dire, the root ninjas, having dispelled their illusions, joined the fray to bolster Oil Woman Ryoma. The trio, already at a disadvantage, found themselves utterly exhausted. At that moment, Oil Woman Ryoma seized the opportunity to command a swarm of insects to rise from the ground, engulfing Konan. This scene horrified Yahiko and Nagato, who shouted as they rushed toward her. However, halfway there, Yahiko found himself ensnared by the insects, while Nagato was besieged by the surrounding root ninjas, rendering him unable to reach Konan. Helplessly, Konan lay on the ground, writhing in agony, as Ryoma's insects, now upgraded, could simultaneously consume chakra and flesh. Konan utilized her pure chakra to shield her body from being instantly reduced to bones. However, this would not suffice in the long run. She would eventually succumb to the swarm. Yahiko's eyes blazed with fury as his chakra surged, amplifying his flames several-fold, enabling him to break free from the insects that had ensnared him. Seeing him escape, Oil Woman Ryoma swiftly positioned himself to block Yahiko's path, ensnaring him once more and preventing him from aiding Konan. In this moment of dire crisis, Nagato's chakra underwent a dramatic transformation as In-released chakra converged within his eyes, culminating in a burst of purple light from his Rinnegan. The surrounding root ninjas recoiled in terror at Nagato's transformation, only to feel a tremendous force propel them in every direction. Now awakened, Nagato ignored the scattered ninjas and reached out toward Konan, activating Shinra Tensei. The swarm that had enveloped Conan was instantly thrust away, and as he cradled her in his arms, he trembled at the sight of her unconscious form. She had been on the brink of being devoured. Chapter 67, Ambush. Nagato gazed down at Conan, his heart heavy with dread. He could scarcely imagine the consequences had she perished. In that moment, he completely forgot that mere minutes ago, he had dismissed her death as inconsequential, believing that Mu would return and revive them. While the reasoning was clear to all, how many could truly accept the loss of a comrade when faced with the reality of life and death? Nagato's transformation instilled fear in the surrounding root ninjas, who sensed the looming threat emanating from him. They cautiously observed, hesitant to advance, while even oil woman Ryoma was distracted by the commotion, allowing Yahiko to slip away from his grasp. Yahiko rushed to Nagato's side, concerned as he bent down to assess Conan's condition. Is she all right? Is she okay? Nagato shook his head. Fortunately, she escaped the insect's grasp before exhausting her chakra. Otherwise, Conan would have been in grave danger. Yahiko lifted Conan into his arms, using his yang-release chakra to mend her wounds. Although he lacked mastery of sage arts, this was merely a rudimentary application of yang-release chakra. His healing capabilities paled in comparison to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. But fortunately, Conan's injuries were not severe. She merely required rest to recover swiftly. While treating Xiaonan's injuries, Yahiko inquired without raising his head, "Have you been able to harness the power of your eyes?" Samuki had not disclosed the existence of the Rinnegan to the trio. Yet they had perused numerous ancient texts on his bookshelf that contained references to it, piquing their curiosity. Nagato nodded in affirmation, then stood up and addressed Yahiko. "Entrust the protection of Xiaonan to you. I shall handle the forthcoming battle. Are you confident?" "Indeed." Yahiko's understanding of Nagato's character led him to interpret this confident response as an indication of absolute assurance. Thus, Yahiko momentarily withdrew to the sidelines, allowing Nagato to take center stage in the ensuing confrontation. At that moment, the root ninja, under the command of Ynri-Ma, regrouped and arranged themselves in a new formation before launching another assault on the city gates. To err on the side of caution, they refrained from approaching Nagato, opting instead to employ long-range ninjutsu to probe his capabilities. Boom! A multitude of elemental jutsu hurtled towards Nagato from all directions, the ferocious intensity of the attack causing Yahiko to feel a surge of anxiety. Even he would have to evade such a multitude of techniques. How would Nagato respond with the Rinnegan? Once the root ninjas unleashed their techniques, they stealthily approached Nagato, aiming to strike while he was occupied with evasion. To their astonishment, a shocking scene unfolded. All the ninjutsu were absorbed into Nagato's body the moment they neared him. Ultimately, the cacophony of jutsu fell silent, leaving only the gentle breeze stirred by their passage around Nagato. Ynri-Ma was taken aback. If he was not mistaken, his subordinate's techniques had just been absorbed. He had heard of a bloodline limit in the ninja world capable of absorbing a ninja's chakra, but how could fully formed ninjutsu be consumed? Just as he pondered this, Nagato had already teleported in front of him, raising his hand to unleash a Shinra Tensei that sent Ynri-Ma crashing backward, shattering several trees before colliding with a massive boulder and coming to a halt. The sheer power of the Rinnegan exhilarated them, and Nagato, now wielding the strength of the six paths, wreaked havoc among the root ninja. Upon activating the Rinnegan, Nagato transformed dramatically. Although he had not attained the might of the outer path's Gedo Mazo as depicted in the original narrative, he nonetheless overwhelmed the root ninja present. Ynri-Ma, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to coordinate with the root ninja, yet against Nagato, they inflicted no real damage. In fact, their casualties continued to mount. Just as he found himself at a loss, an elderly voice whispered in his ear, "Go and draw the fire of the boy with the Rinnegan." Ynri-Ma cautiously scanned his surroundings and confirmed with the parasitic insects within him that he was not under a genjutsu. At that moment, he deduced the identity of the voice's owner and charged towards Nagato without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nagato, immersed in the formidable enhancement provided by the Rinnegan, lost his usual wisdom and composure. Upon facing the suddenly charging Ynri-Ma, he failed to recognize any deceit and simply raised his hand to unleash another Shinra Tensei, intending to send him back to the city. However, at that very instant, two figures, one clad in black, the other in white, materialized behind him in an instant. The black figure, donned in armor reminiscent of a warring state's ninja and wielding an enormous staff, was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. The white figure, with flowing white hair and a resolute expression, brandished a short blade radiating a dangerous luminescence. This was Hatake Tsukuyomi, known as the Konoha White Fang, the strongest force in Konoha aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, having just executed a Shinra Tensei, Nagato remained oblivious to the two figures' arrival. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly swept Nagato to the ground with a single strike. Nagato fell, his legs bruised but not broken, struggling to rise. Just as he attempted to regain his footing, a white blade was pressed against his throat. Hatake Tsukuyomi crouched behind him, deliberately avoiding eye contact. A crucial precaution when confronting a user of ocular techniques. Feeling the chakra emanating from the blade at his neck, Nagato was drenched in cold sweat. Although he could not see Hatake Tsukuyomi, he sensed the formidable power of the individual behind him. Any slight movement on his part would undoubtedly lead to his demise. As the opponent's speed surpassed even his own Shinra Tensei, observing that Nagato offered no resistance, Hatake Tsukuyomi nodded, thus alleviating many potential complications. With Nagato neutralized, the third Hokage proceeded without delay towards Yahiko. As Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, Yahiko felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He immediately positioned Shaonin behind him and maximized his fire chakra mode. However, his struggles proved futile against a top-tier opponent like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage deftly sidestepped Yahiko's punch before delivering a resounding blow to his back with the black staff. Bang! Yahiko was struck to the ground, unable to rise. And within moments, the trio was captured by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukuyomi. While their initial assault may have contained an element of surprise, even in a direct confrontation, victory would ultimately rest with them, albeit the battle would extend longer. The Root Ninja recognized the identities of the third Hokage and the Konoha White Fang. However, they merely offered a polite nod to Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring Hatake Tsukuyomi entirely. Unfazed by their disdain, Hatake Tsukuyomi harbored a poor impression of Danzo. Reciprocating their scorn, if they looked down upon him, he would return the sentiment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the captured Yahiko, Nagato, and Shaonin, anxiety and unease filled his heart. Hadn't he instructed Danzo not to provoke these three children? Why had they become embroiled in this conflict? The abilities of these three youngsters exceeded his expectations. Their combined efforts had allowed them to contend with a shadow-level ninja. Even the one who had awakened the Rinnegan surpassed the typical shadow level in strength. In a fair battle, even the legendary Sannin might struggle against them individually. Under normal circumstances, he would have devised a strategy to nurture these children, possibly keeping them close. And if they were obstinate, he would leave their fate to Danzo. However, their identities left him apprehensive, for one possessed a powerful master, and he dared not take any drastic actions against them. Fortunately, the trio had not sustained severe injuries. With proper care at the Konoha hospital, they would recover swiftly. Thus, there remained a chance to mend relations between Konoha and Samuki. If he, as Hokage, sincerely apologized and made some commitments, they would likely not cling to this incident. With this thought in mind, he directed his gaze towards a distant hill where the sounds of battle echoed. Tsunade must be there. He gestured to Hatake Tsukuyomi and said, "Tsukuyomi, follow me." The two swiftly made their way to the battlefield where Tsunade and Danzo were locked in combat, and upon witnessing their stalemate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with determination. Unlike before, he did not opt for a stealthy approach, but instead boldly stepped forward to stand opposite Tsunade. In an instant, the fierce battle between Tsunade and Danzo came to a halt. Upon seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake, Tsunade's heart sank. She was acutely aware of her mentor's formidable strength. Facing Danzo alone was a considerable challenge, let alone contending with the combined might of the trio. However, it seemed that Sarutobi had something he wished to express, prompting her to huff disdainfully and frown. "There is no need for superfluous dialogue. I am fully aware of your dealings with Danzo. Unless you kill me here, I will pursue this matter to the end." Sarutobi intended to reason with her. Given that she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and had saved numerous ninjas on the battlefield, earning considerable esteem in Konoha, if something were to happen to her, it would greatly tarnish the village's reputation, leading him to try to persuade her to prioritize the greater good. Yet, he was taken aback by Tsunade's unwavering stance. Killing her outright seemed unwise. After all, Kakashi remained present, and slaying Tsunade would leave him vulnerable to repercussions that could severely damage his reputation. With a resigned sigh, he He resolved to capture Tsunade alive, confining her indefinitely or discreetly eliminating her. In Chapter 68, The Appearance of Sum, Sarutobi realized that further dialogue was futile. With a sigh, he commanded Kakashi and Danzo, engage her. He then brandished the black iron rod transformed from the Monkey King, swinging it above his head before striking at Tsunade. She dodged swiftly, but Sarutobi executed a full rotation with his staff, lunging at her once more. The battle quickly turned one-sided. Tsunade found no opportunity to counter against Sarutobi. Any momentary lapse could expose her vulnerabilities, keeping her on high alert. Kakashi and Danzo exchanged glances, and Danzo grunted before joining the fray. Kakashi observed Danzo's Sharingan and felt a twinge of concern, but this was not the time for such thoughts. He resolved to inquire about Danzo's Sharingan after completing their current mission. With renewed determination, Kakashi's dagger gleamed as he joined the assault against Tsunade. The clash among the four lasted a mere 15 minutes, concluding with Tsunade utterly overwhelmed by the three elite ninjas of Konoha. She could barely contend with Sarutobi alone, let alone face Danzo and Kakashi together. Unless her granduncle or great-granduncle intervened, no ninja in the current realm could hope to emerge unscathed from their combined assault. Caught off guard, Tsunade suffered a severing blow to her Achilles tendon from Kakashi, narrowly avoiding losing her foot. Seizing the moment, Sarutobi leapt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder as he activated the sealing contract. Dark runes crept from his hand, enveloping Tsunade entirely. She immediately sensed the dissolution of her contract with the Surebone Forest. It dawned on her then that they intended to treat Sum like a mere mechanical summon, one that would cease to fight for its original master once the contract was broken. A scornful smile crept onto her lips. Sum was not one to follow rules. They would soon face the consequences of their actions. Despite her internal protests, she lacked the strength to resist as Sarutobi sealed her chakra and bound her with rope. After completing this, Sarutobi exhaled a long sigh, adopting a feigned look of remorse as he addressed Tsunade. I apologize, Tsunade. This is my duty as the third Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade, now trapped and disinterested in further discourse with the hypocritical man, could not help but wonder if it was also his duty to conduct human experiments using the corpses of his grandfather and brother. Soon, Oil Girl Ryoma arrived, bringing Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan along, while Root Ninjas returned with Dan Kato and Shizune. Tsunade, Dan Kato, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and the unconscious Shizune were all tied together. Dan Kato, displaying a look of guilt, apologized to Tsunade. I'm sorry, Tsunade. I couldn't escape. Tsunade shook her head. This isn't your fault. Ultimately, I dragged you all into this. I should be the one apologizing. Yahiko then reassured her, you need not apologize. It was our choice to help you, and fortunately, we are all alive, merely captured for now. With our master's strength, he will surely come to our rescue. I will ensure he teaches that scoundrel Danzo a lesson. Tsunade's expression dimmed at this. She and Dan Kato had prepared to face death, while Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, due to their unique statuses, might survive. The most unfortunate was Shizune, who had been innocently entangled in this mess and was now suffering for it. She could not believe that Sarutobi and Danzo would show mercy towards Shizune. The best outcome would likely see her sent to Root as a prospective ninja, while the worst would see her subjected to inhumane experiments. As Tsunade and the others braced for their fates, an argument erupted between Sarutobi and Danzo. The latter insisted on executing them all right there, even Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, leaving no witnesses. However, Sarutobi opposed this notion, with Kakashi present. He could not risk killing Tsunade before him. Kakashi was his greatest political rival, and many families in Konoha were secretly rallying behind Kakashi for the position of the fourth Hokage. If he were to give Kakashi such leverage, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. Danzo, consumed by his violent tendencies, lacked the foresight to understand this. As their quarrel continued, the crisp sound of applause suddenly resonated nearby. Both Sarutobi and Danzo were startled, turning towards the source of the sound. There, amidst the shimmering air, a young man in a white robe, holding a floating dust, slowly materialized before them. Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected this figure to appear. Danzo narrowed his eyes, subtly shifting his gaze towards Nagato. Unlike the tension felt by the two men, Yahiko, bound and sealed, exclaimed with excitement, "Look, our master has arrived. Master, please defeat these villains. They nearly killed Konan." Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Sarutobi intended to explain things to Sume, but before he could speak, Danzo vanished in an instant. Alarmed, Sarutobi turned to find Danzo had seized Nagato from the crowd, reaching for his eye. He believed that acquiring Nagato's Rinnegan would grant him the upper hand in any conflict or negotiation with Konoha. He didn't even consider the possibility of angering Sume. To him, Sume's investment in these disciples was merely a means to an end. Using their lives to bargain for the Rinnegan was far more advantageous. Yahiko, Konan, Tsunade, and the others gasped in horror, struggling desperately to save Nagato, but the ropes binding them were inescapable. All they could do was watch in despair as Danzo held Nagato aloft, fingers poised to claim his right eye. At the precise moment when Danzo's fingers were about to brush against Nagato's eyelids, Sumu let out a cold snort and waved his fan. Whoosh! Danzo's fingers met empty air, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that the red-haired boy had vanished without a trace. Astonished, he turned his gaze towards Sumu, only to find that the red-haired boy had been freed from the ropes and the chakra-suppressing seals that bound him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be a space-time ninjutsu akin to the Flying Thunder God? Undeterred, he attempted to seize Yahiko and Konan once more, but once again, the bizarre phenomenon occurred. Just a second before his hand could touch Yahiko, the latter disappeared, and the same happened with Konan. The duo vanished right before his eyes, leaving the root ninjas present in utter astonishment. They too contemplated the possibility of space-time ninjutsu, as it had been decades since a ninja skilled in such techniques had appeared after the sacrifice of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, during the First Shinobi World War. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade, Shizune, and Dan also vanished from their positions and reappeared beside Sumu, freed from their bindings. Once all the ropes had been untied, Sumu smiled and asked Yahiko, "How does it feel to experience your first real battle? Were you afraid?" Yahiko sheepishly scratched the back of his head, admitting, "At first, I was a bit scared, but then I went a bit crazy, and it didn't matter anymore." His expression then changed to one of dejection as he continued, "I thought with our strength we could be of great help, but in the end, we were still captured by the enemy." Sumu patted Yahiko on the shoulder, reassuring him, "You did excellently. In this situation, instead of standing idly by, you bravely stepped up to save others. Your courage surpasses that of over 90% of the world's population. Do not let a single failure cast a shadow over your spirit. If your strength is insufficient, continue to train and enhance your abilities. Next time, you will not be defeated by the enemy." After a dose of motivational encouragement, Yahiko finally adjusted his mindset. Sumu nodded, believing that this battle had significantly contributed to the growth of the trio. In truth, he had not left in the past few days, but had concealed himself, secretly observing from the shadows. The previous day, when Tsunade had a confrontation with the higher-ups of Konoha, he had stealthily entered the Hokage's office to assess the situation. At that time, he had used the hiding technique to stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Even after Tsunade departed, he followed the two into a secret chamber and overheard their plan to eliminate Tsunade. This was a rare opportunity. For the past 2 years, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had been training rigorously without any real combat experience. It was akin to building up a body of dead muscle in the gym. When they finally stepped onto the boxing ring, they would only receive blows. He had decided to utilize Danzo's intention to harm Tsunade as a means to train Yahiko and the others, aiming to enhance their practical combat skills. The outcome surprised him. He had even prepared for the possibility that the trio would be severely beaten by the enemy, ready to rescue them at the last moment. Unexpectedly, their performance exceeded his expectations, with Nagato even managing to harness the power of his Rinnegan. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi's ambush, leading Nagato to summon the outsider path, the battle's outcome could have been uncertain. The gains from this battle far outweighed their 6 months of arduous training. Indeed, the path of a ninja is one of growth through real combat. Hiding in the mountains to cultivate strength is no match for the rapid growth that occurs in the midst of war. It seems he must provide them with more opportunities for real combat to facilitate their swift advancement. Chapter 69. What will you use to fight me? With a flourish of his fan, Sumu released a myriad of shimmering lights that cascaded over Yahiko and the others. The group, previously marked by numerous wounds, suddenly felt a warm current enveloping them. Both internal and external injuries were restored to their former state. Tsunade, sensing Sumu's healing ninjutsu, nodded inwardly, acknowledging his prowess. This healing technique rivaled her own In Seal's effects. At that moment, Shizun slowly regained consciousness, opening her eyes in confusion as a multitude of questions flooded her mind. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I asleep at home? How did I end up here? And who are these people? Just then, a magnetic voice echoed, Shizun. You're awake. Uncle Dan, she exclaimed. Where's this? Why am I here? It's a long story. I'll explain everything when we get back, he replied. Seeing that the previously unconscious Shizun had awakened, Sumu addressed the group, saying, You can leave the next matters to me. Let us wait here. With that, he disregarded Yahiko and the others and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the Konoha ninjas. This was not a pressure of chakra or spiritual energy, but rather the sheer, unyielding presence of Sumu, who emanated an aura of authority. Sensing the hostility of the approaching figure, Danzo instinctively raised a hand to command the root ninjas to form a formation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned and shot him a glare, indicating he should refrain from provoking Sumo. Danzo snorted, halting the movements of the root ninjas. It still instructed them to maintain a battle-ready stance. After managing to settle Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a furrowed brow, addressed Sumu. Indeed, a misunderstanding occurred earlier, Suma-sensei. Our intention was merely to apprehend the rogue ninja Tsunade. We did not anticipate your 3 disciples becoming entangled in this matter. On behalf of Konoha, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and the Wetbone Forest. He then bowed deeply, adopting a posture reminiscent of a certain nation's bowing craftsman of yore. However, Sumu merely regarded him with a cold stare, offering no response. The sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, bent at a 90-degree angle, becoming increasingly aware of Sumu's indifference, turned his expression sour. Nevertheless, he composed himself and continued, Though your disciples suffered injuries, they are not in mortal peril. I can assure you that Konoha will compensate you, and we will offer a satisfactory price. As for the rogue ninja Tsunade, may I trouble you to hand her over? Now that Tsunade has severed her contract with the Wetbone Forest, I believe the Wetbone Forest has no obligation to continue protecting her. Earlier, when Sarutobi Hiruzen had utilized a sealing technique to bind Tsunade, he had been careful to disrupt the summoning contract within her body. Thus, even upon releasing the sealing technique, she would lose her connection to the Wetbone Forest, leaving no grounds for them to protect her. As for compensation, he cared little, for it was Konoha's funds at stake, not his own. With effective public relations, he could easily label Tsunade as a rogue ninja, allowing for her lifelong imprisonment or secret execution according to his desires. Just as he reveled in his clever machinations, Sumo suddenly erupted into laughter. Within the sound of his laughter, Sarutobi Hiruzen detected mockery and derision, which gradually ignited his irritation. Is there something amusing, Suma-sama? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a stern expression. Sumu shook his head, chuckling. You truly have been in power for too long, thinking you could treat me like one of your subordinates and brush me off. You harmed my disciples and now seek to threaten me with their lives, believing a mere sum of money could appease me? Furthermore, it is impossible for me to hand over Tsunade. Not only do I have ties to her ancestors, but the Wetbone Forest has never betrayed any of its contractors. Do you think everyone is as easily manipulated as your subordinates? As Sumu spoke, his tone conveyed a complete disregard for Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disdainful attitude that even the emotionless root ninjas could perceive. This demeanor provoked Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire. After all, he was one of the highest-ranking figures in the shinobi world as the Hokage of Konoha. Even the ninjas of enemy nations must address him with respect. None would dare to overlook the stature of the third Hokage. Today, he had already lowered himself to converse with this individual. Yet this sumo fellow showed no regard for his authority, truly believing that the Hokage was merely a figure of good temperament. It must be noted that he was a formidable force in the ninja world, renowned as the ninja hero. While he had become increasingly approachable in recent years, he was not devoid of temper. He coldly inquired of Sumo, What is it that you truly desire? Do you intend to stand against Konoha? At this point, Sumu could no longer contain himself. Did this man truly not grasp the situation? He waved his feather duster and smiled. I present you with 2 paths to choose from. The first option is for you to kneel and apologize to my disciple, after which you will surrender the 9 tails from your village, and I shall spare your life. The second path is your demise, followed by my retrieval of the 9 tails from Konoha. Choose wisely. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. The objective was the 9 tails. Furthermore, Sumu had the audacity to declare that if the Nine Tails were not surrendered, he would kill him. Such brazen arrogance. Hiruzen shared a sentiment with Danzo. Sumu indeed possessed remarkable strength. But to claim he had the prowess of the god of ninjas was a gross exaggeration. At best, his power was comparable to their teacher, Senju Tobarama, at his peak. Did he truly believe himself a deity of the ninja world due to a few flattering remarks from those around him? At that moment, the earth beneath Sumu trembled, and the ground split open, releasing a thick, black mist of insects that enveloped him entirely. Hiruzen maintained a stoic expression, retreating to create distance from Sumu, then turned to his companion, Shimura Danzo. This old comrade of his was indeed in sync with his thoughts. As soon as Hiruzen contemplated taking action, Danzo had already given orders to Ryoma. Truly, a partnership forged over decades. Meeting Danzo's approving gaze, Hiruzen remarked, "There is no longer any need for dialogue. That individual is clearly toying with you. It is evident that Konoha would never acquiesce to such terms. It is time to eliminate him." Hiruzen sighed, then nodded at Hatake Tsukuyomi, saying, "Tsukuyomi, I leave this to you." Upon hearing this, Tsukuyomi's form flickered and vanished from sight, having grown restless after such a lengthy wait. Rumor had it that Sumu effortlessly defeated semi-divine beings in the ninja realm. Tsukuyomi had previously crossed blades with Hanzo, and although he was not a match for him, he had only slightly lagged behind. Now, to engage in battle with someone like Sumu, who could easily vanquish Hanzo, was a monumental honor for him, coming from a family of warriors. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Danzo remained behind. Though they spoke boldly, they were not mindless brutes. Sumu was suspected to wield space-time ninjutsu. Recklessly advancing could result in falling victim to his techniques. Thus, they opted to let Tsukuyomi, a speed-oriented ninja, lead the charge to probe Sumu's capabilities, allowing them to better identify potential weaknesses. In the world of ninjas, battles hinge on information. Once one has discerned their opponent's capabilities, they can secure a position of invincibility. The two remained vigilant, observing Sumu, who was currently nestled among a sea of insects being drained of chakra. How would he respond to Tsukuyomi's blade? At that moment, only Oil Girl Ryoma sensed something amiss. His mouth agape in disbelief. He gazed at Sumu, as if witnessing a specter. His parasitic insects sensed no chakra emanating from Sumu. Even if he were not human, there should still be some trace of chakra. What could this mean? Suddenly, as Hiruzen and Danzo remained on high alert, they perceived a flash of white light darting between them. The light appeared somewhat familiar, yet it had moved so swiftly that they had not discerned its form. A loud thud followed. Only then did they hear the sound, turning to see Tsukuyomi embedded in a massive rock, a prominent imprint of a foot upon his chest, clearly having been kicked back forcefully. With widened eyes, they turned back to Sumu, who was slowly retracting his foot, appearing somewhat disappointed. Sumu had always been intrigued by Tsukuyomi's prowess. Some claimed his power was merely comparable to Kakashi's, attributing his fame solely to his aptitude for missions, suggesting that his true combat abilities were exaggerated. However, the majority regarded Tsukuyomi as a peak-level ninja, only slightly inferior to a youthful Hiruzen. Upon arriving in this world, Sumu had confirmed the latter's assertion. Tsukuyomi undoubtedly possessed strength at the pinnacle of the ninja hierarchy, on par with the likes of the Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. Yet, such power appeared somewhat inadequate in Sumu's eyes. After all, regardless of Tsukuyomi's might, he was merely at the foundational stage, while Sumu had attained the late stage of Golden Core, placing him on the same existential tier as the legendary Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki during their prime. It was crucial to recognize that merely possessing a Rinnegan allowed Uchiha Madara to dispatch shadow-level ninjas with ease. The likes of Minato Namikaze, Gaara, Kakashi, and Lee had all fallen to Madara in an instant. What of the so-called Golden Flash, the fastest ninja in the ninja world? When Madara struck, even the use of Flying Thunder God was futile. The disparity in their overall strength was stark. Madara's casual strikes could not be evaded by even the most agile of ninjas. This elucidates why Obito refrained from using Kamui in his later stages. The speed of a 6 paths level being far surpassed that of Kamui's body transfer. Before one could even shift their form, the attack would have already landed. How could one evade such an onslaught? Thus, Tsukuyomi's speed, which was his strongest asset, seemed akin to a snail's pace in Sumu's eyes. Just moments ago, the speed at which Sumu had kicked him away eclipsed Tsukuyomi's own movement. What could he possibly contend against him? Chapter 70. Overwhelming Force. After sending Tsukuyomi flying, Sumu observed the swarm of black insects surrounding him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He raised his right hand, a vortex of spiritual energy swirling from his palm, quickly coalescing into a blue energy sphere. This sphere mirrored the principles of the Rasengan, but it was fueled by spiritual energy rather than chakra. Once the shape was formed, Sumo focused his intent, and the blue sphere gradually transformed into a deep black, ultimately resembling an orb of pitch-black ink. There was no air movement around this sphere. It appeared as though a drop of black ink had been introduced into a tranquil painting, instilling a sense of dread upon mere observation. Oblivion black hole. This was a unique spiritual technique Sumu had conceived after studying the principles of chakra, inspired by the Rasengan. With a mere thought, he activated the black hole, instantly emanating a tremendous gravitational pull from the orb in his hand. The bloodthirsty parasitic insects surrounding him immediately sensed the immense force, desperately clinging to Sumu's garments or flapping their wings in an attempt to escape the daunting grip. However, their struggles proved futile in mere moments. They could not withstand the force and were drawn into the black hole. Once all the insects had vanished, the black hole ceased its pull, remaining still and tranquil in Sumu's palm as if the recent devouring had never transpired. Ryoma stood in a daze, watching Sumu. The moment the insects entered the black hole, he lost all connection with them, confirming their demise. He had initially intended to observe Sumu's technique through the insect's perspective, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, nothing more. As Sumu glanced at Yu Longma, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he appeared before Yu Longma, whose expression changed dramatically. Just as he attempted to evade, a sphere as dark as ink loomed larger in his vision. Sumu placed the black hole above Longma's head, and in a heartbeat, Longma's entire head was engulfed by the void. The devouring continued unabated, drawing in Longma's headless corpse as well. The esteemed second-in-command of the root, a formidable figure in the ninja world, perished like mere cannon fodder before the onlookers. His death brought no agony, yet it left Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo drenched in cold sweat. They had just witnessed him effortlessly defeat both Hataki Sakumo and Yu Longma, the swiftness and ease of their defeat creating an unsettling sense of unreality. A wave of terror washed over them. Sumu's methods were exceedingly bizarre. They were uncertain if his strength rivaled that of the god of ninja. But one thing was clear. His prowess far surpassed that of their mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. In his prime, Tobarama would have stood no chance against Sumu. They had undoubtedly stirred a tremendous hornet's nest. However, their moment of shock was fleeting. Despite decades away from the battlefield, their foundational ninja instincts remained intact. Faced with any enemy, one could not afford to remain idle. Even if the opponent were the god of ninja, they would still fight back. With their bodies tense, they prepared to charge at Sumu, one wielding a kunai and the other grasping a large black staff, seemingly intent on launching a preemptive strike. Yet, Sumu remained unperturbed, shattering the black hole in his hand and extending his fingers towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In an instant, two streams of transparent sword energy pierced through Hiruzen and Danzo, continuing their trajectory until they struck a distant mountain, transforming into arcs that vanished into the horizon. It was only then that Hiruzen and Danzo realized they had been struck by the enemy's jutsu. Danzo, half kneeling, clutched his chest in pain. The attack had pierced his body but spared his vital organs. He gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Was this a deliberate act to leave him alive? As if to underestimate him? How infuriating. He then turned to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to find his companion's astonishment morph into a puff of white smoke. Danzo was taken aback. It had been a shadow clone all along, one he had not detected standing beside him. Hiruzen, cunning as ever, had tricked him into an assault while substituting himself with a clone. Had he truly attacked, the consequences would have been dire. Sumu had anticipated this maneuver. Hiruzen had covertly replaced himself with a shadow clone long before Sumu had rescued Yahiko and the others. Truly a wily strategist. He shifted his gaze to the right, where a dark silhouette cleaved the sky in two. Hiruzen, wielding a massive black iron staff, descended upon Sumu with ferocious intent. The force of Hiruzen's attack was immense. The gale it generated causing Sumu's hair to whip wildly, while dust swirled around him. Yet, rather than retreat, Sumu transferred the feather duster from his left hand to his right, then waved it at the descending iron staff. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Sumu's seemingly delicate feather duster met the black staff with the force of two hammers colliding. The shockwave surged through Hiruzen's grip, fracturing his hand and causing the staff to slip from his grasp, transforming midair into the form of the Monkey King. Sumu's strike had reverted him to his original state, leaving him unable to maintain the form of the black staff. Hiruzen, now crouched and drenched in sweat, realized his hands were incapacitated, rendering him unable to perform any jutsu. He lifted his gaze, horrified, to see the expressionless Sumu before him, and he grasped the vast chasm of power that lay between them. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not have dispatched him with such insouciance. This power instilled within him a deep-seated dread. Sumu was not merely the god of ninja. He was an entity far more formidable. Despair overwhelmed him as he contemplated the consequences of having offended such a being. Would he exact revenge upon Konoha? Would his own clan suffer for his transgressions? No. He could not yield. He had to return to Konoha to safeguard his wife and two sons. Just as he resolved to flee, a sudden pressure constricted his neck. Sumu had ensnared him with a white feather duster, applying just enough force to inflict pain without delivering death. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Hiruzen spinning, the white duster tracing arcs through the air as he slammed Hiruzen like a meteor against the surrounding trees and boulders. Crack! The sound of destruction resonated as Hiruzen smashed through one tree after another, his vitality waning dangerously low. In the distance, Danzo gritted his teeth and shouted at the root ninjas, urging them to rescue Hiruzen. The root ninjas hesitated, but compelled by Danzo's command, they charged forward. Danzo steeled himself, sprinting with all his might. Yet, he did not run towards Sumu. Rather, he fled in the opposite direction. He had discerned Sumu's overwhelming strength and understood that Konoha was doomed. As the leader of the root, he could not perish here. He needed to find a place where Sumu could not reach him. If Sumu seized the opportunity to destroy Konoha, he must ensure the survival of its embers. The Hokage could fall, and the root ninjas could perish, but he himself could not die. His demise would spell the end of Konoha. Yet, all his thoughts were but futile struggles in Sumu's eyes. His frantic escape appeared as slow as a snail's pace. Sumu extended his left hand, 5 fingers glowing, and instantaneously unleashed 5 beams of sword light that pierced through the remaining root ninjas, leaving none alive. With the bothersome flies eliminated, he stepped forward to stand before Danzo. Sumu seized Danzo by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Danzo's feet dangled above the ground, the pressure from Sumu's grip inflicting torment without immediately claiming his life, occasionally easing just enough to allow him a breath, rendering him thoroughly uncomfortable. Seeing Hiruzen sprawled on the ground, bloodied and battered, Danzo's heart sank. As the leader of the root, he had no desire to endure such torment. Even in death, he would resist fiercely. Seizing the moment when Sumu's grip loosened slightly, he drew forth a kunai infused with wind-released chakra and thrust it towards Sumu's body. Clang! The anticipated scene of piercing the opponent's body did not materialize. Sumu's physique was as unyielding as solid steel, impervious to any force exerted against it. Not even the hem of his clothing bore a scratch. Astonishingly, his vacuum blade proved less resilient than Sumu's garments. At this juncture, Sumu, somewhat weary of the encounter, maneuvered his right hand to elevate Sarutobi Hizashi to the same height as Shimura Danzo. He observed these two tumultuous figures in the ninja world with a cold gaze, contemplating that their demise would bring a temporary respite to the realm. He detested troublesome matters, and eliminating the roots of such issues was imperative to prevent future complications. In Chapter 71, Konoha's second rank, Danzo relentlessly swung his vacuum blade at Sumu, targeting vulnerable areas such as the neck, heart, eyes, and ears in vain. Sumu's body remained steadfast, akin to iron, displaying no signs of distress or alteration in expression. In his heart, despair began to take hold as he discarded the vacuum blade, turning his attention to the gravely wounded Sarutobi Hizashi. He never imagined he would meet such a fate. Yet the thought of taking Hizashi down with him offered a modicum of solace. He reached for his kimono, intending to reveal the 4-symbol seal on his chest to perish alongside Sumu. At that moment, a thunderous shout captured his attention, drawing even Sarutobi Hizashi's weary gaze toward the source of the voice. "Please, do not strike. May I inquire if you are the fated sage from a millennium ago?" The speaker was the Monkey King, Enma, who, despite enduring excruciating pain and wiping the blood from his lips, fixed a grave look upon Sumu. Sumu was taken aback. It was astonishing that, after all these years, someone could still recognize his identity as the fated sage. Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo shared his astonishment. Having heard tales of the fated sage, they were incredulous that Sumu was indeed the legendary figure. Regret washed over them. Had they known they were confronting the fated sage, they would have never dared to provoke him. According to legend, he was a person who had co-created the world alongside the Sage of Six Paths. Even the ninjutsu they wielded had been conceived by him. Against such a formidable being, not only they, but even the first Hokage would likely falter. Once Sumu regained his composure, he smiled at Enma and remarked, "I am surprised that, after so many years, someone still recognizes my identity. I recall that Sarum Monkey Mountain has no sages. How did you discern my true self?" Enma, eager to engage, responded, "While we Sarum Monkey Mountain may lack long-lived sages, we have a tradition of recording history on stone tablets. One such tablet bears your likeness. Though it does not reveal your face, it documents your stature and attire." Sumu nodded in understanding and inquired, "I see. Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Enma took a deep breath and implored, "Might I trouble you to spare Hizashi's life? I am aware that Hizashi and Konoha have indeed wronged you, but their offenses do not warrant death. I beseech you, for the sake of Sarum Monkey Mountain, to grant them clemency." With a resigned smile, Sumu reflected on the audacity of Enma, a second-rate power in the sacred realm, to seek favor from him. He scoffed, "Have you spent too long in Hizashi's company, adopting his bad habits, expecting others to grant you favors? Do you truly believe you hold any sway with me? I advise you to cease your summoning and return to Sarum Monkey Mountain, lest I find you there and bring trouble upon you." Sumu's warning was not mere hyperbole. Tales of his past exploits, including a notorious incident where he had attacked Miyaboka Mountain and beaten the Great Toad Sage, were well known in the sacred realm. Hence, Enma had no doubt Sumu would seek vengeance if provoked. Nevertheless, Sumu could not bring himself to let Hizashi perish, not only due to their decades-long camaraderie, but also because of the long-standing partnership between Sarum Monkey Mountain and the Sarutobi clan. Centuries ago, the Sarutobi clan had been a nondescript ninja family, even before adopting the Sarutobi name, until Sarum Monkey Mountain chose them as their contracted family, allowing the once unknown clan to flourish. They even altered their name to Sarutobi, a deed typical of a vassal family. Initially, Sarum Monkey Mountain had dismissed the matter, given that the Sarutobi clan was merely a mediocre family in the ninja world, while they themselves were a second-tier presence in the sacred realm. However, as Konoha Village emerged, Hizashi ascended to the position of Hokage, becoming one of the most prominent figures in the ninja world. With the Sarutobi clan's rise came continuous benefits for Sarum Monkey Mountain, igniting hopes that they might one day become the fourth great sacred place of the ninja realm. Thus, Enma was particularly agitated at the prospect of Hizashi's demise. Sumu, while a member of the sacred powers, maintained a somewhat detached stance, never engaging in the politics among the brethren. Yet he possessed a certain understanding of the dynamics within this circle. He quickly discerned Enma's intentions and cautioned him against meddling, advising him to fulfill the role of a summoning beast, sharing the natural energy bestowed upon the sacred realm and living peacefully. The waters of the ninja realm were tumultuous and deep, far beyond the grasp of the youthful minds of Sarum Monkey Mountain. Determined yet powerless, Enma gritted his teeth. Lacking the strength to confront Sumu, he could only devise a plan. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him as he utilized the summoning technique to return to Sarum Monkey Mountain, a beautiful peak adorned with lush greenery. Upon appearing at the summit, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, having escaped the clutches of that formidable foe. Now, he merely needed to summon Hizashi back using the reverse summoning technique. Without delay, he formed hand seals, then bit his finger, pressing his hand against the ground. Reverse summoning technique. At that very instant, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a force of space-time tugging at his body. He realized that Enma was attempting to summon him back and instinctively sought to follow that force to escape the peril before him. Yet, amidst the fog of confusion in his mind, a sudden clarity washed over him. Extending his right hand with all his might, he aimed to grasp Danzo's hand, knowing that if he could connect their chakra, they could escape together. Konoha could not afford to lose Danzo. He had numerous matters requiring Danzo's assistance, and thus, he was determined to rescue him. As Danzo felt the warmth of Hizashi's hand near him, his expression darkened. How could Hizashi, in his final moments, still engage in such antics? Two elderly men in their 50s attempting to die hand in hand. Yet, as he pondered this, a sense of acceptance washed over him. He had spent a lifetime in conflict and debate with Hizashi, striving to prove that his mentor's choice of Hizashi as Hokage over him had been a grave error. In the grand scheme, however, what did it matter who held the title of Hokage? Ultimately, it was all but a fleeting endeavor. He extended his left hand, firmly grasping Sarutobi Hizashi's hand, and at that moment, the weary Hizashi felt an odd sensation. Strangely, he found Danzo's grasp somewhat repulsive. Nevertheless, none of that mattered. The priority was to connect their chakra. He immediately channeled what little chakra remained within him through his right hand into Danzo's body, while at that precise moment, Danzo had already torn open his shirt, revealing the four-symbol seal inscribed on his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth? After expending all my efforts to let you leave, you wish to drag me down with you?" At that moment, Danzo also sensed Sarutobi's intentions, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly clawed at his chest, attempting to halt the four-symbol seal. Yet, in the end, he was a moment too late. The four-symbol seal erupted from his center, releasing countless streams of black ink, consuming everything it touched, reducing them to nothingness. In another realm, a dense white smoke rose before the Monkey King, Enma. Upon first glance, he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen's face within the smoke, his expression oddly peculiar, as if he were mouthing the word fool. Beside him, Danzo's visage appeared as well. Enma was momentarily surprised, but quickly grasped the situation. Fantastic. Since both have escaped, the flame of Konoha can be preserved, allowing the Monkey Mountain to continue reaping benefits from Konoha. However, as the white smoke dissipated entirely, Enma's excited expression froze, gradually transforming into horror. Before him, only the severed heads of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained, their bodies nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, observing the entire suicide act of Sarutobi and Danzo, Sumu smirked slightly. Naturally, the four-symbol seal would not affect him. He did not even bother to evade, simply using his chakra to withstand the ink's devouring force. Nevertheless, the sight of the two men holding hands as they took their own lives left him somewhat astonished. He also sensed the spatial tearing emanating from Sarutobi. Just as the four-symbol seal was about to consume the two, Sumu, moved by compassion, swiftly severed their heads, allowing the reverse summoning technique to carry them away. He left behind one head for them, which he considered a token of remembrance in this world, a better fate than complete annihilation. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the last remaining Konoha ninja present. With a flicker, he vanished from his spot and reappeared before Hatake Tsukuyomi. Facing the sudden appearance of Sumu, Tsukuyomi showed no fear. He smiled and remarked, "Your strength is indeed formidable. What astonishes me most is your identity as the Sage of Destiny. You were my idol in childhood, and even my father held you in high regard, going so far as to transform the Hatake clan into a ninja family by joining Konoha." Looking at the beleaguered Hatake Tsukuyomi, Sumu sighed and said, "You're struggling just to speak. Why not lie down and play dead? If you were to do that, I might not bother with you, and you could very well live another day." Tsukuyomi shook his head helplessly, straightening his posture with resolute eyes, declaring, "I am a Konoha ninja, and Konoha ninjas never abandon their comrades." Sumu scoffed at this. He recalled the actions of those two high-ranking Konoha officials. Had they displayed even a hint of the will of fire, they would not have become so detached from it. Chapter 72. Entering the Palace. "Take me to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I can spare your life." Sumu's intent was to find a reason to release him, but to his surprise, Tsukuyomi shook his head and replied with a smile, "I will not take you there, even if it costs me my life. I will not betray my comrades in the village." Sumu raised an eyebrow, recognizing Tsukuyomi's resolute character, which explained why he would eventually take his own life in the original narrative. Stubbornness and fixation in actions. Such a person was courting death by challenging Sarutobi. This thought made him chuckle. Was he not also being obstinate? Instead of seeking to avoid social death, Tsukuyomi should have generously allowed the other to leave without convoluted excuses. He waved at Tsukuyomi, saying, "You may go." Tsukuyomi, perhaps not fully comprehending or doubting what he had heard, hesitated. Sumu, growing impatient at his days, reiterated, "Did you not hear what I said? Hurry and leave before I change my mind." Upon realizing the situation, Tsukuyomi dashed into the forest. Though he did not understand why Sumu had spared him, no one wished to die if they could live. Tsukuyomi's escape heralded the end of the battle. Sumu contemplated that as long as he could leave with the nine tails, this journey would reach a satisfactory conclusion. At that moment, Tsunade and the others approached, and the three young ones excitedly gathered around Sumo. Yahiko exclaimed, "Master, you are truly amazing. That Hokage and Danzo had no chance against you. It was incredible." With a smile, Sumu ruffled his hair, saying, "Train diligently, and one day, you too shall become as strong as I." Yahiko nodded eagerly, his admiration for Sumu reaching indescribable heights. The other two shared similar sentiments. In their eyes, Sumu was akin to an omnipotent deity. Tsunade soon joined them. Having witnessed Sarutobi being sealed by the four symbols and Sumu severing his head for summoning, she felt a pang of sorrow at the loss of her teacher, Konoha's third Hokage. However, she quickly composed herself, hesitating before asking Sumo, "Are you truly going to take the nine tails?" She had overheard his intentions and gathered her courage to approach him. Sumo nodded yes. "I will retrieve the nine tails shortly." Tsunade inhaled deeply and continued, "Could you please refrain from extracting the nine tails? The current Jinchuriki is a dear friend of mine, someone I consider a sister. I implore you not to harm her. Surely, with your longevity, waiting a few decades wouldn't be an issue. Could you consider extracting the nine tails only after her natural lifespan comes to an end?" Now Sumu understood. Her concern was rooted in disbelief regarding his method of extraction. He looked at Tsunade with a serious expression and assured her, "Do not worry. The Jinchuriki of the nine tails will be perfectly safe. My technique for extraction is unparalleled in the ninja world. It will not harm the Jinchuriki, executed with precision, far superior to any painless procedure." His lips twitched. Had he not been unable to best her in combat, he would have delivered a punch to her face long ago. Now, the image of him as a master in her mind had completely crumbled, and he found himself increasingly reluctant to engage with her. After exchanging a few more words, Sumu suddenly remembered something before departing. He reached out and traced a circle in the air. To his astonishment, chakra formed a perfect black circle in the void. And within it, the scene shifted to reveal the living room of a villa in the land of rain. In that room, a 12-year-old boy lounged on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in utter boredom. Sumu promptly seized the brown-haired boy and, with a wave of his hand, the circular portal vanished. Kangxi Ju struggled desperately in Sumu's grasp, kicking his legs and shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why have I suddenly appeared in this place? Let me tell you, I will not betray my village's secrets, so give up on that notion." Seeing the boy's spirited defiance, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed he had followed his instructions to consume the leftover food in the kitchen. Recently, the three young ones had developed increasingly picky eating habits, leaving remnants that required Sumu to clean up. He had been pondering how to dispose of the excess food in the fridge, and now, with Ju, a member of the Senju clan known for their hearty appetites, freshly returned from the battlefield, he deemed the boy's consumption of leftovers as a fitting reward for reviving him. In retrospect, this boy had a peculiar connection with food. Yesterday, upon searching the route for his body, he had only stumbled upon a few bones. In a moment of desperation, he ventured to the Konoha vegetable market, purchasing half a pig to reconstruct the body of the young man. Initially, he felt this might be somewhat insulting to the lad, yet upon meeting him, he realized that using a pig for such a transformation was less an affront to the young man and more a slight upon the pig itself. The lad, utterly bewildered, failed to grasp the lengthy explanation given to him, leading to his eventual abandonment in the villa, where a barrier was set before the protagonist returned to Konoha. With a swift motion, he tossed the rope to the still-dazed Tsunade, stating, "I resurrected this boy yesterday, thus fulfilling your request. We shall part ways here. Should you wish to visit, seek me in the land of rain. For now, I must take my leave." With that, he deftly concealed the three small figures within his sleeve and vanished before Tsunade and the others. Tsunade, however, paid no heed to his words, her focus entirely on the rope in her arms. She held it tightly, cautious not to squeeze too hard, while the rope, in a state of confusion, comforted his sister, oblivious to the reason behind her sudden tears. In the world of shinobi, the resurrected are vaguely aware of their own demise, though their memories post-mortem are often fragmented, rendering them unable to articulate the specifics of the afterlife. Yet, for the rope, this notion held no sway, as he believed his previous death was merely an illusion cast by an enemy, having argued with the protagonist for an hour, mistaking him for a rock village ninja seeking intelligence. Thus, he found Tsunade's sorrow puzzling, entirely unaware that he had been dead for nearly half a year. Suppressing her own grief, Tsunade rose and turned to Kato Dan, asking, I plan to travel throughout the shinobi world. Will you accompany me? Kato Dan nodded with a smile, responding, I was just thinking of traveling through the shinobi world as well. Let's go together. With matters in Tsunade's realm temporarily settled, the protagonist appeared instantaneously in the heart of Konoha. The village bustled with life, blissfully ignorant of the recent passing of their Hokage. Closing his eyes, he employed his spiritual awareness to scan the entirety of Konoha, and in an instant, every significant event and detail materialized in his mind. The chakra of the ninjas flickered like tiny flames, yet among them was one uniquely extraordinary presence. This individual possessed a chakra that was a blend of two energies. One was akin to that of an ordinary person but in greater quantity, while the other was immensely more powerful, vast as an ocean. He then focused his awareness on the figure's appearance, a young woman with red hair, likely around 16 or 17 years of age. Indeed, it was Kushina Uzumaki. However, as he sensed her, an incongruous scene unfolded before him, drawing his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's grounds. There, Uchiha Fugaku sat awkwardly in the living room, with the young maid he had encountered the previous day entwined around his arm, suggesting a rather peculiar relationship. A strange expression crossed his face. Could that maid be Uchiha Makoto? Goodness, is Fugaku truly inclined towards such tastes? He quickly dismissed the unlikely thought from his mind and vanished from the spot. At that moment, Kushina, who was strolling hand in hand with Minato, suddenly found her vision obscured, and upon looking up, she was startled to see a young man clad in a white robe before her. His sudden appearance startled her, and before she could react, Minato had drawn a kunai from his pouch, ready for confrontation. Who are you? Was that just now a space-time ninjutsu? What is your purpose with Kushina? Minato's inquiries came swiftly, signaling for Kushina to step back. The protagonist, sensing their wariness, hastily reassured them, do not be alarmed. I am not here to seek you out. Minato, still on high alert, replied, if you are not here for us, then you may leave. His gaze remained fixed on the protagonist's hands, ready to act at the slightest hint of a jutsu. With a sigh, the protagonist countered, that cannot be. The person I seek is within the body of that red-haired girl. Might I trouble you? Yet before he could finish, Minato had already launched an attack. Like lightning, he surged towards the protagonist's heart with lethal intent, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual humility and grace. Clearly, this mysterious individual sought the nine tails within Kushina, thus marking him as an enemy of Konoha. Minato, facing an adversary, was resolute. Kill. However, his kunai halted midair as the protagonist seized Minato's wrist, applying just enough pressure to render the kunai from his grasp. Having subdued Minato, the protagonist turned his attention to Kushina, and in that fleeting moment, his consciousness was drawn into a dark underground sewer. Here, the air was dank and the light dim, revealing a bound red fox before him. You dare to pry into my power, little wretch? With little patience for idle chatter, the protagonist swiftly waved his sleeve, ensnaring the creature within, and then, with a flicker, returned to the realm of the living. Ignoring both Kushina and Minato, he executed a spatial maneuver, vanishing from Konoha. He returned to his villa in the Land of Rain, safely placing the three small figures back, before embarking on a journey to the other four great nations, including Takigakure, where he gathered all the tailed beasts. Upon returning to the basement of his villa, he separated the will and chakra of the tailed beasts, retaining only a fraction necessary for their survival. While preparing to extract the vast majority for alchemical purposes, word of his endeavors quickly spread throughout the shinobi world, and the astute Uchiha Madara was well aware of his actions. Understanding that his current form could not hope to defeat the protagonist and reclaim the tailed beasts, he devoted himself to researching the impure world reincarnation technique, aiming to return to his prime and seize all the tailed beasts to create the 10 tails. Black Zetsu, utilizing his unique channels, reported every move of Uchiha Madara to the Sage of Six Paths, who had long since altered Madara's mindset, rendering him solely loyal to the sage. Half a month later, Madara finally perfected the impure world reincarnation, and upon ending his own life, Black Zetsu fused with White Zetsu, subsequently resurrecting him. Eagerly, he journeyed to the Land of Rain to reclaim his Rinnegan, but upon meeting Nagato, he discovered that the sealing technique within his Rinnegan had failed. Enraged, he attempted to forcibly take it, just as the protagonist emerged from seclusion, effortlessly capturing Uchiha Madara. As the protagonist contemplated ending Madara's life, a brilliant white light emanated from him, and to the protagonist's astonishment, Madara was fully revived by the Rinne rebirth technique. The protagonist noted that Nagato exhibited no abnormality. The Rinne rebirth was not his doing. As he pondered this, Black Zetsu crawled onto Madara's body, and with a series of movements, the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, returned to the world through Madara's form. The sage explained his plan, revealing that when the protagonist had mentioned the Otsutsuki clan to his brothers, Kagaya had taken note. And over the centuries, she had tirelessly sought out the Otsutsuki lineage, culminating in a fierce battle in a hidden dimension. Two individuals find themselves in a peculiar state. One is a half-dead cripple, while the other is a completely deceased soul, barely clinging to consciousness within the Pure Land. Ultimately, the Sage of Six Paths manages to triumph over Kagaya Otsutsuki, completely devouring him and acquiring a small 10 tails. Subsequently, he clandestinely intercepts energy from the ninja world, nurturing the small 10 tails to maturity. After a millennium of secretive development, its power rivals that of the 10 tails that bore the fruit of the God Tree. As the Sage of Six Paths explains his grand design, he fully integrates the 10 tails into his current form, brimming with confidence that his strength now surpasses that of his mother. He persuades Sumu to surrender all the tailed beasts he has captured, asserting that as fellow immortals, there is no need for conflict. If Sumu hands over the 9-tailed beasts, both parties can avoid confrontation. However, Sumu refuses, as these creatures are crucial resources for his ascension beyond the pinnacle of the Golden Core, and he covets the complete 10 tails within his opponent as well. The disagreement escalates into battle, and after a fierce clash spanning thousands of words, Sumu narrowly prevails over the Sage of Six Paths. The sage, unwilling to accept defeat, recalls the existence of the Outer Path golem hidden in Uchiha Madara's lair. He performs a summoning technique to bring forth the golem, absorbing its empty shell devoid of tailed beasts into himself. Now significantly strengthened, he overwhelms Sumu, who finds himself in dire straits. At that moment, Otsutsuki Yuki appears, having secretly observed his brother's transformation over the years. After an exchange of words turned sour, he intends to ally with Sumu against his brother, only to discover that his vital Rinnegan has suddenly stirred. The sage had long since tampered with the Rinnegan, extracting it and sealing it within the desiccated Outer Path golem. As Otsutsuki Yuki's consciousness begins to dissolve, the Sage of Six Paths reaches the zenith of power in the history of the ninja world. Sumu struggles to withstand this onslaught. The sage appears to possess an endless array of trump cards, threatening to reduce Sumu to mere fodder within the golem. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberates through the sky as Hibi emerges, joining forces with Sumu to engage the sage in a fierce battle. Just as the struggle reaches a stalemate, Kurozetsu unexpectedly ambushes the sage. For years, he had feigned submission, harboring his original consciousness within himself, and now, after a millennium, he seizes the moment. In the midst of the sage's terror, he awakens Kagaya Otsutsuki, who instantly recognizes Sumu. The ensuing conflict spans numerous chapters, as Kagaya wrestles with the chaotic power within her. The sage struggles to regain control of his body, while the consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Yuki, and Uchiha Madara also awaken, all vying for dominance. As their wills clash, they gradually merge, culminating in the emergence of a new entity known as Ichihui Yuki Madara. Sumu and Hibi stare in astonished silence at this newly formed persona, questioning if the Otsutsuki lineage is akin to clay, capable of melding wills. However, contrary to their expectations, Ichihui Yuki Madara harbors no ambition. He simply desires to uphold peace in the ninja world and protect this fragile planet. Sumo breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing a kindred spirit, believing there is no need for conflict. Yet, Ichihui Yuki Madara demands the return of all tailed beasts, as they too are comprised of the energy of the ninja world, which should now revert to its origin. With no other choice, Sumu exchanges glances with Hibi, and the two resume their combined assault on this amalgamation. After another grueling battle, Sumu and Hibi manage to defeat this fusion, opting for annihilation rather than sealing. They divide the two tails between themselves, finally breaking through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core decades later. Once they have ensured the stability of the ninja world, Sumu and Hibi embark on a journey into the depths of the cosmos, seeking the ancestral home of the Otsutsuki clan in search of resources to transcend to the nascent soul stage. The end.